Chapter 1, the classic of all classics, the beginning. My name is Zhangli, and my head is spinning right now, completely clueless about what's going on. I remember I was on my way to discuss business when I passed a crossroad. Suddenly, a dump truck came rushing out and had an intimate encounter with me. Then everything went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this godforsaken place. This looks like a hospital ward. A middle-aged woman is earnestly persuading me, Ali, he's your only younger brother. He's going to take the college entrance exams next year, and in your current state, you can't cultivate either. You know very well, even if you hadn't been in that car accident, you never had martial arts talent to begin with, while your brother has a C-grade cultivation aptitude. Even if that subsidy were given to you, you'd never qualify to become a first-rank martial artist. But your brother's different. With this financial support, he'd absolutely qualify as a first-rank martial artist. Seeing my silence, she continued, Mom worked her fingers to the bone raising you, never treated you unfairly. When your brother becomes a martial artist, you'll share in that glory too. Holy shit, what the hell kind of place did I wind up in? The words slipped out before I could stop myself. At this moment, a sharp pain shot through my head as a massive surge of memories flooded my mind, even recollections from when I was just a few months old, so intense that my face twisted in agony. After what felt like an eternity, I finally grasped the situation. This was no longer my original world, but a high martial realm known as Blue Star. Centuries ago, spiritual energy revived, and heaven and earth underwent drastic changes. All life forms on Blue Star could now absorb this energy to strengthen themselves. Humans developed a complete cultivation system, ushering in an era of universal high martial arts. Yet simultaneously, animals mutated as well, giving rise to fierce beasts that threatened humanity's very survival. The middle-aged woman before me is my adoptive mother, Chen Huifeng. My biological parents died in battle defending against the invasion of ferocious beasts when I was young. I grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by Chen Huifeng and her husband when I was 1 year old. The following year, they had their own biological son. After that, life became something straight out of a melodramatic soap opera. They doted excessively on their natural-born son. All the good food and toys went to my younger brother, Zhang Hong, while I could only watch from the sidelines. The slightest mistake on my part would earn me beatings and scoldings, molding me into a timid and submissive person who would shrink from every task. At school, Zhang Hong never treated me like an older brother. He even joined his classmates in mocking me as a martial arts talentless waste. At home, I was practically made to do all the laundry and homework for him. My parents would always say, your brother's still young and doesn't know any better. As the older one, you should give in more and take care of him. When I turned 18, there was a special subsidy meant just for me, financial support from Great Xia for being the child of a martyr. Ironically, just a few days before my 18th birthday, I was hit by a car while crossing the street. I thought I was going to die, but my adoptive parents rushed me to the hospital, insisting repeatedly that as long as I was alive, nothing else mattered, and they never bothered tracking down the driver. Looking back now, that accident was probably orchestrated by them. They feared that if I actually died, the subsidy would never end up in their hands. Just as I was thinking about how to break through this ridiculous plot, the ward door swung open. A flamboyantly haired, slouching teenager of about 16 or 17 walked in, none other than Zhang Hong. The moment he entered, he tossed a contract beside me and said, Zhangli, this is the agreement for transferring your subsidy. All you need to do is sign here, and it's done. A waste like you doesn't deserve this kind of subsidy. It'd just be a waste of resources. He sneered and added, not that it'd do you any good now anyway. With the state you're in, even if you got it, it'd be wasted. When I didn't react, he snapped impatiently, hurry up and sign already. It'll make things easier for you too. Chen Huifeng was still trying to smooth things over. Ali, don't be angry. Your brother is still young and doesn't understand. Don't take it to heart. In your current condition, even if you're discharged from the hospital, those subsidies won't be of any use to you. Instead of wasting them, why not let your brother have them? Your parents and you will have to depend on your brother in the future. This despicable mother-son pair disgusts me. If only I could move now, I'd slap them both. I even suspect they only adopted me 18 years ago with these subsidies in mind. Zhang Hong, seeing that I remained unmoved, threatened further, Mom, why waste words with this good-for-nothing? Coming here today isn't to discuss, you'll agree whether you want to or not. You're just a dog our family raised. If you don't sign, you can wait to die in the hospital alone. Our family raised you for 18 years, did you really think? Chen Huifeng hurriedly cut him off. At that moment, a mechanical voice rang in my mind, ding asterisk host's life detected to be under threat. Activating system, asterisk my heart leapt with joy, the golden finger of transmigrators had truly arrived. Then followed another sound, ding system activation successful. The villain cultivation system is at your service. Newcomer gift package being distributed. Will you accept it? I couldn't help but blurt out, ha ha ha, my system has arrived, your good days are over. After saying it, I was stunned myself. This system must be poisonous. Hashtag Chapter 2's rank martial talent. What the hell? Why did my mouth suddenly go out of control? I muttered to myself, utterly speechless at this system. Zhang Hong saw that I remained unmoved, and his expression immediately darkened. He said viciously, Zhangli, hurry up and sign this. Do you think we're joking with you? I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention and simply said to the system, confirm receipt. Ding, newbie gift pack distributing. Host has obtained S-rank martial talent. Obtained one-time physical enhancement. But after the system's gift pack was successfully delivered, I didn't feel any improvement at all. I couldn't help but wonder, could this be a fake system? I kept muttering to myself, in novels, people always experience some mystical phenomenon when they gain special talents, so why is it so quiet for me? Right then, as if sensing my thoughts, the system chimed in my mind, reward distribution in progress, host, prepare yourself. The moment the words faded, I felt a surge of warmth flood through my body. This warmth coursed everywhere within me, fiercely strengthening my physique. Under the influence of this energy, my fractured bones began to mend themselves. It was as though I had been reborn anew. The pain in my body vanished instantly, and I could even sense the spiritual energy in the air with perfect clarity, my senses becoming extraordinarily sharp. Yet, that warm current didn't stop, it continued flowing through my body. I could feel the cells within me frantically devouring this energy. In less than a minute, a dull thought echoed in my mind, and I broke through to become a martial artist, a first-rank, first-stage martial artist. This was only the beginning. That energy still raged within me. First rank second stage, first rank third stage. I ascended nearly one stage every few seconds. After consuming all the energy within my body, my cultivation had already reached the first rank, fifth stage. In less than a minute, I transformed from an ordinary person into a martial artist of the first rank, fifth stage. Physical enhancement complete. The system's voice sounded again. Perhaps due to the system, the two people beside me were completely unaware of any anomaly. What are you spacing out for? Sign it quickly, or I'll notify the hospital to stop the treatment immediately. Zhang Hong, seeing I hadn't responded for a while, completely lost his temper, sign my ass. My stuff, why the hell should I give it to you? I sat up from the bed and slapped him across the face. The force was so great that it sent him flying, crashing heavily against the hospital room wall. Ding, your arrogant attitude matches the villain archetype. Villain points plus 200, the system's voice rang in my mind. How is this enforcing justice considered villainous? This is justice. Justice. Are you listening? I shouted inwardly at the system, but it remained unresponsive. Zhang Hong's right cheek visibly swelled as he stared at me in disbelief. How is this possible? Weren't you useless? I'm about to break through to become a first-grade warrior, yet I got knocked flying by a waste like you. Zhang Hong scrambled up from the ground and charged at me. Shut up. It's you I'm hitting. In my eyes, his movements were as slow as a snail's. Slap. Another heavy blow landed on the left side of his face. This time the force was even greater, sending 2 teeth flying from his mouth. Ding, you've mastered the essence of being a villain, always aiming for the face when hitting someone. Villain points plus 200. This system announcement left me speechless. This was clearly self-defense, for goodness sake. Chen Huifeng, standing nearby, widened her eyes in disbelief. She never expected me to actually resort to violence. Ali, how could you hit your younger brother? He's still young, couldn't you just let him have his way? His words may be hard to hear, but he's still your brother after all, she quickly interjected to persuade me. Hearing this, my chest tightened with suffocating anger. In the original host's memories, no matter how outrageous this so-called brother acted, they would always say, he's still young, can't you just give in to him? I'm not his damn ancestor, why should I yield to him? If you know his words are unpleasant, then he shouldn't fucking speak them. Slap. I struck Chen Huifeng across the face, sending her crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, gotta milk this antagonist role for all it's worth. Being morally blackmailed? Not a chance when you've got zero morals to begin with. Antagonist points plus 500, fuck, is the system low-key roasting me right now? Zhangli, have you no conscience? I painstakingly raised you all these years, and you dare hit me? If it weren't for me, how could you have grown up at all? Chen Huifeng glared at me with venom, cursing under her breath. Hearing her words turned my stomach. The original host had been emotionally blackmailed with this raised you all these years guilt trip for over a decade. Cut the moral blackmail crap. Since childhood, has your family ever treated me like a human being? When I asked to return to the orphanage, did you allow it? Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Smack, another slap landed on her face. Reject emotional blackmail, embrace a peaceful life. Villain points plus 300. Help, he's hitting me. Someone come quick. There's gonna be a murder. Chen Huifeng wailed from where she lay on the floor, but despite her shouting, no one came to her aid. Just then, the hospital room door swung open. Has that little bastard signed yet? Damn it, staying here costs over 300 yuan a day. I should have just taken care of him at home instead of wasting money here. Once he signs those papers, I'm cutting ties with him for good. Wasted so much of my damn money. The cursing voice arrived before the person did. The one who entered was my foster father, Zhang Defa. Seeing his son and wife collapsed on the floor with slap marks on their faces, he froze in surprise. "Honey, what happened? Did someone break in and cause trouble?" He hurried to Chen Huifang's side, helping her up as he asked. "It was him. That little bastard hit me. You have to stand up for me. And our son was also injured by this bastard," Chen Huifang sobbed. Zhang Defa's face darkened as he pulled the belt from his trousers, advancing toward me with a menacing glare. "You little bastard, you've grown bold enough to hit people now? Who gave you the nerve? Damn it. Seems I've been too soft on you all along. Should have let that car run you over, you ungrateful little beast." With that, he swung the belt at me. I reached out and lightly grabbed the other end of the belt. As a first-grade martial artist, I didn't even regard him as a threat. You're healed? Damn it, how dare you pretend to be sick in front of me after getting better and waste so much of my money. After Zhang Defa recovered from his shock, he started cursing again. I glared coldly at him, yanking the belt hard and making him stumble. Slap! I smashed a fierce slap across his face and growled, "Old bastard, don't pull seniority crap in front of me. Didn't you love whipping me with a belt since I was little? Now it's your turn to find out how it feels." Recalling the original host's memories, that old bastard would whip him with a belt whenever he was in a foul mood. No one ever stopped it. His younger brother would actually cheer from the sidelines, while his foster mother stood by coldly, sneering and cursing. The thought alone makes my blood boil. Oh, right, there's also my dear little brother. Don't you just love shouting approval? Chapter 3, Cutting Ties. I walked over to Zhang Hong's side, grabbed his collar, and yanked him toward me. "You enjoy cheering from the sidelines, don't you? Well, cheer for me now, damn it." With that, I raised the belt in my hand and brought it down hard on Zhang Defa's body. "Ah, you little bastard, how dare you hit me?" Zhang Defa howled in pain, cursing furiously. The strength of a fifth-rank martial artist was no joke. It tore his clothes apart in a single strike. This made Zhang Hong, who was standing nearby, flinch. "Clap. You like cheering and clapping, don't you? If you don't perform well, the belt will lash you next." I sneered, then lashed Zhang Defa with the belt again, instantly splitting his skin open. I turned my head and gave Zhang Hong a cold glance. He shuddered, hastily clapping as he stammered, "Gee, good, very good, well fought." Crack! I lashed my belt across his body. "You!" Caught off guard, he tumbled to the ground, glaring at me with venomous hatred. "Not enthusiastic enough. Is that what you said when you were cheering earlier?" I said calmly, though my tone was icy despite my composed expression. Zhang Hong was so frightened that he hastily clapped and cheered, terrified of being beaten again. "Great hit! Beat him to death. I've long wanted to take him down." This made Zhang Defa see red with fury. Not only was he being beaten, but his own son was cheering on the sideline. This was worse than death itself. "Ack, you little bastard. I curse you to die a wretched death. I should have killed you long ago." Just 3 lashes, and the intense pain twisted Zhang Defa's face into a grimace, his mouth spewing venomous curses. Crack! Another strike of the belt. "Ali, he's your father, the man who raised you since childhood. How could you bring yourself to do this? Your father isn't young anymore. Mom doesn't want your support money anymore. Just stop beating him. Even if he's made mistakes, he's still your father. He raised you for over a decade. If there's no merit in that, at least acknowledge his hard labor." Chen Huifang's eyes held a trace of fear as she pleaded pitifully. Seeing that toughness didn't work, she began playing the emotional card. "If you know you're wrong, then shut the hell up." I raised the belt in my hand and with a sharp crack, lashed it directly at her. "I have no emotional connection to this family at all. I'm not the original host, and they still try to manipulate me. Utterly ridiculous." The entire hospital room was filled with the curses and screams of this family of 3, but I showed no mercy. This vengeance was carried out on behalf of the original host. After more than half an hour, all 3 members of the family lay neatly on the ground, their bodies covered in crimson welts. Ding, a gentleman seeks redress at an opportune time, but as a villain, you're certainly no gentleman. When there's vengeance to be had, you take it on the spot. Villain points plus 800. Damn it, just give me the prompt without all this preamble. Trying to show off your literary flair? I ignored the system's notification. "Don't look at me like that. It's the Great Xia's laws that saved you," I said coldly, meeting their murderous glares. To me, this family's emotional blackmail was nothing but a joke. I felt no connection to them whatsoever. I didn't off them like in those novels because I don't fully understand this world's rules and laws yet. Didn't want to act rashly and end up enjoying prison life on sewing machine duty before I could enjoy the good life. Besides, keeping them around means more villain points to farm. Thinking this, the corner of my mouth curled up slightly. Keh. I hurriedly covered my mouth. Holy shit, when did I start laughing like some goddamn villain? I'm supposed to be the protagonist here. This damn system is corrupting me. I mentally cursed out the system as I walked to the bedside. Picking up the tossed-aside agreement, I casually flipped through it just as I'd expected. The latter pages turned out to be documentation severing parental ties. I sneered inwardly, seems like this family had everything planned out long ago. If it were the original owner, once they signed, they'd probably be abandoned in the hospital to fend for themselves. I tore off the subsidy transfer agreement portion, leaving only the family severance document behind, then picked up the pen on the table and signed my name. You wanted to sever ties with me? Consider it done. Their signatures were already inked on the document long before. Hearing this, Zhang Defa's expression completely changed. Ali, even if we haven't treated you well in the past, we're still your elders. He's your only brother, you two grew up together. Chen Huifang still wanted to salvage the situation. If they severed ties now, they wouldn't even get a sip of that subsidy. Slap, I struck her across the face with disgust and said, I'm the only child in my family. Both my parents died in battle. Don't go claiming false relations. The slap brought them back to reality. Another word, and I won't mind giving you another lesson in manners. I clapped my hands and said nonchalantly, as if I hadn't just been the one who took action. The three of them looked terrified, none daring to say another word, only watching helplessly as I signed the agreement. Glancing at the three figures on the ground, I suppressed the urge to kill them and turned to leave the hospital room. After leaving the hospital, I felt strangely light, as if shackles had been removed from my body. When I got outside, I looked back at the place. It wasn't even a hospital, just a small clinic. I sneered inwardly and turned to leave. Ding! Being able to decisively cut ties with adoptive parents you've lived with for over a decade, paving the way for future revenge, this is the bare minimum for a proper villain. Villain points plus 1000. Damn system, are you done yet? But the system remains silent. Host has accumulated 3000 villain points. Villain level upgraded to cannon fodder. Obtained the cannon fodder villain title. I opened the attribute panel to check what this villain rank was all about. Villain rank, cannon fodder. You are the lowest of the low, a disgrace among villains, born to gift others experience points like a training dummy. In any story, you'd barely survive a single chapter. Work hard to level up and maybe cling on for 2. Cannon fodder title effect. As a cannon fodder villain, you're not entirely useless, your slap power doubles when hitting others. My lips twitched. This effect left me speechless. It didn't even explain what villain points were for. Isn't the whole shtick of a cannon fodder villain about slapping people in public, getting stomped on by the protagonist, and dying before the chapter ends? The problem is this isn't transmigrating into a novel. Where would the protagonist come from? I've concluded this system is sick, seriously sick. I stopped paying attention to the system. Today is my 18th birthday, and I've no intention of returning to what used to be my home. I decided to first see what kind of subsidy that family of 3 had been coveting. According to the original host's memories, after turning 18, one needs to visit the Spirit Martial Hall to claim this benefit. The Lingwu Hall was established by the Great Xia Dynasty, and it also pioneered the original cultivation system. All those who break through to warrior level must register there for accreditation, which facilitates management, and they can also purchase various cultivation techniques there. Chapter 4, Scalpers. The Lingwu Hall stands majestically in the city center of Qingcheng, an exceptionally grand structure. The 3 vigorously calligraphed characters on the building's facade evoke an inexplicable sense of pressure. The entrance was bustling with people coming and going. The moment I arrived at the doorway, someone immediately approached me. Kid, are you here to certify as a martial artist? 3 grand, guaranteed success. I stood at the entrance of the Lingwu Hall when a somewhat lewd-looking middle-aged man whispered to me, no need, I'm not here for martial artist certification. Waving his hand dismissively, he tried to sidestep while refusing. I thought to myself, damn, different worlds but the same old scalpers. Seeing my refusal, the scalper spoke up again. Besides helping with verification, I also have all kinds of medicinal pills and manuals here, guaranteed authentic, all at insider employee prices. With that, he opened his trench coat to reveal an array of bottles and jars hanging inside, along with some USB-like devices. He then continued, so, young man, see anything you like? This blood chi powder, everyone who's used it swears by it. Take it today, and tomorrow you'll get certified successfully. Seeing my lack of interest, he pulled out a memory card and said, E-rank breathing technique perfect for martial artists below 3rd grade. Don't let the E-rank fool you, its effects are comparable to a C-rank skill, secretly copied from the source. He glanced sideways at the nearby spiritual martial hall and lowered his voice. We're selling it as E-rank to avoid detection, you understand? This is the last copy. As you know, regular spirit storage cards can't handle too many copies of this breathing technique. Miss this chance, and you'll never see it again. He continued, I can see your vital energy is robust, yet there isn't the slightest trace of spiritual power fluctuation around you. You must lack a breathing technique, this one would suit you perfectly. Upon hearing breathing technique, my departing footsteps halted. I turned back and asked, how much for this breathing technique? Truth was, though the system had forcibly elevated me to a 1st grade martial artist, I currently possessed no cultivation techniques whatsoever. This scalper had quite the sharp eye. Without a breathing technique, I couldn't absorb spiritual energy, hence the complete absence of spiritual fluctuations around my body. I looked him up and down. Here at the entrance of Linwu Hall, he naturally wouldn't dare try anything with me. The school does offer breathing techniques, but they're just the most basic grade E techniques, and you have to pay tuition fees to learn them. My so-called foster parents claimed it would be a waste of money, saying my E-grade talent wasn't any better than a pig's, so learning breathing techniques would just be throwing money away. They weren't willing to pay for me, making me the only student who didn't know any breathing techniques. Even students in the regular classes learned them, since they strengthen the body even if you can't make breakthroughs. Seeing my interest, this scalper immediately perked up and showered me with praise. I observed this young man has extraordinary bone structure and rare talents, surely destined to become a martial artist. This breathing technique will be your first step on the path to greatness. Hearing these words, my tiger-like body trembled, feeling like I'd heard this somewhere before. He continued, this last breathing technique manual, $5,000, selling it cheap to you. Consider it making a virtuous connection. Damn, why don't you just rob me? Our school's breathing techniques only cost $500. $5,000, that was a month's salary for many people. Some families couldn't even earn that much in a whole month. The scalper immediately became displeased and retorted, this is a grade C breathing technique, do you think I'm some kind of scammer? We scalpers have standards too. Do you even know how much a grade C breathing technique is worth at the Spirit Martial Hall? Then go find your next fated buyer, I'm done here. Without a hint of hesitation, I turned to walk toward the Spirit Martial Hall. Seeing his chance of the sale slipping away, the scalper quickly blocked my path. Hey, young man, let's talk this over. Business is business, I set the price, but you can always counter. Why don't you try making an offer? I casually quoted a price, $50. Just after leaving the hospital, I'd rummaged through my pockets and surprisingly found $100 still there. That was the most I could afford to spend. Truth be told, it wasn't really about the breathing technique. What caught my eye was the spirit storage card. From the original host's memories, I knew these cards somewhat resembled those legendary cultivation jade slips from the martial arts novels I'd read before. The curiosity was killing me, and I desperately wanted to examine one up close. Why don't you just rob me instead? Asking $100 for this nearly spent spirit storage card? Even if it's got just one more imprint left in it, $50's absolutely outrageous. Fine, forget it then. See ya. I turned on my heel to leave. Hold up kid, you're lowballing me hard, the vendor called after me. Bump it up a bit, this is a grade C breathing technique we're talking about. Even if you don't learn it yourself, you could flip this for hundreds of thousands easy. I've only got $60 on me, that's all, and I'm not even an initiate. Can't use the spirit storage card anyway. Who knows if yours is real or fake? I pulled out the $60 from my pocket to show him. I wasn't lying, spirit storage cards only work after initiation. Before becoming a martial artist, they're useless. Fine, 60 it is. Consider it making a new friend. The scalper clenched his teeth and reached for the money. No way, I need to keep 10 for food. Here's the deal, throw in a bottle of spirit gathering powder too. This stuff goes for $100 a bottle at the pharmacy. He reached into his clothes and pulled out a porcelain bottle, along with a spirit storage card, stuffing them into my hand while pocketing the 60 yuan I held. I never said I wanted to buy this, you're forcing a sale. I'm calling the Spirit Martial Hall enforcers. His body froze. He turned to look at me, gritted his teeth, and said, fine, I'll throw in another bottle of spirit gathering powder, consider it my grand opening discount. With that, he shoved another small porcelain bottle into my hands before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Another 60 coins earned. Tomorrow I'll keep scavenging through trash bins. These discarded spirit storage cards work surprisingly well for tricking newbies. I heard him muttering under his breath as I stared at the 2 bottles of spirit gathering powder and 1 storage card in my hand, falling deep into thought. I wouldn't dare consume these 2 bottles of spirit gathering powder, who knows what mysterious substances might be inside. Poison was unlikely though, since even poisons require production costs. I pressed the spirit storage card against my brow. Though I doubted it contained any breathing technique manuals, I still wanted to probe its contents. As it touched my forehead, no cultivation technique appeared, only an extremely faint wisp of energy seeped into my body. Under normal circumstances, to learn a technique stored in a spirit storage card, one simply needs to press it against their forehead, and the technique within would flow directly into their consciousness. However, this time, nothing happened. Yet, I showed no disappointment on my face. What I valued about this particular spirit storage card was not just its ability to copy techniques but also its function as a one-time spiritual energy reservoir. But before I could even rejoice, the spirit storage card in my hand shattered into fragments, dissolving into motes of light that vanished from my grasp. Holy shit, I thought I could at least get a spirit storage card. Damn it, my eyes must be failing me. Watching the vanished spirit storage card, I couldn't help but curse. It was indeed a spirit storage card, but completely useless. The faint remnant of spiritual energy inside had made it appear intact. I glanced again at the 2 porcelain bottles in my hand and felt even more like throwing them away. Spending $60 on 2 empty bottles made me want to die. Ding, detected incomplete breathing technique within the absorbed spiritual energy. Spend villain points to learn it? Just as I finished cursing, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Incomplete breathing technique. Within Great Xia, martial techniques that failed to reach even the lowest grade were all referred to as unranked. There really is a breathing technique, albeit incomplete, but it's better than nothing. Having a system is truly different. I had no idea there were cultivation techniques stored in the Soul Reservoir card. Though it's just a fragmentary breathing technique, it's more than enough for me. I now only have 40 yuan left in my pocket, and at the same time, I discovered the purpose of the villain points. They could actually be used to learn techniques. Learn! Ding! Spend 1000 villain points, successfully repaired the incomplete breathing technique. As the system's voice rang out, a new pathway for the breathing technique appeared in my mind. Following the breathing technique's operation, spiritual energy from the air slowly gathered around me, creating faint ripples of aura around my body. Detected that the host has learned a cultivation technique. Would you like to spend villain points to improve your proficiency? I muttered to myself, it can do that? At first, I thought villain points were just for accumulation, shows how inexperienced I was. I never imagined they could be so versatile. The system responded with a yes, and as soon as it did, I felt my breathing technique operating noticeably faster, as if I had practiced it for years. Soon after, the system notified me, 500 villain points spent. Nameless breathing technique has been upgraded to perfect mastery. I just feel like I don't even need to consciously practice the breathing technique. With every breath I take, spiritual energy is continuously absorbed by my body, gradually strengthening it. Only by constantly strengthening the body can it accommodate more chi and blood. Spiritual energy strengthens the body, enabling it to hold more chi and blood, which in turn reinforces the body. This forms a complete cultivation system. This is what it means to say chi and blood like a rainbow. The higher the cultivation level, the more vigorous the chi and blood within the body. I asked the system, what level is this breathing technique? The system replied, third-rate breathing technique. Damn it, I spent 1,500 villain points, and it turns out to be just a third-rate breathing technique. Though reluctant, I eventually developed my own breathing technique. After finishing everything, I headed straight for the main hall of the Spirit Martial Hall. Upon entering, I spotted the staff and immediately said, "Hello, I'm here to collect the subsidy for children of martyr warriors." The moment the staff heard I was a martyr's child, their expressions turned solemn with respect. They all understood clearly martyrs were warriors who had given their lives defending Daxia against the monstrous beasts, worthy of every Daxia citizen's reverence. The staff instructed me, take the elevator over there to the 3rd floor, that's where you'll find the dedicated subsidy collection office. I thanked her and turned toward the elevator. When I reached the office area on the 3rd floor of the Lingwu Hall, I stepped forward and repeated, "Hello, I'm here to collect the martyr's child subsidy." A strikingly beautiful woman stood up and led me to a side room. Inside the room was a complex machine. She guided me next to it and drew a blood sample. As a drop of my blood was extracted by the machine, it began operating, lights flickering on its surface while the screen displayed DNA matching in progress. Finally, the information appeared on the screen. Zhang Yuan, mid-tier 3rd grade martial artist. In the 203rd year of the Great Xia calendar, served as squad leader of the Spirit Guard Army in the Divine Martial Hall. At Qingli Town, he resisted the invasion of ferocious beasts, single-handedly slaying 10 third-tier beasts, 30 second-tier beasts, and countless first-tier beasts before perishing together with a 4th-tier beast at the age of 27. Zhao Dongqin, early-stage 2nd-grade martial artist. In the 203rd year of the Great Xia calendar, she placed her newborn son in an orphanage before resolutely heading to Qingli Town. She fought desperately against the beast invasion, killing 9 second-tier beasts and 23 first-tier beasts alone before falling in battle from exhaustion at the age of 26. The bravery of the two successfully ensured the safe evacuation of hundreds from Qingli Town. Before their deaths, the pair had a son, and the DNA test has been completed with a perfect match. I was deeply shaken by the content on the screen. Though I'd crossed over into this world, reading about the original body's parents resisting the invasion of savage beasts left me profoundly unsettled. In just a few dozen words, I could sense the tragedy of that moment. At the same time, I sneered inwardly at that despicable adoptive family. How dare they covet the merits of a martyr? They probably didn't realize such honors could never be transferred through any agreement. What seemed like a subsidy was, in truth, a solemn responsibility, one they utterly failed to comprehend. While I was still dazed, the woman handed me something resembling a contract and said softly, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Your parents sacrificed their lives to protect us from the beast's invasion. We deeply mourn their loss. They deserve everyone's respect and gratitude. This is the inheritance they left for you before their passing. The total value of all the beasts your parents killed has been converted to Daxia currency, amounting to 3,035,000 yuan. Their deposits in the Daxia bank during their lifetime totaled 328,000 yuan. The combined amount is 3,368,000 yuan. Please sign here. Without hesitation, I immediately signed my name. She continued, here is your card, a Dacia bank account opened under your identity. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID number. In addition, this is a residence left by your parents. After their sacrifice, the Lingwu temple preserved it and will deliver it to you upon reaching adulthood. Then she informed me, as the child of martyrs, the Lingwu temple offers 3 compensation options for you. If you possess cultivation talent and become certified as a martial artist by the Lingwu temple, in addition to the standard living allowance, you can receive an extra 10 spirit tempering pills each month. After successful qualification, the higher your rank, the more spirit tempering pills you can receive each month at the spiritual martial hall. For those without martial talent who choose to attend regular universities, the spiritual martial hall will cover all educational expenses. During your studies, all costs will be fully borne by the hall, with an additional 3,000 yuan monthly allowance until graduation. Upon graduation, appropriate employment will be arranged. If academic performance is poor and university admission isn't achieved, you can also receive a one-time compensation of 1 million Dacia coins from the spiritual martial hall. Hearing these 3 options, my jaw dropped. No wonder that family was desperate to claim these benefits. Even the ordinary 1 million compensation could guarantee lifelong financial security, considering most people in this world only earn 2 or 3,000 a month. I firmly declared, I choose the first option. These 3 choices thoroughly considered the latter half of my life. This single aspect alone would make countless warriors willingly defend Great Xia. After making my selection, I completed the registration. As I left the 3rd floor, the receptionist handed me a card, saying if I encountered difficulties, I could contact the Spirit Martial Hall. As a martyr's child, they would provide assistance. Following this, I completed my warrior certification at the Spirit Martial Hall. The staff congratulated me. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Your certification is successful. You are now officially a warrior. Here's your warrior credential. All these records are strictly confidential. Unless disclosed by oneself, no one beyond a select few Spirit Martial Hall personnel would know. The staff handed me another small porcelain vial. Here is your body tempering elixir for this month. Please keep it safe. Upon opening it, I found 15 pellets inside. For martial artists below the 3rd rank, these elixirs accelerate physical tempering. Each one easily costs several thousand yuan on the open market. Since I didn't have any cultivation techniques yet, just a barely passable breathing method, I asked, where can I purchase martial arts manuals here? The attendant replied, now that you've registered as a martial artist at Spirit Martial Hall, you can log into our official website to select techniques. The Spirit storage card will be delivered straight to your residence. I said my thanks and turned to leave the Spirit Martial Hall when I heard someone remark, old Zhang, why bother being so polite to a mere first-rank martial artist? Does he have some powerful backing or something? The staff member who had assisted me glanced at the speaker and replied slowly, he's the child of martyrs. Both his parents perished in that beast tide years ago. What were their names? The man asked before falling silent, watching my retreating figure. Chapter 6. Who does he think he is without connections? Zhangli stepped out of the Lingwu Hall, unable to suppress a wave of emotion in his heart. Truly, he was the chosen one of destiny. Just a moment ago, he had been worrying about how to make a living in the future. And now, not only had he gained wealth but property as well. Following the address, I returned to the house left by the original owner's biological parents. It was a somewhat old-looking residential neighborhood. As I took out the key and opened the door, a family portrait suddenly came into view. A photo of a couple holding their baby. The man in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Zhangli. He approached the photograph and bowed deeply to the 2 figures in it, murmuring under his breath, I'll avenge your son's misfortune for you. Only he could hear his own voice. After finishing, he began to survey his surroundings. The room was filled with dust, untouched by anyone for many years. Many pieces of furniture were covered with white cloths, clearly placed there by someone from the Lingwu Hall. The entire day was spent by Zhang Li meticulously cleaning the entire house. The apartment isn't very large, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 1 bathroom. But the interior decoration is quite cozy, clearly showing that the original owner's parents were people who truly cherished life. I disposed of all the appliances that couldn't be used and bought some new ones to replenish. Looking at everything before me now, it feels just like a dream. In his previous life, he toiled like a beast of burden at the company, earning a meager salary of a few thousand yuan each month, working himself to the bone every day. In the next moment, he transformed into someone with savings exceeding 1 million and became a homeowner. Now, even if he did nothing at all, he could live out his days in happiness. But since he's come to this world, wouldn't it be a waste of this cross-dimensional journey not to experience different lives? After finishing all the work, the sky had already darkened. He ate a simple meal and went to bed. The events of the day had left him utterly exhausted, and in the end he finally came to accept the fact of his transmigration. The current Zhang Li was only 18 years old. Going to school was naturally still a must. No matter which world it is, going to school and acquiring knowledge is the shortcut to success. Not to mention he's already a martial artist at this stage, only in school can he receive more guidance. The night passed uneventfully, and he woke up early the next morning, tidying up briefly. Following the original owner's memories, he headed toward the school. He attends Qingqing No. 1 High School in Qingqing City. Currently, he's in his second year of high school. He's about to enter his final year soon. If it weren't for that dreadful foster parents pair, he'd already be in his senior year now. Arriving at class 3 of grade 12. His seat was at the very back of the classroom, where he usually existed as an unnoticed figure. Oh, if it isn't our classmate Zhangli, why didn't you come to school with your lord today? The lord this student referred to was naturally Zhang Hong. Everyone at Qingqing No. 1 High School knew about it. Zhangli gave the other a faint glance without saying a word and walked toward his seat. Seeing that he was being ignored, the speaker immediately flew into a rage. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Skip school for a day and now you've got an attitude, huh? Didn't you hear me talking to you? With that, he planted a foot on the other's chair, his tone dripping with arrogance. Zhangli had an impression of this guy Lin Liqiang, the kind who bullied the weak but feared the strong in their class. But he knew nothing about the other party's background or capabilities. In class, given the original owner's timid nature, they were naturally the one who got bullied. Meanwhile, none of the others in the classroom uttered a word, all wearing expressions of spectators gleefully anticipating a spectacle. People are already used to seeing these things. Although Lin Liqiang hadn't yet ranked as a martial artist, in class 3, he could defeat most ordinary people. Zhangli glanced at him and asked calmly, "Is your family part of a major clan?" "What major clan?" Lin Liqiang was taken aback by the question and responded instinctively. Smack! The moment his words left his mouth, a slap sent him flying. Boom! His body crashed through a row of tables before finally slamming against a wall and coming to a stop. A clear fingerprint mark was left on his right cheek. Zhangli clapped his hands dismissively and sneered, with no backing, "Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly?" Ding! Excellent! Knowing that the Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Shu surnames are not to be messed with, you had the foresight to ask first. The art of picking on the weak while fearing the strong has been mastered by you to perfection. Now that's the villainous aura, plus 200 evil points. Damn it! Hell, I'm the weak one here, okay? No, I'm the disadvantaged group. The system's inner monologue was too exhausted to even complain. This thing completely ignores the facts and only focuses on the outcome. Zhangli, how dare you fucking hit me? Lin Liqiang got up from the ground, covering his face with one hand, grinding his teeth in anger as he cursed. He grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at the other person. Zhangli didn't dodge. With a casual reach of his hand, he effortlessly caught the stool. The stool felt weightless in his grasp. Tossing the stool aside, he moved to Lin Liqiang's side, grabbed his collar, and lifted him with ease. Boom! He slammed him hard onto the ground. The impact sent his senses reeling. Zhangli squatted beside him, patted his face lightly, and said calmly, "Now do you believe I dare to hit you? If you still don't believe me, I can demonstrate once more." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the man's collar again. Without waiting for a response, another heavy slam followed. Boom! This time, every student in the classroom felt the floor tremble. It wasn't just the floor that shook, their hearts trembled along with it. This maneuver left everyone in the classroom utterly stunned. Is this still the same Zhangli? Was he possessed today? Since when did he become so fierce, daring to confront Lin Liqiang? Ding! This is what true power dominance looks like. You've only grasped the basics. In the face of absolute strength, a genuine villain strikes without hesitation, crushing them to the ground with overwhelming force. Villain points plus 400. Just as Zhangli was about to continue what he was doing, he suddenly stood up and ran away in a somewhat panicked motion. Zhangli, I'm fucking going to kill you today. Lin Liqiang grabbed a desk from the side while cursing and chased after him. Crunch! The classroom door was pushed open. Teacher, help me. Zhangli swiftly dodged behind this person, his eyes carrying a trace of panic. Lin Liqiang was already seething with anger at this point, entirely focused on dealing with his opponent. He didn't even clearly see who had just entered. He hurled the desk at the door with all his might. The person entering hadn't even grasped the situation before seeing a classroom desk flying toward them. Though intending to dodge, they remembered someone stood behind them, clenched a single fist. Boom! The table shattered instantly. After blocking the table, he roared at him, Lin Liqiang, what do you think you're doing? Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too. Lin Liqiang didn't care at all. When had he ever suffered such an insult before? It didn't matter who stood in his way, even if it were his own father blocking him, he would still vent this pent-up fury. Grabbing another table from the side, he hurled it straight at Zhangli once more. Boom! This time, it wasn't the sound of a table striking its target, rather, the noise came from their teacher kicking the assailant away. The man was sent flying backward again. He only stopped after crashing into the wall behind him. The teacher said slowly, Lin Liqiang, you've really grown bold. Bullying students was bad enough, but now you dare to hit a teacher? Though his tone was quite calm, everyone could detect a trace of anger in his words. This moment finally brought him fully to his senses. Yet before he could explain anything, Zhongli, standing behind him, spoke up cautiously with a slight tremble in his voice. Teacher, this is my fault. Just now when I entered the classroom, classmate Lin was talking to me but I didn't hear them, which upset them, leading to what just happened. Don't blame classmate Lin anymore. Although they just tried to humiliate me by making my hand slap their face, we're all classmates, I won't hold it against them. Chapter 7. It's all my fault. Ding! Turning the tables, you truly are a natural-born villain, daring to utter such words. Villain points plus 200. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Li's mind. Lin Liqian widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the other person. Just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted. You two come with me to the office. The rest of you, study on your own. With that, he left the classroom. Zhang Li followed close behind, practically bouncing after him. With his heightened senses as a first-rank martial artist, he had detected someone approaching the classroom door moments ago. That's why he had run toward the entrance. The teacher who walked in was the homeroom teacher of Class 3, and Qiming. He was a peak first-grade martial artist. Lu Liqiang had no choice but to follow him out of the classroom. Hitting a teacher at school would mean receiving a serious demerit. If the situation is serious, they might even be expelled from school. Damn, when did Zhang Li become this fierce? Did you guys see that just now? Lu Liqiang didn't even have a chance to fight back against him. Maybe we woke up too early today and I was just dreaming. Is this still the same Zhang Li who used to be bullied by everyone and was so timid? It's like he's become a completely different person. While they were discussing, the classroom door was pushed open again. A man walked in and shouted arrogantly, Zhang Li, get the hell out here. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Where's Zhang Li? Tell him to get the hell out here. Seeing no one responding in the classroom, he cursed again. Zhang Li just had a conflict with Lin Liqiang, and both were called to the teacher's office. A student sitting in the front row whispered. Seeing the person wasn't in the classroom, the man spat and turned to leave. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Shu, keep your voice down. That's Li Chao from Elite Class 2. Rumor has it he's already successfully broken through to the graded realm. What's he looking for Zhang Li for? Who knows? Anyway, it's none of our business. Stop talking, or we might get caught and be in serious trouble. The classroom immediately fell silent. Only the sound of pages turning remained. Inside the office. After leading the two into the office, and Qiming spoke slowly, Lin Liqiang, bullying classmates in class, have you been treating my words as empty wind past your ears? I've told you how many times before, but you haven't listened at all. If I hadn't happened to come across it, do you have any idea how serious the consequences of what you've done could be? Your parents sent you to school to study properly, not to bully your classmates. No wonder Qiming scolded him like this. In class, Zhang Li was the type of person everyone dared to push around. He was far too timid, never speaking up even when bullied. That's why he had brought both of them into the office. It was also out of consideration for Zhang Li's self-respect. Facing his teacher's scolding, Lin Liqiang felt deeply resentful in his heart. Enough. Apologize to Zhang Li, and we'll consider this matter closed. And Qiming interrupted him and spoke directly. The teacher understood perfectly well why he hadn't imposed a more severe punishment. If the punishment is too severe now, they might very well vent their anger onto Zhang Li. Zhang Li kept his head down and said fearfully, Teacher, please don't blame Lin. I should be the one apologizing to Lin. This was all my fault. If only I had heard Lin's words, he wouldn't have gotten so angry. If he hadn't gotten angry, he wouldn't have wanted to humiliate me, let alone throw a classroom desk at me. Nor would they go so far as to smash over a dozen desks and chairs in the classroom just to hit me, let alone lift a desk to throw at the teacher. It was because I hid behind the teacher, and the chair he threw was blocked by the teacher. His anger had no outlet, so he vented it on the teacher instead. So it's my fault that classmate Lin hit the teacher. I take the blame, I apologize. If I hadn't hidden behind the teacher, the desk wouldn't have knocked them over. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting occasional glances at Lin Liqiang standing nearby. When Qiming first heard Zhang Li take all the blame upon himself, he felt deeply uncomfortable inside. This kid's temperament is too weak. Even when getting bullied, he still claims it's his own fault. As he listened, Qiming's expression grew increasingly unsettled. Upon hearing that over a dozen desks had been smashed by the guy standing before him, his face immediately darkened. That's right, with over a dozen desks broken in the classroom, we can't just let this guy off with an apology. He must compensate for all those damaged desks. When he heard how this bastard had lashed out at him in rage, his face darkened as if storm clouds were gathering. Seeing the faint trace of panic in Zhang Li's eyes, he sighed inwardly before speaking slowly. Zhang Li, this isn't your responsibility. It's his fault. Don't take everything upon yourself. Lin Liqiang, standing nearby, listened until his teeth nearly ground to dust. He said bitterly, Teacherin, it was indeed his fault. Zhang Li threw the first punch. Before he could finish, he was abruptly cut off. and Qiming snapped, "That's enough." At this point, you still want to make excuses? What's your strength compared to Zhang Li's? Would he dare lay a hand on you? Look at Zhang Li's attitude when admitting mistakes, then look at yours. Teacher in, He wanted to say something more but was interrupted again. That's enough. Write a 3,000-word self-criticism and hand it in tomorrow. As for the damaged desks and chairs in the classroom, you'll pay for them. Striking a teacher warrants a major demerit. Say one more word, and it won't be just one demerit you're dealing with. Any objections? And no, sir. Since there are no objections, return to your classroom and continue studying. Ding. Despicable. As a villain, you're truly despicable. Advancing by retreating, you've successfully shifted the blame onto others while emerging unscathed yourself. Villain points plus 300. The system's voice echoed once more in Zhang Li's mind. The corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that this system was subtly insulting him every time. Damn it, you're a fucking villain training system, can't you have some professional ethics? No matter how much he cursed, the system remained completely unresponsive. Lin Liqiang shot Zhang Li a glare before stomping out of the office in fury. Today wasn't just about getting beaten up, he even had to pay fucking compensation. It wasn't that he didn't try to explain. The teacher wouldn't have believed him anyway, and in Qiming's final warning had shut him up for good. If he happened to anger the teacher and got expelled, there would be no justice to appeal to. He struck the teacher, that was an undeniable fact. In the office, only Zhang Li remained standing there. And Qiming, seeing him still standing there without leaving, assumed he was afraid of retaliation. So he spoke up to comfort him. Zhang Li, is there something else on your mind? He won't dare bother you again. If he ever bullies you again, you can tell me. Don't worry, he's already been given a major disciplinary mark. If he makes any more mistakes during this probation period, he'll be expelled. He definitely won't dare. Zhang Li shook his head and said slowly, "It's not about that, teacher. I want to apply to transfer to the elite class." Chapter 8: The elimination round at the bottom of the elite class. Applying to transfer to the elite class? Are you crazy? You don't even know the breathing technique yet. And do you know how much the monthly food allowance is for the elite class? Forget about other things, would your family even agree to it? Everything they said was true. Taking the elite class assessment aside, just the food allowance for 1 month amounts to thousands of yuan, let alone whether one can pass the application process. For an ordinary family, this is an enormous expense. Scholarship thrives in poverty while martial arts flourish in wealth. This holds true in any world. In the beginning, the school charged 500 yuan as tuition for learning breathing techniques. Zhang Li's adoptive parents wouldn't give him the money, refusing to let him study. As his homeroom teacher, and Qiming decided to cover the 500 yuan for him. After all, what student nowadays doesn't study breathing techniques? Even those without martial arts aptitude can strengthen their bodies by learning breath control techniques. However, when Zhang Li's adoptive parents found out, they stormed into the school. They claimed they knew their child's condition best, saying his physique was completely unsuitable for breathing techniques and so on. Listing a series of reasons, what if something went wrong, who would take responsibility, and other such arguments. The matter wasn't settled until the school intervened with an apology to his adoptive parents. From then on, none of the teachers at school dared to mention Zhang Li learning breath techniques anymore. As a result, many martial arts cultivation courses couldn't even be taught. The original owner, raised in such a family, was excessively timid and didn't dare resist in the slightest. To prevent him from learning breath techniques, not only was he denied television and internet access, he wasn't allowed any exposure at all. At school, hardly anyone spoke to him for this absurd reason. Thinking of this, Zhang Li sneered inwardly. This was done solely out of fear that Zhang Li might possess martial arts talent, and after learning the breathing technique, they wouldn't be able to control him in the future. So the initial aptitude test, which claimed he lacked martial talent, was clearly nothing but deception from the start. What kind of innate talent it truly was, the original owner of this body had no idea. In fact, thinking about it, it's easy to understand the original owner's biological parents were both second and third-tier martial artists. How could their child possibly lack cultivation talent? It was merely an excuse to prevent him from learning the breathing technique. Even if your family agrees, since you've never practiced any martial arts and don't even know basic breathing techniques, the school wouldn't approve your application. And Qiming said with sincere concern. He understood perfectly well that Zhang Li wanted to join the elite class to become stronger and avoid being bullied again. But everyone admitted to the elite class was exceptionally talented and powerful. Teacher, I still want to give it a try, Zhang Li said with absolute certainty. You'd better think it through carefully. I can only submit the application to the school for you. Whether you can pass the elite class admission process depends entirely on yourself. Many people are desperately trying to get into the elite class. There's no guarantee your application will be approved. After all, as you know, you don't meet their requirements at all. Whether this works out or not is entirely up to the school. It's not easy to secure an auditing spot for the elite class. Though the school allows every student to apply, there are only 6 spots per elite class. Our school only has 2 elite classes, that alone should tell you how competitive it is. And Shiming wasn't exaggerating. The elite classes were specifically established by First High, investing significant resources. It goes without saying that the students in these classes possessed extraordinary talent. Every student at First High dreamed of getting into the elite classes. To compensate for the resource consumption of the elite class, the school introduced a listener position for the elite class. Although anyone could apply, the school had its own set of criteria for selection. In the elite class, whether it was training facilities or other resources, almost everything was of the highest quality. Moreover, the teachers assigned to the elite class were highly paid, high-ranking martial artists. Even those with mediocre talents can achieve significant improvement in the elite class. This is why so many students strive to apply for admission to the elite class. Many parents spend exorbitant amounts of money just to secure an application spot for their children to join the elite class. Zhangli was momentarily stunned. Of course he understood what the other person meant and quickly clarified. Teacher, I wasn't referring to applying for an auditing spot in the elite class. I want to apply for the last place elimination competition in the elite class. As for breathing techniques, I previously acquired one that might not be as good as the school's, but I basically mastered it completely. Besides, I'm already 18, my family won't interfere anymore. As for the costs, I can handle them myself. He hadn't sought out a teacher or repurchased breathing techniques. This was to convince them of his sincerity and secure this chance for the elite class assessment. She didn't mention that being a martyr's child entitled her to government subsidies. In this unfamiliar world, there would inevitably be ill-intentioned people. Even her adoptive parents might covet such benefits, let alone complete strangers. The less exposure, the better. As for martial arts talent, there was no way for him to hide it. What? An elimination match for the lowest-ranked elite class member? And Shiming thought he must have heard wrong and asked incredulously, do you know what level of strength is required for the elite class elimination match? The teacher knows you want to get into the elite class, but this elimination contest is nowhere near as simple as you think. Nearly all the students in the elite class have already ranked up. You'd just be throwing your life away by going there. The so-called elimination round for the elite class isn't like the auditor seats. It requires challenging students within the elite class. And it's not about challenging the lowest-ranked student in the elite class. You must select one student from the top 20 of the elite class to challenge. In the elite class, almost all of the top 20 students were first-grade martial artists. I understand, teacher. Don't worry, I wouldn't propose participating in the elimination tournament if I weren't confident. Zhangli pondered for a moment and then spoke in a resolute tone as ever. What can I say? This elimination round is far too dangerous for you. And Shiming still wanted to persuade the usually timid-looking boy, feeling genuine sympathy for him. He also knew something about the boy's family situation. Initially, he had tactfully discussed the matter with Zhang Li's adoptive parents, but not only did that family refuse to listen, they nearly reported him to the principal. Teacher, please trust me, let me try this, or I'll never be at peace. Seeing the other party still trying to persuade him, Zhang Li spoke again. Alright, I'll help you write an application, but the school probably won't agree to let you participate. He finally conceded helplessly. Thank you, teacher In. Seeing the other party agree, Zhang Li quickly expressed his gratitude, and Shiming waved his hand and said, as long as you thought it through yourself. But you should also understand that entering the elite class means high tuition fees. I understand. Don't worry, teacher, I'll figure something out. The reason he was so determined to join the elite class was that in the original owner's memories, his knowledge of martial arts was almost non-existent. Right now he's just like a decorative flower stand, possessing only a third-rate breathing technique. He doesn't have any proper cultivation methods at all. When fighting others, he relies solely on brute strength. Although cultivation techniques can be purchased from the Lingwu Hall, but without professional martial arts instructors to guide them, it's like trying to navigate behind closed doors. Alright, let's go. We should head back to class now. And Shiming didn't say anything more and just sighed. The two of them walked out of the office one after the other. By the time they returned to the classroom, the broken things were cleared away, and new desks were brought in. Lin Liqiang watched Zhang Li enter the classroom. If looks could kill, Zhang Li would have been dead many times over. Not only did he suffer a beating for nothing, but he also got a major demerit on his record. Zhang Li, you just wait, he seethed. As she passed by him, she fixed him with a venomous glare and threatened him. Teacher, Lin Liqiang is threatening me. Zhang Li turned his head and shouted loudly towards the door. At that moment, Shiming had just entered the classroom. Lin Liqiang, did your punishment go too easy on you? Lin Liqiang was startled. Fuck. I didn't notice the teacher was right at the door just now. He inwardly cursed. Teacherin, it's all a misunderstanding, just fooling around with Zhang Li, he hurriedly explained. Make sure it's just that. If this happens again, you know the consequences. Lin Liqiang slumped shamefaced into his seat, having already developed a deep grudge against Zhang Li. Student Zhang Li, return to your seat at once. Class is beginning. Chapter 9, sorry, didn't know you were this rich. The students in the classroom were equally astonished. Zhang Li seemed genuinely different today. They looked at him as if meeting him for the first time, seeing him with completely new eyes. Zhang Li sat back down in his seat. His spot was in the farthest corner of the room, with no deskmate, and few people ever spoke to him. Just as he had settled back into his seat, the bespectacled boy sitting in front of him, a rather introverted type, turned around and whispered to him, Zhang Li, while you were at the teacher's office earlier, someone from the elite class came looking for you in the classroom. That guy had a really arrogant attitude, better watch out. Zhang Li recognized this boy as Wu Pingyang. In the original owner's memory, he was one of the few people who had conversations with him and could be considered a friend. As for why these two became friends, the original owner's memory holds no clues about that. Could this be the legendary case of round-headed affection? Thank you, I will. Zhu Pingyang nodded, straightened his posture, and began to focus on the lesson. By the way, I heard from classmates it's elite class too, and that person seems to be named Li Chao. You seem different today. Impressive. After a while, he turned his head and said a few more words. Zhang Li nodded slightly and expressed his thanks. And Qiming had already begun today's lesson. The regular class focused primarily on cultural subjects. There were also 2 hours of martial arts training every day. Because even in the liberal arts track of the college entrance exam, physical fitness tests have bonus point incentives, similar to the sports exams he originally took. However, physical fitness tests hold even greater importance in this world. They account for 20% of the total score in the national college entrance exams. If you meet the academic requirements but fail the physical fitness test, many universities still won't admit you. To begin with, in this highly martial world, even if you skip college and work as a food delivery courier, physical fitness is still required. As the class dismissal bell rang, and Qiming announced a piece of news. Senior year is about to begin. Those of you who want to apply for the elite class auditing spots can sign up with me after school. Class dismissed. After the announcement, they left the classroom. The classroom erupted into chaos. Wow, is the application for this year's elite class auditing spots starting again? Getting excited over nothing. What does the elite class auditing spots have to do with you? Does your family even have the money to apply? Exactly. What does the elite class have to do with us? Every year so many students apply, but only a handful get selected. Every admission spot costs at least $1 million. To get into the elite class, you either need talent and skill, family wealth, or powerful connections. Us no-background students shouldn't even entertain such pipe dreams. Damn it, thanks for your inspirational speech. My newly ignited ambition just got poisoned to death. Some were excited, while others poured cold water on the idea. They do have a point. If someone had talent, they would have been placed in the elite class when entering high school. Zhang Li, are you applying? Zhu Pingyang turned his head and asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized it might have been inappropriate and quickly added, sorry, I didn't mean it that way. He was one of the few who knew about Zhang Li's family situation. Back when the school required tuition for the breathing technique course, he had originally intended to pay for Zhang Li. In the end, after all the drama from his parents, he didn't say anything else. It's fine. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't want to apply for an auditor spot. Zhang Li waved his hand dismissively. He didn't really care about that kind of thing. Truth be told, I don't want to apply either. My talent isn't great, and they say in elite classes, auditors often get bullied and looked down on. Zhu Pingyang muttered under his breath. Upon hearing the guy murmur, I was about to comfort him. This application spot would require spending a lot of money, but before I could say it out loud, he spoke again. But my dad insists on applying for me. It'd be way less freedom there compared to staying in our class. He's been pushing me to apply since freshman year. I refused every time. But he immediately said that I have to agree whether I like it or not, since senior year is coming up. No matter how I tried to reason with my dad, he just wouldn't understand. He refuses to agree, and it seems he even pulled some strings. He also said he's prepared to drop 10 million just to get me into the elite class. And if the principal refuses, he'll donate another 50 million to the school. Zhang Li, what am I supposed to do? Maybe you should apply too, and then have my dad cover the costs. The guy seemed to be talking to him, yet also muttering to himself incessantly. Well, Zhang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Sorry, I didn't know your family was this wealthy. Zhang Li, what do you think? Just agree, and I'll talk to my dad when I get home. If he refuses, I'll run away from home. From what I know about my dad, he'll definitely agree. It'll just cost a few tens of millions more, and he's not short of such pocket change. Zhu Pingyang seemed oblivious to the other's expression as he continued speaking to himself. Zhang Li felt utterly overwhelmed. Damn, back when I got those subsidies and had 3 million, I thought I was rolling in money. Listen to that. Does that even sound like something a human would say? What do you mean it's just spending a few tens of millions more? What do you mean he doesn't care about such small change? In the original host's memories, it seems he never knew this guy's family was so wealthy. No thanks. Which class are you planning to apply for? I'm aiming for the elite class, but not through the application route. Zhangli suppressed his urge and declined the other's suggestion. Probably class 2. After all, class 1 requires not only money but also martial talent. You just said you're not planning to apply, so how are you getting into the elite class? Zhuo Pingyang asked doubtfully. I plan to participate in the elimination competition for the elite class. Since he had decided to participate, there was nothing to hide. Ha! Zhuo Pingyang said with some surprise. You haven't even learned the breathing technique, have you? Isn't this too risky? Don't worry, I've got my own plans. Who knows, we might end up being classmates again. Zhangli said with an indifferent tone. But I heard for this elimination competition, you have to challenge one of the top 20 students from the previous class. Won't that be too difficult? They've all reached the awakened tier already. He voiced his concerns, and one couldn't blame him for feeling this way. In his memory, Zhangli hadn't even awakened to the first stage. Before entering any rank, they were collectively called awakened. Similarly, it ranged from the first to the 9th stage. Did you have some fortuitous encounter, like in those novels where people find precious treasures at the bottom of cliffs? He suddenly remembered that this morning in class, he had confronted Lin Liqiang and directly pinned him to the ground, rubbing his face in it. Then this idea came to mind. More or less. But this is a secret, don't tell anyone. Zhangli initially wanted to say, read fewer novels. But after reconsidering, he realized he didn't have a more plausible explanation either. I simply went along with what he was saying. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone. But can you tell me, is there also a beautiful sister statue inside? Seeing the other party admit it, Zhuo Pingyang's eyes brimmed with curiosity and excitement as he eagerly asked. Don't read too many novels. It's just ordinary heavenly treasures. After eating them, I ended up like this today. Remember not to tell anyone, I'm afraid I'll get taken away for dissection. The guy patted his chest with a serious expression and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Will you look down on me? Zhuo Pingyang asked cautiously after making his promise. What do you mean by that? Zhangli asked curiously. Just as the other was about to say something, the school bell rang, and he didn't press further. Chapter 10 Standing Stake. During the morning class, Zhangli remained distracted, his mind preoccupied with the incident of an elite class 2 student coming to look for him in his classroom. If anyone in school had a grudge against him, it would undoubtedly be his so-called cheap younger brother. That guy was in ordinary class 1 and had always wanted to enter the elite class. They probably wanted his subsidies for this very reason. Sending elite class 2 students to cause him trouble, there was no need to guess the motive behind that. In elite class, all the students must have already stepped into the official ranks. By the time school ended at noon, that Li Chao still hadn't shown up. The afternoon features 2 martial arts classes. Martial arts instructor Zhang Guohua stands in the training hall, supervising students as they practice stance training. This is the most fundamental physical conditioning. The importance of breathing techniques becomes evident during physical training, he explains. The breathing technique can continuously absorb spiritual energy to strengthen your body and refine your vital energy. When the vital energy within your body is fully refined, you will have reached the threshold of grading. Don't assume that the higher the grade of the breathing technique, the faster your cultivation speed will be. At your current level, even if you were given an S-grade breathing technique, without formidable physical strength, you wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying impact of spiritual energy. What suits you best is what matters most. Once your vital energy is fully refined, you will enter the graded stage. Before grading, this period is called the awakening phase, also referred to as the coagulation realm. After entering the rank, spiritual energy begins to temper your bones. A first-rank martial artist is also known as the bone-tempering realm. When all the bones in your body have been tempered, you break through to the second rank, called the organ-refining realm. With each rank advanced, your strength undergoes a heaven and earth transformation. The process of physical enhancement is long and arduous. That student over there, stand firm with your body. Zhang Guohua supervised the students' training while explaining martial arts knowledge to them. Today was Zhang Li's first time practicing stance training. During regular martial arts classes, he always practiced alone in the classroom. Seeing Zhang Li, Zhang Guohua wasn't particularly surprised. He explained the basic movements of stance training to him. He didn't ask whether he had a breathing technique. It's evident that anyone capable of attending martial arts classes must possess breathing techniques. As the breathing technique operated, albeit a mediocre one, he could distinctly feel his body continuously absorbing spiritual energy. He could clearly sense how the spiritual energy, upon entering his body, merged into his bloodstream and gradually strengthened his physique as it circulated. This is precisely the function of breathing techniques. No matter how high a martial artist's level is, they cannot do without breathing techniques. After standing for over 10 minutes, Zhang Li felt a warm current continuously circulating within his body. With each circulation, the fatigue in his body lessened slightly. This warm current was the vital energy refined through spiritual power. The moment his fatigue eased, Zhongli felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This comforting sensation, beyond words, utterly captivated him. He had now reached what his teacher called the bone-tempering realm. The warm current within gradually strengthened every bone in his body. 20 minutes had passed. Half of the 40 students in the class had already collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. The longer you maintain the stance, the greater the benefits for your body. The process of physical strengthening is about constantly pushing beyond your limits. This is a battle between your body and your willpower. Only by overcoming your physical limitations with mental resilience can you truly break through. Zhang Guohuo looked at the students who were still gritting their teeth and persisting, offering words of encouragement. Students who have collapsed, don't just lie there. Practice your breathing technique. This is precisely the time when your body needs to absorb spiritual energy for strengthening. Those who had been lying on the ground, panting heavily, immediately sat cross-legged upon hearing this and began practicing their breathing technique. Unlike the other students, Zhongli thoroughly enjoyed this kind of stance training sensation. Clear your mind and distinctly feel your body growing stronger bit by bit. This sensation is simply exhilarating. 30 minutes passed. Only 5 students remained persevering in the entire martial arts training room. Lin Liqiang was one of them. He glanced in Zhang Li's direction from time to time. He refused to believe someone who'd never even done stance training could surpass him. By now, he'd completely forgotten about getting beaten up in the classroom that morning. Yet he was disappointed. Zhang Li's face didn't even show a single bead of sweat at this moment. With eyes closed, he wore an expression of utter enjoyment. Yet he himself was nearing his limit. There's absolutely no way I can lose to him, just some untrained loser. He kept psyching himself up internally. His sweat had long since soaked through his clothes. Bang! Another student couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Guohua picked up his watch, checked the time, and nodded in satisfaction. Generally speaking, for students who haven't reached the ranked level, being able to endure 30 minutes of stance training was already considered quite impressive. His gaze turned to Zhang Li, whose face showed no trace of fatigue. He couldn't help but wonder, could this student truly be standing in stance for the first time? Martial arts classes lasted 1 full hour. Even among elite class students, only a small fraction could endure 40 minutes. The other 3, in contrast, appeared quite different. They were already drenched in sweat, their faces twisted in agony. They seemed to be enduring immense suffering. At this moment, Lin Liqiang felt every second dragging on longer than an hour. The exhaustion made his vision blur and his body begin to sway. No, I can still hold on. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't outlast you even in a stance. He glanced at Zhang Li again, cursing inwardly. The next second, everything went dark. He passed out completely. Zhang Guohua came to his side, helped him lie down, and praised him verbally. Classmate Lin performed remarkably well, holding on for 31 minutes, that's comparable to some students in the elite class. As Lin Liqiang collapsed, the other 3 individuals also couldn't hold on any longer. Everything collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath. Just as Zhang Guohua had said, this was a battle between willpower and the body. Yet Zhang Li remained as composed as ever, his face perfectly calm, standing there quietly. The stance training resembles the horse stance from his original world, though its posture is even more intricate. It's a training method that pushes the boundaries of physical potential to their limits. Every Dacian knows how to perform this stance training. It's also a widely practiced form of physical conditioning. No matter how high one's cultivation level, stance training remains effective. The well-rested students stared in disbelief at Zhang Li, who was still training. 35 minutes. 37 minutes. Zhang Guohuo also glanced at his watch from time to time, silently calculating how much longer the other could hold out. 40 minutes. Zhang Li remained stone-faced as ever. No one spoke, all watching quietly in this manner. Lin Liqiang had regained his consciousness by now. His expression was extremely unpleasant. He had thought that even if he was inferior to his opponent, the difference wouldn't be too significant. He had even believed that his disadvantage during their morning altercation was solely due to being caught off guard. It seems he was overthinking things. 45 minutes had passed. Even among the elite class, few could endure for 45 minutes. Keep in mind most students in the elite class had already achieved official cultivation ranks. 50 minutes had passed. Not only were the students in the training room swallowing hard, even Zhang Guohua's eyes were wide open. This had already surpassed 90% of the elite class students. No one spoke, everyone wanting to see just how much longer the other could hold out. Yet there wasn't even a drop of sweat on their face. Clearly, they haven't begun to feel fatigued at all. They haven't even reached their physical limits yet. Just what kind of monster is this? All eyes turned to Zhang Li, eager to see where this guy's limits truly lay. Even Zhang Guohua was no exception. Chapter 11, Li Meishue. Time ticked by minute after minute. No one spoke in the training room. Even these students had forgotten they were supposed to be training. The first martial arts class had already ended, yet no one left. Students from other classes dispersed to rest after their sessions, noticing class 3 gathered in a circle, unsure what they were looking at. They all walked over curiously. This martial arts training room was divided into several sections, with each class assigned its own training area, all occupied by students from regular classes. "What are you looking at?" someone asked curiously. "Shoo, keep it down. We're watching the master at work." The student from class 3 spoke without turning their head. Following their gaze, someone scoffed, "What master? It's just standing meditation. Don't make such a fuss. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense." They've been standing like that for a full hour. Is this for real? An hour? Is he from the elite class? What elite class? He's from our class. Today was his first time doing stance training. He never attended martial arts classes before. Come on, man, you're laying it on too thick. There's no way someone in our school has never taken martial arts training. Believe it or not. Clearly, this student couldn't be bothered to converse either, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Zhengli, who was still holding his stance. Zheng Guowo glanced at the watch in his hand. 1 hour and 10 minutes had already passed. Not a single drop of sweat had appeared on the other's face. Such terrifying physical strength, how the hell is this something a normal person could achieve? What level of cultivation has this guy actually reached? Because during the stance training, I couldn't detect the slightest spiritual energy fluctuation from him at all. More and more students gathered around them. Martial arts class was different from other courses, with 2 afternoon sessions that operated on a relatively flexible schedule without fixed timings. The first session involved instructors guiding stance training, while the second was reserved for free practice. Not a single student from the regular class went for physical training, everyone had gathered here instead. Zhang Hong, didn't you promise to bring me a Naring pill this week? When exactly are you going to give it to me? Not far away, a man and a woman walked in from the side. The girl looked at the young man beside her with some dissatisfaction and spoke up. Schwerer, don't be impatient. I won't go back on my promise to you. There's just an unexpected situation right now, but it should be resolved soon. Once we have these spirit gathering pills, we can both achieve rank status. Who knows, we might even qualify for the elite class. Seeing the girl's displeased expression, Zhang Hong quickly patted his chest and reassured her. You're so sweet. The girl cooed in a girlish voice. Those words nearly made him float with joy. They continued chatting as they walked in this direction. Seeing so many students gathered there couldn't help but pique my curiosity. Hey, Zhang Hong, isn't that your good-for-nothing older brother over there? The girl immediately spotted Zhang Li standing amid the crowd. Zhang Hong followed her gaze. He thought he must be seeing things as he approached the crowd. Over an hour has passed, yet he hasn't moved an inch. Doesn't this surpass even the elite class? I wouldn't say he's stronger than everyone in the elite class, but he's already surpassed 90% of them. When did class 3 produce such a genius? I have absolutely no recollection of him. Hearing the onlookers' comments, Zhang Hong's face immediately darkened. How could a worthless guy deserve so much praise from all these people? This made him feel extremely displeased. Now I remember, isn't this Zhang Hong's older brother from class 1? Now that you mention it, I remember too, that guy who barely spoke and was always at Zhang Hong's beck and call. The 2 boys who were speaking turned around and saw Zhang Hong, quickly asking, Zhang Hong, your brother is amazing. He's been holding that horse stance for an hour already. What level has he reached? Could he have broken through and become a first-rank martial artist? Most likely. If he weren't a first-rank martial artist, how could he maintain the stance for so long? Before Zhang Hong could answer, another person spoke with absolute certainty. Hearing the praise, he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly, but he said nothing. Recalling Zhang Li's sudden change of attitude yesterday, a trace of fear still lingered in his heart. The girl standing nearby, however, wasn't having it. She sneered disdainfully, just a useless waste, what's all the fuss about? Just standing in horse stance gets you all excited like you've never seen the world before. Hilarious. At the girl's remark, one of them glanced over and sneered, well, look who it is. If it isn't Zhang Hong the simp and Li Shuemei the player? If you're so worldly, then why don't you give it a try? If he's trash, then what does that make you, the trash of trash? Can you hold a horse stance for over an hour without even breaking a sweat? TCH, come on, with her? She probably couldn't last half an hour. Only desperate admirers would take her seriously, another chimed in. The trio's conversation drew sidelong glances from those nearby, with everyone turning to look. Isn't he just Zhang Hong's servant? No matter how capable he is, what does it matter? He still follows orders like a dog. Doesn't he serve us tea every day anyway? When we say you all have no experience of the world, you still don't like hearing it. Li Shuemei grew even more scornful when she saw their mocking looks. Her words instantly silenced those nearby. What this woman said was the truth. Zhang Li really did go to school with Zhang Hong every day, usually fetching meals from the canteen for this couple like a servant, doing his homework for him, ordering him around without the slightest regard for treating him like an older brother. Li Shuemei also took advantage of Zhang Hong, bossing him around as she pleased. Seeing these people remain silent, the girl grew even more smug. Let me show you what the so-called impressive figures you talk about are really like in front of me. Move aside. She immediately asked the people gathered around to make way for her. Xiao Xue. Seeing this, Zhang Hong quickly called out to stop her from acting rashly. Zhang Li's sudden change in attitude had escaped the others' notice, but ultimately, it was already too late. Li Shuemei swaggered right into the center of the crowd. Student, don't disturb others' cultivation. Seeing someone approach, Zhang Guohua spoke up as a warning, yet she seemed not to have heard a thing as she approached Zhang Li. She reached out and smacked him on the head. Smack! The sound was remarkably loud. Everyone around widened their eyes. None had expected this woman to have such audacity. Zhang Hong's heart trembled with a surge of fear rising from within him. Zhang Li, who had been fully immersed in his stance training, suddenly jolted awake. Just moments ago, as his internal breathing technique circulated continuously during the stance practice, he seemed to have found a precarious balance point between the standing stance and the breathing technique. The moment physical fatigue sets in, vital energy and blood immediately emerge within the body. Following that, the breathing technique begins absorbing spiritual energy from the air, strengthening the body. This forms a delicate cycle. The entire person then enters a particularly mysterious state. Moreover, the voices of people talking around him gradually became muffled by this mystical state. However, barely 10 minutes after entering this state, it was abruptly interrupted by someone. A surge of irritation rose in his heart. After emerging from this mysterious state, he slowly opened his eyes. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes the moment they opened. It sent a chill straight to Li Shuemei's core. That gaze of his evoked an inexplicable dread within her. Remembering what had transpired earlier, she forcibly suppressed the fear rising in her heart. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll have Zhang Hong teach you a lesson. How bold of you, you didn't even help me fetch lunch today. Chapter 12, Hungry? Here, have some trouble. Zhang Li opened his eyes, saw the woman in front of him, and frowned, a deep disgust rising in his heart. He knew this person, Li Shuemei. His cheap brother's goddess, who usually ordered the original host around like a servant, just like Zhang Hong, never treated him as a human being. Just as her words implied back then, the slightest resistance from the original host would prompt this bitch to have Zhang Hong beat him up. The original host was also a weakling who hadn't even attended martial arts training classes, completely no match for them. Did you hear what I said? Are you deaf? Li Shuemei saw that the other party wasn't paying attention to her and started shouting again. While saying these words, she smugly glanced at the boys who had just confronted her. Xiao Xue, let's go. Zhang Hong squeezed through the crowd, came to her side, and reached out to pull her away, saying urgently with an anxious look on his face. While saying these words, I didn't dare to look at Zhang Li. The impression he left yesterday was too profound. Li Shuemei shook off his hand and scolded, You're not going anywhere, you useless brother. Are you treating my words as wind past your ears? Didn't you hear me? Beat him up for me. Even Zhang Guohua, who was standing by, frowned at this maneuver. Were these two idiots out of their minds? Just as he was about to say something, smack! A crisp voice rang out. Then a dark figure went flying. The onlookers hastily scattered as the dark shadow came flying toward them. A soft thud sounded. Something thudded heavily onto the ground. Zhang Li, you're looking for death. Zhang Hong roared in fury. Yet before his voice had even faded, smack! Another crisp sound rang out. Then yet another dark figure went flying. Bang! Ah! A shrill cry of pain followed. At this moment, everyone saw that the two figures that had been sent flying were none other than Li Shuemei and Zhang Hong. The scream had come from Li Shuemei. When Zhang Hong was slapped away, he crashed right into her. Zhang Li, how dare you hit me? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Hong, are you blind? Go teach him a lesson. I want him dead. Beat him to death. Li Shuemei covered her face, her expression twisted as she spoke. Zhang Li, fighting privately at school, just wait to be expelled. Zhang Hong also covered his face but didn't dare meet his gaze, only growling out a threat. Zhang Li slowly approached the two of them and said calmly, Who saw me hit you? Didn't you and your Sea King complain that I didn't bring you lunch at noon? Since you haven't eaten, I've brought something bitter for you two to taste. Ding! As a villain, seeing others act arrogantly naturally calls for being even more arrogant than them. Villain points plus 400. Hearing the system's voice, his heart leaped with joy. Just as he was thinking about how to rack up those villain points, someone conveniently showed up at his doorstep. Zhang Li looked at the two with a mocking glint in his eyes. Who gave you the nerve to even talk about firing me? You disrupted my cultivation. I haven't even demanded an explanation from you, and yet you have the audacity to come after me. Smack! Smack! Two more slaps landed heavily on the faces of Li Shuemei and Zhang Hong. Teacher, they disturbed my cultivation. I had just entered a state akin to enlightenment, but they interrupted me within 10 minutes. I was just about to make a breakthrough when they ruined it. Zhang Li turned to Zhang Guohua beside him and said with a hint of grievance, Ding! As a villain, sophistry and preemption are essential skills. You've grasped the basics. Villain points plus 400 inch. Sudden enlightenment? No wonder. Upon hearing the word epiphany, Zhang Guo's eyes lit up, instantly understanding why he had been able to maintain his stance for so long. Epiphany? Holy crap, he actually entered a state of epiphany? Seriously? They say achieving epiphany requires extraordinary martial talent. How is that possible? What kind of martial arts aptitude does Zhang Li have? The surrounding students all wore expressions of shock upon hearing the words epiphany state. The martial arts aptitude they referred to was a comprehensive evaluation of both talent and comprehension ability. Being able to enter an epiphany state suggests his combined assessment of talent and comprehension must be at least B rank. Someone speculated. Zhang Guo was naturally well aware that this state of enlightenment was something one could encounter by chance but never seek out. Anyone who could enter this state of enlightenment would see their strength multiply exponentially. Some might even advance an entire major realm overnight. This was precisely the terrifying power of enlightenment. Do the two of you know the consequences of disturbing your classmates' cultivation? Interrupting someone's cultivation is a major taboo for martial artists. Even if they cripple you, it's entirely your own fault. Do you understand how crucial an epiphany state is? Many people may never enter an epiphany state even once in their entire lives. Then he turned to the two covering their faces and scolded them sharply. Zhang Hong covered his face, staring at Zhang Li with resentful eyes, saying nothing. Teacher, can we really cripple them? Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhang Li's eyes as he asked excitedly. Without waiting for an answer, he stepped before the two and began striking left and right. Slap 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 slap. He delivered 4 or 5 consecutive slaps until the two nearly passed out from the pain. While raining down blows upon them, he cursed, "Did you hear that? Even the teacher said you deserve to die if I beat you to death right now. How dare you still make gestures at me? Think you're special or something?" Their faces ballooned instantly, swollen like pig heads. Thanks to the system's enhancement effect, 2 of the few remaining teeth in Zhang Hong's mouth were knocked out again. Li Shuemei fared even worse, spitting out 4 teeth from her mouth. Taking advantage of the teacher's words and standing on the moral high ground, they settled personal scores with brutal force. Villain points plus 400. Who gave you the audacity to ruin my enlightenment like this? Feeling slaps weren't satisfying enough, he lifted his foot and kicked both men in the abdomen. With that kick, the two were sent flying straight into the wall behind them. Zhang Li, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Hong had never suffered such humiliation before. Trying to scramble up from the ground, he spat out venomously. Damn it, you're really pushing your luck. Boom! A foot slammed into the other's chest, sending them flying over a dozen meters away. Showing no mercy to the younger brother he grew up with, laying into him with fists and feet. Villain points plus 300. Zhang Li, what the teacher meant was in extreme circumstances. After all, you're all classmates. If someone really gets hurt, you won't be able to avoid responsibility either. Zhang Guo's mouth twitched as he quickly stepped forward to stop him. This guy actually dared to say that. Damn it, if I didn't intervene now and he really ended up injuring those two, I'd be held accountable too. What he just said was indeed true. But after all, he was still here, and these were students from the school. If he didn't intervene, his responsibility would be even greater. You two, hurry up and apologize to Zhang Li, or else soon even I won't be able to hold him back. Watching the two who had been beaten to a pulp, the teacher showed no trace of sympathy. If it were him, he might have struck even harder than the opponent. He understood all too well how rare such moments of enlightenment could be. For some, a single moment of enlightenment could elevate their cultivation by an entire rank. How terrifying was that? Why should I apologize to him when he was the one who hit us first? Li Shuemei protested indignantly. Teacher, she's still refusing to back down. Clearly, she's disrespecting you, showing no regard for teacher-student propriety. If she dares disrespect her teacher today, she'll dare to blow up the school tomorrow. Let me teach her a lesson for you, teacher. Zhang Li spoke as he walked toward Li Shuemei once more. He raised his hand and swung a sharp slap. A loud smack rang out. Li Shuemei's head slammed hard against the wall. Stars flashed before her eyes as she collapsed weakly to the floor. The surrounding students watching couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Was this really the same Zhang Li from before? Had his body been taken over by someone else? When you lack an excuse to slap someone, create one by pinning a lofty label on them. Perfectly reasonable. Antagonist points plus 300. Even so, he had no intention of letting the other off, raising his palm to deliver another strike. Smack! Zhang Guo staggered, nearly falling to the ground. The slap didn't land on the other's face. Instead, the teacher stepped forward and intercepted it. When grabbing Zhang Li's wrist, he didn't anticipate the opponent's strength would be so overwhelming. Caught off guard, he almost got sent flying from the impact. What terrifying power! Zhang Guo was utterly shocked. He was, after all, a second-tier martial artist, though only at the second stage and completely unprepared. Yet he couldn't have imagined a mere student could nearly send him flying with a single slap. Tisk! The watching students gasped in disbelief. Is this even human? What level of cultivation has this guy reached? Even the martial arts instructor almost failed to block his attack. Chapter 13, Villain Level Up. Damn, this guy managed to accuse the other party of disrespecting teachers and defying morality in just a few sentences. If you're itching for a fight, go ahead, but don't complicate things for yourself. Though the sarcastic remark burned in his mind, Teacher Zhang couldn't voice it openly. It would damage his professional demeanor. Zhangli, control your temper. Zhang Guohua steadied himself against the desk and spoke with hurried urgency. You too, quickly apologized to classmate Zhangli. The teacher promises that what happened today ends here. He had no choice but to say this, not that he was favoring Zhangli. Whether in school or outside, it's most taboo to disturb someone when they're cultivating. Moreover, he could sense the fury in the other's eyes. Even if this matter were reported, it would still be these two people's responsibility. Moreover, the accidental confrontation just now only strengthened the resolve to make these two apologize. If we really let this guy continue fighting, we might actually end up crippled by him. Zhang Guohua could hardly stop himself from slapping his own face twice. Damn it, that careless remark I just made about disturbing someone's cultivation, even if they get beaten to a pulp, it serves them right. This guy actually took it seriously, radiating an aura that says he won't stop until these two are completely wrecked. This left him utterly helpless. The most frustrating part? The bastard is actually doing this in his name. If things really took a bad turn, he couldn't wash his hands of it either. At this thought, he also grew resentful toward Zhang Hong and Li Shuemei. Zheng Guofeng glared at the two and barked, "Hurry up and apologize to classmate Zhangli. Let's consider this matter settled." The two scrambled to their feet. Though filled with reluctance, they had no choice but to comply. I'm sorry. Zhang Hong glared venomously at Zhangli, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Apologizing to Zhangli was more painful than death for him, yet there was nothing else he could do. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have interrupted your training. Li Shuemei had no choice but to apologize. Zhangli remained silent, pondering what to do next. Alright, let's drop the matter. Everyone disperse now. The next activity will take place after class. Dismissed. Zhang Guohua felt relieved when he saw the other party remain silent, then turned to address the surrounding students. Seeing that the matter was settled, he dismissed the class and left the training room. As Zhangli passed by Zhang Hong, he whispered sinisterly, "There's plenty of time ahead, we'll take it slow." Ha ha ha. Holy shit. Damn system, are you deliberately screwing me over? When the hell did I pick up this accent? As a villain, the most basic professional ethic is knowing how to make threats. You've mastered that already. Villain points plus 300. You just wait. Don't think getting subsidies means you're safe from me. Your things will be mine sooner or later. Zhang Hong covered his face, glaring at him with venomous hatred as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhangli felt a surge of joy in his heart. No need to wait, I'm right here. Smack. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and slapped him outright. Zhangli, what's your problem? I already apologized to you. Zhang Hong clutched his stinging cheek, fury boiling inside him. Damn it, he'd never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. A man who had once groveled before him like a dog now dared to humiliate him so openly. Your apology lacks sincerity. I won't accept it. Zhangli glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "Going back on your word? You've truly mastered that skill, acting one way to people's faces while scheming behind their backs. Well done. Villain points plus 300. Zhangli, I merely interrupted your cultivation practice, you're not even injured. Must you be so aggressive?" Li Shuemei immediately pointed at him and loudly rebuked when she saw Zhang Hong being struck. Her voice was so loud that students who had already begun leaving turned their heads to look. Birds of a feather truly flocked together. Smack! Another slap landed on her face. Then he said nonchalantly, "Sorry, I'm apologizing to you. You didn't get beaten to death, so you shouldn't mind, right? You." She glared at him with gritted teeth, her entire face now completely swollen. "What? You're not accepting it? Good. I like your kind of defiant attitude." Zhangli rubbed his palms together, studying the two with an amused look. "So what do you suggest we do?" Zhang Hong shuddered slightly, his tough stance finally crumbling. "Don't you know how to apologize? Have you forgotten how you used to make me apologize to you? Need me to remind you?" A sharp glint flashed through Zhang Li's eyes as he spoke with unnerving calmness. Zhang Hong's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what the other man was referring to. When they were children, he'd often forced Zhang Li to serve as his horse to ride. Any resistance would earn Zhang Li beatings and curses, sometimes even having to kneel and beg for forgiveness before he'd let him go. "Remember now? If you still don't recall, I can help refresh your memory." Seeing the other person remain silent, Zhang Li spoke again. "You can't do this to me. The teacher already said to let it go earlier." Zhang Hong said fearfully, "I disagree with what the teacher said." "Got a problem with that?" Smack! Another slap followed. "All right, couples should always stay symmetrical." Then came another slap for Li Shuemei. You're just waiting to get expelled for assaulting classmates in private. Keep talking. The more defiant you are, the more excited I get. I hope you stay this tough the whole time. Smack. The training room was utterly silent. Only the relentless sound of slaps echoed through the space. Zhang Li controlled his strength perfectly, enough to make them suffer, but not enough to kill them. Thud. Zhang Hong finally couldn't bear it any longer, dropping to his knees on the ground. This was exactly how he had forced the original owner to apologize to him before. Who would have thought the tables would turn on him like this? I thought you'd be tougher than this. I hadn't even warmed up yet, and you're already surrendering. Looking at the kneeling figure, Zhang Li scoffed mockingly. Boring. Remember to be tough next time. Specializing in killing by hitting the face, you truly are a born villain. Villain points plus 500 inch. Villain points have accumulated to 7,000. Congratulations, host's villain rank has been upgraded to small fry. Acquired the small fry villain trait. Holy shit, an upgrade? This notification tone made him extremely excited. Even at the cannon fodder level, there's a double slap power ability. Just hearing minions sounds like you'd last longer than cannon fodder. He paid no attention to the people in the training room. Quickly opened the system interface. Opened the attribute panel. The first thing that caught my eye was the villain points. Villain points, 5,500. These two just contributed 4,000 villain points to him. What kind souls? However, he doesn't have any martial skills yet, so the villain points are useless for now. He decided to buy some cultivation techniques and martial skills after school. Keep reading. Villain level, underling. As an underling, although you've escaped the fate of being cannon fodder, an underling only survives 2 chapters longer. You remain the disgrace of the villain world. Please strive to level up. Underling entry. As a villain ranked at the underling level, you've already learned to bully the weak and fear the strong. For every rank your opponent is below you, your strength doubles, with no upper limit. Looking at this effect, Zhang Li didn't know what to say. This damn function really is a bully, picking on the weak but fearing the strong, leaving him utterly speechless. Does the host wish to retain the cannon fodder level glossary effect? The system's voice rang out once more. Retain it. Ding. Spent 500 villain points, save successful. After finishing all these tasks, I felt great, with a faint smile creeping up at the corners of my mouth. This effect may seem useless, but it actually serves a great purpose. You just need to work hard to level it up. No matter how exceptional those geniuses who could leapfrog ranks in battle were, they simply didn't exist before him. He didn't speak, and Zhang Hong didn't dare to move either. The bystanders felt an inexplicable fear rise in their hearts when they saw the faint smile on Zhang Li's lips. This guy's methods were truly ruthless. To beat someone to such a state and still be able to smile. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off this once, but dare to act up in front of me again, and I'll show you I'm no damn stable boy. After saying these words, he turned and walked away. After all, we're still on school grounds, a simple lesson will suffice. The bystanders, seeing him approach, quickly stepped aside to make way. Zhang Hong and the other gazed with venom at each other's departing figures. You useless trash. Li Xueme threw a final remark at Zhang Hong, who remained stunned, before turning on her heel and leaving the scene. The students of Class 3 watched Zhang Li with strange, uneasy looks, their hearts filled with a creeping dread. Everyone in the training room was extremely quiet. Chapter 14, The Edgy Teenagers Wu Pingyang. Zhang Li, well done. You should have done this long ago. I've told you before to fight back. Today was really satisfying. Zhu Pingyang gave a thumbs up and praised. How did you come to understand? Did you also have some miraculous encounter? Sort of. Ever since that incident, I've cut all ties with them now. Zhang Li didn't know how to explain the rest either, so he spoke evasively. It's for the best, should have happened long ago. Look at the students in our class, they're all afraid of you. I wish I could be like you. He pointed at the others in the training room and said somewhat enviously. Zhang Li said nonchalantly, what's there to envy? Does someone bully you? Aren't you a rich second generation? Speaking of which, since your family is so wealthy, how come I've never heard you mention it before? Hearing the other party's words, Zhu Pingyang was momentarily stunned before hurriedly explaining. I don't rely on my family. The money at home belongs to my father, not me. Seeming afraid the other wouldn't believe him, he continued. I rarely ask him for money usually. I'm not the kind of person who depends on their family. Zhang Li paused briefly at the response before teasing. Don't worry, I won't be asking to borrow money from you. This guy seems terrified of people finding out he's a rich second-generation heir. No, that's not what I meant. Do you need to borrow money? I can lend you some. I still have over 200,000 left from this month's allowance. Is that enough? Hearing the other person's words, he immediately explained again while taking a card out of his pocket and handing it over. What kind of thought process is this? You say you're afraid people will know you're a rich second-generation heir, yet without hesitation you just offered me money. He asked with some curiosity, what on earth is going on in your mind? Am I wrong? My father's money isn't mine. If others knew I relied on my family and spent their money, how embarrassing would that be? I want to be like you, earning respect through my own efforts, Zhuo Pingyang said with complete seriousness. Zhang Li was momentarily speechless. Damn it, what the other person said actually made some twisted sense. Then he suddenly remembered, during class this morning, wasn't this guy asking whether people would look down on him? With some confusion, he asked, do you think it's embarrassing for others to know your family is rich? That you're a second-generation rich kid? A trace of hesitation appeared on his face as he slowly said, back in middle school, someone tried to pick a fight with me. Then my family's bodyguard saw it happening and beat that person up. Then he reported me to the teacher and even called me a useless parasite who only relies on family connections. After that, everyone in class started looking down on me, saying things like, what kind of skill is it when you can't fight your own battles and have to rely on family? In the end, even the girl I really like stopped talking to me. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Damn, you had a crush on someone in middle school? That's totally inappropriate at that age, don't you know? No, back then I just thought she was really beautiful, spoke softly, and often helped me out. Zhuo Pingyang quickly waved his hands in denial as he explained. Don't tell me this is why you think being from a wealthy family is something shameful? Zhang Li stopped teasing the other person and asked directly. Don't you see? Relying on my family for everything, how is that any different from the villains in those novels? I refuse to become that kind of worthless person. Watching the other person explain with such earnestness, Zhang Li was utterly speechless, feeling as though crows were flying over his head. With a hint of helplessness, he said, you should really cut back on reading those trashy online novels. Do you even realize how many people would kill to be the so-called useless person you're talking about? Here's yet another naive youth corrupted by the internet. Of course it's true. What a disgrace to be a spoiled rich kid who only relies on family money. This guy is beyond saving. How could there be such a bizarre rich kid? Then let's look at it differently. Suppose your father gets old, who will inherit his money? Won't it be you? He nodded in agreement. It was originally left for you. How is it shameful to spend it now? Those who criticize are just jealous of you. If I were you, I should use my family's resources to steadily improve my own strength, making myself exceptionally powerful. When the time comes, beat those who look down on you until they question their life choices. Besides, aren't they also spending their family's money for school? The more others envy you for something, the more they lack it themselves. What's so shameful about being a rich second generation? Zhuo Pingyang widened his eyes and asked uncertainly, is it really true? Of course, the more arrogant you are, the more they'll fear you. If anyone dares to speak to you like that again, just punch them outright, let them see that having money means you can afford to be arrogant. Zhang Li said with great certainty. Thank you, Zhang Li. What for? That's what friends are for. Right, we're friends. Zhuo Pingyang nodded solemnly. Neither of them spoke further and resumed their martial arts training. After leaving the training room, Zhang Guohua turned back toward his office. The moment he pushed the door open, he heard someone inside venting complaints. Are these teachers out of their minds? How dare they submit applications for people who've only awakened to the first or second stages? As they spoke, they crumpled the documents in their hand into a ball and tossed them into the nearby trash bin. Then from a huge pile of documents, he picked up another one, glanced at it, and crumpled it into a ball before tossing it into the trash can. He cursed under his breath. TSK, this one's even more ridiculous. Doesn't even know breathing techniques yet applies for the elite class elimination round. Do they really think our elite class accepts any trash? The trash can was already stuffed full of paper balls, and the freshly tossed one bounced back out. It landed right at the feet of Zhang Guohua, who had just stepped inside the door. I heard you grumbling and cursing about something the moment I entered. What's going on? He bent down to pick up the crumpled paper ball, glancing at the person who had just spoken, and teased. Casually, he unfolded the paper ball he had picked up. Old Zhang, you've come at the perfect time. Help me sort through these applications. I don't know what's gotten into the regular class this year. There are too many applicants for the elite class elimination contest applicants, and worse still, they're all students completely out of their depth. The man sounded quite indignant as he explained the situation to his colleague. Is the elimination contest open for applications again already? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohua immediately understood the source of his colleague's frustration. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the newly unfolded paper ball. It was an application form for a student participating in the elimination tournament for the lowest ranked. Student's cultivation level has never practiced breathing techniques. When he saw this line of text, he understood why the other party was so furious, and casually remarked, those who don't even know breathing techniques are just fooling around. Do they really think this elimination round is child's play? In our entire school, there's only one student who doesn't know breathing techniques. As he spoke these words, the image of a particular student flashed through his mind. Throughout the whole school, there was only one person who couldn't use breathing techniques. Zhang Li quickly unfolded the paper ball completely. Sure enough, there were several large characters written on it. Name, Zhang Li. Upon seeing this name, a smile appeared on his face. He reached out and unfolded the paper ball completely, smoothing it flat on the table. Then he handed the materials in his hand to the other person and said, "Old Lu, I think this student has good potential and stands a high chance of passing the survival race." Chapter 15. Am I worth this little money? Ding-a-ling. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. In any world, once the bell rings, it's like a pot boiling over. Students dash out like crazy. Zhangli, now that you've severed ties with your family, do you have a place to stay? Do you want to come to my place? My dad bought me a villa near the school to make commuting easier, but I've never lived there. There's a dedicated housekeeper who cleans it every day. Zhuo Pingyang asked casually. He stepped out of the school together with Zhangli. Damn nouveau riche. Although he knew this guy's family was wealthy, he never imagined they'd be this obscenely rich. No need, I've got a place to stay, and it's not too far from campus. Zhangli silently complained in his heart, but still declined. Then we'll meet tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, Zhangli leisurely walked home. He wasn't sure if his application would be approved, but most importantly right now, he needed to visit the Spirit Martial Hall to purchase 2 martial arts manuals. There's only one breathing technique now. On the way home, he passed through a small alley. At that moment, a person appeared before him. Are you Zhang Li? The man stopped him and asked coldly. Zhang Li shook his head. No, you've got the wrong person. Damn it, stop fucking pretending. You're clearly the guy in the photo. The man checked the photo on his phone again, comparing it angrily before cursing. Boom. No sooner had the words left the other's mouth than he delivered a sharp kick to their abdomen. Before the opponent could even react, their entire body crashed heavily onto the ground. Know who I am, yet still have the nerve to ask. He sneered contemptuously after kicking them to the ground. Villains die from talking too much. A competent villain should act swiftly and decisively. Villain points plus 300. Fuck, you're asking for death. I was just gonna teach you a lesson. The man scrambled to his feet, rubbing his sore abdomen where he had just been kicked, and cursed viciously. This guy clearly has bad intentions. Talking any further with him at this point would be completely pointless. He was already blocking his own way home. At this point, trying to reason with the other party would truly be idiotic. Zhang Li didn't give the other any chance to react. Another flying kick came. Though he knew no special martial techniques, his physical prowess was authentically at the first rank, 5th stage. The man had just realized what was happening and raised his arms to block. But it was just a feint, a fake move. Smack! Directly got slapped across the face. The force of that slap was so strong it sent him staggering, and landed him flat on his backside. How despicable, ambushing like this. The man covered his face, staring at the other in disbelief. When facing enemies, you stop at nothing. Taking advantage of their distraction to ambush earns you plus 300 villain points. It wasn't that Zhang Li enjoyed slapping people, it was just that the power behind a slap was doubled. He had no idea what the other party's capabilities were. A slap turned out to be the most effective strike. Sure enough, the right side of the guy's face immediately swelled up. His strength was nothing to scoff at. Every move he made was delivered with full force. Without knowing the opponent's capabilities, there's no choice but to give it everything. Kick a man when he's down. Another flying kick followed by a slap. Bang. Smack. Boom. It was a complete one-sided beatdown. In just a few short minutes, the man now lay on the ground, completely defenseless. Yet Zhang Li had no intention of stopping, even though his opponent could no longer move. Still gripping the man's collar with one hand, he lifted him up, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. The man's face changed instantly. He had thought that once he lost the ability to fight, this guy would let him go, never expecting the assault to continue. He panicked instantly and hastily spoke up. Stop, stop, stop. You didn't even ask anything and just beat me up right away. Don't you want to know who's trying to mess with you? Money talks, troubles walk, your underworld rules, I understand them all. Rest assured, I won't let you get a bad review. With that, he immediately executed a shoulder throw. Boom. The man's body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Beating someone up and still finding a righteous excuse for yourself. Born wicked villain, villain points plus 300. Zhang Li had completely ignored the system's snark. This thing genuinely seemed to have some serious issues. What underworld? I'm not, it's just that someone wanted to find you. The man, knocked senseless from the fall, tried to explain. Don't say anything. I don't want you to break your word to someone. He directly cut off the other's words and lifted them up again, saying in a very firm tone. After saying this, he slammed it heavily onto the ground. I'm doing this for your own good. I can't let your reputation suffer under my watch. Go in peace. While beating this man, he kept muttering under his breath. Please, I beg you, let me speak. I really don't have any letter. Before he could finish speaking, another brutal blow sent him crashing down. He felt like a punching bag, relentlessly pummeled by the person before him. He wanted to say something, but Zhang Li simply wouldn't let him. Every time he mustered the courage to speak, to beg for mercy, he was abruptly cut off. It was Zhang Hong who told me to mess with you. This morning, he came to my class and offered me 200 yuan to beat you up. Please let me go. I'll give you the 200 yuan. Finally, the guy couldn't take it anymore. Seizing the moment when the other paused to catch his breath, his words came pouring out rapid fire like a machine gun. Zhang Li paused in confusion. Li Chao? Yeah, it's me. It was me who went to your class this morning looking for you. Had I known you were this tough, I wouldn't have dared to mess with you for the life of me. Hearing that the other party knew him, Li Chao quickly nodded in response. He immediately took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Damn, am I seriously only worth 200 bucks? Seeing the money in the other person's hand, he grabbed them again and slammed them hard onto the ground. If he hadn't already reached the cultivation threshold, his bones would probably have been shattered by the impact. Bro, he only gave me 200, I don't have more than that. Facing Zhang Li, he was completely powerless to resist. That's your own problem. All these years, have you worked hard? Have you improved your professional skills? Someone as capable as me, do you really think I care about these 200 bucks? With that, he stuffed the money into his own pocket. He then searched the guy once more and pulled out 300 bucks from another pocket. I don't want your money. These 300 is just to teach you a lesson, got it? After slipping the cash back into his own pocket, Zhang Li turned to leave. Got it. Thanks, bro. Li Chao hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He felt somewhat fortunate that the other party wasn't a brutal person, otherwise he might have met his end here today. Struggling to get up from the ground, he limped away into the distance. In his heart, he also harbored resentment towards Zhang Hong. Zhang Li let him off because the guy was clearly a bully who picked on the weak but feared the strong. Besides, there was no real grudge between them, a simple beating as punishment would suffice. In this world, killing someone would still land you behind bars doing manual labor. In fact, it could be even worse than prison labor. For serious crimes, one might have their cultivation completely destroyed. The recent battle had earned him over 1,000 villain points. He now had 6,000 villain points in total. Returning home, the first thing he did was turn on his computer. He hadn't forgotten his mission to study cultivation techniques and martial skills. Chapter 16, Choosing Martial Techniques. Turn on the computer and log into the official website of Spirit Martial Hall. After logging into the official website of Spirit Martial Hall, a giant banner appears on the page. Lin Wuchen successfully breaks through to 9th rank. China gains another transcendent martial artist. Zhang Li curiously clicks on it, opening a profile of this 9th rank martial artist. Lin Wuchen, one of the most gifted individuals in Huaxia, is the nation's youngest superhuman realm martial artist with an S-rank martial talent. At the age of 15, he entered the ranks, achieved 2nd rank warrior status by 16, and broke through to the 9th rank at 35. His life was nothing short of legendary. He was the most promising candidate to break through the transcendent realm and reach the fabled 10th Saint realm. This person is simply the protagonist template from a novel, encountering extraordinary adventures throughout their life. At the bottom of the news article, there were some comments. All were praising and marveling at the other party's talent and strength. Zhang Li briefly skimmed through them. On the Lingwu Hall's official website, there were only news about high-level martial artists. As for other areas of the webpage, he couldn't view them at all. In the menu bar of the webpage, he found the martial arts techniques option. The moment he clicked it, a login prompt popped up. He had only registered his martial artist information at the Spirit Martial Hall but hadn't created his own Spirit Martial Hall account. Following the instructions, he registered an account. He successfully logged in. The moment he entered, his cultivation level was displayed in his personal information. Zhang Li, 1st grade, 5th stage martial artist. This information is only visible to you, others cannot see it. Having taken care of all this, I began searching through the techniques section. As a 1st grade martial artist, I had very limited access, which meant there were very few techniques to choose from. The highest level techniques I encountered were all rated C class. The cultivation techniques are ranked as follows: S, A, B, C, D, E, F. C-level martial technique, cloud parting palm, requires 100 points. C-level martial technique, diamond body, requires 150 points. C-level movement technique, snow treading art, requires 200 points. Zhang Li only glanced at the C-level techniques. For higher grade techniques, his privileges weren't sufficient. The higher the grade of the technique, the more difficult it becomes to cultivate. For a 1st grade martial artist, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits, which explains why he was limited to accessing only C-level techniques. The price for these techniques requires points. Clicking randomly on another martial skill and selecting purchase brought up an insufficient points notification. The page then redirected to a recharge interface. 1,000 Huaxia dollars can be exchanged for 1 point. Damn, this C-grade technique actually costs 100,000 bucks. He secretly clicked his tongue. Ordinary folks could never afford something like this. And this is just a C-grade technique. What would the prices be for B-grade or A-grade ones? Could they possibly reach hundreds of millions? Suddenly I remembered the scalper I met at the gates of Lingwu Hall on my first visit. That guy was selling C-level breathing techniques for 5,000. Luckily I was broke back then, and didn't understand pricing anyway. I clicked open some D-level techniques too, even random ones cost over 10,000 each. There weren't many options left for him to choose from. After all, they were all too expensive, and the descriptions of the techniques didn't provide much detail. He had no idea whether these techniques would actually suit him. In the end, he settled on the flowing cloud palm he'd seen initially. This martial skill seemed perfect for him. As for other martial skills, he didn't find anything suitable. Basic breathing technique E grade, freely available to first grade warriors. Basic sword technique E grade, freely available to first grade warriors. Basic saber technique E grade, freely available to first grade warriors. Grade D marksmanship, cloud piercing spear technique, requires 10 points. E-level items are basically free to obtain. Anything that can be graded doesn't need this kind of offer. Zhongli hesitated for a long time before finally choosing a C-grade martial skill, shrouding cloud palm. There is another movement technique, the treading on snow skill. He picked up one basic sword technique and one basic breathing technique. He didn't spend much money on cultivation techniques now, feeling it wasn't necessary at this stage. With only a little over 3 million left, he'd wait until entering the elite class to see if the academy had anything suitable. Just under 2 minutes, and 30,000 was already spent. It truly made his heart ache. After completing the payment and entering his address on the official website, he immediately began practicing the standing pillar stance at home. Elsewhere, Zhang Hong returned home with a face swollen like a pig's head. Son, what happened? Did you get into a fight with classmates at school? Who beat you up like this? Chen Huifang saw his swollen, pig-like face and asked with heartache. He said bitterly, who else could it be but that good-for-nothing Zhangli? Today, in front of all the students, he humiliated me. I'm going to kill him. That little bastard. How dare he? I'll go to the school tomorrow and have the teachers expel him. This is outrageous. When she heard it was Zhangli who had hit him, Chen Huifang immediately flew into a rage and began cursing. Wait here, let me put some medicine on your face. Seeing his son treated like this, his heart ached with pity. Mom, Zhangli must have already received that subsidy. Today in the training room, he clearly had breathing techniques, and might have even achieved tier breakthrough. What? He's already achieved breakthrough? How is that possible? Wasn't he supposed to have no talent for martial arts? Zhang Hong's words surprised her a bit. Even though we've been preventing him from learning the breathing technique all along, we still couldn't stop him. They didn't want Zhangli to learn the breathing technique precisely because they feared that with his martial arts talent, he might master something they couldn't control. Now he's already achieved the ranked level. There must be something valuable in those subsidies, otherwise how could he have advanced so quickly? I suspect he probably sneaked off to claim them long ago. All these things should have been mine. As he spoke, a flash of malice crossed Zhang Hong's eyes. Seeing how badly her son had been beaten, Chen Huifang grew even more resentful. We were too kind to him before. We shouldn't have even let him go to school. Letting him live this long was already more than he deserved. We should have made him sign the transfer agreement when he was little, then thrown him into the mountains to be devoured by beasts. At this moment, Zhang Defa also emerged from the room. Upon hearing their conversation, he said with a sinister tone, "That little bastard, what difference does it make even if he qualifies? We've raised him for 18 years, did he really think it was for free? Don't worry, even if he collects the subsidy, what can he do? We'll make him cough up every last cent when the time comes." Zhang Hong was a little worried. Dad, what can we do now? He's already cut ties with us. Have you forgotten what happened at the hospital before? He seemed like a completely different person, and reasoning with him was simply out of the question. That guy now wants to kill their entire family whenever he sees them. Back when we were at the hospital, there were surveillance cameras in that ward. I found someone who gave me an idea. The hospital has been informed, and the entire video footage has been processed. With that kind of ingrate, still wanting to study peacefully at school? Let him wait till he's on his knees begging before us. We'll find out tomorrow. That little bastard is going to be scorned by everyone. Zhang Defa said with a hint of venom in his eyes, sneering as he spoke. Chapter 17, The Public Opinion Storm. The alarm clock rang in the morning, and Zhang Li sat up in bed. After a quick wash, he grabbed his school bag and headed towards the school. Just as he reached the school gate, many students passing by gave him strange looks. Without giving it much thought, he strode straight into the school grounds. Zhang Hong, wasn't your older brother always obedient to you at school? How could he do such a thing? At that moment, on the other side of the playground, several students looked at Zhang Li in the distance and spoke up. All that was just a show for you. If he were really like that, how could he have treated me that way in the training room yesterday? He's just too lazy to keep up the act now. At home, whenever he doesn't get his way with me and my parents, he resorts to hitting and kicking. Zhang Hong glared sinisterly at the figure in the distance and muttered under his breath. Holy shit, that's just inhuman. Why don't you report this to the school and get him expelled? The boys around him were all furious about it. Even if he gets expelled, we're still family at the end of the day. My parents are too soft-hearted. Zhang Hong sighed, though a mocking smile briefly flickered across his face. No fucking way this is acceptable. Let's write a joint letter to the principal demanding his expulsion. Someone else proposed again. A flash of resentment passed through Zhang Hong's eyes. Zhang Li evidently hadn't noticed what was happening here. But even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have paid it any mind. For him, the most important thing right now was cultivation, participating in the elite class's elimination competition. Just as he reached the classroom door, he overheard a heated discussion inside. Who would have guessed? That kind of person, always acting meek and submissive. Could it all have been an act? Appearances can be deceiving. Didn't you see yesterday? He forced his own brother to kneel. Keep your voice down, or someone might hear you. The next person kneeling could easily be you. When he pushed open the door and entered, the previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. The way they looked at him was identical to the students we'd encountered at the school gate. All their expressions bordered on the bizarre. He couldn't help but feel some doubts in his heart. Zhang Li, have you seen the news? As soon as he sat down at his desk, Zhou Pingyang quietly asked. What news? No, I haven't seen it. What's up? Zhang Li replied with confusion. Look, this is last night's news. It's spread all over our school, everyone knows about this. He took out his phone, opened a news app, tapped on one of the articles, and showed it to the other person. Zhang Li somewhat confusedly accepted the phone handed to him. Shocking. After 18 years of raising him, this is how their adopted son repays them? Here's a video. Click to play. It opens with what looks like a marketing account host narrating. A foster child, raised for 18 years, on the very day of his 18th birthday, his parents were too busy at work to buy him a gift right away. The adoptive son then stormed out, and while crossing the street, he was accidentally hit by a car. When his adoptive parents rushed to the hospital to see him, he blamed them for the accident. He even went as far as to physically attack his parents and younger brother inside the hospital. Here is the surveillance footage leaked from the hospital. The scene begins with a young man violently attacking a mother and her child. Shortly after, a middle-aged man enters from outside, only to be brutally beaten by the same young man. Zhang Li's face remained expressionless, having never expected this video to surface. The footage shockingly showed him assaulting Zhang Defa's family of 3 in the hospital. The entire video had no sound, and the image was somewhat blurry. From the filming angle, it was obvious that it was footage from surveillance cameras. At the end of the video, the marketing account added commentary again. Even if you raised a dog for 18 years, it wouldn't bare its teeth at its owner. According to his adoptive parents, they saw a child standing there when they passed by the orphanage years ago. After inquiring, they learned he had been abandoned by his biological parents due to chronic poor health since childhood and was left at the orphanage. Feeling pity for him, the couple decided to adopt him and cared for him meticulously from a young age. During his school years, to prevent him from feeling lonely, they even had their own biological son serve as his study companion. Who would have thought that raising someone for 18 years would turn out to be such an ungrateful wretch? The comments beneath this news post were filled with all sorts of abusive remarks directed at the young man in the video. People like him deserve to be abandoned by their parents. Raising them just lets them harm others later. The orphanage was too soft-hearted. There's a reason he was abandoned in the first place. These people are just too kind-hearted. Even a dog would be better cared for than him. Hey, upstairs commenter, why drag dogs into this? How can he even compare to a dog? This is utterly beneath contempt. Absolutely right. Someone so utterly devoid of conscience should be thrown outside to feed the beasts. It's only Xia's laws that saved him. Otherwise, someone like him would have been beaten to death hundreds of times over. Ugh, seeing such scum first thing in the morning really ruins my appetite. Like father, like son. His biological parents must be just as terrible. I heard he's still in school. The fact that they haven't expelled someone like him shows what kind of institution it really is. Someone please tell me which school this is so I can avoid it. There's no way my child will ever go to such a place. The comments grew increasingly vicious with each one. Reading them, Zhang Li's expression remained unchanged. He knew that family wouldn't let the matter drop. They were certainly plotting some form of retaliation against him. He just hadn't anticipated they'd choose this particular method to get back at him. It was somewhat amusing. These clickbait videos that take things out of context were something he'd seen plenty of in his past life. They're just trying to stir up public outrage to force him into begging for their forgiveness. Such crude emotional blackmail was downright laughable to Zhang Li. Would I have cut ties with them if I could be emotionally coerced by moral obligation? After reading this news, he returned the phone to the other person without saying a word. He's fine, but there are some comments in there about the school. I might be able to ignore this news, but I'm afraid the school won't. I have to say, this marketing account they found is truly formidable. With just a few simple sentences, it directly pointed the spearhead at Zhang Li. Then they recruited a few keyboard warriors to steer public opinion. All these people then transformed into righteous warriors, launching all kinds of verbal assaults. They don't care about the cause of the matter at all, as far as they're concerned. The bullied party, or the injured party, is the vulnerable group. That means they should be the protected ones. As for right or wrong, they wouldn't bother with such things. In their eyes, relentlessly attacking others online with their keyboards is what they call justice. He had seen too many things like this in his original world. Such matters were commonplace enough. Just create some gimmick, establish a persona. Then began all manner of bottomless operations. Zhongli, don't panic. I'll have my father pull some strings to see if we can get this video taken down. Seeing the other party remain silent, Zhuo Pingyang spoke up to comfort him. No need. Such petty tricks can't hurt me. He shook his head, declining the other's offer. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can wound others, but you might cut yourself on it too. He wasn't the least bit worried about this. Just as he was about to say something more, and Qiming arrived at the classroom door and called out, Zhongli, come here for a moment. Zhongli stood up and walked outside. Zhuo Pingyang watched his departure with some concern. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, the class immediately erupted with chatter. It's definitely him. I wasn't sure when I saw him in the video before. It has to be him. Didn't you see our homeroom teacher call him over? It must be about what happened in that video. We should stay away from him from now on. If he dares to hit his own parents and younger brother, then what might he do to us? The students in class were all whispering among themselves. It seemed like at this moment, they had all forgotten about how Zhang Li had been bullied by Zhang Hong at school before. Everyone only believes what they see with their own eyes. Chapter 18, Reverse Education. Zhang Li followed behind in Qiming, neither of them speaking. They weren't heading to the teacher's office. Glancing around, he realized they were going towards the school's main conference room. When we go in, say what needs to be said and keep silent about what shouldn't be mentioned. This matter affects not just you, but our entire school. When they reached the conference room door, and Qiming spoke softly. The teacher believes you wouldn't do such a thing and trusts there must be special reasons behind this. Go on in. With that, he patted Zhongli on the shoulder. Zhongli nodded and pushed open the conference room door. The moment he stepped through the door, a dozen pairs of eyes in the conference room turned toward him. Among them were a few familiar faces, one of which belonged to Zhang Hong's homeroom teacher. There was also his martial arts instructor, Zhang Guohua. At the head of the conference room sat an elderly man. He was none other than Principal Guo Zhongping of First High School. Noticing Zhang Li's entrance, he smiled warmly and said, Student Zhang Li, we've called you here today because there are some matters we'd like to consult you about. Principal, please feel free to ask whatever you need, Zhang Li replied. Zhang Li nodded calmly, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Having come here, he naturally knew what it was about. I believe you've seen that video online, haven't you? Do you have anything to say about it? Guo Zhongping still wore a smile on his face, showing no trace of displeasure. Principal, are you asking whether the events in the video actually happened? Zhang Li spoke slowly. Yes, this incident has not only affected you, but our school has also suffered significant repercussions because of this video. Since early this morning, we've received countless phone calls, all inquiring about this matter. Moreover, numerous media outlets want to visit our school to uncover the truth of the incident. He had actually phrased it quite diplomatically. Early in the morning, not only were the school's phone lines flooded with calls, even his personal mobile number, he had no idea how people outside got hold of it, was ringing non-stop. As soon as the call connected, the other party didn't ask anything, just started hurling abuse right away. The insults were so vile that anyone with a weak heart might have dropped dead on the spot. To this day, he still doesn't dare turn his phone back on. Even the education authorities got involved, calling to express deep concern about the incident. Can you call the family of 3 over? I'd like to confront them face to face. Zhang Li did not deny it, nor did he admit it. Instead, he set a condition. Just tell me straight if it was you. No need for a face-to-face confrontation. Principal, don't waste your breath on him. Just expel him directly. Our school absolutely cannot tolerate such a malignant tumor. Before Guo Zhongping could speak, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s sitting nearby spoke up directly. This person was known to Zhang Li. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Zhang Hong's homeroom teacher. Lu Chunshan. Teacher Lu, remember your words, you're setting an example as a teacher. Guo Zhongping frowned, somewhat displeased. Principal, I'm telling the truth. You've all seen the surveillance footage, that can't be faked. Moreover, today I asked Zhang Hong from my class, and he admitted it outright. Initially, they were at that hospital on Jinkong Street. Our school can't let one bad apple spoil our reputation. Someone with no manners like him doesn't deserve to stay in our school. Who knows how his biological parents raised him? Lu Chunshan completely failed to notice the displeasure on the principal's face and continued speaking. Moreover, several parents from our Class 1 have already called this morning saying they want to transfer their children out. Seeing the principal remain silent, he spoke again. Teacher Lu, my parents may have passed away, but that doesn't mean I was raised without manners. Zhang Li glanced at Lu Chunshan and said coldly, had your parents known you'd turn out like this, they'd surely have regretted bringing you into this world. The other party sneered as they spoke. Their tone was full of mockery. Teacher Lu, you're an educator. Let me say this again, mind your words. Guo Zhongping's face darkened with anger as he rebuked them. His voice had barely fallen silent. In a flash, Zhang Li appeared by Lu Chuanshan's side and delivered a stinging slap across his face. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the meeting room. Lu Chunshan didn't react in time and was directly sent sprawling to the ground by a slap. The conference room instantly fell dead silent. Everyone stared at Zhang Li in stunned disbelief. That slap was for my parents. You're not worthy of mentioning my parents. Your arrogant attitude perfectly suits your henchman character. Villain points plus 400 inch. Just as Lu Chunshan was stunned. Slap. Another slap followed immediately. This slap is to teach you a lesson. As a teacher, you fail to set a proper example. You deserve this beating. Zhang Li said coldly again. Ding. Reverse education, giving yourself a reason to act. A villain who can use their brains, I'm rooting for you. Villain points plus 400. Bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Lu Chunshan snapped out of his daze. He had just been slapped twice by a student right in front of this crowd. How could he possibly endure this humiliation? He raised his hand, poised to strike Zhang Li. The teachers in the regular classes were all certified martial artists. Although their rank was only at the first tier, 3 or 4 segments, dealing with a student was more than enough. Lu Chunshan clenched his fist and swung straight for the other's head. Extremely fast. Zhang Li didn't dodge, instead raising his fist to meet the challenge. A muffled thud resounded. The next moment, Lu Chunshan was sent flying backward. The impact slammed heavily against the conference room wall. Zhang Li swiftly dodged again, appearing beside his opponent in an instant, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. With a twist of his body, he executed a perfect back throw. Boom! The floor of the meeting room trembled slightly. Zhang Li, you insolent brat, no wonder your parents abandoned you. They're no good either, spawning a little bastard like you. Lu Chunshan was completely stunned by the blow before erupting into curses. Slap! Zhang Li came to him again and slapped him across the mouth. A trickle of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his lip. Still haven't learned your lesson? How dare you mention my parents? Could have just fought but had to mouth off first, trying to claim moral superiority. Villain points plus 400. Zhang Li, stop it. He's your teacher. Zhang Guohua was the first to react, rushing over immediately. He restrained Zhang Li. By this time, all the teachers in the meeting room had come to their senses. What audacity! I was considering whether there might be special circumstances behind this matter, but now it's clear the problem lies entirely with you. Such ill-mannered students should be sent directly to reform school, principal. Without proper discipline, who knows what kind of person they might become. The first 2 speakers were homeroom teachers from other regular classes. Witnessing Lu Chuanshan's situation, they immediately spoke up to reprimand him. The calmest ones here were actually the teachers from the elite class. A flash of shock passed through their eyes. A ranked teacher was actually being pinned to the ground like this? Just how strong was this student? They looked at Zhang Li with strange gazes, their thoughts completely inscrutable. Yet unlike the other 2, no one reprimanded Zhang Li. They didn't even seem inclined to take action. Guo Zhongping remained silent as well, though his eyes remained intently fixed on the other man. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Student Zhang Li, while Teacher Lu's words may have been excessive, you openly struck a teacher. This single incident alone is enough for the school to expel you. Do you have anything to say for yourself? His tone gave no indication that his anger had subsided. Chapter 19 Gathering in the conference room. Principal, regarding the incident in the video and the impact it has had on the school's reputation, I can resolve both issues at once. I only have one condition. Zhang Li spoke slowly, his expression remaining completely unchanged from start to finish. It was as if he hadn't just struck Lu Chunshan at all. He didn't even glance at the teacher covering his face nearby. Principal, if you don't expel him today, I'll resign immediately. I refuse to stay at this school any longer. I, Lu Chunshan, having taught for so many years, have never suffered such humiliation before. Lu Chunshan, seeing himself being ignored, said angrily, Principal, this matter really needs to give Teacher Lu an explanation. If this gets out, I'm afraid it will be even more damaging to our school's reputation. That's right, Principal. What's the point of keeping a student who dares to hit a teacher? If every student were like him, what would become of our school? The other 2 teachers also chimed in, and Shiming stood silently by without saying a word. He was still in shock at the moment. Previously when Zhang Li said he would participate in the elimination competition for the elite class, and Shiming hadn't believed he actually had the capability. Now it seemed the other party might have already reached the ranked level too. His strength is probably just slightly weaker than my own. He knew very well how strong Lu Chunshan was, yet this person had effortlessly defeated him. This little fellow's abilities should not be underestimated. Such an arrogant student doesn't deserve to study at our school. He should be sent to a reformatory labor camp for proper re-education. Since his parents chose death over disciplining him, we'll take it upon ourselves to teach him properly on their behalf. Just as they were about to speak again, the principal shot them a warning glare. Intervention was necessary. With just a glance at Zhang Li, one could tell he was ready to throw punches again. Fortunately, Zhang Guowan nearby managed to hold him back in time. Let's hear it. What are your conditions? Guo Zhongping no longer paid attention to the teachers and turned to look curiously at Zhang Li as he asked. He couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did this guy manage to stay so calm, acting like nothing had happened at all? His calm expression was so composed that it even made him feel somewhat uneasy. Regarding yesterday's incident, he had specifically investigated the other party. However, he failed to uncover any useful information. Still, he knew something about the moves shown in that video. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called him into the conference room. I have only one condition: summon that family of 3, and principal, you should additionally invite some media personnel. I will personally clarify the incident in the video to everyone. As for who's right or wrong, you can judge for yourselves then, he said calmly. He seemed completely indifferent to how the school would deal with him. Fine, we'll do as you say. I'll have someone notify your foster parents now. Gui Zhongping agreed. He picked up the phone and arranged for someone to fetch the family of 3. I called the media contacts I knew again. During the calls, as soon as those media outlets heard it was about this matter, they agreed immediately without hesitation. They'll take some time to get here. Have a seat and wait a while. Now I just needed them all to show up. Zhang Li went out for a while during the wait. He returned before long. No one in the conference room spoke another word. Lu Chunshan glared fiercely at the other person. If looks could kill, Zhang Li would have died countless times by now. More than half an hour passed. The conference room door was pushed open. Entering were several journalists from the media. President Gua, hello, I'm Li Dongsheng, a reporter from Qingqing Life. A man who appeared to be in his 20s introduced himself as he entered the room. Behind him was a photographer holding an extremely complex shooting setup. Following Li Dongsheng's self-introduction, the arriving media members each introduced themselves in turn. There were also a few minor media outlets among them. The moment they entered, they spotted Zhang Li. Their gazes turned sideways in unison. Zhang Li appeared completely unaware of these people, calmly sitting there in silence. Fortunately, the meeting room was spacious enough to avoid feeling too crowded. Before long, the door of the meeting room was pushed open once more. A middle-aged couple entered, followed by a young man. Zhang Li glanced at the newcomers and raised an eyebrow. The main character has arrived. He stood up and stretched his arms. When the media saw the couple enter, they immediately pointed their cameras at them. Upon seeing Zhang Li, Zhang Defa and Chen Huifang exchanged a glance with a hint of sneer in their eyes. Since everyone is here now, we're all eager to understand the truth behind that online video that's been circulating. Feel free to ask whatever you'd like. Guo Zhongping was the first to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, a journalist immediately asked, Mr. Zhang, regarding the person seen assaulting you in the surveillance footage, is it true that he's the foster son you raised for 18 years? Yes, when he was just 1 year old, we took pity on him having no one to depend on, so we adopted him. The year after we adopted him, we had a biological child of our own. Perhaps because of Ah Hong's presence, it made his personality become somewhat extreme. In response to the journalist's question, Chen Huifang was the first to speak up. He was abandoned as a child, perhaps due to inner insecurity. After seeing he had a younger brother, he feared losing affection, and that's why he's acting like this now. We treated him as our own son, showering him with even more care than our younger child. If the hospital hadn't posted the surveillance footage online, we wouldn't have wanted anyone to know about this. We didn't want Ali to be called names. As she spoke to this point, Chen Huifang's eyes actually became slightly moist. Zhang Li rolled his eyes so hard they nearly flipped. Damn, it's such a waste she didn't become an actress. Back at home, he would often get into serious fights with his younger brother over petty things, she said. If it was a toy he liked, his brother couldn't even touch it. Zhang Defa chimed in at this moment as well. We knew he was abandoned by his biological parents as a child and lacked a sense of security, so we were very tolerant of him. Sometimes when he got angry, he'd even threaten to cut ties with us, haha. As for the incident at the hospital last time, it was my oversight. I'd promised to buy him a birthday present that day, but I forgot because work kept me too busy. Kids having a bit of temper is nothing unusual. Although we don't know who posted this video online, please delete that video. We don't want Ali to suffer any harm. He was heartlessly abandoned by his biological parents when he was little, and now we just want him to be okay. By the end, Zhang Defa bowed to the assembled media reporters, his tone utterly sincere. To the surrounding journalists, Zhang Li, who had no image in their minds before, now appeared. Their actions were even more reprehensible. It could almost be described as lawless audacity, to treat the adoptive parents who raised him with such hard work in this utterly beastly manner. Yet instead of complaining, this couple actually pleaded for leniency on his behalf. For a moment, everyone's gaze at Zhang Li was filled with coldness. Chapter 20, that's right, it was me. After the journalists finished questioning the couple, someone turned their attention to Zhang Li. Zhongli, is it you in the video who violently attacked your adoptive parents and even brutally assaulted your own younger brother? Although they had already learned from the couple that the person who struck them in the video was indeed the individual standing before them, but as journalists, they still had to ask the necessary questions. Protocols must be followed, after all. That's right, I was the one who hit them. Without hesitation, Zhongli spoke directly in response to the media's questions. Everyone had expected him to try to defend himself, but who could have imagined he'd admit it so openly? The reporters were stunned for a moment before pressing on with their questions. Why did you hit them? Just now you heard it yourself, your adoptive parents have always treated you as their own son. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? First of all, let me make one thing clear, they have nothing to do with me. He responded calmly to the reporter's questions. Besides, snap, a slap landed squarely on Zhang Defa's face. See now? That's just how I did it. Didn't see clearly? Let me demonstrate again for you. He raised his palm as he spoke. Smack, smack. Two crisp slapping sounds followed in quick succession. Zhang Hong and Chen Huifang were directly knocked to the ground. Now do you see clearly how I struck? After finishing off this family of three, he clapped his hands and turned to the reporter, asking indifferently. He had long been fighting the urge to slap that couple for what they just said. Since the reporter asked, it was only natural to oblige their request. Ding! Your arrogant attitude perfectly matches your image, villain points plus 600. His maneuver left everyone dumbfounded on the spot. No one could have anticipated this guy would dare to strike with so many witnesses present, and they always aim for the face when hitting someone. In their minds, there was only one word to describe this, insolence. This guy was way too insolent. Even in Shiming, who had always believed in him, was momentarily stunned. How could Zhongli, usually so meek and submissive, have turned into this? Zhongli, what did we do wrong to deserve this from you? Just because we didn't buy you a birthday present? Go ahead and hit us, beat us to death if you dare. We never should have adopted you in the first place. Your heartless parents abandoned you, you should have starved to death on the streets. Chen Huifang covered her face and spoke with utter disgust. Smack! Zhongli swiftly moved to her side and slapped her again. The force was considerable, blood was already seeping from the corner of her mouth. Slap! Another strike landed, but these landed on Zhang Defa's body. Two slaps that sent the man reeling in shock. They weren't martial artists to begin with, so their physical constitution naturally couldn't compare to one. A tooth flew from their mouths, clearly knocked loose by those earlier blows. You all heard it, she asked me to hit them, even told me to beat them to death. I'm soft-hearted and couldn't bring myself to do it. After finishing the beating, he straightened his clothes, smiled at the media cameras, and said, Damn! This is outrageous, absolutely fucking outrageous. If any of you are still unclear about how I took action back then, speak up now. I can demonstrate it for you right here. Seeing that no one spoke, he addressed them again. Zhangli, you're utterly lawless. A nearby teacher stammered for a moment before finally spitting out a sentence. Damn it, if I'd known he'd turn out to be such scum, I should have strangled him when he was a baby. In all my years as a journalist, I've never encountered such trash before. You can clearly see how twisted his soul is. Just like people say online, he deserved to be abandoned. Should have let him freeze to death on the streets. Parents who could raise such a child obviously aren't decent people themselves. Everyone, take him down and deliver him to the Lingwu Bureau, this guy is way too arrogant. At that moment, someone shouted. A crowd of media personnel swarmed around Zhongli. So many people were coming at him at once. However, most of these media reporters are just like the teachers from the ordinary edition. He was only at the third or fourth stage of the entry rank. Zhongli faced them, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Bang! Anyone who dared approach him was swiftly kicked flying. Although he lacked any martial techniques or footwork, with his innate strength advantage and the effect of small-time thugs, those beneath his cultivation level were swatted away like flies. He sent it flying with a single slap. In an instant, the entire meeting room descended into chaos. Principal, should we intervene? The elite class's martial arts instructor watched the frantic reporters before him and asked the question aloud. His face showed no fluctuation, nor did he exhibit the same excitement as these media outlets, sneering at Zhongli with disdain. No need. As long as no lives are lost, let them stir up trouble on their own. Guo Zhongping said calmly. Principal, if we don't step in to help now when Zhongli is being so brazen, how will these media outlets report on our school? They'll think we're favoring Zhongli, and I fear our school's reputation will be ruined in one fell swoop. When Lu Chunshan heard the principal say they wouldn't take action, he immediately became frantic. He didn't dare to step forward himself because he knew he was no match for the other side. Watching these media personnel being pinned to the ground one after another and beaten, he gulped nervously. But the martial arts teacher could absolutely subdue him with ease. Teacher Lu, since you care so much about the school's reputation, why don't you go help? And Qiming spoke up from the side. Although he didn't understand why Zhongli had become like this, he trusted his own judgment. From the first year of high school, he had been Zhang Li's homeroom teacher. Judging by his usual behavior in everyday details, it was clear he wasn't the type to be so unreasonable. The reason for this phenomenon might truly stem from special circumstances. Moreover, the principal's expression remained completely blank throughout, as if he were watching a play. He became even more resolute in his conviction. As a teacher, he certainly possessed the ability to read people's expressions and moods. Teacher, and, after all, he's a student from your class. That you could educate such a student is truly bringing shame upon our #1 high school. The person he has become now is likely connected to your teaching methods. Lu Chunshan heard this and said indignantly, just throwing dirty water right at the other party. Principal, someone like Teacher and isn't fit to be a teacher, can't even teach his own students properly. Then he turned to Guo Zhongping beside him and spoke again. Teacher Lu makes a valid point. As educators, if we can't properly teach our students, then we don't deserve to be called teachers at all. He gave the other person a deep look and slowly began to speak. If our school has a few more teachers like Teacher and, I'm afraid our reputation will be completely ruined by them. Upon hearing the principal's words, Lu Chunshan felt quite pleased with himself and couldn't resist adding more fuel to the fire. Chapter 21, The Arrival of the Spirit Marshal Hall. We'll discuss later whether he's fit to be a teacher. Guo Zhongping interrupted Lu Chunshan's words, his gaze shifting toward the chaotic scene among the crowd. Quick, call the Spirit Marshal Bureau. He's gone mad, daring to attack even us. I'll make sure he rots in prison forever. At that moment, a journalist lay on the ground and shouted loudly. Someone immediately snapped back to reality. They quickly pulled out their phone to call the police. What an embarrassment, a whole group of them couldn't even handle a single high school student. With a clang, the conference room door was pushed open. 7 or 8 people wearing Spirit Marshal Hall uniforms entered from outside. Leading them was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. He entered and swept his gaze around the room. The Spirit Marshal Bureau's people are here already? Seeing someone enter, these people paused in confusion. He assaulted people, quick, arrest him. If we hadn't stopped him, he would have killed every last one of us. A journalist from the media immediately shouted. Uncle Zhao, their whole family called me a bastard and said my parents were no good. My parents died young, yet their family forced me to transfer the 3 million yuan inheritance my parents left me. I refused to accept this, I hit them, and now they've gathered all these media outlets to force an apology from me while still insulting me. Even with so many people, they're bullying a defenseless child like me. With this many people here today, they clearly want to force the school to expel me. My parents are gone, leaving me all alone, and now I have to suffer their humiliation and threats. As soon as the man spoke, Zhang Li burst into loud sobs upon seeing who had entered. Tears streamed down his face like a waterfall. 3 million? Chen Huifang's heart raced when she heard those words. So that subsidy was actually 3 million, no wonder they were willing to sever ties completely. They even said I deserved to be abandoned by my parents, that my parents were no good either. Not only that, they even want to seize those subsidies, dozens of Naring pills every month, those were what my parents exchanged with their lives for me. Zhang Li didn't even glance at the people around him, continuing to speak loudly, as if he wanted to pour out all the grievances in his heart. Dozens of Naring pills every month? Zhang Hong's eyes widened even more upon hearing this. He knew the other party could receive substantial subsidies, but he never imagined the amount would be this staggering. His heart couldn't help but stir with temptation. They adopted me out of what seemed like kindness, but on my 18th birthday, they deliberately hired someone to run me over with a car. From childhood to adulthood, their family never treated me as a human being. Every day after school, I'd wash their clothes, cook their meals, and even do their son's homework. The moment I worked too slowly, they'd beat and kick me mercilessly. His words struck so directly that listeners' eyes reddened instantly. Don't listen to his nonsense. We've treated him like our own son since he was little, never once abused him. Not at all, Chen Huifang retorted on the spot. This is 3 million. If word got out about the abuse, I probably wouldn't get a single cent in the end. Yes, my mother was right. Our family has always given him the best of everything. And they're right, my mom kindly took him in, but his parents were never good people to begin with. Otherwise, why would they abandon him? Zhang Hong chimed in, his mind equally tempted by those dozen nailing pills. He directly countered Zhang Li's earlier remarks. Uncle Zhao, did you hear that? They're still insulting my parents. I'm powerless, I can't argue against them. Living doesn't seem meaningful anymore, being pointed at and cursed, unable to stay at school, with no way to clear my parents' names either. If only I'd known, I should have left this world with my parents. Then I wouldn't have to stay here and suffer their torment. As Zhang Li spoke these words, a dull lifelessness flickered in his eyes. The man he called Uncle Zhao turned ashen upon hearing his words. His fists clenched tightly. They made a creaking sound. Arrest these 3 family members, he ordered coldly to the people behind him. Yes. The person behind acknowledged with a word, darting forward in a flash. Before the trio could react, they were swiftly pinned to the ground. Handcuffs clicked shut around their wrists already. Why are you arresting us? We haven't done anything wrong. Chen Huifang was pinned down and unable to move, shouting at the top of her voice. Does your spirit marshal hall still have any respect for the law? Let me tell you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Spirit Marshal Bureau. If you're arresting people without evidence, I can report you to the higher-ups. The man called Uncle Zhao stepped before Chen Huifang. Shut up! Smack! He slapped her across the face. Let me make this clear to all of you, including you media people, no one present today will walk away unpunished. Zhang Li is the child of martyrs, understand? His parents were martyrs. Didn't his parents fight desperately against the beast tide for the sake of Qingqing's people and sacrifice themselves heroically? If it weren't for them, could you be standing here like this now? Are martyrs something you can insult? Are you even worthy? They are the heroes of our great Xia. What kind of scum are you, daring to insult our Lingwu temple and the martyrs of great Xia? The final words were practically shouted. The conference room fell into deathly silence, no one daring to speak. The reporters who had previously insulted Zhang Li's parents all trembled with fear. Never could they have imagined that the other party was the child of martyrs. He is not an orphan, he is a child of our Spirit Marshal Hall. Everything he owns belongs to him alone. That's what he deserves. Show them the complete surveillance footage from the hospital. After saying that, he gave instructions to the person next to him. The man nodded and pulled out something resembling a USB drive. He walked over to the multimedia equipment at the front of the meeting room and inserted the drive. The surveillance footage then began to play. This time, the recording included audio. In the picture, Zhang Li lay in bed, with a middle-aged woman sitting by his bedside. The middle-aged woman was Chen Huifang. Li, he's your only younger brother. He'll be taking the college entrance exams next year, and in your current state, you can't cultivate either. You don't have the talent for cultivation, but your brother does. Your subsidy allowance, let your younger brother have it. She kept trying to persuade them. After a while, a young man appeared on the surveillance footage. That person was Zhang Hong. He held a document in his hand and tossed it onto the bed. Zhang Li, this is your subsidy transfer agreement. A worthless trash like you, giving it to you would just be a waste of resources. You're nothing more than a dog our family keeps. The tone brimmed with such arrogant condescension that it felt less like discussion and more like coercion. A stream of insults poured from the other party's mouth. The onlookers' faces darkened with traces of growing indignation. At this sight, Zhang Defa and his wife turned deathly pale in an instant. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't the hospital say they'd already deleted the entire surveillance footage? He muttered under his breath. What followed were scenes of Zhang Li getting up from the bed and attacking them. Chapter 22 Teacher Lu, you can't take the money for nothing. No one in the conference room spoke, eyes fixed silently on the surveillance footage. In that instant, they all suddenly realized they'd been used as pawns. The children of martyrs, subsidies granted by Daxia to support them, this family of three had actually tried to claim for themselves. When the surveillance footage finished playing, the entire room fell into heavy silence. Even the couple, Zhang Defa and his wife, bowed their heads at this moment. Since I was a child, they never allowed me to learn the breathing technique, fearing that if I succeeded in ranking up, they couldn't keep the subsidy my parents left for me. I'm grateful they raised me for 18 years, so I didn't expose their actions to the public, I just cut ties with them. But I never imagined they would manipulate public opinion to slander my parents like this. They are my pride, and I won't allow anyone to insult them. As Zhang Li spoke these words, his eyes turned red with emotion. None of the media outlets had anticipated such an earth-shattering reversal of events today. Now that today's matter has been clarified, take these individuals away for questioning. The middle-aged man in the Spirit Marshal Hall instructed the people behind him. Uncle Zhao, they all insulted my parents. If you hadn't arrived in time just now, I would have been beaten to a pulp by now. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Zhang Li spoke again, pointing at some of the people around him who had just fought with him. The media reporters who had just taken action suddenly turned deathly pale. This accusation, at its mildest, is just bickering, but at its worst, it amounts to insulting martyrs. It's punishable by law. Just now, we were misled by this family and didn't know the truth. These people were instantly terrified and hurriedly admitted their mistake. The person isn't from the Spirit Marshal Bureau, but rather the Spirit Marshal Hall. The Spirit Marshal Bureau is merely one of their subordinate departments. Principal, does our conference room have surveillance? Zhang Li ignored these people and turned to look at Guo Zhongping. Got it. I'll have someone make a copy right away. He nodded in agreement, knowing exactly what to do. After all, those standing at the scene were members of the Lingwu Hall. Before long, one of the teachers from the school walked in. He handed over the USB drive. Arrest everyone who insulted the martyrs here. The man addressed as Uncle Zhao took the USB drive and handed it to his subordinates, speaking coldly. Subsequently, more than half of the media personnel present were arrested. These people still wanted to plead for mercy, but the Lingwu Hall members paid them no attention. Ali, your mother just had a momentary lapse of judgment and knows she was wrong. After raising you for so many years, you can't treat us like this. Just as the Lingwu Hall members were preparing to take away Zhang Defa's family of 3, Chen Huifang, with a sudden burst of strength, broke free from the law enforcement officers and rushed to Zhangli, shouting loudly, "Sorry, but you're not my mother. My parents died in battle 18 years ago. This is the agreement you made me sign back then. Attached to it is the severance of family ties with me." Zhangli gave the other person an icy glance before pulling out the prepared agreement from his person and placing it before them. The moment this agreement came into sight, all eyes turned to this spot. Upon opening the agreement, it was indeed a document severing familial ties, and the couple had already signed their names upon it. The media personnel who hadn't been apprehended immediately took out their cameras, snapping photographs of the agreement. The moment she saw the agreement, Chen Huifang was completely dumbstruck. She hadn't expected them to be so heartless. "Take her away." The enforcement officers approached, restrained her, and dragged her out. Zhang Hong was no exception. He was about to be hauled away. At this moment, panic set in. If he were really taken away, his life would be ruined. With a criminal record, no school would likely accept him. His eyes darted around the room when suddenly he spotted someone standing in the corner of the meeting hall. The person kept their head bowed, not daring to look in this direction. "Professor Liu, please plead for me, don't let them take me away," Zhang Hong shouted as if he'd seen a lifeline. Yet Liu Chunshan seemed not to hear, neither raising his head nor looking at the other person. "Liu Chunshan, my dad gave you money yesterday. You can't take our money for nothing, plead for me." Perhaps seeing no response from him, or maybe intimidated by the law enforcement officers restraining him, the speaker shouted again, louder this time. Now, Liu Chunshan truly couldn't avoid this situation even if he wanted to. "You're lying. When did I ever take money from you? As a teacher, how could I possibly accept money from you? What benefit would I get from taking your money? Officer, please take him away, he's slandering me." Upon hearing the accusation, Liu Chunshan immediately stepped forward and hurriedly explained. He even urged the law enforcement officers from Lingwu Hall to remove the man without delay. "Liu Chunshan, my dad gave you 5,000 yuan yesterday, and you promised to help us today to make sure the school expels Zhangli." Zhang Hong roared. The word sent a shiver through the other person's heart, but they quickly composed themselves and said, "Do you have proof?" Student Zhang Hong, spreading rumors carries legal consequences. There's no way he would admit to this kind of thing. Besides, he only accepted cash yesterday with no records. Even if the other party wants to sue him, there's no evidence. "Dad, show them the evidence. Didn't you record it yesterday?" Seeing the other party's refusal to admit, he spoke up again. Liu Chunshan stood frozen in place. "Teacher Liu, well done. I was wondering what was going on with you today. Turns out you've accepted bribes." Guo Zhongping looked at him and spoke coldly. "Principal, let me explain, I didn't want to do this. They forced me into it. The family used to frequently ask me about Zhang Li's situation at school, inquiring whether he had been learning breath techniques. They simply don't want the other party to learn anything related to martial arts." He hurriedly explained to the principal, even dropping a bombshell revelation. "Teacher Liu, didn't you promise you'd keep an eye on Zhang Li's situation at school for us? You said you'd inform us immediately if anyone tried to teach him breath techniques. Then every time you stop them, you'll demand $2,000 from us. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Defa spoke up at this moment. He'd already decided to let things slide however they may. "Since I'm going to be taken away anyway, they won't get off easy either." The reporter's eyes gleamed with excitement, never expecting there'd be so much explosive material. Zhang Li stood aside, watching them tear into each other like dogs with cold detachment, without uttering a word. "Professor Liu Chunshan, you are hereby relieved of your duties and formally dismissed from our institution. Our school has no place for teachers like you." Guo Zhongping made his decision immediately. He never would have imagined that today's events would involve teachers from their school. Fine, Zhang Defa. Don't think I don't know that the car accident involving Zhang Li was arranged by you. If you won't let me live in peace, then none of us will have peace. I know exactly how your family plotted to take advantage of Zhang Li's subsidy back then. When Liu Chunshan saw his explanation wasn't working, he immediately dropped another bombshell. Chapter 23, he's the real villain, isn't he? You're viciously slandering me. Zhang Defa trembled at Liu Chunshan's words, his face growing even more grim. "Whether I'm making false accusations or not, you know the truth in your heart." Liu Chunshan gave a cold laugh. The journalists present were all inwardly exclaiming, "Well, damn. Today's trip was absolutely worth it." No one could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. If it started as just scheming for martyrs' children's subsidies, now it's escalated to premeditated murder. And the victims are martyrs' children. If this charge is proven true, the consequences will be extremely severe. Even the people from Lingwu Hall frowned one after another. In the end, all of them were arrested. As for how to deal with them, it's up to Lingwu Hall. "Little guy, call me if anything comes up." The man addressed as Uncle Zhao patted Zhang Li on the shoulder before leaving, saying with a chuckle, "Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Zhao." Zhang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. The other party nodded, then glanced at the remaining journalists. "Regarding tomorrow's news reports, I hope you'll report the facts truthfully. Say what should be said, and don't spread rumors about what shouldn't." "Understood, understood." The reporters nodded one after another. They naturally knew what should and shouldn't be said. After giving his instructions, he left the place. As for how Zhang Li came to know the other party, it was when verifying his martial artist status at Lingwu Hall that he mentioned his situation to the other party. He also recounted how that family of three had previously forced him to sign a transfer agreement. Naturally, Lingwu Hall took such matters extremely seriously. They immediately went to retrieve surveillance footage from the hospital. As for why they hadn't immediately arrested this family, it was Zhang Li's request. He felt that simply arresting them like this would be letting them off too easily, so he was waiting for Zhang Defa and his wife to seek revenge. I thought the other party might have some other special tricks up their sleeve. Who would have imagined it would be such a low-level emotional blackmail? The moment he saw that video, he couldn't help but laugh. Nearly half the media reporters in the conference room were arrested too. After everyone had left, the conference room fell completely silent. The other two teachers who had initially suggested firing Zhang Li now lowered their heads. They dared not utter another word, fearful that they might be the next ones the principal would dismiss. Lu Chuanshan's case already served as a warning from the past. As for the elite class martial arts instructors, they never once discussed Zhang Li's issue from start to finish. They were shrewder than anyone. Even the principal remained completely silent. Naturally, they wouldn't criticize this student either. "Alright, notify the students to gather for a meeting later to announce today's events," Guo Zhongping said slowly, then turned and left the conference room. The school's reputation issue had already been resolved. There was no need for him to do anything more. "I believe these media outlets won't wait until tomorrow to publish everything that happened today." Zhang Li walked straight into the classroom as if nothing had happened. Zhuo Pingyang rushed to ask when he saw the other return, "Zhang Li, what did Olden want with you?" Before his question even finished, all the students in the classroom turned their heads to look. "Nothing much, just asking me how I've been feeling at school lately. Did a survey questionnaire?" "Just let it be," Zhang Li said indifferently. "No way, just asking you this?" The other party clearly didn't believe it and sounded somewhat puzzled. "Yeah, after all, our school is quite considerate, and they even asked about my recent cultivation progress. Otherwise, what else could she possibly want me for?" As soon as he finished speaking, expressions of disappointment flickered across his classmates' faces. To think she wasn't summoning him to discuss the matter in the video. How could this be possible? Seeing that no useful information was obtained, these people straightened their postures, took out their textbooks, and prepared for class. "Zhang Li, are you really here not to discuss what happened in the video?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If the principal really intends to expel you, I'll think of a way to help. At worst, I can have my dad invest some more in the school." Zhuo Pingyang clearly didn't believe his words and appeared somewhat worried. "Lao Zhuo, if only you were a woman." Zhang Li examined him from head to toe before speaking calmly. Zhuo Pingyang froze momentarily, looking puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I'll just win you over directly, so I can skip 60 years of hard work," he said with a laugh. The other person stiffened, giving him a strange look. "Damn." Feeling a bit creeped out by the stare, Zhang Li looked at him. "I was just joking. You don't seriously think I'm into men, do you? Isn't that how it always happens in novels?" Zhuo Pingyang muttered under his breath. "Bro, you should read less fiction from now on, you're already a lost cause." Zhang Li patted him on the shoulder. "This guy is straight up a true uni teenager. His thought process is completely different from normal people." After a while, he turned his head again. "Are you sure we're not talking about what happened in the video?" "Alright, we're indeed talking about this matter, but it's just a minor scene, no big deal." Zhang Li ultimately didn't hide anything from the other party and admitted it. "But it's not what you think. I actually sent them in." Zhuo Pingyang was stunned for a moment before quickly catching on and giving him a thumbs up. "Damn, impressive. Simply routine basics." As the two were speaking, and Shiming walked in. "Class begins." The regular class had 7 academic subjects, and Shiming taught the history of martial arts. The class passed by extremely quickly. Zhang Li could hardly keep his eyes open. He'd been a poor student in his original world too. Whenever class started, all he wanted was to rendezvous with the Sandman. After class, everyone gather on the playground. The school has an announcement to make. After class, and Shiming said to the students in the classroom. After he left the classroom, all the students turned their heads and looked at Zhang Li again. Probably going to talk about the news. Of course, didn't you see? Some people online are saying the school should expel him. Zhang Li naturally overheard these discussions, but paid them no mind whatsoever. He rose from his seat and headed outside. Lin Liqiang, seeing the other's complete lack of reaction, blocked his path directly. "Zhang Li." His attitude was utterly arrogant. Zhang Li gave him a glance, What do you want? Aren't you so full of yourself? Heard you're about to get fired, isn't that right? Huh? Ah. He was just about to mock the other person. The outcome was like swatting a fly. A heavy slap landed squarely on his face. He crashed to the ground, and the impact broke the table behind him as well. After finishing this, he dusted his hands off and looked down at Lin Licheng sprawled on the floor. You're absolutely right, I am indeed arrogant. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it again. Ding! Nicely done. Your arrogant attitude perfectly embodies your villainous identity. Villain points plus 300. Looking at the person before him, Zhongli suddenly realized that being a villain had no future at all. This guy right here, in a world where killing isn't a crime, would barely survive one chapter. Clearly lacking strength, yet still hopping around in front of me. Is this idiot the actual villain? If this were a novel world, the author must have rocks in their head to come up with such garbage. Lin Licheng covered his face, wishing he could slap himself twice more. This guy is an extremely ruthless character, even daring to harm his own adoptive parents. Not to mention oneself. You started picking a fight with them a bit too soon. With his head bowed, he dared not speak another word. He feared that one more word would earn him another slap. Seeing no reaction from the other party, Zhongli helplessly shook his head and decided not to press the matter further. Glancing at the broken table, he added, by the way, remember to pay for this table you just smashed. How old are you tripping while walking? With that, he swaggered out of the classroom. He watched the other's retreating figure and sneered. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. He'll be kicked out of our school soon enough. Clearly, resentment still lingered from the previous beating he'd suffered. Come on, boys, let's go watch the show. The students in the class all seemed to be here because of that video. They had not the slightest bit of goodwill towards Zhongli. Chapter 24, The Astonishment of First High Students. By the time Zhang Li arrived at the playground, all the students of First High had already gathered there. A school with thousands of students, all whispering about something. Quiet. Wu Zhongping walked over, looked at the noisy students below, and scolded them. Immediately, the students on the playground fell completely silent. In front of the students stood all the teachers of First High School. Seeing this formation, they all guessed what today's announcement would be about. As the students were speculating, the principal stepped forward and declared, several matters will be announced today. The elimination competition for the bottom-ranked students in the sophomore elite class will officially begin next Wednesday. Students from regular classes can all sign up. This year is somewhat different from previous years. After regular class students register, there will no longer be just the top 10 selected as before, nor will it be the traditional top 20. When the challenge is successfully completed, they will enter the elite class. In the elite class, the lowest-ranked student will be demoted back to the regular class. The ranking of the elite class is no longer limited to just one class, but now includes the collective ranking of both elite classes. The lowest-ranked student will be considered eliminated. Swoosh! Wu Zhongping's words immediately caused a stir. With the freedom to challenge anyone, I feel like I have a chance to enter the elite class. I think I can do it too. Before I could only challenge the top 20 in my class. But now it's different, I'm aiming straight for the last place in class too. The students from the regular class were buzzing with excitement, chattering among themselves. Meanwhile, in the elite class, some remained unfazed, their expressions calm as if this meant nothing to them. Others, however, wore looks of slight concern. If in the past it was merely a challenge, the top 20 spots had a high probability of being unattainable for students from ordinary classes. After this year's rule changes, it means they are very likely to be eliminated. Forcing them back to the ordinary classes would be more agonizing than killing them. Next is the second matter. After investigation by the school, it has been confirmed that Lu Chunshan, homeroom teacher of Class 1 in the regular stream, abused his teaching position to accept bribes. Given the serious nature of the offense, the school has decided to dismiss him with no possibility of rehire. He has currently been taken away by personnel from the Lingwu Bureau for interrogation. This news left all the students below utterly shocked. Who exactly was your homeroom teacher taking bribes from? A student nearby softly whispered to Class 1. No idea. The students of Class 1 were equally bewildered. Especially those from the regular Class 1, they were completely stunned. Their homeroom teacher got fired? This morning, their homeroom teacher had come to the classroom, urging them to study hard. How could he be arrested in the blink of an eye? What exactly happened throughout this morning? Did they miss something? Moreover, they were taken away by the Spirit Marshal Bureau. The teacher standing at the front showed no signs of surprise at this news. Observing the students' reactions below, Wu Zhongping spoke again. I hope all teachers and students will take this as a warning. Students should focus their minds on studying. Instead of scheming these crooked methods, the most important duty as a teacher is to educate students. After finishing the lecture, he continued, the third matter, I believe you should all be able to guess. It concerns that video circulating online. According to the Lingwu Bureau's appraisal, the footage has been doctored. In response to this incident, the school has decided to expel the student appearing in the video, Zhang Hong, revoking his student status. The internet is not a lawless space. That student, along with their parents, has already been taken away by the Lingwu Bureau. From today onward, any student who deliberately slanders another will be expelled by the school. Swoosh. Each announcement was more shocking than the last. Ha ha ha. Lin Liqiang couldn't hide a smug expression upon hearing the principal's words. I told you Zhang Li was going to get fired. Damn it. How dare he act all cocky with me. A guy next to him nudged his arm and whispered a reminder. Bro Chang, it's Zhang Hong who got fired, not Zhang Li. Ha? Lin Liqiang froze. What did you say? Not Zhang Li? It's Zhang Hong? The boy pointed toward the direction of Class 1 nearby and said, right, haven't you noticed that Zhang Hong from Class 1 isn't here? He quickly turned to look in the direction indicated. After carefully scanning for a while, Zhang Hong was indeed nowhere to be seen. Just as he turned back, he happened to see Zhang Li smiling at him. Whoosh! His face instantly drained of color. A chill ran down his spine, cold sweat pouring down. Damn it all. Why wasn't it Zhang Li who got fired instead? I'm such a damn idiot. Why did I have to run my mouth and piss off this demon? Damn it, is he gonna come over and slap me right now? Gulp. Swallowed hard. Struggled to turn my head back, resisting the urge to look at them any longer. Fear had reached its peak within me. This guy really doesn't hold back with his strikes. The thought of yesterday's scene in the training room, where he beat Zhang Hong, made his heart tremble uncontrollably. Damn it, that guy beat Zhang Hong half to death yesterday. And yet today, that bastard is perfectly fine, while Zhang Hong, the one who got beaten, got expelled from school. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it gets. Can't afford to mess with, simply can't afford to mess with him. In his mind, he had already labeled Zhang Li as someone not to be trifled with. Aside from Lin Liqiang, the other students also couldn't believe what they were hearing. That video was actually fake? It was post-production work? Damn, this is just ridiculous. How could they fake it to this extent? All the students started discussing it fervently. I always said no normal person would do something like this. I commented online that the video was fake before, and got bombarded with insults from people. Holy shit, I was literally just cursing about it online. Right after I finished ranting, they tell me the video was edited in post-production? I don't believe it. With current skills, can't everything be edited in post-production? As everyone knows, videos can't be photoshopped. I believe what my own eyes see. Despite the principal's explanation, there were still some who refused to believe it. In fact, some people's thoughts were strikingly similar to Lin Liqiang's. Everyone assumed Zhang Li must have pulled some strings to get Zhang Hong expelled from the school. Guo Zhongping spoke up again. A student like this has caused significant damage to our school's reputation. The school will file a lawsuit against him, demanding compensation for reputational damages. Meanwhile, the school will provide financial assistance to student Zhang Li, covering all tuition fees. He didn't explain the incident's details to the students below. He merely announced the school's disciplinary decision briefly. He believed this kind of incident would undoubtedly be reported with full details in the news. Official information would carry far more credibility than anything he could say. When he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar again. Just what kind of background does this Zhang Li have? He beat someone up without consequences, and the school even exempted him from all tuition fees. Holy shit, could he be the child of some big shot? They all began speculating wildly about Zhang Li's identity. Such egregious behavior was not only left unpunished by the school, but even rewarded. Where the hell can you find justice in this? Chapter 25, Breaking Through to the Second Rank. The students below began speculating wildly about what could possibly be the reason. All the students looked at Zhang Li with changed expressions. This guy must have some unfathomable background. The school didn't say much about this matter. After dismissal, everyone returned to their respective classrooms. The students of Class 3 instantly fell silent the moment Zhang Li walked in. Lin Liqiang didn't show up for the afternoon martial arts class. Rumor had it he'd taken sick leave. Even after school let out, some students were still discussing these events in hushed tones. Zhang Li, however, went home as if nothing had happened at all. As soon as he arrived home, a staff member dressed in the uniform of the Spirit Martial Palace appeared at his doorstep. With a very friendly attitude, the person asked, "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Zhang Li?" Zhang Li nodded. "Yes, that's me." "Alright, let me confirm the information." He took out an unidentified instrument from his person and conducted a verification on him. Ding! Identity confirmed. A prompt tone sounded from the instrument. "This is the cultivation technique you purchased from our Lingwu hall." Then the other party took out an exquisitely crafted small box from their person. "All the cultivation techniques you purchased are inside. Additionally, as it's your first time purchasing from our official website, we've included a blank spirit storage card as a complimentary gift. For future technique purchases, you can download free techniques through the special channel on our official website using the spirit storage card." After handing over the small box, they patiently explained. Thank you. Zhongli took the box and thanked them. May your cultivation reach great heights. Farewell. After the people from the spiritual martial hall left, he eagerly returned home. Opening the small box, he found 5 spirit storage cards inside. Each storage spirit card bears a few extremely tiny characters. These storage spirit cards are single-use, they vanish after one learns the techniques stored within. He already knew how to use the storage spirit cards. He picked up one of the storage spirit cards. C-rank martial skill, cloud parting palm. Place it against the center of your forehead. A mysterious passage instantly appeared in his mind. The moment these words entered his consciousness, they seemed permanently engraved. It gives a memorable impression at first glance. Following the techniques in his mind, he stood still in place. He assumed the starting stance of the cloud parting palm. Ding! New martial art detected. Does the host wish to spend villain points to learn it? Just as he was about to begin his cultivation, suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ha! Zhongli froze for a moment before his face immediately lit up with ecstasy. Villain points could actually be used this way. Who needs cultivation when you can cheat? Opened his attribute panel. Villain points, 7,800. Decided to spend the villain points without hesitation. Immediately, various cultivation techniques of the cloud parting palm flooded his mind. It seemed as though he had practiced them tens of thousands of times. In just a few short minutes, he had already mastered the cloud parting palm, even reaching the proficient realm. The mastery levels of martial techniques are categorized as novice realm, proficient realm, expert realm, mastery realm, and perfect realm. Yet none of this was over, as the knowledge of the cloud parting palm in his mind was overwhelmingly vast. His entire head felt as if it were about to burst, the pain splitting his skull. While continuously absorbing martial techniques into his mind, the surrounding spiritual energy was being sucked into his body at a terrifying rate. Even so, it still couldn't keep up with his body's rapid consumption. The vast knowledge of martial techniques in his mind was being continuously absorbed. Zhongli hurriedly took out the spirit-gathering pills he had obtained earlier from the spirit martial hall. He placed one pill into his mouth. Detected host is consuming medicinal pellet. Spend villain points to enhance the pellet? Ha! Zhongli hesitated for a moment. The villain points, aside from not directly boosting cultivation, could practically accomplish anything. Enhance. 100 villain points spent. Pill enhancement successful. Almost as soon as the spirit-gathering pill was swallowed, it instantly transformed into vast spiritual energy. It exploded directly inside his body. The immense knowledge brought him considerable pain, yet it also eased somewhat. Seeing it was effective, he hurriedly took out another spirit-absorbing pill and swallowed it. In an instant, he was completely immersed in the joy of cheating the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've spent 2,000 villain points, and the cloud parting palm technique has now reached perfection. Half an hour later, the voice of the system echoed in my mind. Holy shit, I'm fucking blown away. Has it really reached the state of perfection already? Is this the joy of being broke? This cloud parting palm, though merely a C-grade martial technique, yet it only took 2,000 points to reach perfection. Few can cultivate a C-grade technique to perfection. Those with talent wouldn't waste time on C-grade techniques. For them, reaching rank C is merely a transitional phase. Those lacking natural talent would find it even more impossible to master a rank C martial skill to perfection. At this moment, his attribute panel also underwent visible changes. Name, Zhongli. Technique, nameless breathing technique, perfection realm, cloud parting palm, perfection realm. Villain points, 5,800. Zhongli assumed the opening stance of the cloud parting palm. With a gentle flick of his hand, a massive surge of spiritual energy instantly gathered in his palm. Boom! With a single palm strike, the sofa 2 meters away shattered into pieces. His eyes widened in shock. This was the flawless realm of the cloud parting palm. With virtually minimal exertion, he managed to unleash such tremendous force. Damn, that was $1,000 sofa I bought. At this moment, it finally dawned on him. The brand new sofa, barely used, was instantly ruined by his single palm strike. His cultivation level had just risen from first tier 5th stage to first tier 7th stage while learning the cloud pushing palm technique. After consuming 3 spirit gathering pills earlier, with the system's assistance, his cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly escalating. After briefly disposing of the sofa debris, he took out another spirit storage card. This is the basic E-grade breathing technique. Once again, he pressed it against the center of his forehead. Just like before, a segment of text appeared in his mind. New breathing technique detected. Its rank is inferior to the nameless breathing technique. Proceed with learning? Damn, the system is actually this intelligent? I initially thought that the mediocre breathing technique I bought for $50 from a scalper wasn't even E-grade. Who would have guessed it's actually higher than E-grade? A thought struck me. System, what grade is the cloud parting palm martial skill? It's an ungraded martial skill. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. He should have realized earlier the system's standards were naturally very high. This made him somewhat curious about what grade the breathing technique obtained from the scalper actually was. But clearly it couldn't have been too high, since he'd only spent 500 villain points to reach perfection back then. The newly learned cloud-parting palm technique had cost him a full 2,000 points. He had a rough guess in his heart, so he decisively gave up on learning this basic breathing technique. There was also a movement technique and a basic sword technique. Press 2 spirit storage cards against your forehead in sequence. Spend 2,100 villain points. Both the snow treading technique and basic swordplay have reached perfection. Inside the room, he practiced the snow treading technique. His entire figure moved like a specter, with astonishing speed. It was almost like the Qingdong Lightfoot techniques from the wuxia novels he'd read in his previous life. With just the slightest exertion of force, he could leap tremendous distances. One might almost say he was walking on walls and flying over eaves. And the foundational sword techniques granted him plentiful gains. Even C-grade techniques rarely saw practitioners reach perfection, let alone basic sword forms. Upon achieving mastery in foundational swordplay, his entire demeanor underwent a palpable transformation. Bzzzt. A tremor ran through his body. This feeling was familiar to him, it was the precursor to a breakthrough. He immediately activated his breathing technique, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to wildly converge toward him. Combined with the martial skill he had just learned and the 4 spirit-gathering pills he had taken, the qi and blood within his body seemed to boil, circulating at an extreme pace. The terrifying spiritual energy inside was simultaneously refining his bones at breakneck speed. If one could look inward, they would see his bones now faintly glowing like polished jade. This was the pinnacle of bone-tempering realm, just one step away from entering the second-grade organ-refining realm. Boom! As the last shred of bone within the body was finally tempered, a dull reverberation echoed from within. The aura surrounding his entire being grew noticeably powerful. Blood and qi surged like a rainbow, with faint strands of spiritual energy emanating from his form, emanating an inexplicable sense of pressure. He achieved a perfect breakthrough to the second rank. The recent breakthrough filled his heart with joy. Who would have thought that practicing martial techniques could lead to such a significant breakthrough in cultivation level as well? One must admit, this S-grade martial talent is truly remarkable. With the system's enhancement effects, it's truly insane. Without even deliberately cultivating, I've actually broken through to the second rank so effortlessly. Just imagine how ridiculously fast the cultivation speed would be with an SSS-grade martial talent. Chapter 26, Explosive News. After the breakthrough, Zhongli didn't immediately go to rest. Looking at the 8 soul-gathering pills still remaining in his possession, he felt an impulsive urge to consume them all. After all, he could simply spend villain points to enhance the pills' effects later. No time like the present. He swallowed the soul-gathering pills and continued his stance training right there on the spot. The enhanced elixir transformed into immense spiritual energy. The vital energy and blood within his body surged rapidly through his veins, accelerating the absorption of spiritual qi. The absorbed spiritual qi gradually strengthened his internal organs. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his cultivation. Yet the internet was in an uproar. Several news stories dominated the trending topics directly. Shocked, the real reason behind the foster son beating his adoptive mother has finally come to light. Bombshell. Foster son beats adoptive mother, yet the crowd actually cheers. A family of 3 actually committed such beastly acts. Justice may be slow, but it never fails. Numerous trending hashtags flooded the news homepage in succession. In the morning, people were still gossiping and hurling abuse online, yet they all clicked on the news one after another. The young man seen beating his adoptive parents in the video is the child of 2 martyrs. His parents sacrificed their lives heroically 18 years ago, defending against an invasion of ferocious beasts. He was the only one left behind, growing up in an orphanage. Zhang and Shen, a married couple, adopted him from the welfare home. They initially appeared to be kind-hearted adoptive parents, but who could have guessed that just 1 year after the adoption, they gave birth to a boy of their own. For the next 18 years, they treated their adopted son with blatant disdain, subjecting him to all kinds of abuse at home. Fearing he might possess cultivation talent and someday become a ranked martial artist, they even forbid him from learning breathing techniques. And at just 18 years old, she forced her adopted son to sign over the martyr's child subsidy transfer agreement. The news report detailed the entire sequence of events meticulously. What followed was the complete hospital surveillance footage. This time, the video included audio. Anyone could tell they were coercing the other party into signing the agreement. Even at the end of the news report, several photos were attached. The photos showed the transfer agreement and the severance of relations agreement. Once this news broke, those who had been hurling abuse at Zhongli suddenly felt a wave of shame. Damn it, the earlier video was actually maliciously edited. That family is worse than beasts. Now I think they got off too lightly, they should have been beaten to death. This was especially true after they heard Zhang Hong's words in the video, "You're nothing but a dog our family raised." This only fueled everyone's anger further. Damn it, that beating was too light. If it were me, I'd chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Pieces of shit. The young man is still too soft-hearted. They don't even deserve to be called human. Holy shit, a martyr's child? My dad told me about that beast invasion 18 years ago. Our great Xiao warriors suffered heavy casualties. I never expected. Salute to those heroes. Salute to the heroes. Your son should not have been treated this way. This family truly deserves to die. Kneeling for their address, I'm going to teach them a real lesson. The online sentiment flipped instantly. Those who had previously cursed Zhang Li now turned to hurling all kinds of abuse at Zhang Defa and his wife. They started digging up past incidents, and they actually uncovered some things. A year ago, when Zhang Ligan was in his first year of high school, the school asked students to pay for breathing technique classes. This couple made a huge scene at the school, claiming their child wasn't healthy enough to learn breathing techniques. Eventually, they forced the school to apologize to them. After this matter was exposed, it once again drew a wave of condemnation. These despicable creatures aren't even worthy of being called human, they're lower than pigs and dogs. How could the son of our Qingqing hero end up like this? I sense a whiff of conspiracy in this news. Is it possible they adopted the martyr's child just for the subsidy money from the very beginning? Hiss, don't even say it, but you're absolutely right, otherwise how could she have given birth to a son the very next year? Holy shit, they must have planned it all along when they adopted. Too ruthless. God damn it, since when do such trash deserve martyrs' subsidies? As they were discussing this, an announcement was also issued from the Lingwu Hall. Children of martyrs must claim in person, any transfer agreements will be invalid. The intention behind this announcement was clear to any discerning person. It was directly targeting something specific. Some people even tracked down the media outlets that posted the videos earlier. Under their posts, they left countless comments. The insults flew thick and fast, each one more vulgar than the last. They spared no obscenity. They were cursed as being raised by savage beasts. Within less than an hour, this media outlet received thousands of complaints. Shortly after, the media account that had posted the video was directly deactivated. Even the host who provided the video commentary was doxxed by netizens. The same wave of reports flooded his personal account. Even those who had previously insulted Zhang Li's parents were now being dug up. Under their accounts, people left comments and reported them one after another. Some residents of Qingqing City even went further, using special means to track down the address where this family of three lived. At their doorstep, various patterns and words were smeared. It's truly infuriating. Those martial artists who once participated together in repelling the savage beast invasion also expressed unanimously. They hoped to find Zhang Li. They are willing to offer him some assistance. At the same time, they have made their stance clear, hoping the Spiritual Enforcement Bureau will take this matter seriously. They are all spirit guardians from the Lingwu Temple garrison. If mishandled, it could break their hearts. They fought tooth and nail for Daxia, yet their own children suffered abuse. This matter must be accounted for. But Zhang Li remained completely unaware of these developments. He was currently engrossed in his cultivation practice. This news spread not only across Qingqing City, but throughout the entire Great Xiao Nation. People were paying tribute to the heroes. Then they began hurling abuses at this family of three. Soon after, yet another news story broke out. The entire family has already been taken away by the Spiritual Enforcement Bureau. Their charge may be premeditated murder. Nice work. Making them sew prison uniforms is way too lenient for them. People like this should just be thrown into the wilderness as food for the savage beasts. Ugh, a whole family of scum. Aside from this, Xincheng High School No. 1 gained notoriety. It was revealed that when that defamatory video surfaced earlier, the school had stated they wouldn't unjustly expel students without first determining the facts. In the evening, some students said that Zhang Hong had already been expelled by the school. Even Zhang Hong's homeroom teacher was fired. Parents who had previously wanted to transfer their children out of the school began to regret their decision. They called the teachers at First High School repeatedly, announcing they would not be transferring after all. The stance of No. 1 High School, however, was crystal clear. For those wishing to transfer schools, their transfer procedures were processed in the afternoon. Amid their heated discussion, the Spiritual Affairs Bureau of Qingqing City posted an update. The internet is not a lawless space. 5 individuals who deliberately smeared the martyrs have already been apprehended. Those who previously verbally abused Zhang Li's parents under the video were directly arrested. This announcement released by Lingwu Bureau was precisely in response to certain individuals from the Lingwu Temple Spirit Suppression Army. All who dare insult martyrs will face punishment. They even released another piece of news. In the conference room of Yizhong in the afternoon, more than a dozen media journalists were detained. They were subjected to criticism and education. Some were even placed under detention. Zhang Li, having absorbed 8 spirit-gathering pills, had initially thought he could break through to another major realm. The breakthrough only reached second rank, second stage. This left him somewhat disappointed. Indeed, the gap between first rank and second rank remained vast. Moreover, his villain points had dwindled to just 2,200. This is a real treasure. We must find a way to get more. Increasing one's cultivation relies entirely on this thing. Chapter 27, Elite Class Library. The next day, when Zhang Li arrived at school, everyone was discussing the online news. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions, but he didn't care about any of it. He headed straight for the martial arts instructor's office. Upon arriving at Zhang Guo's office door, he knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhang Guo's voice came from inside. "Professor Zhang." Zhang Li pushed the door open and entered. There was only Zhang inside. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Guo greeted with a hearty smile. "Zhang Li, what brings you here?" "Teacher Zhang, I'd like to visit our school's library to select some martial arts techniques." He straightforwardly stated his purpose. "I haven't learned any martial arts yet. The elimination competition for the elite class is coming up soon, so I want to go learn a few techniques." The reason he came here was because he suddenly remembered what the principal had said yesterday morning. His school expenses were all covered by the school. As the saying goes, only a fool would pass up a free advantage. Zhang Guohua nodded. "The library. You can enter using your student ID. However, students from the regular class have very limited access. Most of what's available are basic techniques, like breathing methods and some fundamental fist techniques. Wait a moment, I'll help you ask." With that, he picked up his phone and made a call. After just a few simple words, he hung up the phone. Then he pulled out a somewhat special card from his pocket. "This is the Elite Class Access Student Card. You can learn all the martial arts inside, but you can only choose two. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Once you've made your choice, come find me. All martial techniques need to be registered at your current skill level." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Li took the card and said thank you. "Your situation is special. This is a privilege the school has granted you. Also, if anyone bullies you at school, remember to tell your teacher." Zhang Guohua waved his hand dismissively. After leaving the office, he headed straight for the elite class's archives. Zhang Li arrived, took out his card, and swiped it at the access control. The archive door clicked open. The library on the elite class side appears exceptionally sophisticated. Inside the library, there are dozens of individual meditation rooms. They provide convenience for elite students to practice martial skills here. There are also several large training halls specifically reserved for them to hone their combat techniques. This left Zhang Li utterly dumbfounded. No wonder the students in the elite class were all so formidable. Unlike regular classes with fixed schedules, the elite class students didn't have daily rigid timetables. They enjoyed greater freedom with their time. Their martial arts instructors would adjust their training based on each student's personal cultivation progress. Given specified training programs, students who can enter the elite class will undoubtedly qualify for martial arts universities in the future. For students in the regular class, martial arts courses serve as bonus points for their college entrance exams, whereas for elite class students, academic courses are extremely easy for them. After all, with such exceptional martial arts talent, handling cultural studies is a piece of cake. All cultural courses are entirely self-taught. Generally speaking, for students with high talent who have already attained rank, cultural studies, they only need to purchase spirit storage cards containing cultural lessons, and this knowledge can be imprinted directly into their minds. Of course, this kind of knowledge imprinted in the mind still requires learning, just like martial techniques. Memorizing and mastering are two entirely different things. This is also what sets it apart from ordinary classes. Most people in ordinary classes haven't even reached the initial grading standard. It's impossible to use the spirit storage card. Everyone here was preoccupied with their own affairs, completely unaware of Zhang Li's arrival. The library consisted of 3 floors in total. The first floor was almost entirely dedicated to meditation chambers and training grounds. Martial arts techniques and similar skills are all on the second floor. Without stopping on the first floor, he went directly to the second floor. There weren't many people on the second floor. This repository was quite similar to an ordinary library. The only difference was that each compartment on the shelves was individually enclosed. And what's more, they were all enclosed and locked. Inside the compartments, there was a martial arts technique manual. On the glass outside each compartment were labels indicating the level and name of the martial art. It was said that none of the books here were actual books. Real books wouldn't be placed here. This was also to prevent human interference or damage. The classification here was quite similar to what he had seen on the Lingwu Palace official website. However, most of what was here were D-grade martial arts techniques. There aren't many C-level ones either. Initially, I thought all of these were free. Who would have imagined that in the lower right corner of the grid where the spirit storage cards were placed, prices were actually marked. All these things required students to pay out of pocket. I glanced casually. D-grade martial skill, mountain splitting fist, price, 8,000 dasha dollars. A-grade martial skill, basic blade technique, price, 1,000 dasha dollars. The D-grade one is indeed slightly cheaper than what's listed on the Spirit Martial Hall's official website. This is also an advantage of the school. On the official website of Lingwu Hall, even slightly better D-grade techniques cost tens of thousands. All techniques are learned through Spirit storage cards. These Spirit storage cards are much more convenient than traditional books. Facing the dazzling array of martial techniques before him, he began to examine them slowly. That despicable, shameless scoundrel Su Chaoyu tricked me out of a spirit-gathering pill. This isn't over. Inside a quiet cultivation chamber on the second floor, a young man cursed furiously. Brother Jiang, calm down. The elimination round is coming up soon. We'll teach him a lesson on the field. Someone nearby quickly chimed in to console him. Damn it, just wait and see. I can't swallow this anger. Getting only one nailing pill a month, and that bastard just took it so easily. The young man walked out of the meditation chamber, cursing under his breath. If he'd fought Brother Jiang openly and fairly, he wouldn't have stood a chance. What a sneaky bastard, another boy chimed in. Hey, Brother Jiang, look over there. Why is a student from the regular class in our elite division's martial arts library? The boy quickly changed the subject, pointing at a student browsing through combat techniques nearby. The uniforms for regular classes and elite classes were completely different. You could tell at a glance which class someone belonged to. The young man, still fuming, followed the direction the other person pointed and walked over. Approaching the side, he looked somewhat arrogant. You're from a regular class? Zhongli turned his head at the sound. Two young men were standing not far away. The one who spoke was about 1.8 meters tall. However, he didn't know these two men. He just nodded at them without saying anything. Another boy saw that the other party remained silent and directly approached him. My brother Jiang is talking to you. Are you deaf? The brother Jiang mentioned by this person was Jiang Tianrui from class 2 of the elite class. Having nowhere else to vent his anger, he happened to run into a student from the ordinary class. Jiang Tianrui also spoke up. This is the elite class's territory. A student from the ordinary class like you doesn't belong here. Zhongli helplessly glanced at him and pulled out the card Zhang Guohua had given. See that? School permission. Having said that, he turned his attention back to his combat techniques, ignoring the other person entirely. Seeing Zhang Li's attitude, his face darkened. This was the elite class, after all. How could he tolerate some ordinary class student acting so arrogantly in front of him? My spirit nurturing pill quota being snatched by Su Chaoyu was already bad enough. But what kind of nobody is this bastard before me? Brother Jiang, he's that guy from the news. At this moment, Jiang Tianrui also recognized Zhang Li, smirking at each other. Well, if it isn't Zhang Li, the one who made headlines by claiming his parents were martyrs, playing the victim card, and beating his adoptive parents? Suddenly remembering something, he continued with a sinister tone. I heard you receive spirit gathering pills every month from the Lingwu Hall, don't you? Chapter 28 The Library Fight. Seeing that the other party remained silent, he approached him again, placing a hand on Zhang Li's shoulder. I'm asking you a question, can't you fucking understand? I suspect you stole someone else's card to get in here. Our elite class library isn't a place you can enter just by playing the victim. Be sensible, hand over 2 nailing pills, and we'll consider today's trespass into our elite class library settled. Zhang Li dodged to the side. The slap landed on the other person's arm. He sent the other stumbling with a rough shove. Then he grabbed the man by his collar and hoisted him upright. See clearly now? He produced that card again and slapped it against Jiang Tianrui's cheek. I was already ignoring you, yet you still push your luck. Let go of Brother Jiang, you're asking for death. Another man grew frantic when he saw his buddy being lifted with one hand. Immediately, he swung his foot to kick the attacker. Zhang Li dodged to the side, evading the incoming strike. He immediately followed up with another kick aimed at his opponent. Boom! The man was sent flying over 10 meters by the kick, crashing heavily into a bookshelf. Splash! The entire bookshelf was knocked over and collapsed onto the floor. All the books on the shelf had fallen to the floor, and this man lay on the ground, unconscious. Strike with ruthless force, leaving no chance for retaliation. Villain points plus 300 inch. Taking advantage of his attack, the young man he was holding in his grip, a fist came crashing toward his head. Zhang Li tilted his head and dodged the opponent's attack. One hand seized the opponent's fist. The other hand gripped the opponent's collar and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Boom! The nearby bookshelves were shaking violently. Such was the strength of the impact. The young man called Brother Jiang had been smashed dizzy, his head spinning from the blow. You'd better let me go, or you're finished. Believe me, I'll have you expelled from school. Jiang Tianrui never expected this guy to be so formidable. He was instantly defeated without even a chance to react. Zhang Li cast a casual glance at the other man and pulled out a bottle. It was the same bottle that had once held nailing pills, but now it contained nailing powder instead. It was still the same 2 portions given to him by the scalper earlier. Now there's only one dose left inside, one was taken last night. Even with the system's enhancement, it had almost no effect. Pure medicinal dregs, utterly worthless. You want this? Zhangli placed the bottle right before the other's eyes. The bottle bore 3 characters, Spirit Gathering Pill. Zhang Tianrui's eyes flashed with a trace of greed upon seeing it. He had merely mentioned it casually before, never expecting this fellow to actually possess one. If it came from the Spirit Martial Hall, then this Spirit Gathering Pill must be of premium quality. Is this guy really planning to give it to him? Just as he was wondering in his heart. Here you go, Zhangli said as he placed the porcelain bottle into his coat pocket. Before he could even react, grabbed his collar again directly. Boom! With another forceful movement, slammed him hard onto the ground. With a click, the porcelain bottle in Zhang Tianrui's pocket shattered into pieces instantly. All the spirit absorption powder inside spilled throughout the pocket. You! Zhang Tianrui stared in wide-eyed disbelief, his face contorted with rage. Had that precious spirit nurturing pill just been kicked away like trash? Thousands of dollars gone in an instant? His mind reeled, struggling to process what had just happened. Boom! Then came another kick. It landed squarely in the opponent's stomach, sending them flying several meters backward. The nailing powder also spilled from the pocket, leaving a trail across the ground. Actions speak louder than words. If they dare threaten, just beat them until they can't speak. Villain points plus 500. Just now, the 5 elixir pills I had inside were crushed by you and can't be used anymore. Remember, you owe me for them. This was given to me by the Spirit Martial Hall. If they find out that you stole my spirit absorption pill and even shattered it, you know the consequences. Looking at Zhang Tianrui lying on the ground like a dead dog, he said indifferently. Of course, if you don't want to compensate, that's fine too. The Spirit Martial Hall will be notified about you. Upon hearing this, the other person's eyes widened in shock. Seeing their expression, Zhangli scoffed. I know what you're thinking. So tell me, do you think the Spirit Martial Hall will believe you, or me? Shameless. He had never seen such a shameless person. To openly frame him like this. Unable to catch his breath, he blacked out on the spot. Brazen framing, well done. You're perfect for this. Villain points plus 500. The sounds of fighting immediately caught the attention of nearby students. They streamed out from their meditation chambers one after another. When they saw Zhang Tianrui tossed aside like garbage, scattered around him were fragments of porcelain bottles. On the other side, yet another person lay motionless on the ground, with an overturned bookshelf behind him. Everybody was dumbfounded. Who on earth is this guy? Such nerve, daring to fight inside the library. Who is this guy before me? I'm even more puzzled. Suddenly, someone seemed to recall something and hastily spoke up. This guy looks so familiar. Isn't he that Zhangli from the news? The one from our school. Hey, now that you mention it, now I remember, it really is him. Someone online said he's quite arrogant, and it turns out to be true, he even dares to cause trouble here. Someone scoffed mockingly. Does this guy really think Lingwu Hall would back him up? Isn't the one lying on the ground Zhang Tianrui? Wasn't he a first-rank, third-stage cultivator? Is this fake? How could he possibly win? I heard he doesn't even know breathing techniques? That was too ruthless. Look, Zhang Tianrui is coughing up blood. Zhangli glanced at the people around him. Nothing to see here, everyone move along. Having said that, he continued browsing through martial arts techniques. He didn't give this matter a second thought. At that moment, a woman frowned, stepped out from the crowd, and spoke slowly. Regardless of which class you're from, isn't it excessive to physically assault a fellow student in the elite class's library? As soon as the woman finished speaking, the surrounding people gasped in surprise. Su Yuqing, I never expected to see Goddess Su in the library too. They say Goddess Su has already broken through to the second rank, far surpassing even the seniors in their final year. She's our school's top genius. Some martial arts teachers say she might reach the peak of second rank by the time of her college entrance exams. What? No way. Even with daily spirit gathering pills, no one could advance that quickly. She possesses an S-grade martial talent, the only student in our school with S-grade martial aptitude. In the elite senior class, the highest cultivation level right now barely reaches Tier 1 Stage 8. Our first high school's top campus belle, both her strength and beauty are unrivaled. The woman's appearance caused a stir among the nearby male students, their faces brimming with foolish admiration. Su Yuqing frowned, glanced at the person on the ground, and continued speaking. Whatever the reason for your actions, assaulting a classmate in public is unacceptable. Take them to the medical office, then apologize. Her attitude was incredibly haughty. From start to finish, she never regarded them as worthy of attention. Our elite class's archives strictly prohibit private fights, that's the rule here. His tone was brimming with unquestionable authority. As she spoke, she deliberately released the aura of a second-grade martial artist, intent on intimidating the other party. Zhang Li shot her a glance. Are you out of your mind? Is there not a single normal person left in this school? Chapter 29, The Power of Perfect Realm Martial Arts. I don't care who you are. If you hit a fellow student, you have to apologize. Zhang Li glared coldly at the other person. Are your folks from Paris? What do you mean? Su Yuqing froze for a moment, not understanding what the other person was talking about. Did Notre Dame collapse and leave you with nowhere to go? Is that why you ended up here? Should I apologize regardless of right or wrong? Who are you? Do I even know you? He didn't give the other party even the slightest bit of face. His face stiffened as he pointed at him. You. Fighting in the library archive is unacceptable. Don't force my hand, apologize now. You don't understand the rules of our elite class. Allow me to teach you how to properly respect your classmates. Although he couldn't grasp the exact meaning of the other's words, their hostile intent was unmistakable. Her aura of a second-grade cultivator instantly pressed down upon Zhang Li. Yet Zhang Li remained completely unfazed, calmly regarding his opponent. It seems I underestimated you. To remain unmoved under my pressure, you've got some skill. If you apologize now, I'll pretend you never spoke those words. What if I refuse to apologize? With these words, Zhang Li swiftly dodged, his footwork executing the treading snow technique. The movement artistry of the perfection realm was now fully displayed through him, his figure flickering like a phantom. The surrounding crowd saw only a blur before their eyes. His figure was completely indistinct. All that was felt was a gust of fierce wind rushing by, followed immediately by boom, a dull sound. A figure was seen sent flying through the air. Before those around could even react, a figure darted away once more. With just a light tap of the toes and a single stride, they covered over 10 meters. The figure that had just taken flight had barely landed, only to be kicked flying again. Bang! A muffled groan. Another large section of the nearby bookshelf collapsed, burying him completely beneath the wreckage. By the time everyone could see clearly, only Zhang Li stood there motionless, and their goddess Su Yuqing, had disappeared. When facing a genius, ambush is the supreme strategy. Well done, villain points plus 800. How is this possible? My goddess, defeated in an instant? Despicable, utterly despicable, to resort to a sneak attack like this. The surrounding students were utterly shocked. Zhang Li paid no attention to their words whatsoever. The moment the other party locked onto him with their aura, he had already sensed their cultivation level. Second rank, first tier, only one tier lower than himself. Even with the antagonist traits bonus, he still couldn't be certain of victory. After all, the other party could truly be called the top genius of number 1 high school. To reach the second rank and first stage at such a young age definitely indicates extraordinary talent. Geniuses at this level might very well possess some ultimate martial techniques or trump cards. For prodigies like these, isn't being invincible within their rank and capable of fighting above their level just a matter of routine? He was just one minor stage higher than his opponent. In the eyes of a true genius, such a small gap meant nothing. There was every possibility of suffering an unexpected defeat and becoming someone else's stepping stone. So he didn't give his opponent any chance to strike at all. Strike down the threat in its cradle when the opponent is completely off guard. Both strikes were executed with almost full force, though these two attacks succeeded through ambush when the target was unprepared. Yet he couldn't believe this student, hailed as the foremost genius of first high, could be instantly defeated so easily. Ignoring the words of those around, he warily watched the spot where the bookshelf had collapsed. Boom! The debris of those bookshelves exploded with a roar. A figure darted out from within. The entire second floor was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Su Yuqing looked rather disheveled at this moment, her once neat training outfit now in complete disarray. There were even some torn sections visible on it. Her gaze turned icy as she stared at her opponent. So you're a second-grade martial artist too? No wonder you dare to act so arrogantly. Since you've already reached second grade, those two clearly weren't your match. Why did you still have to injure them? Zhang Li couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the figure emerge from beneath the bookshelf. Truly, geniuses are inhuman existences. They can't be measured by ordinary standards. His two strikes would have left any normal person unable to even stand up. Yet the other party remained unscathed, still having the strength to speak to him. His decisive strike earlier was the right move. Had he exchanged even a few more words with his opponent, it might have been him lying on the ground now. His gaze turned grave as he studied his adversary. Su Yuqing's words drew a collective gasp from the surrounding students. Second-rank martial artist? This guy is actually a second-rank martial artist? The news said the opponent didn't even know how to perform breathing techniques. Even if the Spirit Martial Hall had obtained the breathing technique, it would have been impossible for them to break through to the second rank so quickly. What kind of martial arts talent does he have? He immediately felt even more disdain for Zhang Li. Even as a second-rank warrior, why did he still have to ambush our goddess? The group of infatuated boys instantly became furious. They all began to curse at him viciously. Zhang Li, you're despicable. You're already a second-rank martial artist. Why don't you dare to fight our goddess Su openly and fairly? How shameless. How could you resort to such underhanded tactics? Disgusting, you trash. If you've got any guts, fight my goddess face to face. Are you even a man, resorting to sneak attacks? Revolting. At the same time, these infatuated boys began to worry about their goddess. Goddess Su, you must be careful with such a despicable person. Don't waste words on a shameless person like him. He's not worthy. Be careful, girl. Zhongli is such a vile guy, who knows what other underhanded tricks he might pull. Su Yuqing paid no attention to those around her, her gaze icy as she stared at the other person. She continued speaking, even if you want to apologize now, it's already too late. The rules of the elite class apply to everyone, no matter who you are. Zhongli didn't bother listening to what she was saying and attacked again. This time, he was even more cautious than before. The distance between them was only 4 or 5 meters. With a single stride, he closed the gap between them. Raising his palm, he made a striking motion. This is the opening stance of the cloud-parting palm. As his palm descended, a terrifying spiritual force instantly gathered within it. His breathing technique operated at an unprecedented rapid pace. An inexplicable oppressive aura emerged on the second floor. The surrounding students even felt a trace of fear in their hearts. The spiritual energy gathered at astonishing speed within his palm. The violent spiritual energy instantly transformed into a massive hand nearly 2 meters tall. Examined closely, one could even discern the palm lines on this hand, entirely condensed from thick, roiling spiritual energy. The moment this colossal palm appeared, it began frantically absorbing spiritual energy from the surrounding air. By the time it descended, the palm had grown even larger. This was the perfected realm of the cloud-parting palm. Boom! The enormous hand directly slammed toward the opponent. The deafening sound that crashed like a tidal wave instantly made everyone nearby lose their hearing. The movements appeared slow, but in reality, they happened in the blink of an eye. Before Su Yuqing could finish speaking, another slap sent her flying. She crashed heavily into the wall behind her. A dull thud, and everyone felt the ground tremble. The walls of this library were constructed with special materials. Had they been made of ordinary bricks, that impact would have left a massive crater in the wall. Her internal organs were violently shaken too, as if about to shift out of place. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her furious eyes glared at Zhongli. You. This completely stunned her. Without even the most basic martial ethics, you're unworthy of being called a martial artist. I've never seen anything like it, not a word spoken, just straight to action. I was just about to explain things rationally, but before I could finish speaking, the attack came. Facing terrifying martial techniques, Su Yuqing's eyes no longer held their previous arrogance, replaced instead by solemn gravity. The attack just now had made her feel a hint of threat. That terrifying palm strike made her feel like a small boat in a vast ocean, seemingly on the verge of being crushed at any moment. Chapter 30, Overwhelming Force. Zhang Li didn't speak, his figure flashed and vanished from the spot once more. A genius is indeed a genius even at this level, he could still speak with such arrogant superiority. This time, Su Yuqing was prepared. When Zhang Li's fist came crashing toward her, she responded with her own punch. A glimmer of golden light flashed across her fist. Boom! A dull sound. The fists collided with each other. A terrifying force surged from her fist. Thud, thud, thud. He took several steps back. As he retreated, the hard ground beneath his feet instantly cracked under the force of his steps. Such was the sheer strength displayed. Su Yuqing gazed at the other person in utter disbelief. She had thought that the previous attack was already the strongest martial technique. Never expected the opponent's power to be this terrifying. What kind of freak is this? She lightly shook her slightly numbed fist. He gazed at the other with a solemn expression. Zhang Li looked somewhat surprised. The opponent's strength wasn't as great as he had imagined. Knowing the other party was on guard this time, he didn't use his full strength. He kept 30% of his strength in reserve to deal with unforeseen variables. Who would have thought the opponent would be so pathetically weak? Perhaps the opponent's earlier attack was merely probing his capabilities. Zhang Li didn't care whether it was a probe or not. His figure flickered and vanished from sight once more. In the next instant, he materialized behind Su Yuqing. Her reaction was lightning fast as she whirled around to confront him. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. It wasn't the aura of martial arts. Zhang Li caught a whiff of genuine danger. A straightforward punch came directly at him. The fist carried a trace of brutal energy. Even Su Yuqing's knuckles were tinged with a crimson-red glow of power. Battle skill. Holy shit, my goddess is serious, she actually used her combat skill. Zhang Li is so dead. The last time I saw Goddess Su unleash her combat skills was during her sparring session with our martial arts instructor. This aura, it's undoubtedly a combat technique. Even the martial arts instructor praised her as exceptionally talented. The fist was about to land squarely on him when Zhang Li lightly tapped his toes. His entire body seemed to defy gravity as he floated backward effortlessly, swiftly putting distance between himself and his opponent. It all gave off an air of extraordinary grace, though he didn't know what those people meant by battle techniques. His subconscious told him it was a martial art stronger than ordinary combat skills. He avoided direct confrontation. Su Yuqing's attacks appeared fierce and domineering, yet couldn't even graze the opponent's clothing. Zhongli leisurely dodged the opponent's attacks with effortless grace. What kind of movement technique is this? Su Yuqing felt an inexplicable irritation growing in her heart. No matter how she attacked, she couldn't even graze her opponent. Now she was like a headless fly, unable to even clearly see his figure. Fine beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. When he'd been struck by that palm strike earlier, he'd already sensed something extraordinary about his opponent. He recognized the striking cloud's palm technique, just a C-rank martial skill after all. But when that massive palm materialized right before his eyes, only then did he realize he'd gravely underestimated his adversary. The opponent's cloud-slapping palm had undoubtedly reached the realm of perfection. At this moment, she couldn't help but doubt herself, could this truly be the same person mentioned in the news reports, the one who allegedly couldn't even master basic breathing techniques? The movement techniques displayed before her eyes had ascended to a level she simply couldn't comprehend. Thus, she cast aside all traces of the initial contempt she had harbored. He unleashed his combat technique right from the start. Combat techniques are abilities far more formidable than martial skills. They do not belong to cultivation methods. Unlike martial skills, combat techniques have no hierarchical grading system. A unique martial skill that can only be obtained through specific inheritance. Those capable of using combat techniques typically possess significant backgrounds. She employed combat techniques right from the start to demonstrate that there's always someone stronger beyond what one knows. However, she misjudged the situation. Her opponent surpassed her in both cultivation and martial skills. It seemed like the other party was evading, but to her, it felt more like they were toying with her. Ha! Su Yuqing let out an angry shout. Golden strands of energy began to ripple around her, and a golden phantom manifested behind her. This was the strongest state of her battle technique. A phantom shadow lashed out across the distance toward the opponent. Upon seeing the phantom shadow, Zhang Li's eyes became intensely vigilant, and his resolve grew even stronger. There absolutely must not be any chance for the opponent to strike. The emergence of battle techniques was something he'd never even heard of before. So he stopped dodging. Raising his palm, he pressed downward. Once more, a gigantic palm materialized above the phantom shadow behind Su Yuqing. The speed was blindingly fast. The breathing technique within him reached its peak operating speed. An aura of second-grade cultivation was unmistakably displayed in this moment. A colossal spiritual energy palm materialized in the blink of an eye. The perfected realm cloud dispelling palm descended with an unstoppable momentum. She raised her fist to meet the palm. The combat technique's phantom image behind her also threw a punch forward. Boom! Fist and palm collided with each other. A violent impact sound erupted. Su Yuqing's body trembled violently. Her face revealed a panicked expression. She nearly collapsed to her knees. The phantom image conjured by her battle technique behind her also dissipated under the single palm strike. She could never have imagined that her proud combat skills would prove so utterly vulnerable against her opponent. Landing the first strike, Zhang Li pressed his advantage without hesitation. Strike while the iron is hot. Another palm strike followed in swift succession. Boom! Su Yuqing was sent flying once more by the colossal palm. Bang bang bang. Without the slightest intention of holding back, can't afford to give the opponent a chance to strike. For a moment, Su Yuqing became like a punching bag, sent flying back again and again by consecutive palm strikes. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from her lips. She finally buckled under the relentless assault of the cloud-parting palms. Her entire aura instantly withered away. The frenzied aura she had exuded earlier vanished without a trace. Zhang Li didn't stop there and approached her, grabbing her by the collar, just as he had done when beating Jiang Tianrui. With a thunderous boom, he crashed heavily onto the ground. You think I trained so hard just to listen to crap advice from idiots like you? Wouldn't all that training be wasted then? With skills like yours, you're the #1 genius of First High? Go back to Paris and ring your bells for all I care, you're the top joke of the century. Zhang Li scoffed as he stared at Su Yuqing with disdain. You what? Did I say anything wrong? He then grabbed the other person's head. Boom! He struck down again. The dull thud sent a shudder through everyone's hearts. The opponent completely blacked out. Strike first to gain advantage, hesitate and suffer, trampling the top talent of First High beneath overwhelming strength. Villain points plus 1,200. Silence. A deadly stillness. Every student on the second floor stared at Zhang Li in stunned disbelief. The top genius of #1 high school had just been defeated instantly? From start to finish, it was a complete beatdown. Too brutal. Zhang Li stood up, dusted off his hands as if nothing had happened. How annoying, even picking a martial skill gets interrupted again and again. It seems today is not auspicious for selecting martial skills. He mumbled a few words under his breath, then turned to leave the place. Zhang Li, assaulting a student in the library archives, you'll be waiting for your expulsion notice. Don't think just because you've got some skills, you can act so arrogantly. This is school. Hitting someone and thinking about walking away? Someone's already gone to inform the martial arts teacher. Don't assume your special status means the school will let you off. He glanced at the few who were talking and spoken differently. Do you have a problem with me? Chapter 31, from now on, he's my ancestor. Inside the principal's office, Guo Zhongping sat in his chair. Looking at the teachers seated below him, he slowly began speaking. I believe everyone saw last night's news, correct? All the teachers gathered in the office were the school's martial arts instructors. There were regular classes, and also elite classes. Everyone nodded. All the media had been reporting on that incident yesterday. It would have been hard for them not to know, especially since they had all witnessed it themselves yesterday. What surprised them, though, was how such an ordinary event could stir up such a huge public debate. The internet has been fiercely criticizing that family of three. Guo Zhongping took a sip of water and continued speaking. I believe everyone is also aware of this student Zhang Li. His background is quite unique. Our school could ride this wave of attention to boost our reputation. Zhang Li has now attracted a lot of attention. This morning, people from other schools were even inquiring about his contact information at our school. They want to transfer him to their own institutions. He's become such a hot commodity, whichever school he joins will gain immediate recognition from the Spirit Martial Hall. So keep your own class in line, especially the troublemakers, and don't provoke him. At the very end, his gaze turned towards the martial arts instructors of the two elite classes. Students from the regular class probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Zhang Li, but it's hard to say for the elite class. No way, how could an ordinary case of misconduct draw the attention of the Spirit Martial Hall? The martial arts instructor of elite class 1 was somewhat surprised. He had always thought the reason it gained so much traction online was simply because that family had lost their minds, thinking they could deceive everyone by maliciously editing a video. No, you're mistaken. Zhang Li's matter might just be the beginning. It's a triggering fuse. If that family hadn't posted this incident online initially, even if the Lingwu Hall became aware of it, they would have just dealt with those few individuals and considered the matter closed. But once this was posted online, the nature changed entirely. For Lingwu Hall, it's no longer just about Zhang Li. It is also an answer to those martial artists and soldiers who sacrificed their lives to resist the invasion of the ferocious beasts in the past. At the same time, it is a message to the Jinling army currently guarding against those beasts, assuring them they can fight with peace of mind. So Zhang Li must not be bullied anymore, not because he has high status, but because all martial artists, warriors, and soldiers who fight for Daxia have high status, understand? Guo Zhongping took a deep breath and voiced his thoughts. These martial arts teachers had only seen the news and hadn't thought so deeply about these matters. Listening to the other party's analysis, someone immediately questioned, Principal, what you said makes sense. But if the Spirit Martial Hall values this matter so highly, why don't they just bring him into the hall directly? Wouldn't that be better? Guo Zhongping shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. Maybe 1 or 2 people could be brought into the Spirit Martial Hall. But what if there are too many? Within Great Xia, countless ferocious beasts and foreign races take countless lives in battle every year. If we make an exception this time and bring them back, what about the children of others? Should we take them all back? Reality is truly cruel, and everyone fell into silence. This is indeed the case. Such precedent must not be opened. Once it starts, there will be no end to it, though the last words were left unsaid. They all understood in their hearts. If this continues, the Spirit Martial Hall may cease to be the Spirit Martial Hall and turn into a welfare home instead. This morning, someone from the Spirit Martial Hall called me. No matter what, we can't let him be bullied at school. I believe you can understand the meaning behind their words. At this moment, the teacher from Elite Class 2 frowned, and asked somewhat puzzled, since Zhang Li is now a hot potato, and another school wants him to transfer, why don't we just let him go? Because the Spirit Martial Hall has promised to give our school 3 spots for comprehending combat techniques annually. Guo Zhongping let out a sigh. He naturally understood the gravity of the matter, but the other side's offer was simply too generous. What? All the martial arts instructors suddenly stood up. Combat techniques, those are combat techniques, the very thing all warriors dream of. How could they not be excited? Once a warrior masters a unique combat technique crafted for themselves, their strength will undoubtedly multiply exponentially. The same inheritance yields different combat techniques when comprehended by different individuals. This seems more like a proprietary special ability. Principal, are you certain about allocating 3 combat technique comprehension slots annually? Not just 3? These few individuals seemed even more excited than the school principal. They couldn't wait to ask. That's right, 3 slots every year, and these 3 are reserved for students. As for our school's martial arts instructors, they get 1 opportunity annually to train at the Spirit Warrior Hall. Now you understand why I called you here and spoke to you so seriously about this matter, don't you? Before they could recover from the initial shock, Guo Zhongping dropped another bombshell. Holy crap! Don't worry, Principal. I'll go back right now and give those little rascals a warning. A teacher immediately thumped his chest in assurance. What is the Lingwu Hall? It is the sacred land for warriors of Daxia, a place countless warriors would give anything to enter. Being able to advance one's studies there, what an extraordinary privilege that is. They all became teachers here after graduating from martial arts universities. In this lifetime, without any fortunate opportunities, this is likely as far as one can go. Within the Lingwu Hall, there exists exclusive cultivation secret realms. To be able to train there would mean telling them they have a chance to break through once more. Such unbelievable prosperity has unexpectedly landed right upon his head. This was enough to make them ecstatic. Principal, rest assured, from now on, he'll be like my ancestor. I'll look after him at school and make sure he doesn't suffer the slightest grievance. Yes, absolutely, I'll treat him even better than my own father. The martial arts instructors were so overcome with emotion they hardly knew how to express themselves. It's not that serious, as long as no one gets bullied. After all, everyone's watching here. If everything's fine with the other party, no problem. But once they feel wronged and file a complaint at the Lingwu Hall, that's when you're truly screwed. Guo Zhongping waved his hand, simply explaining the pros and cons to them. Don't worry, absolutely not. Even if he pissed on my head, I'd praise him for aiming high. Bah, old Zhao, is that all you've got? I looked down on you. You're so capable, so brave, then don't you dare show up at the Spirit Martial Hall's secret realm for training when the time comes. Only a bastard wouldn't go. Just as they were teasing each other, the office doors suddenly swung open. An elite class student rushed in through the door and spoke urgently. Teacher, something terrible has happened. They're fighting in the library. Who's fighting whom? Don't panic, speak slowly. They're all ranked martial artists, just sparring with each other. No need for such alarm. One teacher responded with complete nonchalance. The student took a deep breath and spoke again. Su Yuqing and Zhang Li are fighting, and many students have gathered around them. What? Guo Zhongping slammed his hand on the table and jumped to his feet in an instant. All the teachers from the elite class stood up at once, and one of them asked, "What did you say? Su Yuqing is fighting Zhang Li?" They were instantly thrown into panic. Damn, I just said we should warn those students. We just finished talking and now they're fighting? Chapter 32, The Shocked Teacher. What did you say? Who? Su Yuqing? And Zhang Li? Hearing the name Su Yuqing felt like encountering something terrifying. Yes, she got into a fight with Zhang Li inside the rare books collection hall. The student nodded anxiously. At the mention of this name, Guo Zhongping's face drained of all color. He asked anxiously, how badly were they beaten? Is it serious? Su Yuqing was the top genius at first high, already reaching second rank, this he naturally knew. How could he not worry? What if the blows were too harsh? Forget about boosting the school's reputation then. At this critical juncture, he might even end up incarcerated himself. Not only him, but the other martial arts teachers here also had extremely unpleasant expressions on their faces. It was just in the news yesterday. They just took that family away. The Spirit Martial Hall has just issued an announcement. Not even half a day had passed before getting beaten again. The excitement from earlier instantly felt like having cold water poured over my head. My heart turned completely cold. This might really be the end now. Who is Su Yuqing? She's that genius student who's mastered combat techniques. Not to mention Zhang Li. Even the martial arts instructors from regular classes wouldn't stand a chance against her in a real fight. The beating was brutal, he vomited blood, and the second-floor bookshelves in the library were completely smashed. The student continued speaking, although he didn't understand why the teachers had such expressions, but it was surely because they heard about Zhang Li beating someone in the library. He went even further to embellish the damage done to the library with exaggerated details. Zhang Li, weren't you acting all high and mighty? Let's see if the school expels you this time. He thought viciously in his heart. Indeed, even spit blood from anger. Their hanging hearts were now utterly dead. The excitement truly lasted no more than 3 seconds. Guo Zhongping even slumped into his chair, his face turning as ugly as it could get. Under normal circumstances, a fight between students would be nothing more than an ordinary affair. But at this critical moment, to put it bluntly, it's simply showing no respect for the Lingwu Hall whatsoever. By then, not just him, the entire school might be destroyed because of his actions. How did Zhang Li get into the elite class's archive library? He shouldn't have had access there, right? A teacher was the first to react, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Guohua let out a bitter laugh. It must be Zhang Li. This morning, Zhang Li came to me asking to learn some combat techniques. The elimination round for the elite class is about to begin, and he's already signed up for it. At the time, I thought since he wanted to learn combat techniques, I might as well apply for an elite class library access pass for him directly. But no one expected that as soon as he arrived, trouble broke out and it involved Su Yuqing. They had initially harbored the naive hope that it was just a case of mistaken identity, a way to deceive themselves. Now their illusion was completely shattered. Not only Su Yuqing, but also Jiang Tianrui and another student, they all fought with Zhang Li. The student spoke again. These words struck like a nuclear bomb, shattering what little remained of an already broken heart. Guo Zhongping looked at the teachers and said, "Don't just stand there. Go check on them. See if there's still a chance to salvage this. I hope they didn't go too far." As soon as the words were spoken, several teachers rushed out. Guo Zhongping also hurriedly followed, muttering continuously, "We must find a way to calm the situation first. I'll figure out a solution." No one feared Zhang Li's mishap more than he did. In the morning, the people from the Lingwu Hall had solemnly informed him. Yet, before half a day had passed, he was beaten by the elite class students. The sudden appearance of so many teachers in the library immediately caught the attention of students in the cultivation rooms on the first floor. Everyone was wondering what had happened. They followed these teachers and entered the second floor. When they stepped into the elite class's second floor, all the teachers froze in place. The scene before their eyes left them utterly astonished. More than half of the bookshelves on the second floor had toppled over. The cultivation manuals placed on the bookshelf were also scattered all over the place. Although these were merely samples, they remained extremely precious. Besides the overturned bookshelf, there were over a dozen students, strewn haphazardly on the ground, clearly having fallen unconscious. A teacher swallowed nervously. "What's going on here?" Guo Zhongping was the last one to arrive on the second floor of the library. Seeing the teachers gathered at the staircase landing, his heart sank. "Why is everyone crowding here? What's the situation? Are the injuries serious?" The others immediately realized and began looking around. "Oh right, where's Zhang Li? Where did Zhang Li go?" Scanning the students lying on the ground, none of them was Zhang Li. "Where's Zhang Li? Didn't you say some students were fighting with Zhang Li just now? Where did he go?" At this moment, he remembered the student who had just reported the fight here and hurriedly asked, "Who called me?" Before the student could say anything, someone emerged from beside a bookshelf in the corner. "Zhang Li, are you okay?" Guo Zhongping felt relieved when he saw the person who had stepped forward. "Don't worry about those who dared to lay hands on you, I've got your back." "What on earth happened?" Seeing that the other was unharmed, they spoke up once more. "This morning I came here hoping to choose a martial technique, but then someone asked me for an Alinden pill. That's the monthly stipend the Lingwu Hall gives me. I hadn't had time to use it before they snatched it away. I couldn't swallow my anger, so I fought back against them. At first only one or two came at me, but when they couldn't beat me, another joined in. In the end, they got so furious they all jumped me together. That's how it ended up like this." Zhang Li pointed at the student lying on the ground and briefly explained what had happened. He didn't exaggerate anything. Everything he said was the truth. "What are you saying? You mean to tell me that everyone here combined wouldn't be a match for you?" Zhang Guowo was utterly shocked. "As soon as I entered the second floor, I saw so many students lying on the ground. Never would I have expected that it was actually him who made the move. Where's Su Yuqing?" Suddenly, a martial arts teacher from the elite class nearby spoke up and asked, "Su Yuqing?" Zhang Li hesitated for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something, pointing to the side. "That one over there?" Everyone followed the direction of his finger. They saw a person lying on the ground, their face covered in blood, their gender barely discernible as female only by the figure. "That's Su Yuqing? What? That's our campus belle Su?" The students following behind looked at the figure lying on the ground in the distance with dubious expressions. "How is this possible? She's been beaten beyond recognition. Holy shit, how could anyone lay hands on our top genius campus belle like this? Have you all missed the key point? Su Yuqing is a second-rank martial artist who's even mastered combat techniques. Doesn't that mean?" The student left his sentence unfinished, but the implication was crystal clear. All eyes turned to Zhang Li. Guo Zhongping took a deep breath, maintaining a perfectly calm exterior, but inwardly, he was utterly shocked. This ordinarily unremarkable Zhang Li had actually already become a second-grade martial artist. Not only that, he alone had pinned down more than a dozen students from the elite class and thoroughly dominated them. Among those dozen or so students was even their school's most talented prodigy. Judging by this guy's condition, he doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Come to think of it, what kind of martial arts talent does this guy actually possess? Chapter 33, The School's Response. Upon seeing Zhang Li was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "First, take these injured students to the infirmary." Guo Zhongping spoke up. Only then did the teachers snap out of it, hastily calling over the surrounding students who had gathered to watch. They carried those who had fainted on the ground into the infirmary. "Principal, how much do these broken bookshelves cost? I'll find a way to compensate for them. After all, this matter was caused by me. If the Spirit Martial Hall hadn't given me the Spirit Gathering Pill, this wouldn't have happened." Zhang Li watched as everyone else busied themselves. He approached Guo Zhongping and asked in a low voice. Their attitude couldn't have been more heartfelt. However, upon hearing the words Spirit Martial Hall, the other party couldn't help but shudder. "Damn it, what was feared has finally come. There's no need for you to compensate. They brought this upon themselves. You were acting in self-defense, they deserve it." Guo Zhongping quickly waved his hands, his tone surprisingly gentle. Fortunately you weren't harmed, otherwise every single one of them would face disciplinary action. He turned and said coldly to a teacher beside him, Teacher Zhao, record a major demerit for every instance of their bullying behavior. Yes, our number one high school has always maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards student harassment. This teacher Zhao also seemed to deeply despise such behavior, displaying an extremely resolute attitude. Then, with a smile on his face, he looked at Zhang Li and spoke. Principal, I think Zhang Li's actions today deserve praise. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have uncovered these problematic students. Guo Zhongping unexpectedly didn't argue after hearing this. Indeed, he should be commended. This made the busy elite class students twitch at the corners of their mouths, as if they'd seen a ghost. What the hell is going on? The fighters weren't even punished, but the one who got beaten got a major demerit instead. Although it's true that the people lying on the ground were at fault in this matter. But fucking praising this, isn't that going a bit too far? Could it be that this Zhang Li is really like what online comments say? Does his background carry unusual weight, and is he possibly some young master from a powerful family out for trials? Otherwise, why would a foster parent issue cause such a huge uproar? Plus, there's the current attitude of the principal and the teachers. The more these students thought about it, the more convinced they became that their guess was correct. No need to praise me, after all, I share some of the blame for this matter. Zhang Li's mouth similarly twitched. No matter how he considered it, he never expected the teacher would react this way. He then let out a sigh. The only shame is the Spirit Training Hall's spirit gathering pills allocated to me this month. I didn't even get to consume them before that Zhang classmate crushed them. After speaking, it seemed he realized his wording was improper, so he quickly added another remark. It's alright, Zhang didn't mean it. We can always collect another one from the Lingwu Hall next month anyway. Hearing this, Guo Zhongping and teacher Zhao standing nearby felt another tremor in their hearts. Guo Zhongping quickly spoke up to reassure him. Zhang Li, rest assured, the school will compensate you for your loss. Then he turned to instruct teacher Zhao once more. Teacher Zhao, go get 10 spirit concentration pills later and give them to Zhang Li. The extra 5 are his reward. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Those 10 spirit concentration pills were worth tens of thousands. Did he dare not to compensate? Hilarious. No way in hell I'd dare do that. What if next month when this guy goes to Lingwu Hall to collect his subsidy, he casually mentions, last month's batch hadn't even been used when some classmate crushed them. That would be completely fucked. If they really don't offer any compensation, the next day's headline would undoubtedly be, shocking, the principal of number 1 high school, driven by personal gain, actually protected students who snatched others' elixirs. By then, number 1 high school would absolutely become the target of public criticism. He will surely be reviled by countless people. This Zhang Li is truly a hot potato. If it weren't for the excessive generosity of the Lingwu Hall, he would really want to make the other transfer schools at this moment. The dragon-slaying youth ultimately becomes the evil dragon. You really know how to morally manipulate people. Villain points plus 500. The system's voice rang in his mind. Damn it, you stupid system, you really know how to throw shade. What do you mean by emotional blackmail? I, Zhang, hate emotional blackmail more than anything in my life. Getting villain points is a good thing. But could you please stop talking nonsense with that crap up front? Zhang Li had no energy left in his heart to complain. He cursed the system 1,000 times. After dealing with the library matters, everyone had left this place. The second floor of the elite class library had been completely shut down. It needed a complete renovation. Zhang Li felt somewhat helpless. He had originally come here to select a few martial arts techniques. Not only had he failed to pick any techniques, but the damn library was closed to boot. What kind of mess is this? Inside the meeting room, Guo Zhongping spoke up. What are your thoughts on what happened this morning? Principal, was what you said earlier about giving these students major demerits true or not? The teacher with the surname Zhao asked. He was the martial arts instructor for Elite Class 1, Zhao Shengmin. Record it. Of course we must record it. We'll announce it to the whole school later. Consider it a warning to other students. Guo Zhongping nodded firmly as he spoke. Other students wouldn't be a problem, but should we really document Su Yuqing's incident? She's from the Su family, their most talented genius. Wouldn't they come after us for this? Zhao Shengmin voiced his concerns. What's there to fear? No matter how powerful the Su family is, can they possibly surpass the Lingwu temple? Give her a severe demerit. Being from the Su family, they might actually come to thank us for it. This is also our chance to show goodwill towards the Lingwu Hall. As long as we handle this well now, the future benefits will undoubtedly be plentiful. Everyone nodded in agreement. There was truth to these words. After all, it was during the height of the controversy that their school stood by Zhang Li. Indeed, it indirectly bolstered the prestige of Lingwu Hall. Have you checked the surveillance footage from the second floor of the library? Does it match what Zhang Li said? He then asked again. Another teacher projected the surveillance footage onto the conference room's large screen. The video began to play. Everyone watched the images on the surveillance footage carefully. After reviewing the surveillance footage, it aligns largely with his account. Jiang Tianrui was the instigator from the outset. When they saw Jiang Tianrui walk out of the meditation room and speak with Zhang, someone spoke up right away. The scene continues. The fight among the three lasted less than 2 minutes. The two men instantly fell unconscious. The nailing pill bottle somehow ended up on the other person unnoticed, but it definitely shattered, turning the pill inside into powder. As for how this happened, it wasn't visible in the surveillance footage. They discussed the incident while reviewing the video footage. Then Su Yuqing appeared. After just exchanging 2 sentences, they began fighting. In the video, as Zhang Li's martial technique materialized, the instant a massive palm appeared. Everyone in the conference room gasped in amazement. Holy shit, is that the cloud-parting palm? If I'm not mistaken, that's definitely the cloud-parting palm. Judging by the form of this cloud-parting palm, could it have reached the perfected realm? It's absolutely the perfected realm. How insanely talented is this guy to actually master the cloud-parting palm to the perfected realm? Everyone swallowed hard. A C-grade technique perfected to its zenith. Even with S-grade martial talent, it would likely take several years. Did you catch his footwork earlier? At this moment, Guo Zhongping, who had remained silent until now, spoke slowly. Movement technique? They truly hadn't noticed it. All eyes were fixed on the opponent's cloud-parting palm. Chapter 34, My cultivation surpasses yours. From the moment the two began their duel, Su Yuqing had been completely dominated by Zhang Li. Although there was an element of sneak attack in Zhang's initial strike, but in the eyes of these martial arts instructors, in battle, situations change in the blink of an eye. Who has time to waste words with you? The surveillance footage continued to play. Now they also began paying attention to the movement techniques Guo Zhongping had mentioned earlier. That Su girl's combat skills have become even more polished than before. Good, look at the combat skill phantom behind her, it's much more solid than before. Her combat skill enhances strength. If she can master it to perfection, she'll likely be unbeatable within her tier. Watching Su Yuqing execute her combat skill, these people nodded in approval, clearly very satisfied. Pay attention to Zhang Li's movement technique. In the frame, Zhang Li continuously evaded the opponent's attacks. His body seemed almost weightless, capable of performing movements that defied comprehension. With effortless grace, he dodged with an ethereal lightness. How is this possible? Is this the treading snow technique? Someone said uncertainly. Judging by the footwork of this movement, it's definitely the treading snow technique. But can the technique even be used like this? It's the first time I've seen someone who can use snow treading technique to such an extent. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were witnessing. I remember snow treading technique is only a C-grade movement skill, right? But this footwork, these dodges, they're almost worthy of being called A-grade. Suddenly, someone spoke up incredulously. Could this also be the perfect realm? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Who has ever seen someone reach perfect mastery with 2 martial techniques while still at the second rank? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately denied the possibility. What a joke! Not to mention C-grade techniques, even with E-grade foundational techniques. No one had ever perfected it at the second stage realm either. After all, martial techniques were fundamentally different from other disciplines. To elevate one's mastery of martial techniques, 2 indispensable conditions must be met. It required not only ceaseless day and night cultivation but also extraordinary martial talent. How old is he? 17? 18 years old? Could he have started cultivating from the womb? This is indeed the perfected state of the treading snow technique. Guo Zhongping, who had remained silent until now, spoke slowly. Back at the Spirit Martial Hall, I once had the privilege to witness the snow treading technique performed at the perfection realm. It was exactly like Zhang Li's current state, if I must point out any difference. His execution of snow treading technique surpassed even that perfect demonstration I saw before. Everyone fell silent at once. After a long silence, all eyes remained fixed on the battle unfolding on the surveillance screen. Zhang Li demonstrated astonishing versatility with his cloud-parting palm technique from start to finish. His snow-treading steps deployment was particularly mind-bending in its execution. Not at all like someone who had just broken through to the second rank. Su Yuqing was completely on the defensive throughout the fight. Her combat techniques couldn't even withstand 2 strikes against the cloud-dividing palm. Dean, do you know what level of martial talent Zhang Li possesses? At this point, they finally understood the terrifying nature of this guy. No idea, we've never tested his talents. Guo Zhongping shook his head, he genuinely didn't know the other's aptitudes. He had never been tested before. Old Zhang, as his martial arts instructor, you surely understand him better than we do. The crowd turned their gazes towards Zheng Guowo once more. Yet he shook his head. You all know his parents wouldn't even let him learn breathing techniques. From the first year of high school, he's never attended a single martial arts class. It was probably just these past few days that he started attending martial arts classes, but speaking of which, this guy's talent is truly remarkable. The other day when he came to the martial arts class for the first time and practiced stance training, he actually entered a state of enlightenment. At that moment, I could sense the aura around him. He had already reached the first rank, becoming a first-grade martial artist. He then briefly explained about the class a few days ago and what happened during the stance training. What did you say? Sudden enlightenment? For how many years, nobody has ever heard of anyone attaining the state of sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment requires extraordinary talent. Even those with S-grade martial aptitude stand almost no chance of achieving it. Never before have they been so astonished by a student, making such a fuss. While still marveling at Zhang Li's talent, Zhao Shengmin suddenly spoke up. Wait, old Zhang, did you just say that during those days of stance training, his strength was that of a first-grade martial artist? Zhang Guohua nodded. Yes, though it wasn't officially measured. He should have been around first-grade 4th or 5th stage at that time. When he applied for the elite class's last-place elimination competition, don't forget that I recommended him during your review process. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You've all seen the surveillance footage. He's now at the 2nd rank, even surpassing Su Yuqing's cultivation level. As these words fell, the conference room fell silent once more. What kind of monstrous talent is this, breaking through to the 2nd rank in just a few short days? There's a high probability he concealed his true strength before. I reckon if that couple hadn't gone too far, he likely wouldn't have revealed it. Guo Zhongping voiced the most probable reason. This individual possesses remarkable composure and extraordinary talent, truly a genius among geniuses. Everyone nodded in agreement, convinced this was the most plausible explanation. Yet no one spoke further. Everyone stared at the images on the screen, behind the surveillance footage. The other students on the 2nd floor, unable to contain their anger, just as Zhang Li had said. They swarmed forward. Yet before him, there was absolutely no ability to fight back. It was simply a one-sided beatdown, literally grinding these people into the dirt. The video ends here. Principal, we've struck gold. Had we known about his talents and capabilities earlier, we wouldn't have let him transfer even if Lin Wu Hall hadn't made those offers. Exactly. A student with such gifts has immeasurable future potential. Our first high school might soar to unprecedented heights because of him. Faced with this absurdly talented student, their grins stretched from ear to ear. Su Yuqing is formidable. She ranks within the top 10 across the entire Tianwu province. But when facing Zhang Li, they were all ground into the dirt. How could this not make them happy? The reason I called you here today is to discuss having Zhang Li join the elite class. Does anyone have any objections? Guo Zhongping looked at the somewhat excited teachers around him and instead calmed down, asking slowly. He naturally understood this principle. How important a phenomenally talented student is to a school goes without saying. We have no objections. Class 1 welcomes him wholeheartedly. Zhao Shengmin was the first to speak. Damn it, old Zhao, haven't you any shame? Why should it be your class 1? The martial arts instructor of elite class 2 immediately protested angrily. My cultivation level is higher than yours. Zhao Shengmin's expression remained utterly composed. Get lost, you're only 1 rank above me. How shameless of you to say that. Su Yuqing was originally supposed to come to our class back then. You tricked her into joining class 1. This time, I suggest you abandon all hope. The homeroom teacher of class 2 didn't give an inch of ground. I have higher cultivation than you. With a genius like Su Yuqing in your class, and you're still not satisfied? Have you no shame? I have higher cultivation than you. Damn it, do you just have nothing else to say? I'm stronger than you. Come on, let's fight. My cultivation is higher than yours. Damn it. Chapter 35, Rumors Grow More Absurd. In the school infirmary, Zhang Tianrui lay on the sickbed. Fortunately, his injuries weren't severe. Upon waking, aside from some bodily aches, there were no other complications. Damn you, Zhang Li, just wait. I'll make you pay for this. His first words upon waking were a curse aimed at Zhang Li. Brother Jiang, I think you'd better swallow your anger this time. A student beside him whispered the warning cautiously. Just an ordinary class student who got me by surprise. In a fair fight, he might not be my match. Zhang Tianrui was extremely indignant. Being knocked out in the library felt utterly humiliating. Brother Jiang, do you know what happened afterward? Seeing the other party unwilling to concede, the man spoke once more. What happened? After you were knocked unconscious, Su Yuqing appeared and made Zhang Li apologize to you. I don't accept his apology. What does he think he is, worthy of apologizing to me? Brother Jiang, could you at least let me finish what I have to say? The man looked at the other person helplessly. Su Yuqing originally wanted Zhang Li to apologize to you, but the two barely exchanged a few words. Then Su Yuqing ended up even worse off than you, beaten beyond recognition. She still hasn't woken up yet. Zhang Tianrui widened his eyes. How is this possible? Su Yuqing is at the 2nd tier level. The fact is, she's right in the next room over. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Jiang Tianrui, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. He still can't believe Zhang Li is that formidable. Just an ordinary class student, after all. You think that was the end of it? Later, other second-year students seeing their goddess get beaten couldn't swallow their pride and rushed at him together. The result? They're all lying in the infirmary now, look over there. He pointed to the patient lying on the adjacent bed. It was only then that he noticed 8 patients lying in this ward. Originally, the infirmary wards were designed for just 2 beds maximum per room. Yet someone had forcibly crammed in 6 extra beds, and every bed was occupied with a patient. Do you know what the school's response was? All of you involved in the fight will receive a major demerit. Seeing no reply from the other side, the speaker spoke again. Why should I? Hearing about the major demerit, Jiang Tianrui froze in shock. Because you bullied the weak, even Su Yuqing received a major demerit. You also have to compensate Zhang Li for his spirit-gathering pill. At noon, the school already issued a notice that's posted on the bulletin board. Zhang Li acted in justifiable self-defense and was even commended by the school. Hearing this, he completely lost his composure. Could this get any more ridiculous? Having to compensate with a nailing pill, plus receiving a major demerit. Didn't get any favors, just got a beating for nothing. Brother Jiang, don't take it to heart. Better not mess with him from now on. Rumor has it that Zhang Li is a disciple from some prominent family, just out here for experience. Impossible. The news clearly said his parents are. Jiang Tianrui's mouth hung open as if he'd heard the most ridiculous thing. If it's really as the news reports say, do you think he can break through to the second rank? And his strength surpasses even Su Yuqing's. The news was fabricated on purpose, just to make his trials more challenging. Otherwise, why do you think the school would react this way? Just think about it, if he were really just an ordinary person, constantly bullied by his family and never having cultivated before, could it really be possible for him to break through to Tier 2 in just a few days? Although Jiang Tianrui found all of this a bit far-fetched, he had to admit, the other party's analysis was quite logical. Even Su Yuqing received a major demerit and she has the backing of the Su family. If the school didn't even spare the Su family's reputation, do you know what that implies? He stared at the other person in bewilderment. Could the forces behind Zhang Li actually be more powerful than the Su family? Zhang Li's family background is most likely part of the upper echelons of the Lingwu Hall. The other person nodded and said in a hushed voice, in our great Xia, so-called prominent families are utterly insignificant before the spirit martial hall. So, Brother Jiang, next time you see him, keep a low profile. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Jiang Tianrui was completely dumbfounded. He had thought the other guy was just a pushover, writing on his parents' minor achievements. Who could have imagined this guy was hiding such incredible depths? No way, I still can't quite believe it. The news reported his adoptive parents tried to embezzle his subsidies. The foster parents in the news were just actors they hired, the man declared confidently. If they directly said he was a disciple from a powerful family, would you dare to provoke him? Only by fabricating such news could they stir up enough interest in him, getting more people to target him and cause trouble. This was merely a test arranged for him by the forces backing him. People like Brother Jiang, to put it bluntly, are just experience points on someone else's performance evaluation resume. At this point, the speaker pushed up his glasses with a confident gleam in his eyes. Otherwise, why wouldn't they give him a major demerit? If they did, it would become a lifelong stain on his record. Jiang Tianrui completely lost his composure, collapsing into utter dejection. The previous anger had completely vanished. They even found it somewhat amusing. They were nothing more than someone else's stepping stone. While those two were chatting, the other patients in the ward gradually woke up one after another. Hearing this conversation, everyone was utterly stunned. Damn, he really is from a prominent family. They were all filled with immense regret. Just like that, it seemed the entire student body of number 1 high school had caught wind of the news. Have you heard? Zhang Li from our school is the direct heir of a powerful family. Coming here was just part of his family's trial for him. For real? It's absolutely true. Don't tell anyone, it's a secret. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. On the other side, do you know what Zhang Li's background is? His grandfather is the current head of the Zhang family in the Great Xia imperial capital. What Zhang family? Zhang Li is just his alias. His real surname is Yi, he's from the Great Xia Yi clan. Gasp, how do you know this? I have a relative in the Great Xia capital. When I showed them Zhang Li's photo, they recognized him, said he's the young master of the Yi family. Holy crap! During the faculty meeting, the principal and teachers mentioned that the power behind Zhang Li is actually the Lingwu temple. Impossible, why would someone from the Spirit Martial Hall come to our school? Truly, his grandfather is the power behind the Spiritual Martial Hall. Speculations about Zhang Li's backers have truly spawned countless versions. The rumors are getting more and more outrageous. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Li had no idea about the rumors circulating within the school. Normally in class, only Zhuo Pingyang would talk to him. He hardly had any friends. He had originally wanted to pick out a few martial arts techniques during the day, but the library was closed. As soon as he got home, he couldn't wait to summon the system. Earlier in the library, after beating up that group of people, the system notified him that his villain level had increased, but he hadn't had time to check it yet. Chapter 36 Why Can't It Be Real? Earlier, during the group fight with the elite class students, the system's voice had already prompted. The system notification indicated that the accumulated villain points had reached 15,000. The villain level was upgraded from Lackey tier to Hooligan tier, and obtained the Rogue level villain title. Opening the system, he looked at the villain level description. Villain level, Rogue tier. Through your relentless efforts, you finally shed the lowest ranking identity among villains. Keep pushing forward, now you can survive a few more chapters. Keep it up. Zhongli felt speechless. This damn trash system wouldn't give him a single kind word. He once suspected that this thing must be mistaken. It wasn't like he had transmigrated into a book. He couldn't understand what the other meant by living a few more chapters. Thug level entry. As a villain with some existing strength, you've begun to fear death somewhat. Before taking action, you will actively assess your opponent's capabilities, gaining access to their cultivation level and information. Staring at the description of this thug level entry, he wasn't sure whether to feel pleased or exasperated. Being able to read others' information is a good thing. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles, but somehow, he always felt like the entry was mocking him. What do you mean already a little afraid of death? I was afraid of death to begin with, okay. After he used this entry. Host, would you like to retain the Lackey level entry? Yes. Congratulations, host. 2,000 villain points have been spent, and the Lackey level entry has been successfully saved. Open the attribute panel. Villain points, 5,200. Today in the library, I beat up those students and gained over 4,000 villain points in total. Villain points are truly valuable. Apart from not being directly usable for cultivation advancement, they're practically omnipotent. During the day, I didn't find any suitable cultivation techniques in the library. However, Su Yuqing's combat skills had genuinely piqued his interest, but such things obviously weren't something a school could possess. After setting up the system, he opened the official website of the Spirit Martial Hall. In the skill interface, he searched for information about combat techniques. However, to his great disappointment, the official skill database contained no information about combat techniques whatsoever. He planned to ask his teacher about combat techniques when he went to school the next day. He could sense the formidable power of combat techniques. He has already reached second rank, yet the official website still only shows first rank permissions. He plans to find time to visit the Lingwu Hall for recertification. With second rank privileges, he would undoubtedly gain access to more advanced cultivation techniques. Looking at the 10 spirit refining pills in his hand, he ultimately chose not to consume them. He wanted to wait until he selected cultivation techniques and improved their proficiency before taking it. This thing is quite expensive. I just saw the spirit gathering pills for sale on the official website of the Spirit Martial Hall. One pill costs 8,500 yuan. Even this was already discounted for him. It would take an ordinary person 2 months' wages to afford even a single nulling pill. His savings, seemingly substantial, were actually only enough to buy a little over 300 nulling pills. Moreover, nulling pills were only effective for martial artists below the third rank. Save where you can. High school was manageable, but he had to save money for college. His current cultivation level, second rank second stage, is still sufficient for now. After setting everything up, he began his stance training. He had a very clear understanding of his own abilities. To survive well in this world, one must possess sufficient cultivation. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, he arrived at the school. Just as he reached the school gate, someone came walking toward him. Upon seeing him, she quickly ran over. Zhongli, I never imagined you've been hiding your true self so well. Zhou Pingyang rushed over excitedly when he saw him. Just as he was about to say something, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhou Pingyang. Cultivation level, Awakener 9th stage. Ha! It was the effect of the entry. So all that stuff in novels is actually true? Do you happen to have any fiancés? The guy gave Zhang Li a once-over and asked on his own accord. What the hell? Fiancés now? Zhang Li looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't make heads or tails of what the other person was talking about. Of course it's an arranged marriage between families. How many brothers do you have? Ha! Did you forget to take your meds today? Hearing this guy's nonsensical remarks, I reached out and touched his forehead. No fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Stop pretending it's all over school. Come on, tell me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I totally get it. Zhou Pingyang winked and made funny faces at him, looking utterly ridiculous. Explain yourself properly. What's all this about arranged marriages and secrets? While the two of them were chatting, two girls walked past nearby. As they passed by, these two girls also gave Zhang Li a thorough once-over. I never would have guessed that Zhangli, who seems so unremarkable, has a grandfather who's actually the power behind Spirit Martial Hall. One of the girls spoke up. This just proves you can't judge by appearances. Otherwise, why do you think he acts so arrogantly? He's got the backing for it. Another girl chimed in agreement. No wonder he didn't hold back at all when hitting Su Yuqing yesterday. With that kind of family background, what kind of woman hasn't he seen? Serves her right for getting beaten. I heard Su Yuqing got hit yesterday because she confessed her feelings to him, was rejected, flew into a rage out of humiliation, and that's when he struck. Really? I thought he was standing up for someone else. Of course it's true. Would someone as arrogant as Su Yuqing even stand up for others? She just flew into a rage out of sheer humiliation. That being said, Zhangli is really handsome. Su Yuqing probably fell for him because of his family background too. TSK tisk tisk. Two girls walked side by side, chatting as they went, occasionally stealing glances behind them. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Zhangli was a martial artist of the second rank. I could hear everything clearly. They were speaking Mandarin, every word recognizable, yet I couldn't understand a single sentence. Had I traveled through time again? Just then, a notification popped up again. Name, Lu Shueme. Cultivation, Awakener Stage 6. Name, Li Hongye. Cultivation, Awakener Stage 7. This entry automatically pops up when I look at it. This entry is really good. When you see someone truly capable, you can totally check it off. Were those two girls telling the truth just now? Did Su Yuqing confess to you yesterday? Zhou Pingyang stared at Zhangli in shock. He had heard what the girl said just now, though not very clearly, only getting the gist of it. Without waiting for the other person to respond, he continued speaking on his own. But it's right for you to refuse. After all, with your family background, everything must have been arranged for you. I say, Zhou Pingyang, what exactly is this about? Why can't I understand a single word you're saying? Zhang Li glared at him, utterly speechless. Stop pretending. News about your situation has already spread across the whole school. But there are multiple versions about your background. I think the most credible one is still the Lingwu Hall story. Zhou Pingyang then proceeded to recount all the versions he'd heard to him. When you're speechless, you're really left speechless. Damn it, who the hell spread all this? He was somewhat angry. Zhangli, don't be angry. Only people in our school know about this. It won't affect your family assessment. Seeing Zhangli somewhat angry, Zhou Pingyang quickly spoke up to console him. What makes me angry is why none of these rumors are true, he said grumpily. He wasn't actually angry about the rumors themselves. He was frustrated that none of what they said was true. If only it were true. Damn it, if his grandfather were really the ruler of the spiritual martial hall, would he even need to attend this shitty school? He'd be out having fun long ago. He was gritting his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. Ha, what do you mean? Zhou Pingyang was completely baffled by this. Zhangli couldn't be bothered to explain it to him and walked alone into the classroom. Chapter 37, Transfer to the Elite Class. When the two entered the classroom, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent. After Zhangli walked past them, their hushed discussions became audible. That's what connections can do for you. Look at them, the elite class students got beaten up by them yesterday, and today they're walking around like nothing happened. Exactly. If it were us, we'd probably get a major disciplinary mark at best, or even expulsion. Comparing yourself to others will only drive you crazy. What can we do? We're just ordinary people. They hit someone and got away with it, even heard they got praised for it. There's nothing we can do. The power behind them is so big that even our principal doesn't dare offend them. Isn't it normal they got praised? If they're so rich and powerful, why come to our small town? I really don't understand their thinking. Probably an outcast in their own family, that's why they came here to show off. The two exchanged whispers, quietly discussing with each other. Zhangli glanced back at them. Wang Maoquan. Rank, Awakener, 5th stage. Zhou Pengchang. Cultivation level, Awakener 6th stage. Smack. Smack. Two sharp slapping sounds echoed through the silent classroom. Two figures went flying backward. These two were precisely the individuals who had been speaking earlier. Despite holding back his strength, these two had remarkably poor physical constitutions. They were sent flying with a single slap and instantly knocked unconscious. This time, the control of strength was executed perfectly, not even the desks were damaged. The two of them lay quietly in the aisle between the desks. You can talk behind my back, just don't let me hear it. If words don't work with you, I also know a thing or two about fists. He clapped his hands lightly and said calmly. Knock them out first, reason with them later, that's your style. Villain points plus 200 inch. Having dealt with these two, he acted as if nothing had happened. Returned to his seat. The entire classroom fell into deathly silence. No one dared to speak. The two men who had just been knocked unconscious by him lay quietly on the ground, with no one daring to help them up, fearful of drawing Zhang Li's attention. Too brutal. This guy simply makes no sense at all. Ding-a-ling. The class bell rang, and Qiming walked into the classroom with a book in hand. Seeing 2 empty seats in the classroom, he felt somewhat puzzled. Looking around, I noticed 2 people lying in the hallway. Hey you two, no sleeping in the classroom. Seeing them sprawled motionless on the floor, I teased. Yet there was no response at all. And Shiming pointed at the 2 people on the floor and asked, what happened to these 2 classmates? The classroom fell completely silent, with no one speaking. I don't know, when I came in, they were already like this. The other classmates saw it too, Zhangli said in a quiet voice. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, yet not a single person dared to speak up. This is clearly a fucking threat. Who in their right mind would dare admit it was him now? Whoever speaks next will be the one lying on the ground. Yesterday he beat the entire honors class into the infirmary, and even the principal didn't dare punish him, even more so for their homeroom teacher. They still understood what mattered most. Everyone silently nodded in response. Seeing this, and Shiming stepped forward to check and found the person had merely fainted. He instructed 2 students to take them to the infirmary. None of the students here were that delicate. After carrying out the 2 students, and Shiming finally began the class in earnest. Zhangli, the school has decided to transfer you to the elite class. You can report to class 1 now. Standing on the podium, he spoke. Don't I need to participate in the elite class elimination tournament? Zhangli asked in confusion. How did you manage to qualify for the elite class so soon? With your abilities, there's no need for further testing. You can grab your bag and report there now. And Shiming had high hopes for this student. Seeing him qualify for the elite class filled him with genuine joy. Thank you, teacher. In the original host's memories, and Shiming had been very kind to them. Due to renovations in the library, these elite class students weren't cultivating in the meditation chamber. When Zhangli arrived at the classroom door, the teacher inside was explaining the application of martial techniques. Whether it's a C-grade martial technique, B-grade, or even S-grade techniques, none can exist without mastering the most fundamental principles. Don't underestimate basic martial skills. If someone can master basic martial skills to perfection, they will find it effortless to learn any other techniques. This is the principle of mastering one to comprehend all. Once in Dacia, there was a formidable warrior who mastered every basic technique to perfection during an era when martial skills were not yet widespread. Later, he integrated all these foundational techniques and created his own unique combat style. You should be no stranger to this man. He is the founder of the Lingwu Hall and the first in our great Xia to surpass the 9th rank. Of course, I'm not saying you should all focus solely on basic techniques. When your martial skills hit a plateau, take the time to revisit those foundational methods. Knock knock. Report. Zhangli arrived at the entrance of the elite class and shouted loudly, "Come in." The voice of Class 1's martial arts teacher, Zhao Shangmin, came from inside. All eyes turned toward the doorway. Zhangli pushed the door open and entered. "Teacher, I'm here to register for the elite class." "Welcome to our elite class, Zhangli." Zhao Shangmin saw the other person and immediately broke into a smile, then addressed the students in the classroom. "Welcome to the new student, everyone." Their expressions froze when they saw Zhangli. How did this guy end up in our class? So that's Zhangli? He looks pretty average, not as handsome as the rumors said. Some were doubtful, others curious. Scattered applause rose from below. "Classmate Zhangli, please introduce yourself to everyone. Starting today, you will be living together for a year." Watching the feeble applause from below, Zhao Shangmin awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhangli. Though I'm new here, I'm already acquainted with many classmates in our class." This statement immediately piqued the curiosity of some people. Just as they were wondering who they might know here, Zhangli pointed at a young man in front. "Though I don't know your name, the posture you took when falling was exceptionally cool." The young man's face immediately darkened. "While others at most pour salt on wounds, you straight up stab knives into them. Villain points plus 200. Yesterday in the library, he was knocked down by a single punch from his opponent. You're not bad either. You were shouting the loudest back then and also the first one to charge forward. Was your goddess moved by that?" Then he noticed another male student sitting in the second row. "Even though you're a bit dumb, you're also equally pathetic. The fact that your crush didn't fancy you yet you're not discouraged. Admirable courage. Damn it." This guy's expression turned even uglier than the first boy's. "If I weren't planning to spare you, I would have fucking killed you already." Damn, just listen to that. Is that something a decent person would say? Hitting someone in the face while also crushing their spirit, how despicable. Villain points plus 200. This one isn't bad either. You're the only one who got knocked out by your own classmate. A case of dying before seeing your ambition fulfilled. Zhangli acted as naturally as if he'd known them all for years. "You too, next time when you charge forward, remember to watch your step." Tripping over a classmate and eating dirt made quite an impression on me. This classmate here is also a warrior charging for love. You're one of the few who lasted 2 seconds against me. Too bad your goddess fainted too early to see it. Next time, make sure to seize the moment when your opponent's still conscious to show off. Zhangli gave his critique on everyone who had fought with him the day before. the villain points were skyrocketing. With each point awarded, the system would issue a notification. The entire class was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 38, Basic Sword Techniques. Zhongli paid no attention to the gazes of these people. Suddenly, he felt someone's eyes on him. He followed the stare. It was Su Yuqing looking at him, her gaze piercingly cold. Zhongli waved at her like an old friend, joking, "Su Xiaohua, why aren't you ringing the bell today?" Su Yuqing abruptly stood up, her face instantly darkening. "Alright, now that introductions are done, classmate Zhongli certainly has a humorous side. We're all classmates in the same class now, let's leave the past behind." Zhao Shengmin quickly stepped in to mediate the quarrel. Now he was beginning to regret his decision. He regretted having transferred him to class 1. The bastard had barely stepped into the classroom before offending nearly everyone in the entire class. The worst part was, he couldn't even say anything about it. This guy strikes ruthlessly, with people from the Spirit Martial Hall watching his back. He's practically a ticking time bomb. It won't be long before he tears their class apart. The worst part is, no one in the class can even defeat him. After assigning Zhongli a seat, the class resumed. Due to an unexpected need for renovation in our school's library, we'll be having martial arts theory class today. Earlier, we were discussing the functions of basic cultivation techniques. As he spoke these words, his gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally toward Zhang Li's direction. The latter, however, behaved as if nothing was amiss, casually surveying his surroundings. All techniques are derived from fundamental methods. At your current stage, don't aim too high. Even S-rank combat skills would overwhelm your bodies with their tremendous demands. Today we'll focus on basic sword techniques. Whether it's swordplay, saber techniques, or spear arts, they all serve the same purpose, to engage the enemy. They all have something in common. As he spoke, he drew a sword from his person. Now, let me demonstrate for you. The elite class's classroom was exceptionally spacious. If there were no desks here, it would look more like a training room. Zhao Shengmin held a sword in one hand and executed a swift flourish. Watch closely, this is a C-rank martial skill, the Gale Blade. With that, he positioned his sword into the Gale Blade's initiation stance. A gentle forward slash. Visible to the naked eye, 3 transparent sword beams, arranged in a triangular formation, shot forth swiftly. With a resounding boom, they landed heavily on a metal stake not far away. 3 sword marks were left upon it. Grade C martial skill, Gale Sword. When you can unleash 3 sword auras, it means your Gale Slash has reached the proficient stage. Next is the basic sword technique. Zhao Shengmin took a deep breath. This time his sword swung noticeably faster than before. A sword gleam flew out in an instant. Boom! The metal stake wobbled slightly, leaving behind a 1 centimeter deep sword mark. My basic swordsmanship has reached the mastery realm, just a hair's breadth away from perfection. After mastering the foundational sword techniques, the C-grade martial skill, Gale Sword, could be grasped almost effortlessly. The difference between advanced martial skills and fundamental techniques lies solely in the application of spiritual energy. To improve martial skills, one must first thoroughly master the basics. He demonstrated while explaining to his students. The elite class listened with rapt attention. As you've seen, the power of basic sword techniques can even surpass that of C-grade skills. Do you know why that is? Everyone shook their heads. Your cultivation is like a container, its capacity is fixed. Advanced martial techniques require an immense amount of spiritual energy. When your spiritual power is insufficient, you'll inevitably fail to unleash the full might of the technique. That's why I always emphasize, don't aim too high with unrealistic expectations. With your first rank cultivation, C-grade martial skills are already your limit. Not all martial skills in novels are more powerful just because they are of a higher rank. The legendary S-rank martial technique, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't even be able to grasp the basics. Instead, it would only bring about a backlash of spiritual energy. Everyone seemed to have an epiphany, their eyes revealing thoughtful expressions. I believe you've all registered accounts on the Lingwu Hall's official website. Did you notice that first-grade members can only purchase C-level techniques, and even those are extremely ordinary ones? This precisely conveys to you that martial arts cultivation requires taking steady steps. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. The foundational techniques are the most important. Zhongli couldn't help but admire that the teaching in the elite class was indeed quite different from the regular class. Just in terms of martial arts instruction alone, there was simply no comparison. In his impression, the higher the grade of a martial skill, the greater its power. He still kept thinking about going to the Lingwu Hall's official website to purchase a C-grade or higher martial arts technique. It wasn't until this moment that he finally gave up on the idea. Looking at the students below who appeared to be listening attentively, Zhao Shengmin felt quite pleased. But when his gaze fell upon Zhongli, he noticed the other wasn't paying attention at all. Looking around everywhere, his gaze wandering aimlessly. The basic sword techniques I just explained, I believe everyone has understood. Is there any student who would like to come up and demonstrate? Zhao Shengmin spoke up. All the students' eyes turned to look at him. Su Yuqing, I recall you practice swordsmanship. Come forward and demonstrate. He selected the most talented student in attendance. He didn't call Zhang Li up immediately. He intended to teach him a proper lesson, not to grow complacent just because he defeated a few students. Su Yuqing's capabilities were something he knew all too well. Although she had lost to Zhang Li in the library, it was due to special circumstances at the time. Besides, her combat skills required the use of weapons to truly shine. Zhao Shangmin planned to have someone with remarkable talent demonstrate it first. Bring Zhang Li up again. Knock his arrogance down a peg. Though this guy has mastered 2 martial techniques to perfection, there's no way his swordsmanship could surpass Su Yuqing's. He believed that cultivating 2 techniques to perfection was already the limit of that person's capabilities. Su Yuqing stood up and walked forward. Demonstrate the basic sword techniques you just performed. He handed over the sword in his grip. Su Yuqing took the sword in hand and swung it a few times. A seemingly casual swing. A blade of energy, sharper than Zhao Xingmin's, shot forth. In almost the blink of an eye, it landed on the metal stake. Bang! A crisp ringing sound. The metal stake shuddered violently, leaving behind an extraordinarily deep sword mark. Am I hallucinating? My goddess's basic sword technique seems slightly more powerful than our teacher's. You're not mistaken, you've forgotten Goddess Su was hailed as our school's #1 sword prodigy. Her foundational sword techniques may very well have reached perfection. Before, when certain individuals thought they could defeat the goddess, it was only because she wasn't using her weapon. The speaker's gaze intentionally shifted toward Zhang Li, as if deliberately aiming these words at him. Excellent. Your basic sword technique is approaching perfection. Zhao Shangmin nodded in admiration as he spoke. The opponent's talent in swordsmanship was truly formidable. Even after 20 years of dedicated practice, he himself had only reached this level. He wasn't even as tall as the other person. Su Yuqing's gaze fell on Zhang Li, her eyes carrying a faint hint of provocation. But then she was disappointed. Zhang Li wasn't even looking in this direction. At this moment, he was bowing his head, unsure of what he was doing. Are there any other students who'd like to come up and give a demonstration? This could be a good opportunity to point out your shortcomings. Just as Su Yuqing was wondering how to get that person to come up, Zhao Shangmin spoke up again. Chapter 39. You actually believe that polite talk? Several male students in the classroom eagerly raised their hands, all wanting to show off in front of their goddess. Zhao Shangmin turned his gaze to Zhang Li, who seemed utterly disinterested in this matter. No one knew what he was doing, his head remained bowed low. Zhang Li, since you're new to our class today, why don't you come demonstrate for us? So they called out his name directly. What? Zhang Li clearly froze for a moment. He'd just been examining his own attribute panel. During my self-introduction, I earned 1,800 villain points here. I was just considering whether to master all the basic techniques. After all, I have so many villain points right now. Keeping them would just be a waste. When Zhao Shangmin called his name, he didn't even catch what was being said. Classmate Zhang Li, please demonstrate the basic sword techniques for everyone. He repeated his instruction once more. Zhang Li stood up and stepped forward. Su Yuqing had no idea someone had approached her side, her mind still preoccupied with how to salvage her dignity. Hand me the sword. What are you standing around for? Suddenly, a voice sounded right by her ear. She hurriedly looked up to find the other person staring straight at her. There seemed to be a hint of impatience in the eyes. Zhang Li stared at Su Yuqing, who was still in a daze, and abruptly snatched the sword from her hands. To be honest, it was his first time holding a sword. But the moment he gripped it, it felt as if he'd wielded one for years. The sword in his hand moved as naturally as an extension of his own arm. He casually swung it a couple of times. The students below looked on with disdain. They all thought he was trying to imitate their goddess, Su. Only Zhao Shangmin and Su Yuqing felt a slight surprise in their hearts. Despite appearing as simple sword swings, one could immediately tell the opponent was undoubtedly a master of the blade. Even their fundamental swordsmanship skills were no less refined than those two. Zhang Li stared at his sword for a long time. He felt somewhat excited now, finally understanding what he'd read in novels before. That sensation of wielding the sword with chi, exactly as described in the books. When he gripped the hilt, it was as if he'd already swung it hundreds of thousands of times. The spiritual energy within his body instantly established a marvelous connection with the sword the moment he grasped it. This sensation made him even forget he was in a classroom. His entire mind became completely immersed in the sword he held. It felt entirely different from when he practiced cloud-parting palm previously. Perhaps it's because the cloud-splitting palm technique uses the hand, which is inherently part of the body. Whereas a sword is different, it's an external object. Stop putting on airs. Show us how it's done already. Don't tell me you can't even handle basic sword techniques? How is this possible? Students in our class should at least have some understanding of these basic techniques, even if they don't use them. You forgot, they just transferred to our class originally from the regular class. Zhang Li couldn't hear anything around him at this moment. He was completely immersed in an extremely peculiar state. Zhao Shangmin was astonished once again in his heart. From the moment the other party picked up the sword, his entire demeanor seemed to undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Su Yuqing also noticed the change in her opponent. Just as they were puzzling over it, a sudden dazzling light appeared. Before they could react, boom! A loud noise erupted in the classroom. A metal pole not far away was directly sent flying. It crashed heavily against the wall behind. A crack appeared on the wall. Before anyone could react, Zhangli placed the sword on the table and looked at the two of them. I've finished demonstrating. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Having said that, he turned and walked away from the podium. Silence. The entire classroom fell completely still. Perfect realm. Even the basic sword techniques had reached the perfect realm. Is this guy still human? Zhao Shangmin wasn't angered by the opponent's words. His mind was filled with nothing but awe. Only now did he understand why he had sensed a change in the other's demeanor earlier. This was the manifestation of perfection realm and fundamental swordsmanship. The final line about fundamental swordsmanship had merely mentioned it in passing. When you become one with the sword, you attain perfection. He had never understood this saying, always considering it to be abstract and elusive. Only today did he truly grasp its meaning. Just moments ago, Zhang Li had become like a sword incarnate. He had thought his fundamental swordsmanship had reached great proficiency, believing himself just one step away from perfection. Now it seemed there was still a vast gap between him and the realm of perfection. Even Su Yuqing, who was standing nearby, froze in place. Losing to his opponent was one thing, but even in swordsmanship, his greatest strength, he fell short. The shouting crowd instantly fell silent, not because they recognized Zhang Li's basic sword technique had reached perfection, but because they spotted the metal stake in the distance. The metal stake that was nearly embedded in the wall at one end. There's an extremely deep sword mark, almost as if it could cleave it in two. The sword mark had already penetrated more than halfway through. What the hell kind of strength is this? With just a casual flick of his hand, how could it produce such an effect? Zhang Li returned to his seat, feeling as though he had stepped through the gates of a new world. That single strike just now made him fully grasp what the perfection realm truly represented. The destructive power was absolutely on par with his cloud-parting palm. In terms of lethality, it was even surpassing. When he used the cloud-pushing palm, he didn't experience the same peculiar sensation as before. Student Zhang Li's basic swordsmanship has already reached the perfection realm. Looking at the sword marks on the metal stake, Zhao Xingmin's throat felt parched. He swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Waves of astonishment had long surged within his heart. What kind of monstrous genius is this? Such talent, forget their first high school, even across the entire Great Xiao Empire, few could match it. Even his foundational sword techniques had reached perfection. Are all his techniques at the perfected realm? You must know that the more fundamental something is, the harder it is to reach the perfected realm. Basic techniques were originally created to offer martial artists an opportunity for enlightenment. Throughout the Great Xiao's centuries-long history, only a handful have managed to cultivate basic techniques to the perfected realm. Each one of them possessed extraordinary innate talents. Even he was starting to doubt whether those rumors circulating in the academy might hold some truth. Could this guy truly be the descendant of some high-ranking official from the Spirit Martial Hall? This morning, you'll be practicing basic cultivation techniques. You've just witnessed the power of the perfection realm firsthand. If you have any questions about basic sword techniques, you can ask Zhang Li. Now you're free to practice on your own. After giving these brief instructions, he hastily left the classroom. He needed to find the principal to verify something important. Is this Zhang Li really the descendant of some major power? With such displayed talent, if someone said he was self-taught, I'd never believe it no matter what. Who could possibly master 3 different techniques all to perfection level while still in their teens? Su Yuqing glanced at the metal pillar that had been nearly severed midsection, and felt her whole being go numb. Facing the flawless sword techniques before her, she once again felt the urge to ask for guidance. She was both fiercely independent and exceptionally proud by nature. After wrestling inwardly for a moment, she finally mustered enough courage. Approaching Zhang Li, she lowered her voice and asked timidly, "Classmate Zhang Li, you just said if there's anything I don't understand, I can ask you, is that true?" "False. Just polite talk, you actually believed it?" the other person said with an expressionless face. Chapter 40, Martial Artist Certification. Su Yuqing was left speechless. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhang Li gave her a sidelong glance, his tone somewhat cold. "Zhang Li, I know this might be presumptuous, but I was wondering." After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided to seek his advice. After all, achieving perfection in basic sword techniques held significant meaning for her. "If you know it's presumptuous, then don't say it." Before the other could finish speaking, Zhang Li directly cut him off. Then he turned and left the classroom. You have deeply grasped that beautiful women are the catalyst for villains to bring trouble upon themselves. By decisively rejecting contact with her, villain points plus 300. As Zhengli exited the classroom, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Su Yuqing's face darkened as she stood frozen in place. The male students in the classroom were completely dumbfounded by this. Damn, who does Zhengli think he is, daring to give my goddess the cold shoulder? So what if he's mastered basic sword techniques to perfection? Nothing special. Instantly feeling indignant, she spoke angrily. Goddess, don't be angry. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll help you ask the teacher. A male student even came to her side to comfort her. Get lost. Su Yuqing coldly uttered one word before similarly turning to leave the classroom. She had always been this way at school, her personality was utterly icy. For her to have actively spoken a couple sentences to Zhongli just now already felt like she was giving him considerable face. Who would have thought the other party couldn't even be bothered to glance her way? The elite class enjoyed relative freedom, apart from regular martial arts instruction. The rest of the time was spent on personal cultivation. Every student who could enter the elite class was extremely self-disciplined. After leaving the classroom, Zhongli exited the school directly. He planned to visit the Lingguo Hall to certify his martial artist rank. I told the teacher, and the other party gladly agreed. Someone at Zhang Li's level only needed to say the word, and it was done. After leaving the school, I hailed a taxi and went straight to the Spirit Martial Hall. Inside the Spirit Martial Hall, warrior certification required undergoing a series of tests for various physical data. He had just arrived when he encountered the man he called Uncle Zhao again. Little one, what brings you to the Spirit Martial Hall today? The man, spotting him, asked with a cheerful smile. At that moment, a notification popped up before his eyes. Name, Zhao Mingfei. Cultivation, 4th rank, 3rd stage. Seeing the opponent's cultivation level, a 4th rank martial artist. This surprised him somewhat. This unremarkable-looking middle-aged man turned out to be a 4th rank martial artist. Uncle Zhao, I came to update my martial artist information. Zhongli stated his purpose directly. Updating martial artist information? Must have broken through a minor stage. You don't need to come here for that. You can just modify it yourself on the official website of the Spirit Martial Hall. You only need to come back here for verification when you break through to the 2nd rank. Zhao Mingfei was slightly surprised in his heart and patiently explained it to him. Only a few days had passed, yet this young lad before him had already broken through another minor realm. Although the opponent was only a 1st rank martial artist, this speed was still somewhat astonishing. He was well aware of the other's talent S-grade martial arts aptitude. Uncle Zhao, I came to certify as a 2nd rank martial artist. I broke through yesterday. Breaking through 2 minor realms can also be done on the official website. Wait, what did you say? 2nd rank? Zhao Mingfei was about to explain when he suddenly froze. He thought he must have misheard. Yes, a 2nd grade martial artist. That's why I came here for verification. Zhongli nodded firmly in confirmation. How is this possible? It's only been a few days since the last qualification. Last time, it seemed to be 1st rank, 5th stage. And now it's 2nd rank already? Come on, I'll take you there. He hastily pulled the other person along as they hurried toward the 2nd floor of the Spirit Martial Hall. Upon entering the 2nd floor, they found numerous martial artists queuing up for level certification. Every martial artist needed to obtain official registration and certification from the Spirit Martial Hall before they could apply for martial-related jobs. It served as an official endorsement. There are all kinds of people here. Looking at the line forming in front, Zhao Mingfei directly led Zhongli straight through the staff entrance on the side. This left the people waiting in line outside exchanging puzzled glances. Who's that young man with Master Zhao? His son? Not sure, but that young fellow looks strangely familiar. You think so too? I was just saying I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but can't quite place him. As they were discussing, amidst the crowd, someone was silently watching Zhang Li's retreating figure with unreadable thoughts. Entering the martial artist certification chamber, Zhang Li walked familiarly to the testing device, connected the detection apparatus to his body. Immediately after, a peculiar energy flowed into his system. This energy circulated throughout his body. On the instrument screen, cultivation, 2nd rank, 2nd stage, martial talent, S-class. Zhao Mingfei rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he'd seen wrong. He had actually reached the 2nd rank. Did you truly never cultivate before? Uncle Zhao, you know my past circumstances. I've only recently begun cultivating. Zhang Li nodded. He had no intention of hiding anything. Zhao Mingfei nodded blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. He had known since last time that the other party possessed S-rank talent. This guy's talent was considered top tier even within the whole of Qingqing City. But the speed at which this guy was advancing was simply beyond his comprehension. His own talent wasn't great, but at least he had B-level martial aptitude. After so many years, he was still only 4th rank. Truly, comparisons are odious. Come on, I'll take you to update your information. Everyone has their own opportunity. He stopped asking further. Zhongli recalled the combat technique Su Yuqing had used earlier. Uncle Zhao, do you know how one can obtain combat techniques? Why bring this up now? Battle techniques aren't like martial arts, you can't just buy them with money. Zhao Mingfei was momentarily startled before speaking up to explain. Every battle skill is one of a kind. Combat techniques are generally legacies passed down within major families. Combat techniques are just a name for it, they're more like a special ability you possess. As for the path you mentioned, our Spirit Martial Hall has it too. However, obtaining the combat technique inheritance from the Spirit Martial Hall comes with extremely stringent conditions. At this point, he gave the other person a meaningful glance. Zhang Li couldn't help but ask, what are the requirements? Under normal circumstances, the top 3 students in the martial arts exam during the annual college entrance exam in the city where the Spirit Martial Hall is located will receive one opportunity for martial arts inheritance. Top 3 in the city? Yes, the top 3 in that city. Hearing that he was in the top 3 of the city, Zhang Li let out a sigh of relief. This didn't seem so harsh after all. With your talent, you probably don't find this too difficult, do you? Zhao Mingfei seemed to have sensed his thoughts and spoke slowly. He nodded non-committally. If it were before, he would have found it difficult, but with the cheat, he actually thinks it's quite easy. This isn't arrogance, it's confidence. I knew you'd think that, but martial techniques aren't something you can comprehend after just one inheritance. Even the most talented person in our great Xia succeeded only after comprehending it 9 times. Battle techniques differ from martial skills. This heritage isn't like martial arts. Martial arts teach you how to unleash greater power from your spiritual energy, whereas battle techniques are more about awakening a particular special ability within you. Does this explanation make sense to you? Chapter 41, doesn't seem disabled. Special ability? It was the first time he had heard this term. Exactly. Battle techniques are similar to creating a unique cultivation method for yourself. You could also understand them as abilities that belong solely to you. Even with the same legacy, different people comprehending it will gain different battle techniques. Zhao Mingfei patiently explained it to him. However, Zhang Li was still somewhat confused and couldn't quite grasp what this combat skill truly was. You'll understand when you come into contact with combat skill inheritance. I've received 2 combat skill inheritances myself. Just think of combat skills as your special abilities. Anyway, this thing is difficult. Extremely difficult. He naturally knew the other party wouldn't understand, so he didn't bother explaining further. This heritage originated from a peculiar type of crystal that appeared between heaven and earth during the initial spiritual energy awakening. The first generation of practitioners called combat techniques supernatural abilities. They awakened these powers through these special crystals. Martial artists from that era were called supernaturals. They didn't cultivate their bodies, they cultivated supernatural abilities. That is, spiritual power. Their abilities are mediated through spiritual power to communicate with spiritual energy. Supernatural ability users? Zhang Li muttered under his breath. This was the first time he had heard of such a concept. Based on his memories from his original world, supernatural ability users and martial artists were virtually equivalents. Indeed, their abilities are utterly terrifying. Some are born already awakened with SS-grade anomalous powers. In that era, martial artists weren't judged by their martial aptitude, but solely by their anomalous power rankings. The higher the anomalous power ranking, the greater the potential ceiling of their strength. There are numerous types of anomalous powers. They can wield various elemental abilities for combat or use them to enhance themselves. Zhao Mingfei spoke patiently, as if telling a story. Zhang Li listened with rapt attention. This was knowledge no textbook could provide. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. Yet as time passed, the crystal stones would eventually be depleted. When the last crystal was completely exhausted, people would never awaken this supernatural ability again, and then we humans would no longer be able to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts and alien races. It was also at that time that strong human practitioners sought to establish a cultivation system unique to mankind, one that would free them from dependence on the crystals. They began to develop their own bodies, strengthening themselves with spiritual power. After generations of effort, the current breathing techniques and martial arts were developed. All martial techniques today are created based on foundational cultivation methods. I believe your school teachers have also told you that foundational methods are the root of all techniques. The advanced martial techniques we have today simply allow us martial artists to avoid some detours. Modern martial talent is different from the supernatural talents possessed by those predecessors of old. Our martial arts talent is the combination of your comprehension and inherent aptitude. He was profoundly shocked. In those brief words, he could sense the courage and determination of that generation of powerhouses. Creating a cultivation system is not something to be taken lightly. They were the ones who truly considered humanity's future, the ones who could rightfully be called heroes. Every era has its pioneers uniquely belonging to that time, and those with supernatural abilities are the pioneers. At the same time, I've come to understand why the martial arts instructor always emphasized practicing basic techniques more. And I've truly grasped the meaning behind the martial arts instructor's words, that more advanced martial arts techniques aren't necessarily more powerful. What level of cultivation one possesses determines what grade of techniques they can learn, that's the principle. And it further cemented his determination to master all foundational techniques. Since foundational techniques form the basis of all martial skills, nothing would suit his current state better than mastering these fundamental techniques now. After a moment of contemplation, the other party continued. After creating the breathing technique and foundation method, they didn't want this extraordinary ability to disappear. Hence, they conducted further research in hopes of passing down this extraordinary ability. However, throughout their lives, they could never find a substitute for the crystal stones. At this point, I can't help but let out a sigh. One can imagine what kind of desperation they must have felt at that time. When heaven seals one door, another opens. They discovered by chance that when a powerful being falls, their spiritual world doesn't collapse immediately. Using their last remnants of spiritual power, they condensed a similar crystal stone. This is the combat technique of today. His expression was extremely grave, his tone more serious than ever before. Those great families possess combat techniques because their ancestors once had powerful figures. When they fell, they chose to leave their legacy crystals within the family. Our combat techniques here, when other powerhouses are on the verge of falling, they entrust their legacy crystals to our Lingwu Hall, hoping that more talented individuals can inherit them. Zhao Mingfei's words were filled with reverence. Zhang Li was once again deeply moved. Such selflessness inexplicably evoked a sense of respect. It also reminded him of his previous life. The peaceful life people enjoy in his country was forged through countless predecessors who sacrificed their flesh and blood to create it. Anyone can learn the combat techniques from Lingwu Hall, but there are prerequisites. The legacy crystals left by those predecessors have limited inheritance capacities. Now do you understand why I said the conditions for inheriting combat skills are extremely stringent? At this point, he let out a long sigh. It was unclear whether he was lamenting the limited uses of the inheritance crystal or silently mourning those selfless predecessors. Zhang Li nodded silently without uttering a word. This was his first true understanding of combat techniques. He finally comprehended the true purpose of the Spirit Armory Hall's existence. Zhang Li, did you witness someone using combat techniques? Zhao Mingfei suppressed his previous emotions, shifted the topic, and asked with some curiosity. During sparring sessions at school, I saw someone execute a combat technique. He was still immersed in the shock of what he'd witnessed, giving a brief description of the combat technique he'd seen. It must be that Su family girl. In our Qingqing city, the only one who could possibly comprehend combat techniques while still in high school would be from the Su family. Zhao Mingfei wasn't the least bit surprised. Yes, her name is Su Yuqing. As for whether she's from the Su family you mentioned, I wouldn't know. Zhang Li answered truthfully. They had previously been on the second floor of the library. It was his first time meeting this person. That must be her then. The Su family possesses inherited combat techniques. That girl probably started training with them from a very young age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend combat techniques at such a young age. Zhao Mingfei was absolutely certain. Across all of Qingqing City, only one family passed down combat techniques. The Su family counts as a major clan. If you wish to learn combat techniques, there's a better way. He finished speaking and looked at Zhang Li with a smile. Uncle Zhao, what's this better method you mentioned? Judging by the other's expression, he had a feeling it wasn't anything good. But unable to resist the temptation of combat techniques, he went ahead and asked anyway. Zhao Mingfei avoided giving a direct answer and instead asked mischievously. That Su family girl is about your age, right? Quite pretty, isn't she? Just average. She has a nose and eyes, arms and legs, doesn't look disabled. Zhang Li said expressionlessly. You rascal. Zhao Mingfei chuckled with mock annoyance. If you married her, wouldn't those combat techniques become yours? As far as I know, the Su family only has this one daughter, no sons. It'll save you decades of detours. Zhang Li, never thought you'd be this kind of Uncle Zhao. I misjudged you. Chapter 42, Women are Tigers. Zhao Mingfei said with deep concern, you're not getting any younger, and sooner or later you'll need to settle down and start a family. Dad, ugh. Uncle Zhao, I'm only 18 years old, still underage here. Aren't you basically soliciting a crime? Get it? His head was spinning with confusion, inexplicably feeling the pressure of being rushed into marriage. I almost thought it was still my previous life at home being nagged by my parents to get married, almost said something wrong. According to Desia's laws, those aged 16 and above may. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Li hastily waved his hand, cutting him off. That's enough, keep talking and we'll get censored. You're an employee of the Spirit Martial Hall, focus on your job instead of studying Desia's legal code. Zhao Mingfei burst into laughter. You still have the nerve to be picky. That girl might not even fancy you in the first place. With your track record of literally knocking a girl flat on your first meeting, you're the epitome of a clueless straight man. Listen, kid, I've got your best interests at heart. If you can't even hunt within a zoo, what makes you think you'll succeed outside it? Zhongli. He had never been this speechless before. The last time I was this speechless was back in the last time. Uncle Zhao, let's get down to business. Besides the college entrance exam, are there any other ways for our Lingwu Hall to obtain the inheritance? He clearly didn't want to dwell on the subject any longer and quickly changed the topic. There is. Contribution points from Lingwu Hall can be exchanged for attempts. The other party also straightened their expression and spoke seriously. Lingwu Hall contribution points? Zhongli sounded somewhat puzzled. That's right. Haven't you checked the mission module on the official website? You can't possibly only know how to play games and have never visited the official website, can you? Tasks are issued every month. Completing missions assigned by the Spirit Martial Hall earns corresponding rewards and contribution points. These contribution points essentially serve as currency within the Spirit Martial Hall, usable for purchasing everything available there. As for those combat skill inheritances you mentioned, naturally, they too can be exchanged using contribution points. Zhao Mingfei explained slowly. Mission module? Why haven't I seen it? A hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. When browsing the Lingwu Hall's official website before, apart from news, there was only the cultivation techniques module. I couldn't see the mission module mentioned by the other person at all. The other person slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot. With your first rank cultivation, you naturally can't see it yet. You don't have the authorization. You'll be able to see it naturally when you return now. Uncle Zhao, how many contribution points are needed to exchange for one inheritance combat skill opportunity? Since there's no other way, might as well get started on the mission first. A lot. To put it this way, I've worked at the Lingwu Hall for nearly 20 years, and it's only been enough to exchange for 2 inheritances in total. We get fixed contribution points every month for our work. Damn, Zhongli was utterly gobsmacked. It would take forever to save up enough to exchange for inherited combat skills. Are there any other ways? He asked persistently, unwilling to give up. Then you'll just have to wait until the college entrance exams. But you could ask your school, they should have a solution. Zhao Mingfei spoke evasively. Find a school? He hesitated for a moment. What could possibly be done about the Lingwu Hall matter by finding a school? Could a school actually have jurisdiction over the Lingwu Hall? Yes, you can go ask at your school. You might get an unexpected surprise. Alright, you've finished the verification. As for the subsequent data tests, you can go ahead and do them yourself. When the time comes, just update your data with the staff at Lingwu Hall, and that'll be it. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying this, the other person turned and left the place. Only the dumbfounded Zhongli remained. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally understood when someone made excuses to leave rather than speak the truth. He didn't press further. The level testing included comprehensive physical data assessments, including a series of tests such as physical strength, power, and reaction ability. All of these can be chosen for testing. Since he was already here, Zhongli decided to test his physical data. He walked up to a humanoid puppet. This humanoid puppet is meant for testing strength. He didn't use any martial techniques, clenched a single fist, channeling the spiritual energy within his body. He delivered a full-force punch to the puppet. Bang! A dull sound. The puppet swayed slightly. A number flashed on the console connected to the puppet. 2200 kg. Holy shit, that single punch packed over 2 tons of force. In his original world, almost no one could withstand a single punch from him. This punch contained no additional enhancements, nor did it utilize the power of any inscriptions. Pure physical strength alone. It's evident how remarkably resilient people in this world are. He then proceeded to test his physical endurance. By noon, Zhongli finally emerged from the spiritual martial hall. On his way back to school, his mind kept dwelling on the matter of combat techniques. Zhao Mingfei told him to go ask at the school. Couldn't make sense of what this sentence meant. By the time he reached the school, it was already lunch hour. Today was his first day being transferred to the elite class. Rumor has it that the elite class's meals are all made from premium ingredients. By the time Zhang Li arrived at the cafeteria, many people were already eating there. The food here consisted almost entirely of ferocious beast meat, even paired with some spirit herbs. He spotted a familiar face. Zhuo Pingyang was actually here too. Walking up, he patted him on the shoulder. Xiaoyang, what are you doing eating here? Zhongli. Zhuo Pingyang turned around in pleasant surprise upon seeing him. I've always eaten here, didn't you know? Just now I was wondering if I'd run into you here. Zhongli nodded. Understood, the power of money. The two got their food and found an empty spot, chatting as they ate. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the dining hall. They both turned to look. It turns out Su Yuqing had entered the cafeteria. There were always a few guys hovering around her. Goddess, what would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Goddess, I've got the best cut from the thorn rabbit here, the choicest meat. Su Yuqing didn't even spare a glance at these people, walking straight to the counter to get her meal. Don't you think these guys are sick? She clearly wants nothing to do with them, yet they still push themselves forward. Zhou Pingyang couldn't help but vent. The world of pathetic simps will never understand it, Zhang sneered. That kind of girl, it's best not to get involved with her, otherwise there'll be endless trouble later. He'd seen this kind of thing too many times already. Why? Zhou Pingyang looked somewhat puzzled. Haven't you heard the saying? Women are tigers, as the saying goes. 30. Anyway, just keep your distance from women. Just as I was about to casually make up an excuse, I suddenly felt the analogy wasn't quite appropriate. The other person nodded with a look of vague understanding. Game over, Zhang Li, she's walking toward us. We saw Su Yuqing holding a tray, scanning the cafeteria with her eyes, walking straight toward them. May I sit here? She asked in a hushed voice. Zhang Li took 3 quick bites, finishing the food on his plate. Xiaoyang, take your time eating. I'll head out first. With that, he picked up his tray and walked straight out. Zhou Pingyan watched his departure with confusion. Suddenly, he felt countless murderous gazes directed his way. Only then did I understand why Zhang Li had left. I likewise hurriedly stuffed the food from my plate into my mouth. Take your time eating, you can sit anywhere here. With those words, he also dashed off in a flash. Am I really that scary? Su Yuqing's face stiffened. She was beginning to question her entire existence. She had only approached him to ask about reaching the perfect realm and foundational sword techniques. Who could have imagined he'd flee at the sight of her as if avoiding a venomous snake? Chapter 43, A Knife is Still a Knife. The elite classes' lessons were remarkably freeform. In the afternoon, they practiced stance training. Regardless of rank, standing practice is the foundational skill. Returning home after evening classes, Zhang Li eagerly powered on his computer and logged into the Spirit Martial Hall's official site. Just as suspected, after updating his information that morning, this time a new mission module had appeared within. I clicked open the mission module, wanting to see what tasks the Spirit Martial Hall had posted. Each mission was labeled with its difficulty level. There were numerous categories of missions. Some involved gathering items, while others required assisting in the extermination of aberrant beasts, all sorts. This mission module gives off the vibe of a poorly made mobile game. Receive quests from NPCs, complete them, and obtain corresponding rewards. Randomly opened one of the quests. Eliminate the aberrant beasts, 3-star difficulty, Kaiyuan Town, Xianbei District, Shangyun City. A third-class aberrant beast, the musk spirit tiger, has been sighted, with dozens of villagers injured. Contribution points, 1800. There are still many tasks like this one. Most incidents occurred in suburban areas, where strange beasts frequently appeared. The people of Lingwu Hall, overwhelmed with work, would post these tasks publicly. Send some warriors to pick them up, and there will be generous rewards upon completion. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He then opened the contribution point exchange module. Here, contribution points can be exchanged for various martial arts techniques, elixirs, weapons, and more. Scrolling all the way to the bottom, he finally saw the combat technique he had been longing for. Combat technique comprehension, attempts 1, contribution points 500,000. Staring at the string of zeros, Zhang Li couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Damn! A single chance to comprehend the combat technique inheritance actually required 500,000 points. The previous 3-star difficulty mission, exterminating a third-order mutant beast, only gave 1,800 contribution points. Just as Zhao Mingfei had said, it took him nearly 20 years to redeem it twice. And that was only possible because he worked at the Lingwu Hall and received a discount. If it were him, 40 years might not even give him hope. His mood instantly hit rock bottom. Closing the exchange interface, he casually browsed the mission module. There were hardly any missions he could undertake. The minimum requirement is a 3rd-rank martial artist. There were almost no tasks available for 2nd-rank martial artists. Just as I was about to close it, I suddenly noticed a help-wanted mission. This mission wasn't issued by the Spiritual Martial Hall, but posted by an individual. In the mission module here, aside from the Spirit Martial Hall being able to issue missions, warriors can also post them, they just need to pay the corresponding contribution points. Zhang Li casually tapped on this help request mission. Urgent. Is there any senior who has mastered the basic saber technique to perfection? Seeking guidance, 10,000 contribution points. Seeing the 10,000 contribution points, Zhang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and carefully verified it again. There was no mistake, it truly was 10,000 contribution points. Below this help-seeking task, a crowd of people had left comments. Damn, 10,000 contribution points. I really want that too, but unfortunately I don't practice blade techniques. I worked my ass off this whole month and only earned 3,000 points. Perfect level basic blade technique? That's probably only achievable by top-tier experts. A small fries might as well forget about it, envious face. My basic blade technique is just a hair's breadth away from reaching perfect realm. I wonder if I can make it. No way it'll work. They're asking for perfect realm. Either their martial arts have hit a bottleneck, or they're creating a new blade-related technique. Beneath this help request, the entire discussion revolves around perfect realm foundational techniques. For foundational techniques, reaching the perfect realm is nearly impossible. Many remain stuck at the great accomplishment realm their entire lives. Reading these discussions, Zhongli formed an idea in his mind. Though he had never practiced saber techniques before, he had cheats, so he left a reply under this help-seeking task. However, he chose to reply anonymously. What kind of guidance do you need? Should we meet in person? The moment his message was posted, someone immediately replied beneath it. Damn, this guy's the real deal. Perfect realm basic blade techniques. Worship the master. Brothers, come quick and witness God. The master has appeared. All hail. He watched the replies flooding in one after another, his lips twitching. Holy crap, do these people have nothing better to do? After waiting for a long time, there was still no reply from the person who posted the task. Just as he was about to close the task module, suddenly, a message popped up in his backend. Senior, where are you? This is the private message from the person who posted the task. Xingqing City. Zhongli replied succinctly with 3 words. The reply came swiftly. I'm in Shangyun City, which is quite some distance away. I've been tied up with some matters recently and can't get away. Senior, could you possibly record a video instead? The person hesitated for a moment before sending another message. I know this might be troublesome for you, Senior. I can offer more contribution points, and I promise not to share your video with anyone. Zhang Li's reply remained succinct. When do you need it? If possible, I need it today. Is that okay? Zhang Li, no problem. It'll be ready in an hour. Thanks, Senior. He didn't reply to the other person anymore. Instead, he opened the martial arts module. He remembered that the Lingwu Hall had given him a spirit storage card. Basic martial arts techniques could be directly downloaded from the Lingwu Hall here. Insert the spirit storage card into the computer. He found the basic knife techniques. In less than a minute, the download was successful. He pulled out the spirit storage card and pressed it against his forehead. A peculiar energy from the spirit storage card surged into his mind. The fundamentals of sword techniques immediately surfaced in his mind. While it appeared miraculous, it was all due to this peculiar energy stored within the spirit storage card. Through this special energy, he could transmit the text from the card directly into his consciousness. But this worked only for basic techniques. More complex methods were beyond its capability. Special instruments are required to copy it onto a spirit storage card. Ding! New technique detected. Host, would you like to spend villain points to learn it? Study. Instantly, countless pieces of knowledge about basic sword techniques flooded his mind. The sheer volume of information was nearly enough to make his head explode. He picked up a nailing pill and swallowed it. He spent another 100 villain points to enhance the pill. Half an hour later, spend 100 villain points to cultivate the basic blade technique to perfection. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Although he had already mastered several martial arts techniques, yet he still felt shocked. There's a good reason why people don't like playing with cheaters. This is utterly insane. Others take years of cultivation to reach this realm, if they ever do. Yet here he was, attaining perfection so effortlessly. Half an hour to reach perfection. Who would believe such a thing if told? He had no sword. With a hand transforming into a blade, he slashed through the air. A thread of white blade light appeared out of nowhere. Bang! The blade light vanished into the wall. It was merely a casual flick, utilizing just a wisp of spiritual power. He did not walk through the wall. Looking at the knife marks on the wall, he was very satisfied with his cultivation results. His home only had a kitchen knife, but a kitchen knife still counts as a blade. The perfect realm isn't about raw power, it's a state of being. Zhongli picked up his phone and adjusted its position. His face was covered with a black cloth. Holding a kitchen knife in his hand, he looked utterly ridiculous. He went through the basic knife techniques he had just learned. The moment his hand grasped the kitchen knife, it was as if his entire being had transformed into a blade. A sharp intensity radiated from his entire body. The kitchen knife in his hand became an extension of his very being. Every chop he made flowed with such perfect unity, smooth and polished like jade. The knife moved extremely slowly, yet the razor-sharp aura it exuded could be keenly felt. The 1-minute video was completed. He logged into the Spirit Martial Hall's back-end system. Locating the man again, he sent over the recently recorded video. Chapter 44, The Spirit Martial Hall's Shock. Somewhere far away in Shangyun City, a young man wore a trace of anxiety on his face. His eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen. Feng Xiao, are you really planning to create a C-grade martial skill? Beside him stood another young man, the one who had spoken. Right, I've been studying this C-class martial technique for 4 years. Just one final step remains. If I can complete it, it might even be rated as B-class. The youth addressed as Young Fong declared with unwavering determination. University graduation only requires creating one E-class martial technique. Why push yourself like this? I, Ling Yunfeng, am determined to become the most legendary man in our university, Ling Yunfeng said with an extremely childish fervor. Give it a rest. Even if your basic saber technique reaches perfection, a C-grade technique isn't necessarily something you can create. The young man beside him poured cold water on the idea. An elder has just agreed to mentor me. My foundation blade technique is only a hair's breadth away from reaching perfection. Just you wait. When I invent a C-grade combat skill, countless beauties will throw themselves at me. I'll give you two then. He paid no mind to the other's discouragement, boasting smugly. Come off it, what elder would be idle enough to coach you for just 10,000 contribution points? The young man simply didn't believe his words. While they were talking, a message arrived on his computer. Haha, see? The senior works fast. Barely over half an hour, and they've already sent it. He clicked open the message to find a video inside. Pressed play. The video showed a person with their face concealed, holding a kitchen knife in their hand. Ha, Feng Xiao, is this the so-called master you were talking about? What kind of master demonstrates knife techniques with a kitchen knife? The young man burst into laughter even before the video started playing. Ling Yunfeng's face also darkened. Though I haven't clicked to watch this video yet, wielding a kitchen knife looks completely out of place. What do you know? How could someone of your level possibly comprehend the realm of a master? Though hope had already faded from his heart, he still remained stubbornly defiant in his words. Ha ha ha, quick, open it, let me see what level this kitchen knife has truly reached. The young man was laughing so hard he could barely stand up straight. Ling Yunfeng steeled himself and clicked on the video. The person in the video was Zhongli, holding a kitchen knife in hand. Assume a simple foundational knife technique stance. Basic knife technique, first form. The moment it was swung, Ling Yunfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Even though he was merely watching through a video, he could still sense the razor-sharp aura emanating from the cleaver in the other person's hand. At that moment, it seemed as if the person before him had transformed into a blade itself. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly closed the video. Holy shit, it's really a master. Why'd you turn it off? I wasn't done watching yet. The young man beside him was also dumbfounded. He too had been studying basic blade techniques. Just that single opening stance alone had given him tremendous insight. His foundational blade technique had undoubtedly attained perfection. I made a promise to my senior, this video cannot be shown to outsiders, Ling Yunfeng declared with utmost solemnity. Then he produced a spirit storage card from his person, copied the video into it, deleted the original video from the computer directly. Damn it, Fengzi, if you don't tell, how would they know? Hurry up and bring it out, let's watch it together. The senior didn't say we couldn't show it to others either. The young man stared at the other party stubbornly. I can't, I promised my senior. He might have just casually given me some pointers out of boredom. Though senior never said anything, I can't just ignore my duty. His attitude was unwavering. Otherwise, do you think 10,000 contribution points would be enough to get guidance from a senior? If you want advice from a senior, just message them directly. After saying this, he picked up his spirit storage card and left the dorm, heading towards the meditation chamber. The young man's lip twitched, but he didn't say anything more. Zhongli waited on this side for the other party's reply. Before long, a notification popped up from the system. Help task completed. Received 10,000 contribution points. Zhongli was completely dumbfounded. He actually obtained 10,000 contribution points. He hadn't harbored any hope for this. Who would have thought it could actually be achieved? A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. This is practically a goldmine. If he masters all the basic techniques, selling each video tutorial for 10,000 contribution points. It wouldn't take long before he could exchange for a combat skill comprehension opportunity. No time like the present. I downloaded all the fundamental martial arts techniques directly from the official website. After all, they were free. Basic spear techniques, basic palm techniques, basic fist techniques, basic leg techniques. Nearly a dozen fundamental martial arts manuals. One by one, I began my cultivation. The 10 spirit gathering pills given by the school earlier. 9 remained. With the aid of spirit gathering pills, it only took half an hour to master a foundational cultivation technique to perfection. Without spirit gathering pills, it took over an hour. He didn't sleep the entire night, completely immersed in cultivation. The next day, he skipped school altogether and purchased spirit gathering pills from the Spiritual Martial Hall's official website. He also bought all the necessary weapons, all of which were the most basic types. He continued to stay at home and cultivate. Finally, by evening, he had completed practicing all the foundational techniques. As for things like breathing techniques, he practiced those too, but such methods couldn't be demonstrated directly through video. His fundamental palm techniques had been cultivated to perfection. He faintly sensed that his cloud-parting palm seemed somewhat different now. Whether it was an illusion or not, he consistently felt its power had grown greater than before. All in all, he had spent more than half of his accumulated villain points. His cultivation level had risen from the second-rank second stage to the second-rank fifth stage, but he paid no attention to it. The most important thing was the foundational technique. All the techniques had been recorded into videos. Log into the official website of Spirit Martial Hall. Enter the mission module. Directly post a mission. Guidance on various foundational techniques available, featuring perfect level foundational technique videos. Contact directly if interested, starting from 10,000 contribution points. Damn, as soon as this mission was posted, everyone in the mission module was shocked. Fortunately, it was posted anonymously, so no one knew who posted it, but the comments under this mission immediately exploded. Holy crap, this person has some serious guts, daring to commit fraud right here in the Spirit Martial Hall. This is obviously a scam. Who could possibly master all the basic techniques to perfection? Everyone report this guy immediately. He's clearly trying to trick newcomers. Perfection my ass. If you could actually reach proficiency in every single technique, I'd stream myself doing a handstand while taking a shit. Hahaha, count me in. What era does this guy think we're living in? Trying to scam people right on the Spirit Martial Hall's official website. Hurry up and report them. After being confirmed by the Spirit Martial Hall as a scammer, you'll receive contribution points. As soon as these words were spoken, reports began pouring in. Across the entire Great Xiao region, nearly half of the martial artists who could access the Spirit Martial Hall chose to file reports. The staff responsible for the official Spirit Martial Hall website. I was directly scared. Tens of thousands of messages flooded in from the back end. What happened? Why are so many people reporting? The staff casually clicked on one of the reports. Report, suspected fraud case. Below is the link to the post. Nearly 1,000 reports pour in almost every minute. The entire Lingwu Hall staff was stunned. Zhongli fell asleep as soon as he posted the message. He remained unaware of what was happening on the official website. Having gone a full day and night without sleep, despite being in cultivation, his energy was nearly depleted. Chapter 45, Hacked Account? Overnight, the back end of the Lingwu Hall's official website almost crashed. When they saw rows of identical reports, staff promptly clicked on the reported link. Guidance on various foundational techniques, with videos of foundational techniques at the perfection realm available. Those interested can directly contact, starting at 10,000 contribution points. Upon seeing the content published in the task module, anyone's immediate reaction would be, how is this possible? This must be fake. Practically no one could possibly have perfected every basic technique to its ultimate state. Damn! Who is this person, daring to be so bold? How audacious to attempt fraud on the official Lingwu Temple website. Lingwu Temple immediately responded to the situation. They directly deleted the task without hesitation. They even posted an announcement below. Let no one believe it. Lingwu Hall headquarters. What happened last night? A middle-aged man arrived at the office responsible for managing the back-end data of the official website. Supervisor Luo, last night someone posted false information in the task module, and the back-end received numerous complaints. The entire back-end system received tens of thousands of complaint messages last night. A staff member spoke with a hint of exhaustion on his face. The entire evening was spent dealing with the report incident. I briefly explained what happened last night. From the time Lingwu Hall established its official website, we've never encountered something like this. Who is this person? Were you able to find out? This manager Luo shows no trace of joy or anger on his face. We've only temporarily deleted the mission information they posted and blocked their private messaging function in the backend. As for the poster, it's a martial artist from Qingqing City. We only have their name. We've already contacted the Lingwu Temple branch in Qingqing for more details. The entire Lingwu Temple official website serves as the gathering place for martial artists across Great Xia. Each individual's information is encrypted. Personnel records from each branch of the Lingwu Hall are submitted directly to headquarters. The staff working with back-end data don't have authorization to perform full queries, they can only access general information. Only high-ranking members of Lingwu Hall have full access privileges. This is also the Spiritual Martial Hall's way of protecting martial artists' personal information from being exposed, especially for some exceptionally talented martial artists. You handled this matter very well. It's the first time we've encountered such a despicable incident. I'll contact the person in charge over at Qingcheng. Supervisor Luo nodded in agreement. This kind of thing must be rooted out. Set an example by punishing someone. Otherwise, the Lingwu Hall's mission module will become a den of fraud. Some people privately exchange these contribution points for money. There's a black market specializing in this sort of thing. The Lingwu Hall certainly knows about this as long as it doesn't get too out of hand. they wouldn't enforce overly strict regulations. When Zhang Li woke up in the morning, he eagerly logged onto the official website, anxious to check if anyone had sent him private messages. After working hard for a full day and night, it was time to reap the rewards. But as soon as he logged in, he was dumbfounded. His account was directly notified as banned. The mission module was completely inaccessible. Only his personal information remained visible. The 10,000 contribution points I earned just last night vanished into thin air. Damn it! Got hacked? Zhang Li's first thought was that his account had been hacked. After hours of toiling in front of the computer, a conclusion was finally reached. His account was hacked. Damn it, people steal accounts in this world too? Just thinking about those 10,000 contribution points made his heart ache inexplicably. With the account banned, naturally he couldn't receive anyone's private messages anymore. That won't do. Muttering under his breath. Without even washing his face, he hailed a taxi straight to Lingwu Hall. Getting banned is no big deal, but those 10,000 contribution points must be recovered. That was the fruit of my own labor. Just as I rushed into the Spirit Marshal Hall, I ran into Zhao Mingfei coming toward me. Uncle Zhao, my Spirit Marshal Hall account has been hacked. Can I still get it back? Seeing him, Zhang Li hurriedly asked. I was just about to say I'd come looking for you, and here you show up. What were you doing on the official website last night? The headquarters wants to access your personal information. Zhao Mingfei froze for a moment before speaking up. Early this morning, he'd received a call from the headquarters of the Lingwu Hall. They said they needed to access Zhang Li's information, related to an incident that happened on the official website last night. At first, we thought it might just be someone with the same name in Xinqing City. There are hundreds of thousands of people, and there are plenty with identical names. But the person whose information was being accessed, their age was listed as 18. The only martial artist registered recently who's 18 years old is this guy right in front of me. That's why I wanted to go ask him about it. Ha, Zhang Li was puzzled. Last night, I was sleeping. Listen here, kid, don't play dumb. The people sent from headquarters will be here soon, specifically to investigate you. The other person spoke with vexation, as if disappointed that iron couldn't become steel. Investigate me? Why investigate me? He froze for a moment. I was just about to ask Uncle Zhao to check for me. The 10,000 contribution points I previously earned were stolen. Moreover, my official account has been banned. The moment I heard this guy's account got banned, it became even more certain he must be the one headquarters was looking for. I immediately questioned him. Tell us, what exactly were you doing on the official website? And how did you get those 10,000 contribution points of yours? I didn't do anything wrong, Zhang Li said with a bewildered expression. I picked up a mission from the task module, and after completing it, I earned 10,000 contribution points. But when I logged in this morning, those 10,000 contribution points were gone. Uncle Zhao, my account got hacked. Can I get those contribution points back? Those contribution points disappeared before I could even warm them in my hands, just wiped clean. What kind of mission could be worth 10,000 contribution points? With your second-grade cultivation, you can't even complete a 1,000-point mission. Zhao Mingfei clearly didn't believe it. Don't joke around. All missions issued in Xincheng pass through my review first. The highest contribution points only reached a little over 3,000. And the difficulty level for a 3,000-point mission is 4 stars. Even he would find it somewhat challenging to complete alone. It was just a help request task. The other party needed a video of perfect level swordsmanship, so I recorded one and sent it over. They gave me 10,000 contribution points in return. Zhang Li said dismissively. Zhao Mingfei finally understood why this guy was being investigated by headquarters. He probably heard me say yesterday that contribution points could be obtained through the mission module. This fellow is also extremely interested in combat techniques. When I saw someone asking for help, I immediately wanted to complete the task. This guy probably doesn't even know what perfection realm means. Casually recorded a video for them. What happened next was entirely predictable. After paying their contribution points, people discovered the sword technique videos they received weren't even close to the perfect realm mastery level. They filed complaints to the headquarters. Only then would the organization dispatch investigators. This guy still doesn't realize how serious the situation has become. On the official website, fraudulent actions would likely result in the revocation of martial qualification. Once the spiritual martial hall revokes someone's martial qualification, that person is basically ruined. He sighed. Come on, follow me to the conference room. First, think of a way. Is there any possibility of turning things around? Ignorance is no offense, strive for leniency. He didn't want this little fellow before him to have his whole life ruined like this. Chapter 46, Zhu Rongwang. Zhang Li followed behind Zhao Mingfei. They went straight to the 5th floor conference room in the Lingwu Hall. Zhang Li, remember what I'm telling you now. When someone comes to ask you later, just say exactly what I instructed you to say. Zhao Mingfei lowered his voice and spoke quietly. The people from headquarters will be here soon. When they ask you, just say you don't know, that you've only just started working on the task module. Then you apologize to them, say something nice, and maybe the whole thing will just blow over. Got it? Zhongli was completely baffled. What did that mean? My own 10,000 contribution points were stolen, and now I have to say nice things about the thief? Still want me to apologize? What kind of logic is this? When did society become like this? Uncle Zhao, I did as you said. Can I really get my 10,000 contribution points back now? Though he didn't quite understand the other's intentions, he knew this person would never harm him. Right now, all he cared about were those 10,000 contribution points of his. If sweet-talking could bring his 10,000 points back, it's not entirely impossible. You still want contribution points? You should be glad you're still alive. He snapped impatiently. You little rascal, you have no idea how much trouble you've stirred up. If they don't press charges against you, consider yourself lucky, otherwise you'll be in serious trouble. Alright, wait here. No school for you today, I need to go handle something. Remember what I just told you, or even I won't be able to save you. Zhao Mingfei didn't give him a chance to respond. After delivering his instructions, he turned and walked away. The conference room was left with only Zhongli standing there in a daze. Something about today's events just didn't feel right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Could it be that he'd gotten out of bed the wrong way this morning? He came here to get his account unblocked. How did he end up being investigated? Considering Zhao Mingfei's earlier words, could it be that the Flawless Realm video he sent someone before got reported? Damn it, does this world also have that refund without return nonsense? Despicable, utterly despicable. For a fleeting moment, the combat techniques that seemed within his grasp suddenly felt impossibly distant. Then hadn't all those villain points he spent gone to waste? Just as he was mentally despising that refund-only customer, the meeting room door was pushed open. Entering was an elderly man. Is someone here? The old man looked at Zhongli with surprise. Zhongli raised his head to look at the elderly man before him. A dialogue box appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhu Rongguang. Cultivation level, 8th rank, 2nd stage. Holy crap! Zhongli blurted out. Suddenly realizing his mistake, he hurriedly covered his mouth. This old man turned out to be an 8th rank martial artist. It was his first time seeing someone of the 8th rank. Previously, in Xinqing City, the highest cultivation level he had encountered was Zhao Mingfei's 4th rank. The elderly man before him was actually of the 8th rank. A mere breath from them could probably kill me outright. Does this old man scare you that much? Xu Rongguan looked at him with an amused smile, teasingly remarking. And no, Senior looks like the most kind and approachable person one could meet. Zhongli quickly explained. Now that's a true expert right there. Who would dare to offend such a person? Young man, you've got good eyes. Keep talking. He nodded, looking quite pleased with himself. Ha! He froze for a moment before quickly responding. Senior's refined demeanor commands admiration. From your words and demeanor, one can tell that you, esteemed senior, possess profound cultural depth and extraordinary cultivation. Zhu Rongguang's face broke into a satisfied smile as he nodded. Anything else? My admiration for my senior is like the endless flow of a mighty river, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, unstoppable and overwhelming. He racked his brain, pouring out every word of praise he could summon to mind. I can't help but speak. Who is this? This is a true powerhouse of the 8th rank. What about neither poverty nor obscurity can sway one, neither threats nor force can subdue one? At this moment, it's all just bullshit. You've truly mastered the art of licking the boots of the powerful and bullying the weak. Villain points plus 300. Zhongli. This damned system is truly a bitch. I must say, the little one has the best taste I've ever seen. The other party laughed heartily, thoroughly agreeing with what had just been said. Every word I said came from the heart. Seeing this, Zhongli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was terrifying. Very good, very good. Xu Rongguang said very good twice in succession. Little one, what are you doing here? Where's Xiao Zhao? I'm here, waiting to apologize to someone. He quickly replied. Uncle Zhao just left, said he had some matters to attend to. Would you like me to ask the senior for you? The other person waved his hand, waiting to apologize? Apologize for what? Damn, got hit with a refund-only complaint. Zhongli blurted out without thinking. Refund only? What does that mean? This statement planted a huge question mark on Zhu Rongguang's face. I previously saw someone asking for help in the task module on the Lingwu Hall official website, so I lent a hand, and the other party paid me for it. The help was given, and the other party was quite satisfied, but who knew they got reported to headquarters today? The payment they gave me was also taken back. Isn't this just a refund? They only took back my payment, the other party lost nothing and still got my help for free. He only briefly explained the general situation. Such a thing exists? Xu Rongguang looked him up and down. He was puzzled. This little fellow before him appeared to be merely at the 2nd tier, 5th stage. What help did you provide? The night before last, I saw someone post a help request needing guidance on perfect level foundational saber techniques. so I recorded a demonstration video for them. He didn't attempt to hide it either. After all, the big shot standing before him was an 8th grade expert. Within the ranks of Lingwu Hall, this person undoubtedly held considerable status. Even if he remained silent, the other could easily find out through casual inquiries. Have you truly mastered perfect level foundational saber techniques? Xu Rongguang felt a shock in his heart, somewhat surprised. Show me what you can do. Basic techniques are the foundation of all martial skills. To perfect the fundamental saber technique stands as the root. What monstrous talent this requires. There's no saber here. Here, take this. With a casual flick of his hand, a knife appeared in his grasp. Storage ring? The instant Zhang Li saw this miraculously appearing blade, that was the first explanation that came to mind. He didn't hesitate at all. Take the knife from the other's hand. This knife is much better than the cleaver he used that night. The moment the hilt was grasped, in an instant, his entire demeanor underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. Xu Rongguang's heart was gripped with terror. In his eyes, the opponent had merged into one with the blade in hand. What stood before him was no longer a person, but an incomparably sharp sword. An overwhelming aura of sharpness emanated from their entire being. He is the blade, and the blade is him. With a momentum that seemed capable of cleaving through every obstacle before him, his unstoppable aura was displayed to perfection. Just a few simple movements, yet they carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xu Rongguang swallowed hard. What kind of monstrous talent was this guy? He'd actually achieved the perfect realm in basic swordsmanship. And what's more, he could plainly see, his opponent's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of the perfect realm. He had seen many whose basic sword techniques had reached perfection, yet none possessed the same seamless mastery as this young man before him. Exquisite technique. He couldn't help but voice his admiration. Chapter 47. I can live another 20 years. Each seemingly casual slash of the blade perfectly embodied the pinnacle of martial artistry. Even Xu Rongguang was completely enthralled. This basic technique is easy to learn, but achieving perfection is another matter. It's exceptionally difficult, comparable to advanced martial techniques. So, senior, was I lying? As Zhang Li ceased his movements, the fierce aura surrounding him also dissipated. Truly impressive. Who is your master? Xu Rongguang gradually recovered from his shock and asked. I don't have a master. I learned by myself. He shook his head. Self-taught? This left the other person even more astonished. To reach perfection without any guidance, it would take at least several years of cultivation, and require extraordinarily high comprehension skills. What kind of monstrous genius was this little fellow before him? Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Hearing that he had no master, he immediately made the offer. Ha, senior, are you sure you want to take me as your disciple? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Zhang Li's mind was struggling to process the situation. This was an 8th-rank martial artist, after all. Xu Rongguang glared fiercely. What? Am I not worthy to be your master? Esteemed senior, with your level of cultivation, being accepted as your disciple would be my greatest honor. I have a question. Zhang Li waved his hand and spoke with a serious expression. What's the problem? Do you possess any combat technique inheritance? No. The other party replied without hesitation. There are no combat skill inheritances here. He felt somewhat disappointed. Right now, combat skills were what he desired most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble learning all those basic techniques. Do you even know what combat skill inheritance means? Seeing the other's expression, they spoke with visible annoyance. Of course I know. High-ranking martial artists who possess combat techniques will condense their psychic energy into an inheritance crystal upon death. Zhang Li nodded and said with utter seriousness, you do understand these crystals are condensed from the psychic energy of deceased high-ranking martial artists, don't you? This old man is still very much alive before you. Where exactly would I get you an inheritance crystal? Shall I die now? Xu Rongguang glared at him with his whiskers bristling. He almost choked with rage. This old man just wanted to take on a disciple, not summon the king of hell himself. Zhang Li quickly waved his hands in denial. No, senior has misinterpreted me. I was just asking casually. Humph. If this old man were to announce his willingness to take disciples, countless geniuses would be scrambling over each other to become my pupils. Absolutely. The senior's reprimand is perfectly justified. He nodded hurriedly. The old man was clearly annoyed by him. Very well, since you've agreed to become my disciple, your master shall give you a greeting gift. With that, he produced from his person a crystal the size of a thumb. What do you mean I agreed? Did I say anything? Yet before these words could leave his mouth, his attention was completely captured by the crystal in the other's hand. He asked instinctively, could this be a legacy crystal? Stop dreaming. Would a legacy crystal be brought out so casually? This is my perfected insights into foundational palm techniques. A hint of smugness flickered across the other's face. With your aptitude, it shouldn't take more than a few years for you to master the foundational palm techniques to perfection. Zhongli didn't reach out to take it. Well, senior, I've also cultivated the basic palm technique to the perfection realm. Then he casually demonstrated a few moves. The smooth, jade-like artistry of the palm techniques instantly became apparent. Ha! Xu Rongguang's brain completely froze. Looking at this little fellow's palm technique before him, his eyes instantly widened in shock. Fuck! This little bastard's palm technique had actually reached perfection realm too. Couldn't help but swear. The opponent's perfect realm was actually slightly more perfect than his own. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh, not bad, not bad. Your palm technique, though still a bit behind mine, has indeed reached the perfect realm. Ha, ha. He gave a dry laugh, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Small matter. Your master knows many tricks. Here, have this. To mask his earlier awkwardness, he produced yet another crystal from his robes. This contains insights on perfecting basic movement techniques, far rarer than those palm techniques, he said proudly once again. The fundamental movement technique ranks among the top 5 most difficult foundational techniques. If you can master it to perfection, learning other movement techniques will basically come easily to you. Zhongli scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot in an instant. The entire person seemed to have vanished into thin air. Figures continuously flashed across the conference room. The person appeared unaffected by gravity itself, performing one impossible motion after another in defiance of all common sense. His figure wavered like a fallen leaf, seemingly drifting with the wind. Yet at other moments, he surged forward like a fierce gale, howling past. Xu Rongguang's mouth fell wide open. Only with his 8th grade cultivation could he clearly perceive each movement of the other party. If one didn't use spiritual power and simply relied on naked eye observation, the little fellow before them seemed to have truly vanished into thin air. After performing an entire movement technique sequence, his breathing remained perfectly steady. Ahem. Noticing the other party's dazed expression, Zhongli feigned a slight cough. Senior, actually I've also picked up a bit of movement technique, perfection realm. What do you think? Xu Rongguang snapped back to reality, feeling utterly out of sorts. Damn it. Fuck. This guy in front of him must be deliberately opposing him. Old man pulls out one thing, and you only know how to do one damn thing. Take one, and you'll understand. Damn it. Are you out of your mind? They'd already cursed the other person in their heart. Never been this humiliated before. Just as I was about to say something, I finally realized. Holy shit. This guy had actually mastered all 3 foundational techniques to perfection. How old is he? 18? What kind of extraordinary person could master 3 foundational techniques to perfection at just 18 years old? That's precisely why basic techniques are given such importance. Only when one reaches his level of cultivation do they truly understand the significance of foundational techniques. No matter what level of martial skills you're learning, to master this martial technique to perfection, there is one essential requirement. That is, your foundational techniques must first reach perfection. Only then will your corresponding martial techniques have the potential to be perfected. Foundation techniques are like the groundwork of a towering building. An imperfect foundation means even the finest structures built upon it cannot reach perfection. That's why he was so astonished. To this day, he has only mastered 2 combat techniques to perfection. This also explains why neither modern schools nor the Spirit Martial Hall provide access to higher level techniques. Below the 3rd rank, the majority mainly focus on foundational techniques. Even for advanced martial skills, practitioners are only allowed to cultivate 2 or 3 types. Among the foundational techniques, the most challenging one should be breathing methods. Movement techniques can rank within the top 5 because this type of insight, even with video recordings and personal guidance, requires. It's also extremely difficult to master. Under the other's gaze, Xu Rongguang felt somewhat guilty. Ahem, your movement technique has indeed reached perfection, but just barely so. There's still significant room for improvement. Unable to bear the embarrassment, he blurted out these random words. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I'll work hard. He quickly changed the subject and continued discussing the matter of apprenticeship. So, little guy, have you considered becoming my disciple? My cultivation level is at the 8th rank, 9th stage, Grandmaster realm, just one step away from the transcendent realm. Zhang Li's mouth twitched upon hearing this. If he couldn't see the other party's information himself, he would have truly been fooled. Noticing the other's silence, Xu Rongguang spoke again. I can still live another 20 years. By then, the inheritance crystal will all be yours. Chapter 48 3 Bows I Refuse. Xu Rongguang had never seen an 18-year-old martial artist who could master 3 foundational techniques to perfection. This wasn't just diligence, it was sheer innate talent. A supremely gifted martial archetype. At least he had never seen anyone who could master a basic technique to perfection at the age of 18. Now, looking at Zhang Li, he found everything about him pleasing to the eye. This was practically his dream disciple. Zhang Li was actually somewhat tempted by the old man's offer to take him as a disciple. After all, an 8th grade martial artist is a formidable ally to have. If he wants to increase his strength, he'll inevitably make enemies of many. Even with his system, everything would be futile if he hasn't grown strong enough. This elder before him, despite his high cultivation level, would indeed make a suitable master for him, but he wasn't sure about this person's temperament, in case he got into trouble later. Otherwise, he might end up like that Notre Dame bell ringer he'd encountered on the second floor of the library a few days ago. That would really be goddamned disastrous. Though naturally, this was something he couldn't possibly ask about. The opponent was an 8th grade martial artist. A thought stirred within. Senior, I apologize, I deceived you earlier. Zhangli hesitated briefly before speaking slowly. What do you mean? Xu Rongguan looked somewhat puzzled. Actually, I had a master when I was young. All these basic techniques were taught by him. My circumstances, I believe the Lingwu Hall is already well aware of them. My parents sacrificed their lives fighting the beast tide shortly after I was born. Later, I was adopted by a couple. At the age of 4, I was bullied by my younger brother who wouldn't let me go home. His words were partly true and partly false. Even if someone investigated, they wouldn't find anything amiss. Zhu Rongguan frowned as he listened. He never expected this little one before him to have endured such a tragic childhood. It was that very night, on the street, that I encountered an old man who pitied me and offered to teach me some basic techniques for self-defense. Every day after school, he would instruct me in these techniques, continuing his teachings for 10 full years. When I turned 14, he said he had matters to attend to and needed to leave. Before departing, he asked me never to tell anyone that I was his disciple. As he spoke these words, Zhang Li's mind wandered to scenes from television dramas and movies he had seen in the past. Thinking of one of those scenes, a trace of nostalgia naturally appeared on his face. But when I met you, Senior, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, which is why I told you about this matter. I hope you can understand, Senior. Even though he doesn't allow me to call him my master, in my heart, he has always been my teacher. The kind of mentor who was both a teacher and a father figure. He sighed after speaking. While fabricating this story, he had nearly convinced himself that he truly had such a master. That final sigh was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Xu Rongguang fell silent. I never thought this little guy actually had a master. Now things have gotten somewhat tricky. He genuinely wanted to take him on as a disciple. His heart stirred, and he suddenly spoke up to ask, how many basic cultivation techniques has your master taught you? All fundamental techniques were taught to me, and I've perfected every single one of them. Zhang Li said slowly, seeing no reason to conceal this fact. After all, this was precisely what he intended to use to earn contribution points. What? All the basic techniques? And they're all perfected to the highest realm? Now it was his turn to completely lose his composure. He had thought the other person had only taught him 3 or 4 basic techniques. That way he could still say it and be taught other things. After all, for basic techniques like these, he had the means to obtain recordings of the perfect realm. That's right. Not counting what you just saw, Senior, my foundational breathing technique, swordsmanship, spear techniques, fist techniques, body tempering arts, and so on all have already reached the perfect realm. Xu Rongguang became even less composed at this. He felt that even calling the other person a demon wouldn't be quite fitting. Who could possibly master all basic cultivation techniques to perfection at the age of 18? What does this signify? It means that once this person grows to their full potential, all martial techniques seem to have no bottlenecks before him. Since that senior has already left, and you'll need to find a master when you go to university in the future, don't you plan to attend college? Xu Rongguan racked his brains, trying to come up with reasons that might persuade the other party. This disciple, he was determined to take under his wing. If initially it was just amazement at the other's talent, now it was complete astonishment. Where could one find such an all-round prodigy of a disciple? The entire Great Xia Empire might not be able to produce another like this. Zhang Li's face immediately showed a trace of difficulty. Senior, I would very much like to become your disciple, but my master said that if anyone ever wishes to take me as their disciple in the future, there are 3 refusals to consider. What 3 refusals? Xu Rongguang asked curiously. I dare not say, for fear of angering you, Senior. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly began to speak. Speak freely and boldly, old me won't stoop to arguing with a child like you. My former master instructed that there are 3 types never to bow to his teacher. First, never bow to those lacking strength lest you cause trouble later and they dare not stand up for you. This old man stands at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm, 8th grade 9th tier, hardly much inferior to your previous master, wouldn't you say? Hearing this first condition, Xu Rongguang said confidently. Zhang Li continued, second, those who fear their disciples causing trouble need not pay respects. If the master fears their disciples causing trouble, they clearly lack a sense of responsibility. As long as you're not utterly wicked, committing murder or arson, no matter how big the trouble, I'll back you up, he said with complete nonchalance. Throughout Great Xia, almost no one dared to provoke his disciple. He himself was naturally a restless soul, and actually hoped his disciple could be just like him. Zhangli paused. Third, never bow to those who preach benevolence and morality all day long, they're the most deceitful of all. Ha ha ha, your former master's 3 no-bow rules are quite amusing. Rest assured, old man here isn't some pedantic fool. After hearing these 3 exemptions from kneeling, Zhu Rongguang burst into hearty laughter. I fully comprehend your master's thoughtful intentions, the elderly man said. These so-called 3 exemptions from kneeling were simply meant to prevent this young lad before him from being bullied. He had already suffered enough hardship during his childhood. Nature won't allow itself to be bullied again in the future. A genius of this caliber, given enough time to grow, their future achievements might surpass even his own. Even at their current youthful age, they've surpassed what he accomplished back then. Senior, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. After all, these were the rules my previous master set for me, he said somewhat sheepishly. What's the big deal? I meet all the requirements. Starting today, you'll be my disciple, Zhu Rongguang. Why aren't you kowtowing to your master yet? Disciple Zhangli pays respects to master. He hastily performed the ceremonial bow. As the villain, you've learned to cozy up to power. Villain points plus 500. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. The other party was clearly extremely pleased. Coming to Qingqing today was purely an accident, but I never expected to find such a gifted apprentice here. Take this. In Great Xia, your master still carries some weight. As he spoke, he took out a token from his person. Zhangli accepted it, a palm-sized token. On the front were written 2 large characters, Ling Wu. On the back was a single Zhu character. Clearly, this was the other party's identity token. Which university do you want to attend in the future? Tell me, and I'll secure a recommendation quota for you as your mentor. My disciple, attending their university is doing them a favor. Damn, Zhang Li really went for it. I just wanted to find some backup, but never expected to stumble upon such a powerful ally. This master of mine seems to be even more arrogant than me. Chapter 49, Martial Examination Venue. Zhu Rongguang didn't have the slightest doubt about Zhang Li's claim. If he claimed to have achieved perfection in all basic techniques through self-cultivation without any master's guidance, that's what would really arouse suspicion. At this moment, he felt secretly pleased with himself, grateful he had come to Qingqing today. Otherwise, how could he have possibly taken in such a peerless disciple? A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Li's mouth. He had successfully found a powerful backer. Both parties seemed quite satisfied. Master, what brings you to Qingqing? Zhang Li asked. This year's martial examination venue for Tianwu province has been officially finalized. It's right here in Qingqing, so they sent me to inspect the location and assess any potential threats, Zhu Rongguang said calmly. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, there are 15 martial examination venues altogether. For Great Xia, the martial examination holds paramount importance. How about it? Would you like to come with me to check out the martial examination grounds? It suddenly occurred to him that this newly accepted disciple still didn't know his true capabilities. Taking him to the martial examination grounds would be a great opportunity to demonstrate his skills. Let the boy understand that his new master would never be inferior to his previous teacher. Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. I still need to wait here for people from the Spirit Martial Hall headquarters to arrive. Zhu Rongguang waved his hand dismissively and said, I'll handle matters with the Spirit Martial Hall for you when the time comes. Let's go. I'll take you to see the martial examination grounds. He was also eager to see the martial examination site. Since coming to this world, he hadn't yet seen what those ferocious beasts looked like. Can we go? I heard no one is allowed to enter the martial examination grounds before the official test begins. According to the rules, no one enters before the martial exam, but rules are in my hands. Zhu Rongguang laughed heartily, speaking with careless assurance. Let's go. No time to waste, we should finish this today. Zhang Li had no time to say anything before his vision blurred. The next instant, he found himself suspended in midair. Now he was being carried through the sky in flight. Watching the scenery beneath his feet recede rapidly, he realized he didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. Instead, there's an inexplicable excitement. This was the mark of a high-rank martial artist soaring through the skies. The ability to fly through the air. How many people dreamed of this? The martial examination venue is still quite a distance from Qingqing. I'll speed up, start your breathing technique. Before Zhang Li could react, a powerful force pinned him against his seat. For an instant, he felt his body surging forward while his soul struggled to catch up. The scenery below grew increasingly blurred. The streaks almost linked together into a single continuous line. A fierce gale blasted against his face, making it nearly impossible to breathe now. He suddenly recalled Zhu Rongguang's earlier words about employing breathing techniques. He immediately forced his internal breathing method into rapid circulation. The surrounding spiritual energy continuously surged into his body. The suffocating sensation gradually dissipated. Though still buffeted by the fierce elemental winds, that choking feeling had completely vanished. Breath cultivation, perfected to its utmost limit. no longer limited to breathing through the nose and mouth to absorb spiritual energy. Every pore of the body could now absorb spiritual energy. In this accelerated state, they flew continuously for over half an hour. The once towering skyscrapers had vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless mountain ranges. The mountains below were obscured by lush, verdant trees. Looking down from above, the view was utterly breathtaking. Before he could properly take in the scenery, his entire body began plummeting downward at tremendous speed. His feet touched the ground immediately. Perhaps due to not having adapted to flying yet, the moment he landed, his legs gave way and he nearly fell. Haha, how was it? Exciting? Xu Rongguang chuckled heartily at Zhang Li's disheveled state. The speed was too fast. My body couldn't adjust. Zhang Li's expression looked uneasy. The weightless sensation from that rapid descent moments ago still left him feeling apprehensive. The martial exam venue is right ahead, let's walk from here. The airspace above this area has been sealed off using special methods. Flying directly over it would risk damaging it, and that would be troublesome. Pointing not far away, the other person explained. Following the other's gaze, Zhang Li looked over. Not far in that direction stood a small encampment. There were many military tents set up there. Some Jinling army soldiers were also patrolling the camp. He followed behind Xu Rongguang, heading toward the camp. Just as they reached the camp entrance, a Jinling soldier came straight toward them and said in a cold voice, "Martial examination restricted area. Keep away." Xu Rongguang produced a token from his person and handed it over. After the inspection was completed, both men were permitted to pass. The Spirit Garrison Army recognizes only passes, not faces. The two arrived at the campsite. They walked straight toward one of the tents. Before entering, a middle-aged man emerged from inside. Zhang Li glanced at the man. Name, Wang Xianjuan. Cultivation, 5th rank 3rd stage. Wow, this guy turns out to be a master too, a 5th rank martial artist. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Xianjun hurried over and said with great reverence in his tone, "Master Zhu, you're here. Why didn't you let me know in advance so I could come pick you up?" Xu Rongguang waved his hand dismissively, then gestured to Zhang Li beside him as he made the introduction. "This is my disciple. I brought him here today to broaden his horizons before his martial examination next year. This is Minister Wang Xianjun, the official in charge of the martial examinations. The town's guardian spirit brigade here is under his command. Greetings, Minister Wang." Wang Xianjun was surprised to hear this was the other party's disciple. He had never heard that Elder Zhu had any disciples at all. After carefully studying Zhang Li, he opened his mouth with praise. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Only the most exceptional genius among geniuses could be taken as a disciple by Elder Zhu. Ha, you've got quite the eye for talent, young man. Before he could speak, Xu Rongguang laughed heartily first. Elder Zhu, let's continue our conversation inside. Then he lifted the tent flap. After the three entered, Xu Rongguang didn't mince words and got straight to the point. How's the site? No unexpected issues, right? The other person shook their head and said, no, the most crucial areas have already been secured by us. Almost all the third-tier mutated beasts have been confined to the core zone. Plus, with the patrols conducted these past few days, there shouldn't be any surprises. Then, Wang Xianjun pressed a button on one of the instruments on the table. An electronic projection appeared before the group. This map was the venue layout for the martial examination. The map displayed numerous light dots in various colors. There were red, green, yellow, gray, and black dots. He stretched out his finger and pointed to the middle position. As long as no unexpected events occur here, there shouldn't be any issues. However, Elder Zhu will need to confirm it in the end. After all, there are many exotic beasts that might deliberately hide themselves while we're patrolling. On the map, 3 white dots could be seen moving inside. Xu Rongguang pointed at the white dot with some confusion. Someone inside? He knew exactly what those white dots represented. Wang Xianjun gestured toward the white dot and explained. Yes, these are the last batch of participants for the martial exam simulation drills. Before every martial exam, we invite some martial artists to simulate exam candidates while also role-playing various emergency scenarios. These individuals all qualify through official missions posted by the Spirit Martial Hall to participate in these mock exams. They all signed confidentiality agreements before entering this facility. Is there still a spot? Let him go and check it out too. Xu Rongguang pointed at Zhang Li standing nearby and said slowly. Chapter 50, his first lesson. What? Zhang Li was stunned. What are you ing about? I told you I brought you here to familiarize yourself with the martial exam venue in advance. Xu Rongguang joked with mock anger. He then turned to ask Wang Xianjun. So, can we let him try it out? Coming from Elder Zhu's disciple, naturally we can. I'll go make the arrangements. He didn't hesitate at all. Moreover, since it's his disciple, there's naturally no need to worry about safety or information leaks. He took out a wristband from the side and explained. This is the wristband for entering the martial examination grounds. Inside, for every fierce beast you kill, you can take the core from its body and store it in the wristband. It has a small storage compartment inside. Just channel your spiritual energy to touch it, and you'll be able to open the storage space. At the same time, we can also track your location. If you encounter any danger, just press this red button. Our people will arrive within minutes. Zhongli took the wristband and put it on his wrist. Just take a look around outside, don't go too deep. The area hasn't been cleared yet, there might be high-level savage beasts. Wang Xianjun explained responsibly to him. Zhongli nodded, curiously examining the wristband on his arm. This thing actually has storage space inside. Whoever could invent something like this must be a real genius. Alright, go inside, and do your best to pass. Xu Rongguang patted his shoulder encouragingly. A town guard walked in from outside. Leading Zhangli, they headed toward the martial arts examination grounds. The martial examination grounds were completely sealed off all around. At the entrance, there was something resembling a teleportation array. No sooner had Zhongli Gang stepped onto it than he felt the surrounding space twist and distort. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything blurred before his eyes. He appeared in the martial examination arena. After entering through the previous gateway, the arrival location was randomly assigned. This also prevented certain examinees from being targeted by others upon entry. Damn it, I forgot to tell him inside, participants can spar and seize each other's cores. You can take this core and sell it for money. Everyone who takes on these missions is after exactly that. I'll tell him right away, in case we run into anyone else. Among those who took this acting mission this time, not one was below second grade. They strike brutally without mercy. Don't let anything go wrong. Wang Xianjun smacked his forehead and hurriedly spoke. With that, he was about to contact Zhongli. Through the wristband, one could communicate with the people inside. Xu Rongguang waved his hand, interrupting the other's action. It's fine, don't tell him yet. Let him experience the harsh realities of society first. A flower raised in a greenhouse must eventually endure the wind and rain outside. Consider this my first lesson to him as his master. I'm quite curious to see what score he'll get. The martial examination grounds covered an extremely vast area. Towering peaks surrounded the venue, and from the lush forests came faint roars of wild beasts. When Zhang Li channeled his spiritual energy into the wristband, a 1 cubic meter storage space appeared, containing only a single blade and some provisions. He took out the knife inside and held it in his hand. After looking around, he determined a direction and turned to walk that way. In his mind, he could still recall the venue map he had just seen. He roughly knew where he was currently located. In such an unfamiliar environment, he felt not the slightest fear. Instead, there was an inexplicable excitement running through him. After entering a dense jungle, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Without turning his head, the knife in his hand seemed to have eyes of its own. He swung his arm backward. A flash of white blade light sliced through the air. Bang! Something heavy thudded to the ground. When he turned, he saw a gray python severed in two. The gray python was as thick as an adult's calf. At this moment, two segments of its body were continuously twisting. It seemed to be in great pain. Rock python. Zhang Li recognized this, he'd seen it in books before. The rock snake's scales looked just like mountain stones. It specialized in sneak attacks. Gripping his blade, he moved closer. The blade plunged directly into its head. The upper half of its body went completely still. Only the lower half remained, writhing incessantly. With a swift stroke of the knife, its head was split open. Sure enough, inside was a fingernail-sized gray crystal stone. This must be the core that Wang Xianjun mentioned. This rock serpent was at most equivalent to a first-rank martial artist in strength. Before him, it naturally couldn't withstand a single move. Packed up briefly, continued advancing inward. Along the way, most of the exotic beasts encountered were around first-grade strength. None could withstand even a single move from him. Uniformly cleaved in two with a single slash. On the other side, not far from him, two figures were slowly approaching. One of them, an extremely gaunt man, whispered, "How many people took this mission? We've been searching for half a day without seeing anyone else." Another person looked around and slowly spoke. "There are many. Earlier I saw on the official website that over 100 people accepted these missions. It's just that the map here is too vast. This venue can accommodate tens of thousands of examinees. With just 100 of us entering, it's naturally like searching for a needle in a haystack." The thin young man sighed. "I thought I could make a fortune here, but I haven't even seen a single soul." The slightly plump man, holding a sword in his hand, casually chopped away the branches blocking his path and calmly said, "No need to rush. We've only been here half a day, and there's still over a month until the martial exam. We have plenty of time to ambush others. Bring me what I told you to buy." The skinny man hastily took off the backpack from his shoulders and opened it. From inside, he pulled out something resembling a tablet. He handed it to the other person. This cost me 30 grand, it can detect all living creatures within a 2-kilometer radius. The other person took the device and pressed the power button. A massive radar pattern appeared on the screen. The moment this pattern materialized, small lights appeared above. These flickering dots were all moving slowly. Bro, are these dots on screen the people who've accepted these missions? The thin man pointed at the dots on the screen while looking puzzled. No, these dots aren't necessarily people, they could also be some dangerous beasts nearby. Let's go. We'll take our time searching, starting with the largest light spot nearby. The other person carefully examined the instrument in their hand. After confirming the target, they gave chase. At this moment, Zhangli had already traversed through a patch of jungle. What appeared before him was a small lake. Within sight, he could see some small animals drinking by the lakeside. Along the way, he had slain 6 or 7 strange beasts, but they're all first rank. So far, I haven't even seen a single second rank one. Is this martial exam too easy? He wondered. He muttered to himself. According to his thinking, the strange beasts here should gather in groups. Extremely ferocious. These savage beasts should be the ones chasing him. Who would have thought it would turn into him hunting down these creatures everywhere? Chapter 51, You're surrounded by me. Over half an hour had passed, but he had only obtained 5 cores. Some didn't even have cores inside their bodies. They were probably just ordinary beasts. The exotic beasts were truly too scarce. It was also unclear how many points these few cores would score in the martial exam. After resting by the lakeside for a while, they decided to venture deeper. They were still at the outskirts now, where there wasn't any danger present. Stopping and going along the way, occasionally encountering a fierce beast. All of them were first grade. From entering until now, not a single second-grade exotic beast has been seen. However, Zhangli hasn't let his guard down either. In this unfamiliar environment, it's always good to be cautious. Passing by the lake, he found a valley stretching before him. He couldn't help but marvel. The martial examination site selection covered nearly every terrain imaginable. Forests, lakes, valleys, mountain peaks, all sorts of landscapes coexisted here. Different environments harbored different savage beasts. Every examinee who enters is randomly transported to any location within the grounds. However, most find themselves on the periphery. To achieve high scores, one must venture into the core region. Zhang Ligang stepped into the valley. He immediately sensed something watching him from one side of the valley. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings, a white shadow suddenly lunged at him from the side. With a light tap of his toes, he sidestepped and evaded the attack. Upon closer inspection, it was a leopard measuring over 2 meters in length. Its appearance resembled that of a cheetah, though its white fur was adorned with black spots. A piece of information suddenly appeared before me. Beast type, shadow leopard. Second rank, first tier. He froze momentarily, never expecting even beast-related information to appear. Why hadn't it shown up before? Could it be because he acted too quickly, before the system had time to display it? He recognized the shadow leopard. The teacher had mentioned it during class. This exotic creature was renowned for its speed. Its attacks were lightning fast. Its movements were almost too quick to discern, leaving only a blurred white streak visible. Zhang Li gripped his blade firmly, staring down the ferocious beast before him, not waiting for its next move. With a sudden flash, he launched straight toward it. Whether it's a brawl or a battle, the principle remains: strike first to gain advantage. Shadow Leopard instinctively tried to evade. Though its speed was exceptional, it proved utterly inadequate against perfected movement techniques. Zhang Li's attack seemed capable of predicting its dodging trajectory. A thunk sound pierced the air. The blade passed cleanly through its neck. The Shadow Leopard flashed past him. Then it fell to the ground, motionless. Click! His head rolled straight off his neck. Blood sprayed over a meter away. Finally, the body collapsed stiffly to the ground. Zhang Li approached and split its head open. A green core appeared inside. About the size of a cherry tomato, plump and smooth, it emitted faint traces of energy. This one is much stronger than the previous monstrous beasts encountered. But it still didn't seem exceptionally powerful to him. Just a single slash would suffice. Such bloody scenes no longer caused him any discomfort. He placed the core into his wristband, setting off towards the valley once more. At the same time, shortly after Zhang Ligang stepped into the valley, not far behind him, 2 figures emerged. Big brother, there was a relatively large green light point here, but it disappeared shortly after appearing. The slender man pointed at the screen, then gestured toward the valley not far from them. Another man, also gazing toward the valley, flashed a cold glint in his eyes as he said lightly, "I see it. Light dots like that should indicate a tier 2 exotic beast, but that's not what matters. Did you notice the white dot that appeared on the map earlier? That was a martial artist." The frail man asked, "Those who received the same mission as us?" He nodded slightly. "Exactly. Most of those who appear here are after the essence cores of fiend beasts. That green dot appeared for less than a minute just now, then vanished without a trace. Do you know what this means? Either this ferocious beast was slain by this person, or it was scared away. This person's strength must be quite impressive, let's follow them. They had taken this mission precisely because they wanted to earn some extra income here. The mission's contribution points were pathetically low anyway. The core is what's truly valuable. Big brother, this guy took down that savage beast so quickly. Are we any match for him? The frail-looking man voiced his concerns. That green dot earlier was indeed a tier 2 savage beast. To be able to kill it in such a short time, their strength must be extraordinary. It's just a low-tier rank 2 ferocious beast. Let's follow him from a distance, and when he fights another beast, we'll ambush him. I bet this guy's carrying plenty of cores. Another man licked his lips, his gloomy eyes filled with greed, not giving them the slightest regard. Big bro, wouldn't we be reaping what we sow if we push our luck too far? Shut your jinxing mouth. The man addressed as Big Brother shot a glare at the speaker. This guy was nothing but bad luck incarnate. Ever since we came in here, someone's been nagging non-stop. Are we gonna get eaten by savage beasts? Surely there aren't any 4th grade beasts here? Nobody's gonna rob us, right? Such remarks. Hurry up and follow, they've already disappeared from the map. The man lowered his head again, glanced at the device in his hand, and rushed after them in haste. Slow down, boss. What if that person got eaten by a powerful beast? We'd just be adding ourselves to the menu. Shut up, keep up, one more word and I'll kill you. The two moved swiftly and soon reached the entrance of the valley. Boss, look over there. The frail man warily scanned their surroundings when he suddenly spotted the Shadow Panther's corpse nearby. Another man approached, crouched down, and examined it closely. He's a master, killed it in one strike. Even I could only achieve this level of precision. After inspecting the beast's corpse on the ground, the two men grew even more cautious. Just as they entered the valley, that white dot reappeared on the map. The thin man suddenly shouted, "Big brother, that person is just 1 kilometer ahead of us. He seems to be fighting with a savage beast." The white and green dots keep colliding repeatedly. The man took the instrument, glanced at the displayed information, and sneered. It seems this guy's strength is just about that level. To tremble for so long fighting a 2nd grade fierce beast. I overestimated him a bit earlier. Let's go. We'll make our move once their battle ends. With that, the two silently advanced inward. As I approached, sure enough, I saw a person engaged in combat with a fearsome beast resembling a rhinoceros. The battle between man and beast was evenly matched. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Fortunately, this person's footwork was exceptionally skillful. After half an hour of fierce battle, the vicious beast was finally slain. The two of them exchanged a glance and made a gesture when they saw the battle had ended. Quietly moving closer over there, the weeds in the valley grew over a meter tall, just enough to conceal their figures. Big brother, the people are gone, only the corpses of the ferocious beasts remain. The thin man was the first to arrive at the scene of the previous battle and exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? We clearly saw them here just a moment ago." Another man's face also wore a look of astonishment. He had just seen the other party collecting the core from the beast here. How could they disappear the moment he approached? "You're surrounded by me. Drop your weapons or face death." Just as they were bewildered, a chilling voice came from behind them. Chapter 52. Alright, now you can speak. Zhang Li had indeed encountered some trouble earlier. Standing before him was a 4th grade iron-ringed rhinoceros. The system displayed indicated this was a 4th-tier entity, albeit severely injured. By the time it appeared before him, it had nearly lost all combat effectiveness. Yet the massive creature's body proved incredibly resilient. His attacks merely left faint scratches upon its impenetrable hide. Fortunately, it was already severely wounded. It couldn't attack Zhang Li at all. Finally, under his relentless attacks, this iron ring rhinoceros completely collapsed. As for why a 4th grade ferocious beast appeared here, he had no idea. It seems like the crisis was averted without much trouble. During the battle just now, he could sense someone staring at him from afar. Perhaps because the other party was well hidden, he observed for a long time but found no one. Fighting while remaining vigilant about his surroundings is why it took so long. After slaying the ferocious beast, he didn't hesitate and immediately took cover by the mountainside. His intuition proved correct. No sooner had he left than two shadowy figures appeared furtively near the beast's corpse. Name, Lu Daong. Cultivation, 2nd rank, 4th stage. Name, Feng Yosheng. Cultivation, 2nd rank, 1st stage. The information of these two individuals appeared before him. The thin man was Feng Yusheng. Seeing the cultivation level of these two, the anxious heart finally settled down. The two of them, hearing the sound behind them, quickly turned around. Wei, caught in the act, one of them quickly spoke up, desperate to explain. Yet Zhang Li didn't give them any chance to speak. Their opponent had barely uttered 2 words, when he struck without hesitation, opening with his ultimate move right away. With a swift step, he closed in on the two men. Raising his hand, he unleashed a cloud-parting palm strike. The pair saw only a massive palm rushing toward them. They hastily dodged aside. In the end, they were just a step too slow. Boom! The two were instantly sent flying. they smashed heavily against the nearby mountainside. The violent impact sent loose rocks tumbling down the slope. Wait, Lu Daong dodged the rocks sliding down the mountainside and hastily spoke up. Zhang Li acted as though he hadn't heard. He completely ignored what they were saying, giving them no chance to react. Another cloud-parting palm strike. The two men's faces froze at the sight. They hurriedly dodged to the side, exerting all their strength in a desperate roll that barely avoided the attack. Boom! Another loud crash followed. The massive palm strike landed squarely on the mountainside with terrifying force. A massive palm print several dozen centimeters deep was instantly imprinted into the mountainside. Boom! The mountain trembled, sending billowing dust rushing toward them. The terrifying force sent boulders tumbling down the mountainside. The two dodged yet again. With difficulty, they narrowly avoided the slipping rocks. Brother, Lu Daong spoke again, wanting to say something. Yet what greeted him was still the opponent's attack. Zhang Li lunged forward, launching another attack. The opponent hastily drew a long sword from his person. Intent on counterattacking, he sought to repel the onslaught with the blade in his hand. Yet the long sword had just been drawn when the opponent slapped it into two pieces with a single strike. During his stunned moment, Zhang Li dashed forward rapidly and delivered a flying kick, directly at the opponent's chest. Crack! A crisp snapping sound of bones breaking rang out. Lu Daong was kicked dozens of meters away. His whole body crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding another 3 to 4 meters before coming to a stop. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire aura rapidly dimming. That single blow had completely robbed Lu Daong of his fighting capacity. His mouth opened slightly, but he lacked even the strength to speak. Feng Yusheng, seeing this, turned around ready to flee. If even Lu Daong was no match, then he certainly stood no chance. Witnessing the other's miserable state, all he wanted now was to save his own skin. He fled toward the valley exit without looking back. How could Zhang Li give him any chance to escape? The movement techniques of the perfect realm were on full display. In just a few breaths, he had already appeared before his opponent. He grabbed the other's arm and yanked it upward with force. Feng Yusheng's body was sent flying into the air, followed immediately by a flying kick. Like kicking a soccer ball, he sent him soaring back. This is the flying kick technique from fundamental legwork. The power is immense. Ah! A wretched scream erupted from the opponent's mouth. With a loud thud, the man was likewise sent flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body sliding for 6 or 7 meters before coming to a stop. The clothing on his back had been completely worn away. His flesh was torn and bloody. Just as luck would have it, Lu Daong was leaning right next to him. Feng Yusheng's chest now clearly showed a sunken indentation. Zhang Li clapped his hands and slowly approached the two men. Gazing at Lu Daong, he spoke deliberately. Alright, what was it you wanted to say earlier? Now I can speak. This is the true villain's demeanor when facing an enemy. Speaking is allowed, but the other party must lie down to talk. Villain points plus 500. Lu Daong was utterly furious inside at this moment. When I wanted to speak earlier, you damn well refused to listen at all. Now I fucking remember it. What the hell else can I say? Though he'd already cursed the other person in his heart, he didn't dare show even a hint of displeasure on his face. Forcing a smile, he opened his mouth and said, big bro, I meant to say we were just passing by. Smack! Zhang Li directly slapped the other person across the face. A tooth flew out of the person's mouth. With a disgusted look, he said, "Who's your big brother? Don't claim kinship so casually, are we that close?" Finding fault where there's none is a villain's compulsory course. You've passed the beginner level. Villain points plus 300. Lu Daong felt utterly humiliated inside, yet dared not show the slightest displeasure. Forcing a smile uglier than a crying face, he spoke again. "It was my fault, I spoke out of turn. Senior, we meant no offense. We saw you battling the Iron Horn Rhinoceros and wanted to offer assistance." Smack! Another brutal slap landed squarely on his face. The right side of his face was already beginning to deform. Zhang Li's current strength, combined with the boost from the villain persona, was absolutely beyond anything the opponent could resist, and this was with him holding back some of his power. Otherwise, the opponent's skull would have been split open. "Call me senior? Do I look old to you?" After delivering the slap, he cursed angrily. Finding faults in a perfect egg is skilled work. You've mastered the basic techniques. Villain points plus 300. Fuck. Lu Daong felt absolutely terrible. Damn it, won't even let a man speak now. His words were clearly lies, so I might as well just take action directly. There'll come a time when the truth is spoken. Zhang Li turned around and saw Feng Yusheng lying nearby, speaking indifferently. "Tell me, was what he just said true?" Lu Daong, standing nearby, felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing this. He knew exactly what sort of character his brother was. He understood all too well. He quickly shot him a warning glance. Great, elder. Feng Yusheng saw his eldest brother signaling him and immediately caught on. But just as he was about to call him big brother, he suddenly remembered Lu Dayong's misfortune and hurriedly changed his words. He intended to call him senior, then realized that wasn't right either. In his panic, he blurted out instinctively, calling out father. Zhongli. Chapter 53, The Path to Fortune. Father, everything my elder brother said, it's all true. Seeing that the other party didn't strike, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, silently praising his own cleverness. Gave myself a silent pat on the back in my mind. Smack! Zhongli slapped Lu Dayong across the face once again. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Feng Yusheng hurriedly covered his face with his hands, only to realize the blow wasn't meant for him, and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought, calling him dad really works. Just as he was congratulating himself for his quick thinking, Zhongli spoke again. I ain't got no son like you. Lu Dayong, what the F at $% at? I've already cursed them 1,000 times in my head. Damn it, did I just say that out loud? Zhongli completely ignored Lu Dayong and continued staring at Feng Yusheng as he slowly asked, are you certain everything he just said was true? The other person nodded in panic. Oh really, we were just passing by. Smack! Another slap landed. Do I look terrifying to you? Stuttering like that, do you think you can look down on me? This blow carried even more force than the last. It was still Lu Dayong who got beaten. 2 more teeth were knocked directly out of his mouth. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. He looked utterly miserable. No, and not at all, you're not, scary. The other person hastily explained. Smack! If I'm not scary, why are you stuttering? Clearly you're looking down on me. Another solid slap landed. The blows were still aimed at Lu Dayong. Lu Dayong completely lost his composure. Damn it, who the hell did I offend? Talking earns me a slap. Now staying silent gets me a slap too. Seeing Feng Yusheng about to say something more, he quickly interrupted and explained. Dad, he stammers when he's nervous. It's not because he finds you scary. He wasn't entirely sure whether this guy actually liked being called dad or not, but at the very least, the man hadn't made any fuss about the address itself. Zhongli glared at him. Who the hell told you to speak? Think you're special or something? Smack! A single slap nearly knocked the other person unconscious. How Lu Dayong wished he could faint at this very moment, but it didn't go as he wished. Go on, she urged. He continued to look at Feng Yusheng, signaling for him to speak. We came here. The moment this guy opened his mouth, what should have taken 5 words somehow stretched into 50. Zhongli frowned and raised his palm, ready to strike again. Lu Dayong's face displayed a panicked expression as he urgently spoke. Father, I was wrong. We took the mission from the Lingwu Hall's official website, the Martial Examination Grounds. We came to the Martial Examination Grounds for a rehearsal test. Earlier when we saw you slaying the ferocious beasts there, we wanted to steal the beast cores from you. That's why we followed you. We were wrong. I have a core that I can give you. It's not just us, everyone else had the same intention. Coming in to complete tasks was just incidental. The main goal was to hunt beasts here and seize others' cores. Every year, this kind of mission is only issued by the Spirit Martial Hall 1 month before the martial exam. The savage beasts in the martial examination grounds aren't of high grade, so they're relatively easy to kill. Moreover, the cores obtained here can be sold back to the authorities at a high price. That's why so many people take the risk to come here. Dad, you must believe me. Look, I have a bracelet too, just like the one on your wrist. This one was obtained from the garrison of the town spirit army at the entrance. He was completely intimidated. Can't count on this useless teammate of mine. He raised his arm to show the bracelet on his wrist. Better to spill everything at once than to get slapped with each question asked. At least that way he'd give me a quick end. This torment is unbearable. The guy's practically the king of hell incarnate. Damn it, never in my whole life have I been beaten like this. He was afraid the other person might speak first. He spoke very quickly. He blurted out the entire sequence of events all at once. Zhongli noticed the other person's wristband was indeed identical to his own. I reckon what this guy's saying now is probably true, but he's got his own way of verifying the truth. Smack! Did you rent that mouth of yours or what? Talking so damn fast, how the hell am I supposed to understand you? Another slap followed. Repeat what you just said, word for word, and slow down your speech. This slap was actually just to earn some antagonist points. Once he got out of here, he already had a plan. Purchase nailing pills to boost his strength. The strength of the second tier is truly nothing to look at. Just a moment ago, even a 4th tier beast that was already severely injured took him half a day of effort to deal with. This made him feel utterly insecure. What if, during the martial exam, he encountered one that wasn't injured? Wouldn't he be utterly screwed then? Lu Dayong was filled with grief and indignation, yet dared not show the slightest resistance. Helpless, he repeated what he had just said once more. Smack! Zhongli slapped him again. What you said now contradicts what you said earlier in 2 places. With that, he took out his phone from his pocket. Damn right, this guy had already started recording when he was talking earlier. There were indeed some discrepancies between the two recordings. Lu Daong felt utterly mortified. Is this something a human would do? What kind of decent person records others' conversations like that? So damn sneaky. This move really left him at a complete loss. Damn it, can't beat them in a fight, can't reason with them either. Only after he repeated it for the third time did the other party finally let him go. He hurriedly opened the storage space in his bracelet. A small pile of vicious beast cores appeared before Zhanli. The multicolored cores sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. A truly dazzling sight. Picking up one core casually from the ground, he asked indifferently, "Is this core really that valuable?" Lu Daong didn't dare delay, immediately explaining while deliberately slowing his speech this time, fearing the other party might find fault again. The smaller ones like this cost 5,000 each, the price is based on the energy contained within the core. As for what you're holding there, that should be worth around 15,000. It's a second-grade core. This small pile must contain at least 20 coins. Doesn't that mean there's over 100,000 here already? No wonder so many people come here to accept missions. And to think, they've earned over 100,000 in such a short time. He seemed to have stumbled upon a path to fortune. Wasn't this practically like picking up free money? After leaving, wouldn't he have the funds to buy nailing pills right here? Zhongli discreetly stored all these cores into his wristband. Alright, since you're being so sensible, I'll let you off this time. But this device, I'm confiscating it. To prevent you from harming others, we martial artists must have a sense of justice. Don't spend your days thinking about stealing from people. Take a lesson from me. After confiscating the tablet-like device from them, he lectured them sternly. Yes, you're absolutely right. The two of them nodded hastily, while inwardly cursing the other person. Damn it, this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. But they dared not speak it aloud. They even had to express profound gratitude to the other party. They emptied everything from the other's wristband into their own. Then they said to them, "The bracelet has an alert function. I'll activate it for you. The Guardian Core will arrive shortly. You don't have to thank me." Yet Lu Daong, who had been feeling somewhat fortunate, panicked when he heard the red button on the wristband was about to be pressed. His face instantly turned pale. Don't press it. Chapter 54, Ambush. Zhanli hesitated for a moment, somewhat puzzled as to why this guy was so nervous. Lu Daong pleaded once more, "Whatever you do, don't press it. Once this thing is pressed, it's unclear when the Jinling army will arrive, but it will definitely draw the attention of everyone nearby." He seemed somewhat afraid. Zhanli didn't seem to understand the other party's explanation. What could others do even if they came? What they had on them was already gone. Seeing the other party unmoved, he hastily explained again. "Pressing it won't do you any good, and might very well bring death upon you." "You're quite the little rogue," Zhanli said, looking at the other person with a chuckle. "How many more slaps do you want to eat? Speak up." Hearing this, Lu Daong shuddered. If someone else had said such words, it might have just been a threat, but the man before him, he really would strike. He hastily began to explain. "It's true. Once pressed, the first to sense its location won't be the town spirit army, but the nearby people. They'll definitely rob you too when they come over. Among these people, there are third-grade martial artists." Zhanli frowned upon hearing this. There was no doubt this guy was lying. Earlier, when entering the martial exam site, he had casually asked the town spirit army about it. They say these are martial artists undergoing combat examinations inside. All of them are second-ranked, with no third-ranked practitioners present. Though it's unclear why this guy is so terrified. But he instinctively knew the situation was far more complicated than what had been described. There must be some ulterior secret. He ignored this person. He picked up the wristband from the two and pressed the red button. Seeing them press the distress button, his eyes widened in surprise. His previously injured and immobile body suddenly found strength from who knows where. With a swift motion, he stood up. Without a second thought for his companions, he turned and dashed toward the valley's exit. Zhongli naturally wouldn't let him have his way. Darting behind him in a flash, she delivered a chop to the neck. Boom! With a dull thud, the man collapsed unconscious. Zhongli dragged him back, then knocked out the other person as well. He placed the two people about 3 or 4 meters away from the Iron Ring Rhino, then turned and hid himself. He wanted to see for himself what these two were so afraid of. Those two were never good people to begin with. Zhongli naturally didn't care whether they lived or died. On both sides of the valley, thatch grass grew thick and wild. Hiding was almost too easy. No sooner had they hidden than the faint rustle of approaching footsteps could be heard in the distance. Hold your breath. Conceal your entire aura. Wondering who that approaching figure could be. If it were the Guardian Army, they wouldn't arrive this quickly. The sound of footsteps grew closer, several people by the sound of it. Lu Ji, the coordinates show those two are right here. A man's voice carried over from a distance. Damn, finally tracked those two down, smash their wristbands. Then take the person away. The town spirit garrison will arrive soon. Another man's voice sounded, this one somewhat hoarse. Zhang Li cautiously looked toward the direction of the voices. 3 people stood there, led by a man who appeared to be in his 40s. There was a knife scar on the left side of his face that extended all the way down to his chin. It looked like a centipede crawling across his face, giving him an extremely fierce appearance. The remaining 2 men both appeared to be in their 30s. Then, information about these individuals appeared before Zhang Li. Name, Lu Shengbing. Cultivation level, 2nd rank 7th stage. Name, Ho Chi Minh. Cultivation level, 2nd rank 4th stage. Name, Hu Ziyuan. Cultivation level, 2nd rank 3rd stage. Observing the cultivation levels of the 3 individuals, he calculated in his mind what probability of success he had to take down these 3. The 3 of them approached Lu Daon. Ho Chi Minh squatted down, checked the breathing of the 2 men, and slowly spoke. Brother Lu, these 2 have passed out. Hu Ziyuan surveyed his surroundings and noticed the corpses of fierce beasts nearby. Brother Lu, look, there's a dead iron-hooped rhinoceros here. By the looks of it, the core of this beast probably hasn't been touched yet. As he spoke, he took out his weapon, intending to extract the core from the iron-hooped rhinoceros. Don't move! Lu Shengbing quickly stopped him from acting. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued speaking. Don't touch the core. With this savage beast's corpse here, we can spare ourselves the effort. Just kill these 2 and make it look like they were killed by the beast. Let's get out of here quickly. How dare they think they could walk out alive after taking the young master's belongings? Understood. The remaining 2 dragged the unconscious men next to the iron ring rhinoceros. Meanwhile, Lu Shengbing picked up the 2 men's wristbands and accessed the storage space inside them. But it turned out there was nothing inside. Damn it, they actually hid the stuff. He cursed under his breath and threw the wristband to the ground. Turning to the 2 beside him, he asked, "Are we done here? Let's get out quick, the spirit garrison troops will be here any moment." All handled, Brother Lu. I guarantee even the spirit garrison won't find a trace. Let's move. With this brief exchange finished, the trio hurried away from the scene. Zhang Li's heart sank upon hearing their conversation. Whether Lu Daong and his companion lived or died was of no concern to him. Had this not been the martial examination grounds, he would have similarly intended to eliminate those 2 earlier. But hearing this man mention young master made him realize the matter was far from simple. But he had no intention of getting involved. Yet these 3 were clearly wealthy individuals. They must have plenty of cores on them. Each one meant money. The 3 of them, having finished packing up, turned to leave this place. Zhang Li put away his phone. He quietly followed behind the 3 figures, seizing the moment when they weren't paying attention. Circling around behind them, he unleashed a palm strike, the cloud-parting palm. The colossal hand resembled a heavenly descent. Boom! Without even a moment to react, all 3 were sent flying by the single strike. Who's there? Lu Shengbing's face revealed utter astonishment. Although he was at the 2nd rank, 7th stage, yet caught off guard. Taking a strike from the cloud-parting palm still inflicted significant damage upon him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared fiercely at Zhang Li. The other 2 were in even worse shape. Their bodies were smashed directly into the mountainside. This strike was delivered with Zhang Li's full strength. Its force surpassed even that of his previous encounter with Lu Daon. Ambush is the way of kings. Discarding martial virtues is the villain's creed. Villain points plus 600. Who are you? Seeing the opponent remain silent, he spoke again, only to be greeted once more by an enormous palm. Boom! Sent flying yet again. He slammed heavily onto the ground. Zhang Li lightly tapped his toes, darting forward in a swift dash to reach the man's side. He clutched the opponent's throat. A knee strike followed. Click! The sound of bones breaking. This person's ribs were directly shattered. Do you know who I am? Lu Shengbing spoke with great difficulty. Zhang Li remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard the other's words. At such close range, another palm strike. Boom! Li Shengbing felt his internal organs were about to rupture. Strike when the enemy's wounded had always been his principle. Just a few short minutes, the man had already been beaten beyond recognition, lying on the ground like a dead dog, barely breathing in, barely breathing out. Since he was the most accomplished cultivator among the 3, Zhang Li paid special attention to him. The other 2 were slightly better off than he was, but not by much. Lu Shengbing stared fixedly at Zhang Li and threatened, "You'd better let me go. The person behind me is not someone you can afford to offend." Zhang Li acted as though he hadn't heard. He took out their wristbands and opened the storage space. Chapter 55 The Complete Funeral Package. Inside the storage space, dense clusters of cores were packed together. At a glance, there must have been over 100. Zhang Li nearly drooled at the sight. This is worth millions. Didn't expect this guy to be so weak. There are actually so many kernels. Seeing the other party reaching for the core, Lu Shengbing threatened, "If you dare touch the core inside, you're dead. That's not something you can mess with. If you dare move, your entire family will." Smack! Zhang Li didn't even glance at the person before raising his hand and slapping them across the face. "Shut up! That single slap sent blood gushing from all 7 orifices of his victim's face. Still threatening when you're already in this state? You really don't fear death, do you? Can't tell who's in charge even now? Still putting on airs when you can't even read the room? He dusted off his hands while muttering these remarks. He suddenly realized that being a villain was a completely unpromising career path. Then he emptied all the cores from the wristband, dumping them wholesale into his own wristband. Jackpot, absolute jackpot. His heart surged with irrepressible excitement. If he could exchange all of these for spirit-gathering pills, he felt he might even break through to the 4th rank. When Lu Shangbing saw that all his cores had been packed into the other's pockets, he grew frantic. You, kid, I advise you to put those cores down. They all belong to the young master. You may pick them up, but you might not walk out alive. Smack! Shut up! This slap sent the opponent straight into unconsciousness. How has this kind of person survived until now? They clearly don't understand the meaning of being a prisoner at all. The other two's wristbands also contained cores, though only around a dozen each. Most are just first-grade items. Even the smallest mosquito carries meat. He gathered them all without discrimination. As for those threats from earlier, he couldn't care less. What kind of young master could this person be talking about? Could he possibly compare to his own master? He has the guts to stand up to his master head-on. As for what this so-called young master is scheming here, he frankly couldn't care less. Based on years of experience, these people addressed as young masters or young clan leaders are never any good. This is self-defense. After easily convincing himself, he collected these cores with a clear conscience. He completely destroyed their bracelets, then proceeded to thoroughly cripple them, leaving them with barely a breath left. To be honest, Zhongli still felt a bit uneasy about killing, yet he couldn't bear to let them live. So he dragged them to a side, a very well-hidden spot. With a wave of his cloud-parting palm, he struck a large pit into the ground. The 3 of them were all thrown into the pit. After burying them with soil, he stepped on it firmly. Then he gathered some dry dirt from nearby and sprinkled it over the spot. From the outside, it looked as if nothing had been disturbed. I gathered some more dry leaves and scattered them on top, covering everything completely. I removed all traces from the surrounding area. After looking around carefully, I nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly it occurred to me, what if I couldn't find a job in the future? You can get this complete funeral service package. The cloud-parting palm technique proved quite efficient for digging the grave. He believed even the spirit garrison troops passing through wouldn't notice anything unusual. After completing all this, he murmured under his breath, "Don't say I haven't spared you. I've already left you with a breath of life. Though I've broken all your limbs and left you unconscious. I believe these difficulties won't trouble you at all. I couldn't even bring myself to use the cloud-pushing palm to compact the soil. Whether you live or die depends on how hard you work and how strong your willpower is. I believe every one of you can crawl out of there alive and walk away. Of course, if you're feeling charitable, you could always volunteer to be snacks for the beasts. As for how to proceed, that's entirely up to you. If you have any objections, feel free to speak up. I'm actually quite reasonable." After a moment of silence, since none of you are speaking, I'll take that as agreement. Good luck to you all. With those words, he turned and walked away. I'm still too soft-hearted. Shaking his head and sighing, he quickly left this place. The town spirit army should arrive soon. He didn't want to become a suspect when the time comes. Opening the previous instrument, he scanned the map briefly. He chose a direction and sped away. Zhang Li hadn't gone far. 2 members of the town spirit army appeared in the valley. They were holding a positioning system in their hands. Following the coordinates above, they arrived at the location where the bracelet's distress signal was last emitted. They saw 2 figures lying motionless on the ground. One of them checked for a pulse and shook his head. Both of them show no signs of life. He held the instrument and scanned both their faces. He verified the identities of these 2 individuals. Another person pointed at the beast carcass nearby and exclaimed in shock, "That's a Tier 4 Ironhorn Rhino? How could a Tier 4 magical beast appear here?" Fortunately, this is just a martial arts exam simulation. If a 4th-grade demon beast were to appear in the venue during the actual martial arts exam, it would be absolutely disastrous. Most 3rd-year students are only at the 1st grade. Even those of the 2nd rank were few and far between. It would become a major incident by then. Even their Spirit Guard Corps would have to shoulder the responsibility. The mere thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Alert the camp immediately, dispatch a squad to search the vicinity and check if there are any other 4th-rank ferocious beasts. The 2 town garrison soldiers conducted a thorough inspection of the surrounding area. Regarding the situation here, also remind the martial artists inside to proceed with caution. These martial artists participating in the combat drill examination had accepted their mission through the spiritual martial hall. Drills inherently carry risks, a fact well understood by all participants. Every year, several martial artists lose their lives. This is common knowledge among everyone present. Before long, a small squad of town guard arrived at the scene. They thoroughly searched the entire valley. confirming there wouldn't be a second fourth-rank monstrous beast. Zhang Li had no idea about what had occurred within the valley. As he made his way with frequent pauses, half a day had already passed. He had just crossed the outer perimeter. This martial examination ground was undeniably vast. There was no telling when this simulated battle would end. Before him lay a gloomy stretch of marshland. He held the instrument obtained from Lu Daong in his hand. Tracking down fierce beasts turned out to be remarkably straightforward work. What puzzled him was that apart from the few martial artists encountered at the outset, he never encountered another person again. His grand money-making scheme was likely doomed to fail. In this swamp lived ferocious beasts that somewhat resembled crocodiles in appearance. Bloodthirsty crocodiles. They were a type of social, pack-dwelling creature. It was virtually the ruler of this marshland. Don't underestimate these bloodthirsty crocodiles. Most don't even possess first-tier strength, but their numbers are overwhelmingly large. When we first arrived here, the instrument displayed densely packed green dots. It made Zhang Li's scalp tingle. He didn't dare to get any closer. He truly couldn't understand why such a place existed within the martial examination grounds. Just as he was thinking of circumventing this area, suddenly, a bloodthirsty crocodile appeared before him. It measured just over 1 meter in length. With jaws gaping wide, its razor-sharp teeth sent chills down one's spine. Its blood-red eyes stared fixedly at him. He didn't make a move. With such vicious beasts, killing just one would bring out an entire pack. The best way to deal with them was not to fight but to run outright. Zhang Li hastily turned around and fled from the spot. This was not a place where any sane person would come. Fortunately, this savage beast wasn't particularly fast. We made our exit unscathed despite the scare. Chapter 56. Now this is what you call bullying. Having left the marshlands behind, it was clear we'd have to take a lengthy detour to cross this area. Opening the map in his hand, he prepared to choose a relatively safe route. He was certain no one would come to this swamp to hunt ferocious beasts. As for his grand scheme to strike it rich, it would inevitably rely on others' charity. Taking on this alone would be far too troublesome. Studying the map in hand, just as he was searching for a suitable location, suddenly, clusters of dense green light spots appeared on the map. Ahead of the speck of light, there were several white dots. They were rapidly moving toward his direction. Holy crap! Seeing this, Zhang Li couldn't help but curse. It was obvious someone had encountered a beast tide. Looking at the glowing dots on the map, I instantly understood why there were so many savage beasts. Damn it! These idiots actually wandered into the swamp. From the situation on the map, it's clear they killed several bloodthirsty crocodiles. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many savage beasts chasing them. Zhang Li didn't flee immediately. He wanted to see exactly what kind of brain-dead idiots could pull off such a stunt. More importantly, he wanted to see if these warriors might drop some loot. Beyond the swamp lay a mountainous area covered with massive boulders everywhere. Zhang Li leaped onto a massive boulder, staring intently at the device in his hand. The white dot on the map was growing steadily closer to his position. Raising his head, he could faintly make out the silhouettes of figures in the distant haze. Within 10 more minutes, over half of the green dots on the map had already vanished. There are a few fewer white dots now. Only 3 white dots remain. It seems that those bloodthirsty crocodiles stopped pursuing them after they left the swamp. Another possibility is that they're feeding on the few white dots that disappeared. For a brief moment earlier, he had considered sneaking through the swamp while the crocodiles were chasing the others. It seems there's no hope now. There are no martial artists around the perimeter. There should be many inside. They say there are over 100 martial artists participating in this training exercise. The group was getting closer and closer to them. It seemed they had also noticed Zhang Li's presence. They were heading straight toward them. Dozens of bloodthirsty crocodiles were chasing right behind them. These bloodthirsty crocodiles are noticeably much larger. Clearly, they're all first grade or above. No wonder they could keep up with these people. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One man's arm was already soaked in blood, clearly injured. The savage beast behind them was closing in relentlessly. Let's go over there are people ahead. The woman among the 3 spotted Zhang Li and immediately called out to her companions nearby. Zhang Li furrowed her brows. This was clearly an attempt to drag her down into trouble as well. As they drew closer, she could clearly make out the appearances of the group. They all looked to be in their 20s. They all sustained various degrees of injuries. The man with the injured arm we saw earlier. Upon closer inspection, I realized this was far beyond merely an injured arm. The entire arm was completely gone. The number of bloodthirsty crocodiles dwindled from dozens down to just over 10. These remaining bloodthirsty crocodiles exuded an obviously powerful aura. Their movement speed was also incredibly fast. The 3 men noticed Zhang Li but didn't greet him. They all gathered beneath the massive boulder where Zhang Li stood. The bloodthirsty crocodiles began closing in. There were 8 of these savage creatures. His eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the 3 men. Zhang Li acted as if he hadn't noticed, engrossed in studying the map in his hands. He paid no attention to them whatsoever. All three were injured. The massive boulder before them was utterly beyond their ability to climb. The bloodthirsty crocodile drew closer and closer. Suddenly, one of them lunged forward, sinking its teeth into a man's arm. The victim barely had time to react. Click! Half his arm was already torn off by the crocodile. Ah! The man let out a scream. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. In a flash, he appeared beside the bloodthirsty crocodile. With a sweep of his blade, a flash of white light swept through, and the bloodthirsty crocodile was instantly split in two. Zhang Li lightly tapped his toes, snatched the bracelet from the half-eaten arm that had just been swallowed, and pulled it free. With another leap, he landed atop the massive boulder. The entire sequence flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds and running water. Just now I saw this wristband get swallowed down. Since it's been swallowed, it counts as ownerless property. Since it's ownerless property, it's his now. He didn't even mind the bloodstains on the wristband. He directly opened the storage space of the wristband. Inside lay over a dozen cores. Splash! He poured out these cores and loaded them all into his own wristband. Then, with a gentle toss, he threw this now useless wristband into the midst of the bloodthirsty crocodiles. These bloodthirsty crocodiles may have witnessed Zhang Li's methods. They dared not attack again. What are you doing? That's my wristband. The owner of the wristband shouted angrily as he watched the others' actions. Zhang Li simply couldn't be bothered to deal with this person. His eyes remained fixed on the bloodthirsty crocodile. It must be said that after reaching second grade, this savage beast had developed some intelligence. Having witnessed his methods, slowly backing away, as if preparing to flee. After going through so much trouble to obtain these cores, how could we let them escape? Zhang Li extended his hand and gave a swift pat. Boom! A massive palm materialized out of thin air. It struck upon these ferocious beasts. Before they could even react, he had already disappeared from the giant rock. Immediately after, his blade never ceased swinging. Each strike cleaved a bloodthirsty crocodile clean in two. Less than 2 minutes had passed. All of the dozen or so bloodthirsty crocodiles here were dead. He held his knife and sliced open the skulls of these savage beasts one by one. Then, he extracted the cores hidden within. There are 11 in total. Second grade cores. Nodding in satisfaction. Hey, give my friend's core back to him. Seeing that the threat was gone, the woman spoke with indignation. Zhang Li lifted his eyelids and glanced at the other person. Name, Du Ruoxing, cultivation level, second rank, second stage. Seeing the other party remain silent, Du Ruoxing assumed her words had taken effect and spoke again. We won't claim the core from the ferocious beast you just killed. Just return my friend's core. After all, we were the ones who attracted these beasts in the first place. Our share is yours to keep, considerate payment for saving us. Smack! Zhang Li slapped a resounding blow across the other's face. His entire body smashed heavily against the massive boulder. With another swift movement, he yanked the bracelet directly from her arm, opening the storage space within the severed bracelet. There were over 30 cores inside, and some things like food, crashing sounds, all of it spilled onto the floor. He picked up the core and placed it inside his wristband. This is my reward for saving you, he said calmly. Smack! Another slap landed heavily on Du Ruoxing's face. That slap will teach you a lesson. Zhang Li's expression remained completely calm. He hadn't planned to leave earlier precisely because he had his eyes on this group's equipment. Originally, he'd felt somewhat embarrassed about taking it. He'd been waiting for the beasts to kill them first before scavenging their gear. Things turned out contrary to expectations. I had intended to find an excuse, but before I could even speak, this guy just jumped right into action. With your high cultivation level, bullying a girl, what kind of skill is that? Are you even a man? The other man glared at Zhang Li and snapped furiously. Boom! Zhang Li kicked Du Ruoxing squarely in the chest. Crack! A crisp snapping sound of bones breaking rang out. It was clear to see the other's chest had already caved inward. See that? That was just to teach her a lesson. This is what we call bullying. After speaking, he kicked each of the two men once. They crashed heavily onto the massive rock behind them. Chapter 57. What the hell is happening? Reject moral blackmail. Start with the villains. Well done. Villain points plus 600. The three of them were dumbfounded. That single kick just now had broken several of their ribs, and this was still with mercy shown. Yet Zhang Li didn't even spare them a glance. He walked straight up to another man, yanked the wristband off his body, dumped all the cores from the storage space into his own wristband. If you dare hurt me, my dad won't let you get away with this. You're dead meat. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. If I get out of here, I'll make you wish you were neither alive nor dead. Du Ruoxing spat out blood, his face twisted with hatred as he roared threats at his opponent. Do you even know who she is? The heir of the Du family in Yunlu City. You'd better let us go now. Otherwise, once we're free, we'll make you beg for death while refusing to let you die. At this moment, one of the men also spoke up with a threat. The Du family of Yunlu City is not someone you can afford to provoke. The other man seemed to snap out of it and hastily chimed in. Their arrogant tone nearly made Zhang Li burst out laughing. He slowly approached the three people. Gazing at them with playful mockery, he remained silent. Du Ruoxing, seeing the other party remain silent, grew even more frightened and pressed on. If anything happens to me, you'll die horribly. I have a tracking chip implanted. Let me go now, and we'll pretend nothing happened before. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of a breaking bone rang out. Ah! Screams rose one after another. Zhang Li cleanly broke the limbs of those several men. He stuffed their mouths with stones. Then their clothes were stripped off, cut into cloth strips and woven into a rope. The three were tied up. All three widened their eyes in shock, completely unaware of what the other party intended to do. Zhang Li looked at one of them and murmured, "Thank you for reminding me. I had no idea your backgrounds were so formidable. In your next life, keep your eyes wide open. Remember not to gamble with your own life to threaten others." Then he turned to Du Ruoxing and said, "I'll grant your request." After speaking, he grabbed the rope with one hand and quickly dragged them toward the swamp they had just left. Arriving at the swamp, the previously frenzied bloodthirsty crocodiles had now calmed down. Zhang Li pulled them to the edge of the swamp, gazing at the hundreds of bloodthirsty crocodiles within. Du Ruoxing was momentarily stunned when the other party said they would fulfill her request, not understanding what they meant. Only now did she realize. Her eyes filled with terror. It was only then that they began to feel afraid, but it was already too late. A stench of urine wafted from the three men. The terrifying beast before them had frightened them into losing control of their bowels and bladders. Covering his nose and frowning, he scoffed, "Is this all you've got? Pathetic." As they emerged from the marshlands and came running toward Zhang Li, their death sentence had already been pronounced. No matter what reason made them run this way, from Zhang Li's perspective, they all deserved to die. Only someone like him could withstand this. If it were a first-rank martial artist, the moment they ran over, they would have instantly become the bloodthirsty crocodile's snack. Woo-woo. Du Ruoxing wanted to say something, but his mouth was stuffed with a rock. All he could manage were muffled whimpers. Her eyes were filled with pleading. This was her first time feeling the crisis of death. Ignoring the pain in her body, she continuously let out muffled whimpers, as if begging for mercy. His head kept pounding the ground, appearing as if he were kowtowing. "Don't be so moved. Look, he's even started kowtowing. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Didn't you want the core? It's all yours here. Take as much as your fortune allows." Zhang Li finished speaking, then ignored them. Without hesitation, the three were thrown into the marshlands. In an instant, countless bloodthirsty crocodiles pounced upon them. The three didn't even get a chance to scream, even if it means leaving no corpse behind. "Next life, try to be a decent person," he murmured under his breath. Decisive in killing, this is the crucial factor for a villain's longevity. Villain points plus 1000. Pressed the red distress signal on all three wristbands, then tossed them into the swamp. Turned and walked away from the place. Had no intention of crossing through here, who knew what dangers might lurk within. Even now, couldn't understand why such a ferocious beast would appear in the martial examination grounds. When those examinees appear here, their fate is surely sealed, not a single one will survive. He fled with astonishing speed. In almost the blink of an eye, he vanished from this place. From the moment he saw Lu Daong being killed, he understood this place. Only the law of the jungle prevails. Strength is the ultimate truth. The appearance of these three individuals solidified his previously wavering heart, finally made him resolute. This was always a place where men devour men. Here, the greatest danger isn't the beasts, it's the fellow martial artists participating in this exercise. In the campsite outside the martial examination grounds, the distress signal sounded again. This time, it was from three people. Wang Xianjun stared blankly at the three distress signals displayed on the instrument. The signal vanished barely a minute after appearing. Watching it fade, his heart sank. He knew all too well what this meant. Whoever had sent that distress call most likely hadn't made it. Yet he still chose to rescue, shouting loudly to those outside, "Come here! Someone is calling for help near the bloodthirsty swamp. Hurry!" Yes. Immediately, a 7-person squad swiftly advanced toward the martial examination grounds through a special passage. A bad premonition gripped him. Something feels seriously wrong with this martial exam venue. Just half a day in, several candidates have already triggered distress signals. Bear in mind these aren't high school seniors. They're warriors who've been second-class practitioners for years. These individuals, whether in terms of combat experience or survival tactics, are far beyond what students can compare with. Moreover, almost all those who entered were second-rank martial artists. For them to send out distress signals, they must have encountered extraordinarily powerful savage beasts. In previous martial examination drills, distress signals were almost never issued. Most people can at least manage to escape even if they can't win a fight. But this year brought an unexpected turn. By the time the town guardian force arrived at the location of the previous distress signals, the two individuals had already perished. This latest incident will likely end the same way. As he was pondering these thoughts, suddenly two more distress signals appeared on the map. What's going on here? How can so many people be encountering danger one after another? By now he had realized the severity of the situation. One or two would have been manageable, but then several more people in succession sent out distress signals. Could there really be so many undiscovered high-level alien creatures within this martial examination grounds? Only savage beasts of third rank or higher could likely force these individuals to call for help. Dispatch a large number of the town spirit army to the martial examination grounds immediately. If this matter isn't handled properly, I fear the martial examination scheduled in a month may be delayed. In previous years, there have been occasional accidents, but at most, only 1 or 2 cases occurred, all due to the struggle over the core, leading to mutual slaughter. Moreover, these people would never send out distress signals. Yet, in just half a day's time, surprisingly, 7 or 8 martial artists had pressed the emergency alert on their bracelets. This inevitably made him somewhat worried. If an accident were to occur at this martial examination site, the greatest responsibility would fall on him. By then, it probably wouldn't be as simple as just getting scolded. Chapter 58, this is called recycling waste. Zhang Li entered the martial examination grounds. On the way, he encountered 2 people lying in ambush for him. Most martial artists here were aged 20 to 30 years or older. They fought with ruthless brutality. Their escape skills were also top-notch. Perhaps this was the reason they were chosen to participate in the martial examination drill. However, they ultimately overestimated themselves and underestimated their opponent's strength. They were defeated in less than 2 minutes of confrontation. Zhang Li's approach was equally straightforward. He had originally planned to incapacitate them thoroughly, then bury them. That's such a waste. Just as he finished slapping 2 deep pits into the ground, a voice suddenly came from beside him. The voice sounded hoarse, as if the speaker was deliberately speaking that way. Zhang Li suddenly turned his head, only to see a figure dressed in black standing not far from him. The person was completely covered head to toe, with only a pair of eyes visible. Name, Qi Tong. Cultivation, 3rd rank 1st stage. His pupils contracted a 3rd rank martial artist. There really is a 3rd rank practitioner here. Zhang Li's nerves tensed as he slowly asked, what's too much of a waste? The reason he didn't strike immediately was that he didn't dare act rashly. His opponent was 3rd grade, he had no confidence at all. He could only pretend to converse first, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. His opponent was a whole major realm above him. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Qi Tong narrowed his eyes, sizing up the other person, and said lightly, what's with that look in your eyes? Are you planning to pretend to talk while looking for a chance to ambush me? A flash of shock crossed Zhang Li's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Damn it, did they just read my mind as soon as the thought occurred to me? Seems I guessed right. Without waiting for his response, the other person continued speaking to themselves. What did you mean earlier by too wasteful? Zhang Li asked again. He struggled to control the expression on his face. Qi Tong pointed at the pit on the ground. Are you planning to bury these 2 alive? He neither denied nor confirmed it. He wasn't yet certain about the other's intentions. His mind was filled with intense vigilance. Wouldn't it be such a waste to bury you alive like this? Everyone who comes here must be after the core. Don't kill them outright. Use a knife to make a few cuts on their bodies, then toss them into a windy passage. The scent of blood will spread quickly with the wind. At that time, it will attract many fierce beasts. Isn't that faster than searching for them one by one? Zhang Li gave him a thumbs up. You're really something else. What the hell is this guy across from me? Who could even come up with such a method? Qi Tong glared at him disdainfully and said, you don't understand anything. This is called making the best out of waste, squeezing out their last bit of resources. Those who only want to reap without sowing, let them die if they die. This isn't even a real martial examination anyway. A few people dying inside, isn't that just normal? His tone made it clear he didn't regard the 2 men on the ground as human beings. As for you, you're obviously a rookie. No professional would kill someone so openly without even covering their face like you did. What an embarrassment to our profession. His eyes scanned the other person up and down with disdain. Want me to give them to you? Zhang Li nudged the 2 unconscious men at his feet as he spoke. Damn it, what do you mean our kind? I'm not one of them, okay? I don't want to, it's too much trouble, the other person said with utter disdain. Zhang Li, if I weren't outmatched, I'd have smacked you already. You know damn well it's a hassle, but do you think I don't mind either? Seeing that the guy in front of him remained silent, Qi Tong spoke again. Luring beasts is nowhere near as quick as stealing from others. Want to pull off a big score? From how you acted just now, you're decisive, clearly someone cut out for big things. Zhang Li said nothing as he kicked both men into the pit with a single movement, then unleashed his cloud-parting palm strike. He directed the palm strike towards the mountainside beside the pit. Boom! A torrent of dirt and loose rocks came tumbling down, instantly filling the pit completely. The sheer force of those 2 palm strikes was astonishing. First, it was to quickly bury them, and also to intimidate the enemy. In a situation where friend or foe is unclear, making the other side understand they're not to be trifled with. Chi-Tong stood there quietly, mocking as he said, "If the creator of the cloud-pushing palm ever knew his martial skill would one day be used for burying people in funeral affairs, I wonder what he'd think." "Farewell." Zhongli threw out the words. He fled at top speed. No matter how you looked at him, this fellow didn't seem like a good person. Even knowing the other's name, they still couldn't tell their gender to this day. He was incredibly fast. He had nearly perfected the snow-treading technique to its utmost limit. With light taps on the ground, he propelled himself forward in great strides. Every step carried him several meters ahead. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, but the adversary's capabilities made him hesitate. What if he ended up defeated by an unworthy opponent? Yet the other's words also served as a reminder he couldn't afford to show his face so openly like this. After walking quite a distance, he began to feel some regret. He should have found a way to ambush the other party just now. Since they had already seen his face, he wondered if this would bring him trouble. Now thinking of going back seemed a bit too late. Running to a deserted spot, he suddenly remembered what the two had just harvested. He took out the wristbands from those two individuals. Upon opening the storage space, there were 40 to 50 cores inside. Apart from the cores, there were some other items as well. He took out one of the bottles. To his surprise, it was a nailing pill. Besides the nailing pill, there were other elixirs as well. However, he couldn't recognize any of them. The most frequently encountered item is the nailing pill. No more, no less, exactly 10 pills. Besides being used for cultivation, nailing pills can also replenish consumed spiritual energy within the body. However, very few use nailing pills as recovery medicine. Too extravagant. Now that I have the spirit nurturing pill, I immediately decided to find a secluded spot to cultivate and enhance my strength. If I could break through to the third rank, I'd go and eliminate the Chi-Tong. Otherwise, he would always be a source of unease. After breaking both of their wristbands, he turned and left the place. Finding a mountain crevice, he used the dispelling cloud palm technique to widen it. This was a place where even if someone passed by, they wouldn't be discovered. After concealing the cave entrance, take out the spirit gathering pill obtained earlier. Open the bottle, pour one out, and swallow it directly. Ding! Would you like to spend 100 villain points to enhance the pill? The system's prompt sounded immediately after taking it. The system-enhanced soul convergence pill. Its medicinal efficacy has been amplified several-fold. Moreover, it's considerably more easily absorbed. During the enhancement process, the system appears to have eliminated all impurities within the pill. As his cultivation advanced, the speed at which he absorbed medicinal pills grew increasingly faster. Now he could fully assimilate a spirit collecting pill in just over 10 minutes. With each pill consumed, he clearly sensed the spiritual energy within his body becoming remarkably abundant. His internal organs were continuously strengthened by the spiritual power flowing through his body, one after another. It seemed to be due to the sudden surge of spiritual power within his body. Both his nameless breathing technique and basic breathing technique were operating at extreme speeds, and astonishingly, a faint connection began to form between them. The two breathing techniques started resonating with each other. Where he stood, the spiritual energy in the air rapidly converged toward him. Zhongli faintly sensed that his internal organs had reached their limit of endurance. It feels like we're on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 59, Advancing Cultivation. Even Zhang Li himself hadn't noticed. Where he stood, spiritual energy was wildly converging. The faint roar of spiritual energy could barely be heard. His body seemed like a giant vortex. The spiritual energy entering his body instantly transformed into spiritual power. It continued to strengthen his internal organs. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. At this moment, he faintly sensed a dim glow emanating from his internal organs. This is the sign of being strengthened to the limit. A breakthrough to third rank could happen at any moment. Perhaps a connection has formed between the two breathing techniques. Where he stood, spiritual energy continued to gather in increasing amounts. A faint spiritual energy cloud appeared in the sky above. Only when spiritual energy reaches a certain level of concentration does a spiritual energy cloud form. Zhongli remained completely unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he was focusing all his energy on advancing to the third rank. All the warriors in the martial examination area turned their gazes toward the distance. What's happening over there? Why is there suddenly a cloud? Someone pointed into the distance where, halfway up the mountain, white mist had surprisingly appeared. Can you feel it? The spiritual energy in the air is all gathering in that direction. The other person carefully sensed his surroundings and spoke slowly. Holy shit, it really is. Do you think some ancient ruins might have appeared in this martial exam arena? Very likely. Let's go check it out. Both of them immediately dashed in that direction. There seems to be a treasure over there. To attract such a vast amount of spiritual energy, it must be an extraordinary treasure. Could it be that an undiscovered inheritance crystal has appeared? Don't say it, but actually, now that you mention it, legend has it that when the spiritual energy first awakened, inheritance crystals emerged exactly like this. Hurry, let's check it out before anyone else notices. Watching the bizarre phenomenon over there, all the martial artists in the area began speculating. Numerous theories emerged, yet the shared conclusion was that there must be some extraordinary treasure there. It could be spiritual herbs, or possibly ancient ruins. Those who discovered these anomalies were all located not too far from here. As the spiritual energy gathered more and more, the mountain base below was already obscured by thick spiritual mist. Since the appearance of the spiritual mist, more than 10 warriors had arrived. Yet none of them rushed into the spiritual mist straight away, just silently watching here. No one dared to approach, afraid there might be something terrifying inside. Zhongli, still struggling to break through inside, remained completely unaware that over a dozen martial artists had already gathered outside. But even if he knew, there would be nothing he could do about it. At this moment, his body was nearly bursting from the surging spiritual energy. The 2 breathing techniques within him seemed to spiral beyond his control. Even after the spirit-gathering pill in his body had been completely absorbed, their speed of circulation showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, they grew faster and faster. His internal organs had all been tempered to their absolute limits. Not a single trace more of spiritual energy could be accommodated. Yet the breathing technique raged on like madness itself, utterly unstoppable. External spiritual energy surged wildly through his pores, forcibly invading his body. He felt like a balloon about to burst from being overinflated. The kind that could explode at any moment if someone just poked him. The blood and energy within his body began circulating rapidly. Beads of sweat as large as beans had already appeared on his forehead. A trace of anxiety appeared on his face. He had absolutely no idea about the breakthrough process to the 3rd tier. There hadn't even been time to research this aspect. His body had already reached its limit, veins bulging all over, as if it might explode at any moment. He struggled to control his breathing technique, compressing the spiritual energy within his body bit by bit. The blood and chi in his body actually began to slowly merge with the spiritual energy. Finally, just as he was about to reach his limit, the vital energy and spiritual chi merged together, transforming into a drop of spiritual liquid. The moment this drop of spiritual liquid appeared within his body, his entire aura began to surge rapidly. Crunch! It was as if he could hear something breaking through inside him. Then a second drop of spiritual liquid appeared within his body. A third drop of spiritual liquid. One drop after another. They kept appearing inside him continuously. The spiritual liquid flowed through every part of his body. The meridians that had already been painfully distended by spiritual energy instantly stopped aching when touched by the spiritual liquid. An indescribable sense of comfort washed over him. At this very moment, Zhongli felt extremely fortunate. At the moment of his breakthrough to 3rd rank, he realized the vast difference between 2nd and 3rd rank. Luckily he hadn't fought that Chi Tong earlier. Otherwise, in the next moment, it would be himself lying down. The gap between these two was simply not something any cultivation technique could bridge, even if his martial talent was S rank. But in this world, attempting to fight beyond one's tier, to him, that was nothing more than a joke. At the very least, he now felt that the difference between the 2nd and 3rd ranks was like comparing heaven to earth. The two were simply incomparable. The spiritual energy inside him that nearly burst his body moments ago, after merging with his vital essence, had transformed into merely a dozen drops of spiritual liquid. No wonder the 3rd rank is also called the transformation realm. After reaching the 3rd rank, the concepts of chi blood and spiritual energy no longer exist within the body. The two have merged together, becoming something entirely new. This spiritual liquid is also known as true essence. The difference in spiritual power between 3rd grade and 2nd grade was not just one level apart. This single drop of true essence was equivalent to the total spiritual power of a 2nd grade martial artist. Though he had already broken through, he still didn't stop. Terrifying amounts of spiritual energy continued to be absorbed by him. True essence flowed slowly within his body. With each complete circulation through his system, every organ, bone, and fiber of his flesh was strengthened once more. He could distinctly sense his physique undergoing an extremely gradual enhancement. Now, his breathing technique no longer relied on inhaling spiritual energy through mouth and nose. Every pore on his body could absorb the spiritual energy from the air. It all eventually converged in the area below his abdomen. He felt stronger than ever before. With every wave of his hand, he could sense the sound of tearing through the air. A 3rd-rank martial artist is basically impervious to being killed by firearms. After stabilizing his cultivation, Zhongli slowly stood up. At this moment, the spiritual mist outside had not yet dissipated. More than 20 martial artists had already gathered outside. They were all discussing what might be inside the mist. Zhongli emerged from the cave, his perception as a 3rd-grade martial artist exceptionally sharp. The moment he stepped out, he immediately sensed the presence of a crowd outside. He didn't understand how the sound managed to circle around from beside him. He wanted to see what this group of people were doing here. Because the fog was too dense, the people outside couldn't see Zhangli at all. He found a spot and hid himself. There must definitely be treasure here. I'm going in first to check. As the crowd watched the surrounding numbers swell, they grew visibly anxious, prompting some to immediately push their way in. Who do you think you are? Why should you cut in line? I spotted it first. Got a problem with that? You don't agree? Want a fight? Come on then, let's throw down. You think I'm afraid of you? The treasure here belongs to whoever grabs it first. Right. Whoever gets it first keeps it. Charge. Faced with such a peculiar phenomenon, everyone wanted to claim it for themselves. Fuck off, don't block me, anyone in my way dies. Get lost, I got here first, or I'll fucking kill you. Motherfucker. Who the hell are you? First my ass, I was here the moment it happened. Everything fell into chaos in an instant. Right then, a group of people suddenly appeared, about 7 or 8 of them. An overwhelming aura radiated from their bodies. Clear out. Anyone who dares interfere will die. One of the leaders in the group, dressed in black clothing, shouted at the warrior in front of him. This shout instantly silenced the chaotic crowd. Who the hell are you? You think I'll just move aside because you told me to? Someone immediately objected defiantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the black man rushed toward him. A kick landed squarely on the man's chest. Bang! He was sent flying over 10 meters, instantly knocked unconscious. Zhangli glanced at the wristband on the unconscious man's hand, his heart stirring. He prepared to quietly snatch it. The black-clad man spoke once more. What our young master has set his eyes upon, how dare you lay a finger on it? This young master again. Chapter 60, why don't you just rob me instead? Zhangli glanced over there, somewhat puzzled about who this young master might be. The 3 people previously given his full funeral service arrangements had also referred to someone as young master. Just as he was wondering, a young man stepped out from the crowd. He took a look at the other man, around 18 or 19 years old, with a hint of defiance on his face, as if he didn't care about any of these people at all. Name, Lu Zekin. Strength, 2nd class, 2nd stage. Looking at this guy's information, Zhangli curled his lips in disdain. With cultivation at this level, how dare he act so arrogantly? Ignoring these people, he tore off the inner lining of his clothes and covered his face with it. Quietly, he moved closer to the man who had just passed out. He had already noticed this guy's bracelet earlier. None of these martial artists spared a glance at the man who'd been knocked unconscious. They glared resentfully at Lu Zekin and his group. Zhangli moved with lightning reflexes, reaching out to snatch the wristband from the man's wrist. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand beat him to it. He directly yanked the bracelet off the man's wrist and stashed it into his personal storage space. The movements flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds. Holy shit! Zhangli was completely dumbfounded. The man was none other than Chi Tong, his colleague from before. After storing the bracelet away, the other party said smugly, "First come, first served. This bracelet is mine." With that, he turned to leave. However, Zhangli reacted swiftly, darting sideways to block his path. You? Chi Tong's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. I never expected this seemingly simple-minded fellow in front of me to possess such remarkable agility. When we met before, I hadn't noticed this about him. Well, you learn quite fast, smart enough to cover your face now. Not bad at all. Pal, that's downright unscrupulous behavior. Cut the chatter, we split 50-50. I spotted it first. He's now a 3rd-rank official too, so he isn't intimidated by the other man. Consider this your tuition fee, Chi Tong said, pointing at his obscured face. Why don't you just rob me instead? Zhongli's eyes widened in shock. Today he finally witnessed what true shamelessness looked like. If it weren't for the other party's indeterminate cultivation level uncertainty mirroring his own regarding their true strength, he would have already made his move. Isn't this just plain robbery? Chi Tong rolled his eyes at the other man and remarked impassively. Zhongli, damn it, this is like getting your eye pecked by an eagle while walking along the riverbank every day. After a moment of silence, the other person slowly spoke up. Next one, I won't fight you for it, alright? Perhaps it was surprise at the other's movements, or perhaps fear of being noticed by others nearby. Do you think there'll be a next time? These people are clearly no match for that so-called young master's men. Zhangli shot the other person an annoyed glare. Chi Tong said with unwarranted superiority, young man, you're still too young to understand. When there's difficulty, you charge forward. When there isn't, you create difficulty and charge forward anyway. Good grief, thank goodness this guy's face was completely covered. Otherwise, he'd suspect the guy would stroke his goatee while saying those words. Damn, you're not planning to. Zhongli immediately caught on, asking with some uncertainty. Chi Tong gave the other person a surprised look, never having expected this. The seemingly foolish guy before him had actually come up with the same idea. Hey young man, you're quite insightful, how about we team up? Let's work together, and when it's time to split the loot, we'll go 50-50. What do you say? Zhang shook his head. There are too few people here, practically useless. What do you know? Soon enough, many more warriors will come this way, at least half of them will head in this direction. Are you sure? He sounded somewhat doubtful. Of course, we Xia people don't lie to fellow Xia people, Qitong declared while thumping his chest in assurance. If we're to cooperate, then we split whatever's in that wristband 50-50. Otherwise, I'd worry you might sell me out. Why don't you just rob me instead? The other party ground out through clenched teeth. Zhang Li glared at the other person, showing no fear. Isn't this just a robbery? Hurry up, don't mess up the plan. Here you go. Qitong took out a portion from his bracelet and tossed it over. Without hesitation, he stored the items in his own bracelet. Alright, that settles it then. Which side are you responsible for later? I'll take the side with fewer people. Fair enough, your black outfit makes you look like one of them anyway. I'll handle the side with more people then. Having finalized their plan, the two silently separated and moved toward their respective positions. The spiritual mist had shrouded everything in a dull gray haze. The two groups were still in a standoff. The black-clad man who had struck earlier spoke with utter arrogance. Wise men would leave now, or you'll end up like that one over there. Yet not a single martial artist in the vicinity stirred, glaring at each other in anger. Their opponent's swift and decisive moves had genuinely startled them just now. They all felt a certain fear toward the black-clothed figure standing before them. Yet simply walking away now would leave them with lingering dissatisfaction. Just as Qitong had predicted, they were locked in a stalemate. One after another, martial artists arrived at the scene. Zhang Li swept his gaze across the crowd. Their cultivation levels were all around the second rank. Not a single one had reached the third rank. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 martial artists had gathered here. Zhang Li stood to the side, watching quietly. They now needed a point of entry. Waiting for the right moment, the ethereal mist began to disperse slowly, revealing the increasingly distinct outlines of the mountain. As more martial artists gathered, their eyes remained fiercely fixed on that direction. They seemed determined to discern precisely what lay hidden within. Even Lu Zekin and his group wore solemn expressions, their gazes heavy with apprehension. Whatever's here isn't something you're qualified to touch. You've got 1 minute, leave now or face the consequences. The men in black pulled out weapons from their clothes and aimed at the people across from them. This is a martial arts examination site, not your private property. What right do you have to order us away? From the previously silent crowd, a single defiant voice suddenly spoke up. Yeah, why should we leave? Is this place yours? You tell us to leave and we'll leave? Who the hell do you think you are? As soon as someone spoke up, others quickly joined in. The black-clad men's expressions grew even uglier. Just as he was about to say something, a similarly arrogant voice suddenly shouted from behind him. Our young master is doing you a favor by asking you to leave. Who do you think you are? How dare you put yourselves on the same level as our young master? You trash wouldn't even dare touch a single hair on his head. A bunch of worthless trash, don't push your luck when given face. The black-clad man's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise, but he didn't deny it either, continuing to speak. Leave now, and we won't hold you responsible. Otherwise, after stepping out of here, there will be no place for you in Great Xia. Damn, that one statement completely stunned everyone around. Exactly, what would they do after getting out of here? That young master across the way clearly has powerful backing. When we go out looking for trouble with them later, what should we do? Though it's unclear what this so-called young master is here to do. But surely it's not the same reason as ours, for the killer's core. Could it be for this treasure before their eyes? They hesitated slightly. How could ordinary people compare with great clans and powerful influences? A mere flick of their finger could crush them to dust. Just as they were hesitating, another voice rang out from the crowd. Nobility and high officials, are they born to their station? Celestial treasures belong to those with the ability to claim them. Chapter 61, Dividing the Spoils. With so many of us gathered here, do you truly think we fear you? With just one spit from each of us, we could drown you all. There are spirit garrison troops all around us. At worst, we'll call them over so nobody gets anything. As these words fell, those who had been hesitating about whether to leave, suddenly felt as if they'd swallowed a stabilizing pill. Exactly, with so many of us here, why should we fear you? Either we all go in together, or none of us gets anything. Really think this place belongs to you? This is a martial examination site, under the jurisdiction of the Town Spirit Army. Is your family more powerful than the Town Spirit Army? What kind of worthless young master are you? With so many of us here, why should we be afraid of you? LMAO, acting like some young master? Go home and drink your milk, this ain't your playground. The martial artists fired back without hesitation. No one who came here was exactly a pushover. They were all in it for the money, and if someone took the lead, the trash talk escalated instantly, each one trying to outdo the last. Lu Ziling's face darkened completely, just as he was hesitating about what to do next. Behind him, another voice sounded. You think we owe you respect? With trash like you, our young master could take you all on single-handedly. Telling you to scram is already showing courtesy. If you don't get lost now, you're just waiting to die. Daring to insult our young master? With trash like you, any one of us could crush you effortlessly. Lu Zekin turned his head to look back but couldn't see who had spoken. Still, those words truly pleased him to hear. If you don't leave now, you'll face the consequences. The black-clad man beside him glared with a menacing light in his eyes. He stared fixedly at the opposing crowd. Fuck off. You think we're scared of you? We've all got one head on two shoulders, who's afraid of who? At that moment, someone else in the group spoke up again. Exactly. In terms of numbers, we've got more people than you. If anyone's getting out of here, it's you lot. Get lost already. What kind of fucking young master are you? Beat it. Being called trash and good-for-nothings by the other side, how could they possibly swallow that insult? They fired right back with some truly vicious insults of their own. You trash, do you really think our young master is afraid of you? Leave now, or you'll all die. Their attitude remained incredibly arrogant, their tone dripping with disdain. F***CK, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? I'm gonna teach this so-called young master a lesson today. Brothers, let's go. Another voice shouted. You trash dare to make a move? How dare you defy us? Boss, let's go, kill them. Fuck, I've had enough of you bastards for a long time. Come at me, fight. Who's afraid? I'll beat you so hard your own mother won't recognize you. Fuck, bring it on. Since you won't leave when told nicely, come at me. I won't stand for your nonsense here. What kind of young master are you? Brothers, let's get them. For our dignity, kill them. Protect the young master, charge. Amid the continuous stream of curses, the two groups clashed head-on, exchanging blows. At this moment, every one of them was seething with rage. To hell with whether you're some young master or not. A decisive battle was about to erupt. They were all fighting with bloodshot eyes. Most of these 20-odd martial artists were roughly at the second grade level. When the fight started, they went all out ruthlessly. Martial techniques flew everywhere in the chaos. Lu Zekin on the opposite side frowned, and his men immediately started moving into action. In an instant, insults and screams erupted continuously from all directions. Amid the ongoing brawl, two figures kept darting back and forth through the chaos. Their movements were incredibly swift. Seeing the black-clad men at a disadvantage, they would help them strike a few blows. When the rogue martial artists on this side were overwhelmed, they would lend a hand against the black-clad men. Each strike was executed with lightning speed, almost unnoticed by those present. Even the black-clad side mistook the fully cloaked figure as one of their own. During the fight, they seized the opportunity to steal the bracelets from these people's wrists. The conflict between both sides grew increasingly intense. Some had already been injured. This applied to both the unaffiliated individuals and the black-clad figures. All bore injuries to varying degrees. Two figures weaving through the crowd exchanged a glance. Their eyes simultaneously turned towards Lu Zekin standing not far away. Almost in unison, they charged forward. Before the other party could even react, they were immediately knocked unconscious with a single move. After thoroughly looting everything on their person, the two swiftly retreated from the scene. At a clearing more than 10 miles away from there, two figures appeared. One was Zhangli, the other Qitong. The fight between the two groups just now was actually sparked by these two troublemakers. Zhangli said with a look of disdain. Your acting is terrible, I almost didn't know how to respond just now. Qitong glared at him, little brat, if it weren't for my few words earlier, how could they have started fighting? Enough chatter. I picked up 11. How many did you get? Zhangli asked, too lazy to argue. About the same as you 15, Qitong said carelessly. Zhangli gave him a thumbs up. Damn, bro, you're really cut out for this. Brutal. Let's take out everything. After we divide the loot, we should leave. There's nothing left of value here. Then the two began taking out the wristbands. They emptied everything inside onto the ground. A pile of kernels, dazzling to the eye. You didn't stash any away, did you? Qitong eyed the other person mischievously. Zhangli was incensed. What the hell? What kind of person do you take me for? I've got principles too, you know. You seem slow-witted, but damn, you sure don't hold back, the other scoffed. Have you taken out that so-called young master's bracelet? Isn't this it? Zhangli pointed to one of the bracelets. The two began inventorying their haul. There were well over 1,000 cores, particularly that young master's stash alone contained several hundred. There were also pills left, and even a few martial skills. I really don't understand why these guys would put martial skills in here. After leaving this place, we'll have to hand over all wrist-mounted devices. I casually flipped through them a D-grade martial skill, and one that reached C-grade. When dividing the spoils, another disagreement arose between them. Brother, that's not fair. We agreed to split equally, so why do you have more second-grade cores than I do? Zhangli complained. Qitong declared righteously, I contributed the most effort, this is what I deserve. What do you mean you contributed the most? My side had over 20 men, wasn't I working just as hard? Your side is just a bunch of ragtag amateurs while mine is smaller, making us easier to spot. I'm risking my life here. Cut the crap. We said we'd split it equally, so we split it equally. After another heated argument, the two finally divided all the stolen goods fairly. Zhangli sneered, teaming up with you was the worst decision I ever made. Goodbye. You're the worst partner I've ever seen. Good riddance. Pa. The other party fired back relentlessly. After exchanging insults, the two prepared to go their separate ways. Aren't you going to check what's inside that spiritual mist over there? Zhang curiosity was piqued as he spoke up. What's there to see? Some idiot broke through to third rank here and caused this spiritual mist phenomenon. Those fools really think they've stumbled upon some treasure. Zhang Li, you should thank him, shouldn't you? Without this breakthrough, how could you have grabbed so much? Thank my ass. Just quickly toss the wristband to where they're fighting, then press the distress signal, that'll pretty much wrap it up. Chi Tong dropped this remark and turned to walk away into the distance. Chapter 62, Unexpected Gains. When Zhang Li quietly returned, the group was still fighting. Many people bore wounds upon their bodies. Zhang Li pressed the distress signal on each wristband one by one, then quietly placed these bracelets here, turned around and left, went to a deserted place and began examining his spoils. After knocking Lu Zekin unconscious, Zhang Li had also found one more thing on him. It appeared to be a rather antique-looking ring. Originally, it had been worn on this guy's finger. While snatching the wristband, he incidentally pulled off this ring as well. He held the ring in his hand and examined it carefully. There's nothing particularly extraordinary about it at first glance. Could this be the legendary spatial ring? He felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, a young master of that caliber wouldn't wear an ordinary ring. He reached out with his spiritual energy to touch the ring. To his surprise, he encountered a faint resistance. It seemed something was blocking the flow of his spiritual energy. Instead of being alarmed, Zhang Li actually felt a surge of delight at this discovery. This further confirms how extraordinary this thing is. There's a high probability it's a spatial ring. The only question is whether there's an old grandpa living inside this ring. Though upon reflection, there probably isn't. If it truly existed, it wouldn't have been so easily stolen by him. The ring blocked his spiritual energy, though fortunately the resistance wasn't strong. He continuously channeled spiritual energy into the ring. With third-grade cultivation, this likely shouldn't still be called spiritual energy. His true essence penetrated the ring in an instant. The resistance weakened slightly. After more than half an hour of struggle, he finally broke through the barrier on the ring. Immediately after, a space exceeding 15 cubic meters appeared before his eyes. Holy shit, it really is a spatial ring. Inside, it was packed with piles of cores and countless elixirs. He didn't recognize most of the elixirs. Couldn't identify them at all. I thought there might be some martial techniques or similar inside. Instead, it was almost entirely filled with unknown elixirs. But upon reflection, this made sense. Modern techniques are all stored on spirit storage cards these days, so naturally no one would carry paper martial skill manuals anymore. These elixirs would be enough to last him quite a while. Deep inside, he discovered a very small scroll. His heart skipped a beat. Could this be some peerless secret manual? Yet upon opening it, disappointment washed over his face. The scroll turned out to be nothing but a map. Could this be a treasure map? He muttered to himself. Yet the map on the scroll seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it. Holy crap! Zhang Li slapped his forehead as sudden realization dawned on him. This map, isn't this the martial examination grounds? What's the purpose of creating this martial examination grounds map? Every location on the map has special markings, with nothing better to do anyway. He looked at the map on the scroll and arrived at the nearest marked location. The marked spot was a valley. Not just any valley, it was the very same one he had visited before. Entering this valley, he walked to the designated spot. Looking around, nothing unusual caught my eye. Couldn't figure out what these markings were for. Suddenly, an idea struck me. He released the true essence within his body, letting it spread outward. A third-grade martial artist could already project their inner true essence beyond their body. It could be used to scout or sense movements in the surroundings. However, his current range only extended about 50 meters. Jin Yuan slowly probed his surroundings. Every blade of grass and tree around him appeared vividly in his mind. It was as if a new world had opened up before him. Everything was so clear that he could even perceive the faint sound of ants crawling on the distant ground. At this marked location, a careful investigation is underway. Suddenly, he sensed faint ripples of spiritual energy emanating from beneath the marker. Zhang Li's heart stirred with anticipation. This was very likely the source of what the marker pointed to. Sensing the location where spiritual energy fluctuations were emitted, began digging into the ground. Didn't have to dig very deep before unearthing a box. The wooden box was exquisitely crafted, though the material it was made from remained unknown. He directly opened the wooden box, and inside was unexpectedly a small porcelain vial, which appeared to contain something like elixir or medicinal pills. Upon opening this small porcelain vial, a peculiar fragrance wafted out from within. Zhang Li frowned. This scent made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He hastily closed the lid, then placed it into the box, tossed it into the bracelet, planning to have his master take a look after getting out. Though he didn't understand its purpose, since the other party had done this, there must be some intention behind it. Taking up the scroll in hand, I cast my gaze once more toward the next marked point. At that moment, outside the examination grounds, within the campsite, Wang Xianjuan's expression darkened considerably. All those who had sent out distress signals earlier were now gone. Without exception, all were devoured by the ferocious beasts. To this end, he had already dispatched 4 squads of the Spirit Suppression Army to investigate the area. The first scouting party sent out actually encountered a 4th-grade ironhoof rhinoceros. This was no small matter. Fortunately, the martial examination hasn't begun yet. If this iron-ringed rhinoceros had appeared during the martial exams, there's no telling how many students might have been killed. Just as he was worrying, another distress signal sounded from within the military camp. A town guard urgently reported, "Captain Wang, bad news, almost 30 martial artists have sent distress signals." "What did you say? How many distress signals?" Wang Xianjun froze for a moment before exclaiming involuntarily. 28 martial artists sent distress signals, and all their signals appeared from the same location. This news made him snap into action. "Get ready immediately," he ordered urgently. "Hurry and send messages to their wristbands, notify all the martial artists still inside to return immediately." What exactly happened inside? This year's martial arts examination drill has left him mentally exhausted. Several martial artists have already died. If there's another large-scale casualty incident this time, he won't need to stay in his position any longer. Zhang Ligang sensed the next marker point, and his wristband received a message. All martial artists in the examination area must retreat to the marked points immediately. The martial arts examination drill is concluded. He froze for a moment. Was it over just like that? Not everything marked has been dug out yet. Though it came with some regret, getting out was undoubtedly for the best. The sky had gradually darkened by this hour. Nearly the entire day had been spent confined within this venue. Following the map displayed on the wristband, I made my way toward the evacuation point. By the time we returned to camp, the sky had completely darkened. Xu Rongguang stood inside the camp. Spotting Zhang Li, he walked over with a cheerful smile and asked, "How did it feel, little guy, taking the martial exam?" This was the perfect opportunity to see the boy's disheveled state and assert his mentor's authority. He gave him a good lecture. "There's not even a single vicious beast inside. We spent forever trying to find one." Zhang Li spoke up, complaining about the situation inside. Zhu Rongguang chuckled in amusement, feeling quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Hearing the other person's complaint, they explained, "It's normal that there are fewer fierce beasts now. Many fierce beasts are being contained and will only be released during the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam drill is just to check for any potential threats. I just heard that some danger appeared inside the venue, and several martial artists died there." "Do you know what happened inside?" He feigned surprise and asked with confusion. "Ha, many dead? I wouldn't know, the place is too vast. I didn't even encounter a single person. As long as you're safe, we'll find out what happened inside when the town guardians return. Let's go. Even though you've only been inside for a day, since the normal martial exam lasts 2 days, let's see how many points you've scored." Xu Rongguang led Zhang Li toward another part of the camp. Chapter 63, Better You Than Me. All those who had emerged from the martial exam grounds were gathered here. Many people sustained injuries. When the town spirit army passed by, they naturally saw 2 groups fighting. After everyone exited the martial examination grounds, aside from registering here, they also had to hand in their wristbands. They could also sell the cores they had obtained while they were at it. The core of this savage beast will be purchased by the authorities at an extremely high price. By the time the master and disciple arrived, many people had already gathered here. Everyone was waiting here to register. After Zhang Li arrived, he didn't behave like the other martial artists. Pushing forward only lands you at the very back. Wang Xianjun hurriedly greeted the master-disciple pair as they entered. "The little fellow's out now. Come, let's get you registered first." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in front turned to look his way. Everyone was curious about who could make the top official of this military camp speak so politely. Zhang Li quickly waved his hand in refusal and said, "No need, Uncle Wang. There are so many people here who arrived before me, let them go first. It's just registration, it wouldn't be any trouble," the other party replied, giving him a surprised glance before speaking again. "No need, Uncle Wang. My master taught me from childhood that humility is essential in life. They arrived first, let them go ahead." Wang Xianjun said no more, chuckling heartily as he praised him. Truly a disciple of Master Zhu, exemplary character and virtue, truly admirable. "It's all thanks to my master's excellent teachings," he replied with great modesty. Most of the martial artists' cores here had already been snatched by him and Qitong. If he stepped forward now and suddenly produced so many cores, It would undoubtedly arouse everyone's suspicions, though he wasn't afraid of these people anyway. But there's a saying, it's not thieves you should fear, but being on their mind. Even among this group was that Lu Zekin. His expression was clearly off, and it was unclear what forces stood behind him. Moreover, his master couldn't stay by his side forever. What if someone launched a sneak attack? He'd be completely done for. Might as well register last, so no one would notice. There was another person who had the same thought as him. This person also stood at the very back, silently watching as those ahead registered. The man twitched his lips upon hearing the earlier conversation and turned to look back. Chi Tong? Zhang Li also noticed this person, though their attire differed slightly from before. Bandages were wrapped around their arms and legs. There were faint traces of blood on the bandage. The only constant was that their face was still covered, but the scent they carried allowed him to recognize them at a glance. Noticing Chiton looking over, the corners of his mouth lifted, offering a friendly smile. The other person glared at him and then looked away. The glare just now made him even more certain. This bastard was Chiton. It seemed this guy had the same idea as him, wanting to register last, afraid of being recognized by these martial artists. But Xu Rongguang didn't think so. He gave his disciple a strange look. Such humility made him feel rather peculiar. He guessed the disciple must have performed poorly in the examination hall, afraid to register first and be seen by others, feeling ashamed. Without openly acknowledging it, he secretly smiled to himself. Young people have thin faces, it's only natural when they open their mouths to speak. Ha ha ha, let them register first, we're in no hurry. Uncle Wang, could you let someone who really needs it have this queue jumping spot? Just as Wang Xianjun was having his subordinates prepare to register, Zhang Li suddenly spoke up. The question caught the other man off guard, prompting a confused response. Someone who needs it? Zhang Li pointed at Qi Tong in front of them and said with righteous conviction, Uncle Wang, look at this gentleman here, he's suffered such severe injuries. The wounds are still bleeding. I think our Spirit Guardian's army has always been humane, so I propose we let him go register first, and after registration he can go receive medical treatment. Qi Tong visibly trembled upon hearing this. She glared fiercely at him over her shoulder. All eyes turned to look back at them. At this moment, Qi Tong wished he could vanish into thin air. He quickly waved his hands in refusal and explained, No need, I'll just stay right here. It's fine. My teacher taught me since childhood to be civilized and well-mannered. They arrived first, and besides, my injuries. Zhang Li immediately cut him off and continued, Don't stand on ceremony. Look at your wounds, they're already bleeding. Don't push yourself too hard. Get registered early so you can get treated early. Otherwise, if you end up disabled later, it won't be good. If something really goes wrong, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Besides, I believe Uncle Wang will let you register first too. Right, Uncle Wang? Although Wang Xianjun was somewhat confused, he still nodded and said, That's right, the injured can register with priority. Little brother, you go first. Qi Tong wanted to refuse again. I don't. Zhang Li interrupted him once more, pushing him forward. Look, Uncle Wang already agreed, don't be modest. Before the other party could react, he was directly pushed to the front. Xu Rongguang's eyes grew even more puzzled. Could his own disciple really be this kind-hearted? Although it was only the first day knowing this little fellow, judging by the other's previous behavior, he doesn't seem like the type to do such things at all. Could there be some reason behind this? If looks could kill, Zhang Li would have been murdered by Qi Tong hundreds of times over. The people in line also froze for a moment. What's going on here? One person yielding politely is understandable enough, but this, why is there another one like this, all alone? Have all martial artists nowadays reached such high ethical standards? Am I the only one lacking in character? Alright, young man, no need for such modesty. Let's start with you then. Wang Xianjun slowly spoke as he faced the person standing before him. Take out your wristband and place its core on the table. Will you exchange the core for Great Xia currency or for contribution points at the Linwu Hall? Better you than me, selling out your own partner on the spot. Villain points plus 500. The system's voice rang out in Zhang Li's mind. It was indeed Qi Tong, if everything before had been mere speculation. The earlier system notification had now confirmed it 100%, the person competing with him for the wristband. Qi Tong wanted to back out now, but it was already too late. I wish I could tear him to pieces. I shouldn't have collaborated with this guy in the first place. Don't let me see you again. The other person turned back with a glare, cursing viciously in his heart. It was already too late for any words now. Left with no choice, he could only take out his own wristband. Half to be exchanged for contribution points at the Spirit Armory Hall, half converted into Great Xia currency. The staff member pointed at the desk. Put all your cores on the table. Qi Tong gritted his teeth and opened the storage space of his bracelet. Splash! A huge pile of multicolored cores appeared on the table. This decent-sized table couldn't possibly hold so many cores. Everything had fallen from above onto the ground. The entire floor was covered with cores. So many? The staff members were stunned. There were at least several hundred cores lying before him. Yet before his words could fully settle, splash, another cascade of cores came pouring out from his wristband. Yet another massive pile. Is it not over yet? The staff member swallowed hard. There's just one last thing. Shitong simply let go of her inhibitions too. After all, she'd already seen it, and her face was still covered anyway. Gritting his teeth, he poured out the last remaining kernels. Swoosh! Aside from those on the table, several piles had also spilled onto the floor. Originally, there had been only the one staff member. Seeing so many kernels, immediately called over 5 more people, counting these kernels meticulously. How many kernels could there possibly be? The martial artists behind were all dumbfounded. Suddenly, someone spoke up. What do you think? Is it possible that our cores were all stolen by this guy? It's definitely him. Damn it. Damn it, I worked my ass off in there for days, only to hand the fruits of my labor to someone else. Chapter 64, all gone? Shitong naturally heard what these martial artists were saying, yet his expression remained blank, as though he hadn't heard a thing. Fuck, it must be our core. Who is this guy? Do any of you know him? No idea, we all just took the mission from the Lingwu Hall's official website. We can't let him get away. Let's go block him later. Damn it, how shameless can one be? No wonder he refused to step forward earlier. And here I thought Warrior's moral standards had improved. Damn it, that junior brother yielded out of genuine respect because he actually knew Elder Wang. This guy here is clearly just scared. Lu Zekin stared fixedly at Shitong. Losing his wristband was bad enough, but now his storage ring was gone too. He'd originally thought he'd accidentally dropped it during the earlier fight. When I came out, I searched around for a long time but couldn't find it. Now it seems clear, this guy in front must have stolen it. I turned my head and gave a meaningful glance to the person behind me. A black-clad man at the back understood the signal immediately. He quietly slipped away when no one was looking. Shitong's face also looked terrible, but no one noticed. He began plotting in his heart how to escape later. Every gaze that fell upon him from these people was filled with malice. I've cursed Zhongli 1,000 times in my heart. Damn it, what kind of person is this? We just collaborated, and the next moment he's selling me out. 5 people spent over half an hour just to tally everything up. You have a total of 2,800 cores, with 1,900 being first grade. There are 900 second grade items. If everything checks out, we'll proceed as you requested, half converted into contribution points and half into cash. Shitong nodded, not even wanting to speak. A first grade core can be exchanged for 10 contribution points or 6,000 yuan. I'll process the exchange for you right away. Please enter your Spirit Martial Hall account number and bank card details. This transaction will be completed very quickly. It only took a few minutes to complete the registration process. Seeing everything was properly handled, Shitong turned to leave. The martial artists present all turned their gazes, eager to follow him out. You must register first and surrender your wristbands before leaving this place, a staff member announced upon noticing the situation. Those who had intended to leave immediately came to an abrupt stop, utterly helpless. Shitong swiftly walked outwards, casting a fierce glare at Zhongli as she passed by him. Zhongli completely ignored the other's gaze, waving his hand with exaggerated politeness as he said, "Don't thank me, hurry and get treated. Otherwise, your wound might heal on its own soon." Shitong, %. Damn it! After cursing the other person inwardly once more, he hurriedly left the place. Little guy, when did you become so kind-hearted? Xu Rongguang asked sarcastically from the side, with a fake smile on his face. Looking at his master's expression, he replied with a straight face and righteous indignation. Master, what kind of talk is this? Your disciple was born with a compassionate heart. I can't stand to see others suffer. Is that so? It must be so. I was a model student in school, always the first to help others. The students in my elite class admire me beyond words. Xu Rongguang's lips twitched as he silently retracted his initial impression that this person was thin-skinned. This guy, no matter how you look at him, is the epitome of shamelessness. Alright, next. After finishing the setup, the staff member shouted to the crowd below. Lu Chenza then stepped forward. He took out a wristband and handed it over. This wristband wasn't his at all. He had just grabbed it randomly when leaving. Although wristbands weren't expensive for him, if people found out he'd lost his, it would be troublesome. My face is ruined with shame. Take out the core from the wristband, the staff member said. Lu Zekin's expression stiffened. Gritting his teeth, he said, there is no core. No core? The staff member looked somewhat puzzled as he picked up the wristband to inspect it. Sure enough, there wasn't a single one. They thought they had an expert here, but turns out it's just a rookie, not even one to his name. The staffer shot him a disdainful glance. Fill in your Spirit Martial Hall account details. Completing the combat simulation mission will earn you contribution points. No need. He waved his hand, declined, and then turned to leave. Next. Then another person stepped forward, moving in unison with Lu Zekin. He handed over the wristband directly. No core. The staff were all left speechless. 5 people had come earlier to help count the cores. But now, there wasn't even any counting to do. Enter your account details. After finishing up. Next. No core. Next. No core. Next. 2 top grade ones. Next. No core. Damn. The staff were all shocked. What's going on? How come there are so many people without a single core? What exactly are these people here for anyway? Can someone like them even be considered as having accomplished the mission? Even though it was a forced suspension of the martial examination drills, but these people had already been inside for several days, yet not a single core was to be found. In previous years, there had been a few without cores as well. This was something everyone understood perfectly well. They knew all these had been snatched by others, but a situation like this year's was unprecedented for them. Suddenly, they thought of the first person to register. Could it all have been taken by that single individual? The staff members handling the registration looked thoroughly bored. Those responsible for taking inventory felt equally uninterested. Some had even begun to doze off. Xu Rongguan, watching from behind, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Could it be that even my own disciple doesn't have a single core? If he ends up with none too, this master's face would probably find it hard to bear the shame. If only I'd known earlier, I should have observed him right there at the site. At worst, I could have killed a few savage beasts on his behalf. He knew that during martial arts exam simulations, combatants were allowed to seize items from each other, but he never expected this year's competition to be so fierce. Could it be that his disciple's core was also taken by that first challenger? That's why they let that person go up first. The more I thought about it, the more I felt this way. No wonder he was being so kind. Turns out it was for revenge. Ha ha ha. I found it somewhat amusing. After all, I was still too young. This kind of revenge served absolutely no purpose. Once out of here, there would be no chance of finding them again. Finally, the martial artists ahead finished registering. The registration process was remarkably fast. There wasn't even a need to count the cores. Inside the entire tent, only Zhongli remained. He stepped forward. Wang Xianjun asked with a jovial smile, "Little fellow, don't tell me you don't have any cores either?" "I have a few, just not many," Zhongli replied. "Put the cores on the table, and I'll calculate for you. If it's for the martial exam, let's see how many points these cores of yours can count for." Hearing there were cores, Wang Xianjuan's interest was immediately piqued. Xu Rongguan, standing nearby, was also making calculations in his mind. Just how many cores did this disciple of his possess? As long as there was at least one, that would suffice. At the very least, it wouldn't make him, as the master, lose too much face. "Not much on me, Uncle Wan, could you tally it up for me?" Then he opened the storage space on the wristband. Splash! A pile of kernels appeared on the table. It looks like there are nearly 100 of them. This table isn't small, but the 100 cores almost took up half of it. Wang Xianjuan's eyes lit up. There really were some. And so many at that. As the kernels were poured out, someone immediately began counting them. There's still some more. Clatter. Another small pile came out. Nearly 100 cores again. Xu Rongguan's face also showed a hint of surprise. He had thought there wouldn't be too many. Yet unexpectedly, there were so many. Chapter 65, Spirit Desire Pill. Any more left? If not, we can start the inventory. Wang Xianjun said with a hearty laugh. There's still some left. Splash. Small piles after small piles kept emerging on the table. The entire desk was soon covered. Xu Rongguan and the staff members gradually shifted from initial astonishment to outright shock. Damn! There must be over 1,000 of these cores. Yet it still wasn't over. Zhongli fell more gently than Qitong. It didn't fall to the ground. They were all piled in heaps. Even the nearby tables were completely covered. A full 1,500 cores or more. After putting the last bit on the table, he said, "That's it, just this little." "Just this little? The hell you call this a little?" "As a villain, showing off as one of your essential skills, well done, villain points plus 300. Zhongli. Damn it, he felt like the system was insulting him again. The staff member gave the other person a sideways glance. This guy was laying it on way too thick. "This is what you call a little? Can't you stop showing off?" Though internally complaining, I didn't say it out loud. After all, the master was still standing right there. They wouldn't dare say it even with 10 guts. "Old Master Zhu, your disciple is truly remarkable." Wang Xianjun swallowed hard beside them. This youngster indeed possesses remarkable talent. Xu Rongguan laughed heartily, looking at Zhongli with even greater approval. Which master wouldn't appreciate a disciple who brings honor to his name? Then he asked, "Did you get all these from killing ferocious beasts?" "Yeah," Zhongli admitted without denial. Everyone present twitched at the corners of their mouths. Bullshit, but no one pointed it out. During the college entrance exam, a first-grade core gives 1 point, while a second-grade core gives 5 points. Wang Xianjun picked up the core and explained. However, during the exam, the wristband has recording functionality. Only the beasts you personally kill will count towards your score. Taking what belongs to others not only won't earn you points, but you'll also lose points if caught. It sounded like an explanation, but Zhangli couldn't shake the feeling that the words were directed at him. It was clear they didn't believe he had killed all these by himself. I understand, Uncle Wang, but I won't be taking the college entrance exam until next year, so there's no rush. After these words were spoken, everyone froze for a moment. Is this guy not taking the college entrance exam until next year? Wang Xianjun asked in confusion. Aren't you even 18 yet? It's enough, but due to some special circumstances, I ended up repeating a year. He didn't elaborate further. Hearing his explanation, the other person turned to Zhu Rongguang and asked, Professor Zhu, Zhongli's age makes him eligible for the college entrance exam this year, and given his abilities, he'd surely succeed. Have you considered letting him take the exam this year? Zhu Rongguang nodded and said, his age and capabilities are indeed sufficient. We'll need to coordinate this with his school. After we finish handling matters here, I'll go communicate with his school. Zhanli was taken aback. Was it possible to take the college entrance exams ahead of schedule? But considering his master's strength and background, nothing seemed impossible. Suddenly recalling something, he took out a scroll from his person and asked, by the way, Master and Uncle Wang, I found this item within the martial exam grounds. What is this? Zhu Rongguan picked up the scroll with some puzzlement. He opened it and sneered, a map? A map of the martial arts examination grounds. It seems there are restless ones among these participants in the drill. Wang Xianjun also took a look. Just a martial arts exam map, not a big deal. But they even marked the areas with more savage beasts. Master, I dug this up at one of the marked spots. As he spoke, he produced that box from his person. He took out a small porcelain bottle from inside after opening it. Zhu Rongguang took the bottle, opened it, smelled it, and his expression instantly turned cold. Soul Desire Pills. Are you certain every marked spot has these? I didn't dig them all up, only 2 locations. These were all buried underground. Then Zhang Li explained the process of his excavation in detail. You've broken through to 3rd grade? Upon hearing this, sensing it with true essence, their eyes filled with an expression of utter disbelief. What was this kid's cultivation level before? Trying hard to recall encountering Zhang Li this morning. The aura emanating from that person. 2nd rank 9th stage? An accident, purely accidental. I just happened to break through while inside. Zhang Li nodded before continuing his question. What is the spirit lust pill? Zhu Rongguan chose not to dwell on the other party's cultivation level at this moment. Once this substance is exposed to air, it releases a peculiar scent. It possesses a fatal allure for ferocious beasts and could very likely trigger a beast tide. What? He was shocked upon hearing it. Where did you get this scroll? Wang Xianjun pressed further. If Zhang Li hadn't discovered this matter, when the martial examination came and the beast tide appeared, the students inside would likely have been in grave danger. I got it from someone named Lu Zekan. Then he took out the storage ring. Lu, Xiaowang, was there anyone with the surname Lu among this round of exercise participants? Let me check. The other party also understood the gravity of the matter. He hurriedly checked. No, there isn't any among the newly registered with the surname Lu. Zhang Li quickly said, Uncle Wang, the second person who registered today, wasn't his name Lu Zekan? 2nd registration? Let me check. The 2nd registration is under the name Yang Chang. How could this be? He was completely baffled. The system shouldn't make mistakes. That man is Lu Zekan. I got this from him, and I heard his subordinates say his name. There's no way to clearly explain the system's matters. I casually made up an excuse. Zhang Li, I'll send you back now. Don't mention this to anyone. Zhu Rongguang called his name for the first time. He nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaowang, order the Jinling army to begin the arrest. That man just now called Yang Chang. Understood. After their discussion, Zhu Rongguang took Zhang Li and soared into the air. They headed towards Qingcheng. Meanwhile, in a small village on the outskirts of Qingcheng City, inside a dilapidated house, an exceptionally beautiful woman's phone began to ring. After connecting, a woman's voice came through clear and crisp. Tong Tong, is your mission over? How was the martial exam drill? I've been trying to call you, but couldn't get through. Was the signal blocked in the martial exam arena? The woman was none other than Chi Tong. Hearing these words, her anger flared up instantly. She said through gritted teeth, it's done, and it went fairly well. The other person sounded puzzled. From your tone, it doesn't sound like it went very well. Chi Tong sighed, somewhat frustrated. It was going well at first, but then I ran into a bastard who screwed me over. I'm still in a small village near Qingcheng, and I think someone might be following me. What? Could someone really abduct you? The woman on the other end sounded surprised, then eagerly pressed on with schadenfreude. Come on, tell me, where did they sell you off to? Did you become a child bride? This is so thrilling. Could it be your husband tracking you down, trying to drag you back home? Chi Tong's face stiffened as he cursed vehemently. Shut up, Not that kind of selling, I was swindled. That bastard, if I ever see him again. Come on, tell me what exactly happened. I've never seen our little witch Tongtong get the short end of the stick before. Our Kyoto University's top beauty, sold off to the countryside as a child bride, now that's a headline guaranteed to go viral. The other party didn't seem concerned about being followed at all, instead eagerly gossiping. Don't let me see him again, or I'll skin him alive. Chitong clearly wasn't in the mood for this conversation. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore. Let's discuss it when I escape and return to school. He hung up the phone after saying that. Chapter 66, Visitors from the Lingwu Hall. After Chitong hung up the phone, he went to the window and carefully surveyed the outside. Sure enough, there were several figures outside. The people outside seemed to be searching for something, and she felt her heart sink. Don't let me see you again, or you'll regret it, she cursed under her breath. Inside the house, she carefully hid herself away. Zhongli returned to Qingqing City late in the night. Tomorrow morning, if I finish my work, I'll go to school with you to discuss your college entrance exam arrangements with your principal. After giving a few instructions, Zhu Rongguang hurriedly left. The events of this entire day had left him feeling profoundly unsettled. He barely managed to break through to the third rank. With his current strength, within the school, apart from those few martial arts teachers whose cultivation surpassed his, he could virtually strut around freely. Turn on the computer and log in to the official Lingwu Hall website. Damn, I forgot about this. Suddenly, he realized his Lingwu Hall account was still banned. I was so busy today that I forgot all about this. The cores obtained earlier at the martial exam venue haven't been exchanged for contribution points yet. He picked up the phone, intending to call Zhu Rongguang and ask, but the call couldn't go through. He wondered whether Zhu had entered the martial exam venue or was out apprehending that person. I was about to hang up when my phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After answering, I said, "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Zhangli, it's me, Zhao Mingfei." Zhao Mingfei's voice came through the phone. "Uncle Zhao, what's the matter calling so late?" He sounded puzzled. The other party replied irritably. "You rascal, where did you run off to today? The Lingwu Palace people arrived. Didn't I tell you to wait in the conference room?" Only now did he remember about the visitors from the spiritual martial hall. He quickly explained. "Sorry about that, Uncle Zhao. I forgot to tell you, my master took me out today." "You little rascal, sneaking out is sneaking out. What master are you talking about? Didn't I warn you not to run around?" Zhao Mingfei evidently didn't believe what he said, assuming it was just a casual excuse. "When the time comes, I'll help explain for you." As a result, the people from Lingwu Hall ended up waiting here for an entire day. "Make sure you come here first thing tomorrow morning. When the time comes, I'll figure out a way to explain for you." Though the other person's tone carried reproach, there was genuine concern for him in it. "Treat him as if he were your own child." Zhangli felt deeply moved. This was the first time since arriving in this world someone genuinely cared for him like this. He wanted to explain himself to ease the other's worries. "Uncle Zhao, it really was my master who took me out today, my master." "Alright, rest well now, it's quite late. Remember to come to the Spirit Martial Hall tomorrow morning." Zhao Mingfei cut him off directly, leaving no room for explanation. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhangli gave a bitter smile. This Uncle Zhao probably couldn't be bothered to hear his made-up excuse. He planned to explain everything clearly to the other party tomorrow morning. As for the people from Lingwu Hall searching for him, he wasn't the slightest bit worried about that. Just mentioning his master's name would make any problem disappear. Putting down the phone, he skipped his usual stance practice that night. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Everything he'd been through that day had left him utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Today marked the first time in both his lifetimes that he had taken a human life. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Yet in that moment, had he shown even a hint of mercy, endless trouble would surely have followed. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, they arrived at the Spirit Martial Hall. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Zhao Mingfei waiting inside. Seeing him, they hastened forward. "You stubborn fool, I told you to wait yesterday but you wouldn't listen. You ran off on your own, made me spend half the day explaining. They originally wanted to go to your school yesterday. I stopped them, worrying you might get pointed at and whispered about in school later." Zhangli felt warmth in his heart as he explained again, "Uncle Zhao, I really was taken out by my master yesterday. Listen kid, let me tell you, don't talk like that when we meet the people from headquarters later." Zhao Mingfei scolded with a laugh. He naturally didn't believe the other person actually had some master. Probably the guy was afraid of being scolded by him and deliberately made up that story. Then he added in a lowered voice, "Just say you had no idea about this yesterday, it's entirely my fault for forgetting to inform you. They wouldn't dare do anything to me anyway." Zhangli gave a bitter smile, caught between touched and exasperated. Yet he didn't want misunderstandings, so he explained once more. "Uncle Zhao, it's true. I just became his disciple yesterday. Master Zhu Rongguang, the very one you know, is now my master." Master Zhu? Are you serious? You're not joking? Zhao Mingfei froze for a moment. He certainly knew him. One could say there wasn't a single person in Lingwu Hall who didn't know of him. He froze for a moment, surprised by the unexpected revelation. The other person had mentioned old Zhu's name. It's true. Yesterday when I was in the meeting room, old Zhu came in looking for you and saw me. He briefly recounted what had happened that morning. Zhao Mingfei's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he listened, his mouth hanging wide open. Later, Elder Zhu mentioned wanting to visit the martial arts examination site and said he'd take me along to broaden my horizons. At that time, I didn't see you there, Uncle Zhao, so I couldn't inform you. That's exactly how it happened. By the time we returned yesterday, it was already midnight. He didn't mention what happened inside the martial examination grounds. He only briefly described the process. As for what occurred afterward, things like the spirit desire pill, he didn't speak of those either. This isn't something he should be talking about. Is what you're saying true? Even now, the other party still seems somewhat skeptical. Of course it's true, why else would I know old Zhu's name? Zhang nodded in undeniable agreement. Suddenly recalling the token given to him yesterday, he proceeded to take out the identity token and handed it over for inspection. Zhao Mingfei took it and glanced, his eyes filled with astonishment. Holy shit, it's really old Zhu. Then with envy and heartfelt approval, he patted the other's shoulder and said, "You really hit the jackpot, kid. Do you even know who Elder Zhu is?" "Yeah, one of the 10 grandmasters from the Lingwu Hall," Zhang said nonchalantly. "Damn, kid, that tone of yours is so punchable. I actually feel like slapping you right now. That's one of the 10 grandmasters we're talking about." Zhao Mingfei glared at him. Old Zhu has never taken on a disciple before, you know? To call it beginner's luck would be an understatement, yet you still dare to grumble. Come on, follow me to the meeting room. Let's brief them on this matter. Your little issue? That barely counts as trouble. Why didn't you say so earlier? Worried me for nothing, thought you'd gotten cold feet and run off. With that, he began steering him towards the meeting room. Uncle Zhao, I wanted to talk to you about this yesterday, but you didn't even give me a chance to explain. You hung up before I could finish speaking. I was helpless too. He shrugged his shoulders, putting on an exasperated expression. Couldn't you have called back? I stayed up all night thinking of countermeasures, the other person snapped. Phone bills are quite expensive these days. Even landlords are running short on grain. Might as well save where we can, Zhang quipped. Cut it out. You're just asking for a smack. The two continued chatting as they walked toward the meeting room. They pushed open the meeting room's large doors. 3 men were seated inside. 2 of them appeared to be in their early 20s. They wore martial arts uniforms from the Lingwu Hall. The other looked about the same age as Zhao Mingfei. A delicate, feminine gaze sized up Zhang Li from head to toe as soon as he entered. This scrutiny made Zhang Li feel intensely uncomfortable all over. Minister Fan, this is the... Chapter 67, my master? How dare you even mention him? Are you Zhang Li? Zhao Mingfei pointed at Zhang Li and was just about to speak when the other interrupted him. The man asked arrogantly. Zhang Li glanced at the other person. A dialogue box appeared before him. Name, Fan Xingyuan, cultivation level, 4th rank, 1st stage. Zhang Li nodded. That's right, I'm Zhang Li. The other party's attitude made him extremely displeased, and naturally, he didn't give them a pleasant expression in return. Zhao Mingfei threw him a meaningful glance and hastily interjected. Zhang Li, let me introduce you. This is Director Fan from the Enforcement Department of our Lingwu Hall headquarters. Fan Xingyuan frowned and spoke coldly, clearly lacking any upbringing. Don't you know how to greet your senior? Have you no manners at all? Director Fan, he's still young and doesn't understand protocol. Zhao Mingfei's face stiffened as he hurriedly explained. Supervisor Zhao, when did the Enforcement Division's questioning ever require your interruption? He cut the other off mid-sentence, his expression displeased. What kind of senior are you? Even my master never demanded such formalities from me. Zhang Li was extremely annoyed by the other party's attitude and tone, firing back without hesitation. Since the other party gave him nothing but cold stares, naturally he wasn't about to kiss up to their indifference. What kind of thing is your master to even be mentioned in the same breath as mine? Fan Xingyuan hadn't yet spoken when a young man beside him immediately started cursing. Zhang Li glanced sideways at the other person. Zhuang Jiapeng, cultivation, 2nd class 8th stage. At these words, Zhao Mingfei, who had originally intended to smooth things over, immediately abandoned the idea. He looked at the other person with a strange expression. This guy was truly fearless. Smack! Zhang Li swiftly dodged and appeared right in front of him. A sharp slap flew through the air. Thud! The opponent crashed heavily into the wall behind. The slap instantly distorted the other person's face. All the teeth on the left side were knocked out. Watching them slam against the wall, I said expressionlessly, "What kind of trash are you? My master, how dare you even speak of him? Since we've found powerful backing, why not flaunt it?" Not doing so would mean the effort was wasted. Well done, villainy points plus 400 inch. Truth be told, he hadn't struck out because the other had insulted his master. Perhaps it was his own cold-blooded nature. Having just become a disciple, he held no genuine affection for his master. I just wanted an excuse to throw a punch. I've long been itching to take down the guy in front of me. If I can't beat the old ones, can't I at least handle the young? How dare you lay hands on someone from our spirit martial hall? Watching his disciple being beaten, Fan Xinyuan's expression turned somewhat ugly, and he immediately prepared to take action. Zhang Li looked at him without the slightest trace of fear, speaking calmly. Minister Fan, as a senior, isn't it improper for you to attack a junior? I'm young, so my ignorance can be excused. But you've lived so many years, does this mean you've wasted all those years like a dog? Pfft. Nearby, Zhao Mingfei couldn't hold back and almost burst out laughing. The words instantly turned the other person's face livid. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that, let alone hurl such insults at him. Fan Xinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. You little bastard, with your sharp tongue. Today, this old man will properly teach you what manners are. Minister Fan, bullying the weak isn't our spirit martial hall's way of doing things. Zhao Mingfei directly blocked the other's path. Zhao Mingfei, what do you mean by this? Are you standing in my way? Fan Xinyuan demanded coldly. You misunderstand, I'm saving you here. If you insist on fighting, I can exchange a couple of moves with you. When Zhang Li made his move, he already knew Uncle Zhao would cover for him. Nature does not fear its adversary. Moreover, even if Uncle Zhao didn't intervene, he was confident he could escape. His agility wasn't learned for nothing. Fan Xinyuan stared coldly at the person blocking his path and spoke in a chilling tone. Zhao Mingfei, are you certain you want to stand in my way? Zhao Mingfei looked at the other party and spoke calmly. Minister Fan, I think Zhang Li makes a valid point. As seniors, resorting to hands-on actions against juniors would be quite embarrassing if word got out. His strength naturally surpassed the others, so he wasn't afraid. Moreover, the young fellow's master was none other than old Zhu. Very well, since that's the case, Jiaping, the two of you, teach this arrogant fool a lesson. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Fan Xinyuan's eyes as he spoke to the two young men behind him. Upon hearing that the other party had his two disciples take action, he immediately cursed. Fan Xinyuan, since when have you sunk to such shameless depths? He immediately turned around to head towards Zhang Li. However, Fan Xinyuan was one step ahead, directly blocking his path with a cheerful smile as he spoke. Director Zhao, I can exchange a few moves with you. Though his tone was gentle, there was still a trace of chill visible in the depths of his eyes. Zhuang Jiaping scrambled up from the ground, glaring at his opponent with venomous eyes brimming with murderous intent. He naturally grasped the meaning behind his master's words. You dare hit me? Die! Drawing a dagger from his person, he lunged straight for the other's chest. It's incredibly fast. At this moment, another young man who had remained silent the entire time also stood up. He pulled out a weapon from his person, intending to launch a sneak attack from behind. In his hand was also a dagger. The strikes were exceptionally ruthless. The dagger gleamed with a cold light. It plunged straight toward the opponent's back, as if seeking to kill with a single strike. His sensory abilities were exceptionally keen, catching the motion the moment his opponent struck. He had already sensed the intense killing intent emanating from the figure behind him. This murderous aura was far more potent than what he'd encountered from those during the martial examination grounds. Facing the incoming assault, Zhang Li seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, as if unaffected by gravity. Leaning forward effortlessly, he dodged the attack from behind. Then raising his leg, he delivered a whip-like kick to the person behind him. The kick landed squarely on the assailant's back. The whip kick from basic leg techniques, renowned for its sheer power. Boom! The entire body was sent flying by the kick, crashing heavily against the wall. The entire conference room shook violently with a powerful tremor. The person behind didn't even have time to scream before collapsing limply to the floor. They had completely passed out. One could faintly see what appeared to be a depression in their spine. I'm afraid even if he could come back to life, he'd still be a cripple. Die now! At this moment, Zhuang Jiaping's dagger was about to pierce his chest. The opponent's move was extremely tricky. In the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of him. Yet in Zhang Li's eyes, the opponent's movements appeared in slow motion. His body tilted slightly, evading the attack. His hand shot out to seize the wrist holding the dagger. With a powerful twist, he wrenched it upwards. Snap! A crisp sound of a bone breaking rang out. His hand was already pressed against his arm. Ding-dong went the sound. The dagger fell to the ground. Ah! A scream erupted from the other party. Yet Zhang Li had no intention of letting them off so easily. Grabbing the opponent's wrist, giving a forceful yank. In the instant of pulling them closer, a swift kick lands square on their chest. Bam! The person flew out as well. After hitting the wall, his body slid down slowly as if boneless. His chest caved in. Only a second-grade martial artist, with reinforced internal organs, could possess such tenacious vitality. An ordinary person would have. He was already dead by this point. You little bastard, how vicious you are. Fan Xingyuan's eyes nearly split with rage when he saw the tragic state of his two disciples. He began charging toward him as he spoke. Chapter 68 My master has arrived. Minister Fan, when juniors spar amongst themselves, elders like you shouldn't interfere. Let the youngsters have their fun. I'll exchange a few moves with you instead. As Fan Xingyuan prepared to intervene, Zhao Mingfei likewise stepped forward to block him. The same words were thrown back at him. Just now, he had witnessed Zhang Li effortlessly disable those two men. His heart was filled with shock. Zhao Mingfei, you dare to have such audacity, colluding with outsiders to harm members of my Lingwu Hall. Do you know what crime this is? Fan Xingyuan glared at the other party with ashen face, speaking through clenched teeth. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how two of his disciples were crippled by the opponent. This was absolutely unbearable for him. After stopping the other party, Zhao Mingfei calmly said, Minister Fan, I'm saving you here, you should thank me. Let the younger generation settle their own disputes among themselves. The other party showed no appreciation and instead responded with a threat. Get lost, Zhao Mingfei. Seems your time as supervisor is about up. Step aside now and let me cripple this little bastard, and I might let you off. Otherwise, you know the rules of the Lingwu Hall. Do you know who his master is? Zhao Mingfei retorted, completely dismissing the other's threats. I don't care who his master is even if the Jade Emperor himself showed up today. My disciple's life must be avenged. By now, he already regarded Zhang Li as a dead man. Zhao Mingfei, don't tell me you're claiming to be his master? How could I possibly compare myself to his master? His master is none other than Elder Zhu. He reluctantly admitted this truth. I had intended to tell them as soon as I entered. Who would have thought that before I could even speak? They kept interrupting me repeatedly. So what if he's some old pig or donkey? Even if his master were an old turtle, he'd still have to pay with his life. Seeing his disciple in such a miserable state, Fan Xingyuan's eyes were completely bloodshot with rage. Not paying the slightest attention to what the other person said, Zhao Mingfei's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the other person in disbelief. How dare they say such a thing? The other party is now on high alert, even drawing their weapon. Just like the weapons carried by the two youths before, it's a blood-red dagger. A chilling aura emanates from the dagger. Trash like him, his master couldn't be any better either. Take him down, and his master too. With these words, he was about to strike. You sure you want to act against my master? Zhang Li said, looking at him mockingly. What kind of trash is your master anyway? He's not even worth my action. A mere twist of my fingers would crush him. Crushing your master and you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Fan Xingyuan's face darkened with malice, showing not the slightest regard for his opponent. Who gave you the nerve, you cur, to insult my master? Zhang Li rebuked angrily. What sort of thing is your master anyway? Even if I cursed him to his face, he couldn't lay a finger on me. Didn't you say your master was so powerful? Call him here now. I want to slice you into 1,000 pieces right in front of him. Let me see who dares lay a finger on me. My master has come. He's right outside the door now. Zhang Li sneered as he looked toward the conference room entrance. As soon as the words fell, the conference room door was pushed open. I'm his master. Got a problem with that? Xu Rongguang walked in from outside, casting a cold glance at the other party. Fan Xingyuan sneered and turned his gaze toward the doorway. Let me see which worthless, Zhu, old Zhu. He froze completely upon seeing who had arrived. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Suddenly he remembered Zhao Mingfei's words from earlier. The other person kept saying they were saving him. He didn't listen at all. As a villain, bullying the weak, setting traps, and stopping at nothing is the true way. Villain Palace plus 400. The system's voice rang out in Zhang Li's mind. It's absolutely delightful to have such a strong backer. At this moment, he somewhat understood why the villains in novels could afford to be so arrogant. With such a formidable master backing him, all he'd need was to act a little more cunning. Who would dare mess with him then? At first, I questioned why the villain acted so arrogantly, completely unable to understand it. Later, I came to appreciate the exhilarating feeling of the villain's arrogance. Now, the system has groomed me to become the villain. Villains live the most thrilling lives, bar none. Xu Rongguang stared at him expressionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. I'm precisely what you called old Zhu, old donkey, or whatever. In all his years of living, nobody had ever dared to insult him like this. Old Zhu, that's not what I meant. He hastened to explain. Damn it, how come he hadn't heard about old Zhu taking on an apprentice? And of all people, it had to be Zhang Li. Had he known this, he'd never have dared to come here. Seeing the other party enter, Zhang immediately approached with a hint of grievance on his face and said, Master, this Minister Fan immediately demanded I kneel and bow to him upon meeting, saying I lacked proper upbringing. There was nothing I could do. I'm no match for his cultivation level. I could bear having to kneel and bow, but his two disciples also spoke disrespectfully about you. They were just insulting you, saying who do you think you are, master, how dare you measure up to their master. The language they used was utterly disgraceful. I could endure them cursing me or demanding I kneel in obeisance. After all, I am indeed their junior. But when they started insulting you, master. At this point, the grief and indignation in his eyes became plainly visible. How could I possibly tolerate that? So I taught them a lesson with my fists. Master, please punish me. I've just broken through to 3rd rank and haven't fully mastered my control yet. I accidentally crippled 2 of his disciples. Zhao Mingfei's eyes widened in shock. What's going on here? Did he hear that correctly? Breakthrough to 3rd rank already? Didn't you just earn the 2nd rank certification? With a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, Zhu Rongguan comforted him. You're too soft-hearted. If it were me as your master, I wouldn't have given them any chance to catch their breath. Zhang Li nodded. Master's reprimand is correct. I will correct myself. Then he continued speaking. Perhaps I shouldn't have beaten their disciples into disability. Minister Fan was about to cripple me. If Uncle Zhao hadn't stopped him, I might already be crippled by now. He was leveraging his higher position in the Spirit Martial Hall to threaten Uncle Zhao. If you had come any later, you wouldn't have seen me. You have preliminarily mastered the antagonist's T-art skills, villain points plus 300. Fan Xinyuan's eyes widened with astonishment. The more he listened, the more his heart trembled. Sweat poured down his forehead in torrents. Though the other party's account was somewhat embellished, the core of their accusations remained undeniably true. His disciple had indeed uttered those insults. I did just insult Mr. Zhu. Good, good, very good. Zhu Rongguan laughed in exasperation, repeating the word good several times. He had called Zhang Li the moment he arrived. The other party answered but remained silent, while the voices of 2 other people came through the phone instead. What department are you from? The elder of your department is really something. Elder Zhu, this is all a misunderstanding, Fan Xinyuan hastily explained. He was now utterly consumed by regret. Damn it, I feel like slapping myself twice right now. Chapter 69. Which faction's spy are you? I've lived to this ripe old age, yet this is the first time someone's dared to point at my nose and curse me. You've got some nerve, really got some nerve. Zhu Rongguan gazed at the other party with a faintly mocking smile. These words filled Fan Xinyuan with even greater fear, making his heart tremble. Beads of sweat covered his forehead when suddenly an idea struck him, and he hurriedly spoke up. Elder Zhu, this is truly all a misunderstanding. The headquarters sent me here because your disciple posted false information on the official website. Old Master Zhu, as you're well aware, the headquarters attaches utmost importance to this matter. Regarding your disciple's situation, it was the headquarters' decision, there was nothing I could do. At this moment, he finally remembered the purpose of his visit. So you're saying the headquarters sent you here to reprimand my master? Before Zhu Rongguan could speak, Zhang Li immediately retorted. Wow! With these words, Fan Xinyuan, who had been secretly pleased with himself, instantly fell to rock bottom. No, that's not what I meant, don't talk nonsense. Old Master Zhu, that's not what I meant. Someone of your stature, I wouldn't dare do such a thing even if I had 10 times the courage. Damn it, those words can't be spoken recklessly. What nonsense, headquarters just sent him here to scold people. If these words reached headquarters, whether I survive would be the least of my worries. If the other party ends up having a falling out with the headquarters over this matter, then we'd really be screwed. At that point, it wouldn't just be me who's screwed. He knew full well the significance of a Grandmaster-level cultivator. Not to mention a minor minister from the enforcement department, even someone several ranks higher, wouldn't dare offend a powerhouse of his caliber. Of course you wouldn't dare criticize my master directly, which is why you brought your 2 disciples all the way here to humiliate me as a way to insult my master. What cultivation levels are your 2 disciples? One at grade 2 8th stage, the other at grade 2 9th stage. If it weren't for my master's help yesterday that allowed me to barely break through to grade 3, I'd probably be the one lying on the ground today. As Zhang Li spoke to this point, his voice carried a distinct note of grievance. UVE truly mastered moral coercion, framing your opponent while still finding time to flatter your backer. Villain points plus 400. Although Zhu Rongguan knew every word his disciple spoke was false, he found it utterly pleasing to hear. A gratified smile spread across his face. So, don't say those big shots are acting foolishly. Who could resist such a talented, sweet-talking apprentice who knows how to care for others? Even knowing the words might be false, he'd still gladly listen. He'd even happily play along with his apprentice's games. He cooperated very well, staring at the other person with a gloomy expression. Damn, Fan Xinyuan was completely dumbstruck when he saw the other person's expression. Damn it, have you listened to what you just said? When the hell have I ever thought about it like that? He hastily blurted out, no, I didn't, absolutely not. Yet as soon as the words left the other person's lips, Zhang Li fired back again, without giving the other party any chance to explain. You didn't do it outright, but you just wanted your disciple to defeat me and humiliate me thoroughly. Let this prove that your disciple is stronger than my master's disciple. Do you really think my master would fall for this? Who do you think my master is? A peak 8th grade powerhouse. Though my cultivation is low, I won't disgrace my master. You, Fan Xinyuan pointed at him with a trembling hand. Put. His anger surged, and a mouthful of blood gushed from his lips. His entire body collapsed onto the ground. What do you mean you? When you insulted me earlier, you were insulting my master. You dare insult my master? Do you even know who my master is? The Grand Master of the Lingwu Hall. Insulting my master means insulting the entire Lingwu Hall. To insult the Lingwu Hall is to insult the Great Xia. I never imagined you'd commit treason. Tell me, which faction spy are you, trying to drive a wedge between a Grandmaster and the Spirit Martial Hall? You. He felt darkness closing in before his eyes. What the hell is going on? How did I become a spy in the Spirit Martial Hall? Such words shouldn't be spoken casually. If the Spirit Martial Hall were to actually find out, he and his family would likely suffer disaster indeed. Even if nothing happened, on one side stood the Grandmaster from Lingwu Palace. On the other was a fourth-rank martial artist. How to choose between them was perfectly clear. Old Zhu, let me explain, I didn't do that. Headquarters just sent me to investigate the person who posted those unauthorized messages on the official website a few days ago. The reason I acted that way was to intimidate the other party, trying to scare them into offering some benefits. Let's just put this matter behind us. I'm absolutely not a spy from the Lingwu Pavilion, and there's no attempt to sow discord. Zhang Li wore an expression of sudden realization as he looked at the other man and slowly spoke. Master, see for yourself, he's confessed of his own accord. As for how to proceed, we'll defer to your judgment. Excellent, truly excellent, Zhu Rongguan responded with a dark expression. According to martial law, there's no need for you to retain your cultivation any longer. With that, he reached out and gave the man's head a light pat. A muffled thud. Fan Xinyuan was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The spiritual energy fluctuations around him vanished instantly. In that moment, he seemed to age more than 10 years. Weak and powerless, they collapsed to the ground. Xiao Zhao, take these 3 away immediately. You know what to do with the rest, right? Staring at the 3 unconscious figures on the floor, Zhu Rongguang issued his commands with an impassive expression. Zhao Mingfei nodded hastily. Rest assured, Elder Zhu, I know exactly how to proceed. Good, very well. This will be counted as your contribution, he said lightly. Thank you, Elder Zhu. Upon hearing this, the other party's face broke into a pleased expression as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, this is what you deserve. Zhu Rongguang glanced at Zhang Li standing nearby before speaking again. The implication behind these words needed no further explanation. Old Zhu, Zhang Li's parents were my comrades in arms from the same batch. I've always treated him like my own, like family. Zhao Mingfei had initially wanted to say my own son, but catching himself since Zhang Li was technically another's disciple, he hastily corrected his words. Alright, you go handle it. As for the matter of the other party coming over, I'll notify headquarters. With a wave of his hand, the man then led Zhang Li out of the room. Uncle Zhao, I'll head off first. Zhang Li said a word to him and then followed outside. Zhao Mingfei still feels like he's in a dream. A junior I had high hopes for had, in the blink of an eye, become Elder Zhu's disciple. After a moment's daze, he called over several people to escort these 3 individuals away. Having their cultivation abolished was already a light punishment for these individuals. A Grandmaster-level expert could casually strike them dead, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word about it. After leaving the meeting room, Zhang Li asked, Master, has that matter over there been settled? Was the person caught? Zhu Rongguang shook his head, sighed, and replied with some helplessness. They weren't caught, but based on the scroll you obtained, we've already sent people to search the site. Those marked locations indeed all contain spirit desire pills, but we can't rule out that unmarked areas might also have them. This is no trivial matter. I'm afraid this year's martial examination in Tianwu province will have to be postponed. Since the inception of the martial examinations, this marks the first time a postponement has occurred. I'll report the scroll you discovered. Haven't you always wanted a combat skill inheritance opportunity? This matter might just earn you that combat skill inheritance you've been wanting. Really? Zhang Li perked up instantly at the news. I'll do my best to report it and get it approved for you. After all, I don't want to die too young either. Chapter 70 The Elite Class of Senior 3. After Zhu Rongguang and Zhang Li had dealt with the matters at the Spiritual Martial Hall, the 2 of them walked towards the school. After I've helped you communicate with the school, I'll have to go track down the person who released the Lingyu pills. This matter is extremely serious, and it's highly likely that some external forces are deliberately targeting us. On the way to school, he briefly explained the situation to the other person. The martial arts exam will be postponed, but not for long, just a month at most. With your current abilities, the exam is just a formality. Do you have any martial arts universities in mind you'd like to attend? If you don't want to take the exam, I can arrange a direct admission for you. Zhang Li shook his head. He had no conception at all of martial arts universities. No, master. Do you have any recommendations for universities? The original owner of this body wasn't even allowed to study martial arts back then, so naturally wouldn't have looked into martial arts universities. I think you should go to Kyoto University. What? Is Kyoto University that good? Zhongli asked with some confusion. Xu Rongguang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Among warrior universities, there aren't significant differences in quality, but Kyoto University holds one unique inheritance, the battle technique legacy. What? A battle technique legacy? He was somewhat surprised, having previously thought only those from prominent families could possess such things. Only the Spirit Martial Hall was supposed to have these kinds of techniques. He never expected the Martial Artists University would have them too. It must be said, this combat skill truly stirred his heart. But then it occurred to me, Master, if I learn this combat skill legacy here at our Lingwu temple, can I still go to the university to learn that combat skill legacy? In theory, there's no limit to how many combat legacies one can learn, but as they say, greed can choke you. Hearing the question, he initially wanted to lecture them, but then reconsidered. This disciple of mine can even master all the basic techniques to perfection. Maybe he could learn 2 more combat skills than others. Thinking this, he hastily corrected himself. Well, perhaps you could give it a try. Really? Can I, Master? Hearing that he could learn several at once, his interest was immediately piqued. Though he didn't know exactly what combat skill inheritances look like. But with his system, learning them shouldn't be too difficult, right? You could give it a try. There have been people who mastered 2 combat skill inheritances before. Xu Rongguang pondered deeper and grew increasingly convinced that his disciple was no ordinary person. Perhaps he truly could master both disciplines. Kyoto University? Zhongli quietly committed the name of this institution to memory. Teacher, can you help me secure a recommendation admission spot to Kyoto University? The other person froze for a moment before laughing and cursing. Kid, with your current abilities, getting into Kyoto University is a piece of cake, isn't it? Why do you even need a guaranteed admission spot? He solemnly and morally explained. Isn't this double insurance? Plus, with a guaranteed admission spot, wouldn't that mean no need to take the martial exam? Who would bother with the martial exam if they have guaranteed admission? It's all effort without reward. You rascal, alright, I'll ask around when I have time. It's just a guaranteed admission spot to Capital University after all. Xu Rongguang didn't dwell on the matter any further. You don't need to focus too intently on learning martial techniques right now. After you successfully comprehend a battle skill, then choose martial techniques to complement it. For now, what's important is to lay a solid foundation. Never mind, for now just concentrate on diligently improving your cultivation. Having an exceptional disciple can sometimes be quite vexing. I originally intended to impart a lesson, emphasizing how foundational techniques are the most crucial, all in hopes of bolstering my authority as a master, only to recall that the other party has already mastered all foundational techniques to perfection, even more skilled than his own master. Understood, Master. Zhongli nodded silently. The two arrived at school, where Xu Rongguang had a brief discussion with the principal. When they learned that Zhongli had already reached 3rd grade, and even taken an 8th grade grandmaster as his teacher, he didn't think twice before agreeing directly. The school wasn't stupid, who could possibly refuse such an extraordinarily talented student? And besides, just who do you think he is? That was a powerhouse at the grandmaster level. A single stomp of their foot could make the entire Great Xia tremble. Even Zhongli hadn't expected the negotiation to go so smoothly. After a brief conversation, Xu Rongguang left the place. Inside the principal's office, Guo Zhongping picked up his phone and dialed a number. Before long, a woman in her 30s entered. This is Su Yuli, the martial arts instructor for the elite senior class. Guo Zhongping introduced to Zhongli. Zhongli looked at him. Name, Su Yuli. Cultivation level, 3rd grade, 3rd stage. Hello, Teacher Su, Zhongli greeted the other person. This was his first time seeing a female martial arts teacher. Most martial arts teachers in schools were male. Su Yuli nodded at Zhongli before shifting her gaze to the principal. Principal, you called me over. Is there something you need? This is Zhongli. He's transferring to your class starting today. Guo Zhongping pointed at him and introduced him. Principal, our elite class is taking the martial arts exam in just 1 month. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to transfer someone in now? Su Yuli frowned, her expression showing displeasure. Our class students are already in the midst of combat simulation training. I'm afraid he won't be able to keep up. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Zhongli, her eyes filled with disdain. Teacher Su, don't worry. He's just temporarily borrowing your class and won't interfere with the group's training. As for the martial exam results, there's no need to worry. This little one has already broken through to the 3rd rank. Noticing the other party's displeasure, Guo Zhongping patiently explained. Every school places great importance on martial arts instructors, especially those with considerable strength. That's why he took such pains to explain. After all, the person is currently teaching Class 1, the elite senior high school class. Then just assign him to any senior high school class, there's no need for him to join our elite. Despite the explanation, she still felt somewhat displeased. Alright, Teacher Sue, it's settled then. As for the martial arts instruction, you don't need to guide him, just wait for the martial arts exam. I'll explain the reason to you later. Guo Zhongping waved his hand, cutting off the other person's words. He feared that continuing might upset the young fellow. This recalled the period when Zhang Li had caused that news incident. The martial arts teachers for the 12th grade were not at school. They were leading the elite class students to specific zones for practical combat training. Just a few days ago, the 12th grade elite class students had completed their combat training and returned to school. They knew nothing about Zhang Li's situation. By senior year, the martial arts class was basically all about martial arts training. They had even added an extra element, practical combat training. Let's go, follow me to the class. Although Su Yuli looked displeased, the other person was the principal. Zhang Li didn't think much of it and followed behind them, walking outside. The two were on their way to the elite senior year class. Su Yuli glanced at him. I don't know what connections you relied on to transfer into our class, but I should warn you, you'd better lie low in class. The martial exam is in just another month. I hope you don't drag us down. Your drug-fueled cultivation is nothing but flashy moves in my eyes. You'd better not provoke those classmates. They've undergone real combat training and fought savage beasts. That's all I can say. Whether you can stay, and for how long, that's up to you. The other party spoke with an extremely condescending attitude. Don't think that just because you're a third-rank martial artist, you're invincible. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Chapter 71. I hate those who use connections the most. Zhang Li looked at the other person with speechless exasperation. She was merely a third-rank martial artist. I really don't know where they get their sense of superiority. Aren't you also just third-rank? How could I be the same as you? I achieved this third-rank cultivation through my own hard-earned training. You're just someone who boosted their cultivation through drugs. Don't judge anyone by your own narrow understanding. What I despise most in life are those who take shortcuts. Hearing Zhang Li's words, her face darkened as she spoke coldly. That's our elite class training ground up ahead. Once you enter, don't disturb their cultivation. I'm doing this for your own good. Then she pointed at the adjacent training field. This is the training ground exclusively for third-year seniors. Before Zhang Li could speak, the other person walked straight into the training ground. The training ground designated for senior year 3 was indeed enormous. It was completely different from the exclusive training area for elite class of senior year 2. Inside, students were sparring with each other. Su Yuli walked in and clapped her hands. Everyone, pause for a moment. We have a new student joining our class today. Starting today, he will be your classmate. Hey you, come introduce yourself. She glanced sideways at Zhang Li with her eyes and spoke expressionlessly, but anyone could detect the thick disdain in her tone. Doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, transferring into our class? Who the hell is this guy? Clearly got in through connections. A transfer student in our senior year class? What was the school thinking? Who knows? Isn't this dragging down the standards of our class? Just listen to Teacher Sue's tone, clearly not thrilled about this guy transferring to our class. Probably arranged by the principal, another rich idiot with more money than sense. Keep your voice down, or they might hear us. We wouldn't want to upset the principal's precious sponsor. Ha ha ha. The students below were loudly discussing after hearing Su Yuli's words. Their tone was uniform, equally dripping with thick disdain. They were all mocking uncontrollably. Zhang Li swept his gaze across the students in the training field. Most were at the peak 9th rank of first class. Only a few had cultivation levels that broke through to second class. Among them, one individual's attainment had already reached the 3rd rank of second class. It must be said, this elite class of students did possess some genuine capability. Normally speaking, being able to qualify and become a martial artist by the 2nd year of high school is already considered excellent. Those who reach the 2nd rank by their 3rd year can basically be called geniuses. This teacher named Sue or something asked me to introduce myself. Then I'll make this quick. Since I'm new here and just transferred to your class, we're classmates now. If I do anything wrong, you better bear with it. For those who don't like it, come fight me if you dare. As for my name, you're not worthy of knowing it yet. Silence, complete silence all around. With power yet not being arrogant, isn't that a waste of cultivation? Villain points plus 300 inch. Arrogant, fucking ridiculously arrogant. Fuck, have you fucking lost your mind? Do you even know where this is? At this moment, a student shouted loudly in anger. Where did this clown come from? Did he really think this was a garbage dump for rejects? Another person also spoke with a face full of disdain. Yet before their words had even finished echoing, boom! A loud boom erupted from the training grounds. The surrounding crowd only saw a blur flash before their eyes. Turning their heads, they saw a student being sent flying with a single kick. The student soared over 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. He slid another 5 or 6 meters across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Then he blacked out completely. just as the crowd stood frozen in shock. Bang! Another dull thud rang out. Another student was kicked flying out. The force was tremendous. This person also slid several meters across the ground, lying side by side with the previous student. Both fell unconscious together. It was only then that everyone realized what was happening, their expressions changing abruptly. Yet even after their realization, it was completely useless. Bang! Another person was sent flying with a kick. The speed was so fast that all they saw was a blur passing before their eyes. The third man didn't even let out a groan. He fell straight to the ground, joining the previous two in a neat row. The alignment looked remarkably orderly. This is not over yet. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds followed. One after another, students were sent flying like sandbags. Every single one of those who had mocked him earlier was sent sprawling with a single kick, knocked unconscious on the spot, lying side by side together, perfectly aligned. Viewed from afar, it was truly spectacular. When mocking others, you're even more arrogant than I am. I thought you were really something. Is this all you've got? Zhongli appeared once again next to the group of people lying side by side and said calmly, "A gentleman takes 10 years to seek revenge, but a villain can't wait even a minute without betraying their identity. Villain points plus 500. Damn it, the system is getting stingier. Only got this few villain points after beating over 10 people." Listening to the system voice just now, I couldn't help but complain inwardly. Zhongli, what are you doing? Don't you know the martial arts exam is about to start? Su Yuli's expression changed when she saw more than 10 students being kicked flying out, raising her voice sharply. Zhongli turned his head to glance at her, putting on a surprised expression as he said, "Oh, so you do know my name. I thought you had dementia and would forget in an instant." "You!" His words almost choked her with rage. Pointing a trembling finger, she snapped sharply, "Zhongli, do you realize what you've done? Believe me, I can have you expelled from school this instant." Zhongli glanced at her but didn't utter a single word in response. He unleashed a cloud-parting palm strike without hesitation. The enormous palm imprint materialized before her almost instantly. Su Yuli never imagined the opponent would dare attack her. She hurriedly raised her hands to block. The moment her palm made contact, she felt a terrifying force surge toward her. Bang! She was sent flying back over 10 meters before barely managing to steady herself. How is this possible? Such monstrous strength. Su Yuli was utterly horrified. Her heart trembled even more. That earlier strike had nearly injured her. Before she could recover from the shock, bang! Another cloud-pushing palm strike came. Su Yuli was sent flying several meters once more. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of fear flashed through her eyes. Who is this guy? How's he so strong? She didn't even get a chance to fight back. Zhongli struck again. His movements were so swift that only afterimages remained in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Su Yuli. Smack! A sharp slap resounded across the vast training grounds. She was slapped again and sent flying. This time, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Teacher Su, however, your third-tier strength was built up with pills, wasn't it? With such flashy but useless skills, how did you even become a teacher? I thought you were actually something special. Did you get in through connections? Zhongli threw the exact words the other person had just said right back at them, slapping them right in the face. Since the opponent was weaker, naturally he had to humiliate them thoroughly. Villain points plus 1,000. You! Su Yuli's face turned livid as she stared at the other person, unable to utter a word. You're right. Someone like you couldn't possibly teach decent students, can't even withstand a single kick from me. If I were you, I'd resign immediately and find a block of tofu to smash my head against. Staying here is just misleading students. I feel ashamed for you. I've always despised people who use backdoor connections my whole life. You! The other person extended a trembling finger, pointing accusingly at Zhongli. Put! Overwhelmed with rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. What a joke, got me all worried for nothing, thinking you were something special. Seeing the opponent pass out, he clapped his hands and said with disdain, anyone else have objections? He asked indifferently again, watching the students exchange bewildered glances. Chapter 72, New Entry. Is this guy really a student? Their teacher was actually a third-grade martial artist. Facing such a person, they didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Where was the justice in that? The entire training ground fell into complete silence. Only faint breaths could be heard. No one dared to move. They stared at the rows of classmates lying on the ground, and the unconscious martial arts instructor, Su Yuli, collapsed nearby. They were all stunned with fear. Seeing that none of the students around spoke up, Zhongli slowly began. What are you all standing around dumbfounded for? Do you have no compassion at all? They were your classmates, your comrades who fought side by side with you against the murderer. This one has endured even more hardships, feeding you with sweat and toil, your teacher. Just watching them lie there helplessly, aren't you worried they might catch a cold? Doesn't your conscience ache at all? Teacher always taught us that classmates should help one another, while showing even greater respect to our teachers. At this point, he let out a sigh. You've disappointed me deeply. They're in such a state, yet you all just stood by and watched coldly. The world is cold and unfeeling, societal morals are deteriorating. If this continues, how can they possibly trust you to watch their backs during the upcoming martial examinations? Responsibility, my fellow students. All the students. Listen to this, is this even human language? Is this something a human would do? Don't you have any damn idea how they ended up lying on the ground? How the hell can you even say that out loud? Hearing Zhang Li's words, they were internally screaming with disbelief, but no one dared to voice it aloud. Everyone is about to suffer from internal injuries from holding back. You sure know how to emotionally blackmail people, always lecturing others from your moral high ground. Villain points plus 200. Ding! Villain points have accumulated to 25,000. Congratulations, host, your villain level has been upgraded to Lackey Tier. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Lackey Tier villain title. Damn it, finally leveled up again. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Li's face lit up with joy. Glancing at everyone's expressions, he let out another long sigh. Believe me, my words have touched your souls. I won't say more, you'll understand the rest on your own. With that, he turned and left the training ground without looking back. He couldn't wait to see the newly upgraded villain entry. After he departed, everyone in the training ground exchanged bewildered glances. They hastily carried the unconscious students and teachers on the ground to the infirmary. Zhang Li didn't leave the school immediately, but went directly to the elite library of the senior high sophomore class. There were meditation rooms here. After entering the first floor, he casually chose a meditation room. He opened his system panel. Sure enough, his villain rank had risen from thug level to lackey level. A new villain entry had been added. Lackey level villain. As a lackey level villain, you've escaped the fate of being mere cannon fodder and become a stepping stone instead. But stepping stones are still at the bottom of the villain hierarchy, mere experience points for the protagonist. Keep striving to level up. Looking at the explanation about the dog-legged level villain, he felt insulted but couldn't find any evidence. What nonsense, just a dog-legged level. If this were a novel transmigration, would he already be a lackey under those major villains by now? Then he checked the newly surfaced villain glossary entry. Lackey class villain entry. To be recognized as a lackey by a top-tier expert, one must possess innate talent above others. Permanently raises martial arts aptitude by 1 level, ignoring aptitude ceiling. Damn, this entry, aside from the name being terrible, still quite powerful. Ding! Host, are you equipped with the lackey level villain character trait? The system prompted again. Upon choosing to wear it, an extraordinarily mysterious aura emerged in his consciousness. He felt as if his entire sea of consciousness had undergone tremendous enhancement. His soul was nourished by this mysterious aura. His body, which had already reached the limit of reinforcement, seemed to be breaking free from some shackles. Under the nurturing of this enigmatic energy, the bones within him began undergoing continuous strengthening. Crack! A faint shattering sound came from within his body. Then he felt the bones inside him crack like glass. The cracks began to spread, resembling a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, fissures spread across every bone in his body. Threads of golden radiance began seeping through those skeletal crevices. His bones now resembled a molting serpent as fragmented pieces started peeling away layer by layer. The newly revealed bones glowed with an unearthly golden brilliance. If there had been a faint trace of gold in his previously enhanced skeletal structure, now it was almost entirely enveloped in gold. The shattered fragments instantly transformed into energy, absorbed back into his body. Anyone present in the meditation chamber would have witnessed this. At this moment, Zhang Li was enveloped in a golden radiance. After his bones were strengthened, his internal organs underwent similarly earth-shaking transformations. Not only his body, but his very soul was undergoing metamorphosis. The true essence within him was rapidly absorbing this profound and mysterious energy. The spiritual energy within his meditation chamber was nearly drained in an instant. Then it began absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi. The library contained far more abundant spiritual energy than the outside. Yet even so, it still couldn't keep up with his body's absorption speed. Students in the other meditation chambers abruptly awoke from their cultivation. They could no longer sense the presence of spiritual energy. Every trace of spiritual energy within the scripture library vanished in an instant. They all emerged from their meditation chambers. What's happening? The spiritual energy seems to have vanished into thin air. No idea, I was right on the verge of breaking through when the spiritual energy suddenly disappeared. Damn it, what the hell is going on? You merely approached the breakthrough point? I was already mid-breakthrough when the energy disappeared. Fuck. Quick, look, what's that outside? Suddenly, someone looked out the window and shouted loudly. Everyone turned to look outside. Above the library, where the sky had been clear just moments before, a small black dot unexpectedly appeared. The tiny black dot began rapidly expanding in all directions. As the black spots spread, the sky gradually darkened. Within a few breaths, it had turned completely black. Even the lights in the library lost their effect at that moment. What's happening? Why has the sky gone dark? Isn't it just noon? Why is it so dark already? Is it a solar eclipse? Don't we have lights in our library? Did any of you turn them off? Turn off my ass, I'm right next to the switch. I've smashed it so hard it's practically smoking, but nothing's working. Is it a power outage? Don't panic everyone, think positively, maybe we've just gone blind. Holy shit, could it be that I started breaking through halfway but failed, and that's why I went blind? Looks like we're all blind, so I guess I don't have to worry alone. For a moment, the entire library descended into chaos. Guo Zhongping sat in his office, reading a newspaper. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. He stood up wanting to check by the window, nearly tripping over the nearby sofa. What's going on here? Has perception vanished completely? As the principal, he was naturally also a martial artist. Perceptual ability serves as the eyes of a martial artist. At that moment, his perceptual ability seemed to vanish into thin air. He panicked in an instant. In an instant, the entire Qingcheng city plunged into darkness. At first, people could still hear the voices of those around them. A few minutes later, they couldn't even hear the sound of their own speech. All five senses seemed to be stripped away in this darkness. The entire world seemed to fall deathly silent at this moment. Instantly, the entire Qingcheng city was thrown into chaos. Chapter 73, Do It This Way Next Time. Just as everyone was engulfed in panic, in this silent darkness, suddenly, a cluster of purple clouds appeared. A dazzling purple, exceedingly striking. Even the darkness could not obscure it. This cluster of purple clouds began spreading outwards as soon as it appeared. At first, it was only the size of a fist. Soon, half the sky was filled with purple clouds. The purple clouds grew increasingly dense. The moment the purple clouds appeared, the senses of sight and hearing began returning to all the inhabitants of Qingcheng. They could already hear the voices of those around them. What's happening? Is this the end of the world? This was the thought crossing everyone's mind. Yet Guo Zhongping thought otherwise. Is this some celestial phenomenon? From within the violet clouds, he sensed a vast and boundless power. Just as he stood there perplexed, amidst the purple clouds, a golden radiance suddenly appeared. This golden light resembled the first breaking dawn of sunrise. The purple clouds were tinted with a violet halo. As the golden radiance grew ever more brilliant, the purple grew ever more intense. As purple intertwined with gold, a vast and fathomless power gradually emerged. It inexplicably stirred a sense of reverence. As time passed, the golden radiance seemed to pierce through the darkness. The once dark world was shattered and fragmented, restoring light once more. At the moment this boundless, majestic force descended, every heart was purified. All senses that had been stripped away by darkness were now restored in that instant. Some martial artists found that techniques they had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly became crystal clear, as if an epiphany had struck them. For others who had long been stuck at certain bottlenecks, breakthroughs now seemed within tantalizing reach. The golden radiance grew increasingly brilliant, forcing back the darkness like receding tides. The entire sky transformed into an interwoven tapestry of golden and violet hues. It finally contracted slowly, shrinking into a mere ball of light the size of a fist. It shot swiftly toward a certain spot within Qingcheng. The sky instantly returned to normal, still clear and boundless, as if nothing had ever happened. Gudong! Guo Zhongping swallowed hard. He had seen the spectacle before him with crystal clarity. This was a supernatural phenomenon. A phenomenon that only appears when a martial artist's innate talent reaches an extraordinary level. An S-rank warrior wouldn't have such terrifying anomalies. Could it be an SS-rank martial talent? Just thinking about it gave him a fright. How is that possible? In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there had never appeared even one person with SS-rank martial talent before. He could no longer afford to observe the anomaly, he could feel it, that majestic power gradually fading away. He hurriedly picked up the microphone and addressed the entire school. All students of First High School, practice the breathing technique now. This is an exceedingly rare opportunity. His voice echoed throughout the school. All the students could now sense this profound and mysterious aura. They each sat down cross-legged in unison, and began their breathing techniques. This wasn't just happening at First High. All martial artists in Qingcheng City sensed it. At this moment, they all sat cross-legged in unison. They activated their breathing techniques to cultivate. However, Zhangli remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. He was completely absorbed in assimilating the mysterious energy that had manifested within his body. The entire Qingcheng city was in an uproar. People were speculating wildly about this bizarre phenomenon, trying to determine what could have possibly caused it. In less than 10 minutes, it had already claimed the top headlines. Everyone was curious about why such a phenomenon appeared in Qingcheng City. Even some powerful figures rushed toward Qingcheng City. They all wanted to find this person. After just over an hour, Zhang Li's body had completed its enhancement. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Li. Martial arts talent, SS rank. Cultivation realm, 3rd grade, 3rd stage. Just as he had expected. At this moment, his martial arts talent had evolved to SS rank. Even his cultivation level, after his body was enhanced, broke through again, advancing by 2 stages. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible strength surging through his entire body. The primal energy within him was flowing at an astonishing speed. Every single moment, it nourished and tempered his physical form. Ding! Should the thug-level antagonist entry be retained? At this moment, the system's voice finally appeared. Preserve. Ding! Host spent 5,000 villain points, successfully preserving the petty thug-level villain title. After finishing all this, he looked at his remaining villain points. Now there are just over 4,000 points left. How damn frustrating. He had planned to save those villain points to comprehend battle achievement inheritances. After completing his cultivation, his mood was exceptionally good. Not only had his talent improved, but his cultivation had even advanced by 2 stages. He strode out of the meditation chamber. At this moment, all the students who had been cultivating in the hall earlier had completed their training. They were whispering among themselves about what had just happened. Holy crap, my D-grade martial skill just broke through to the proficient realm. That's nothing. After just over 10 minutes of training, I've advanced another tier. I'm now a 1st grade 5-tier cultivator. Better watch your tone when you talk to me from now on. What do you think caused that phenomenon we just saw? Who the hell knows, but I kinda hope we get more of these anomalies. If this keeps up, I might reach 2nd rank before senior year. Zhang Li couldn't understand anything these people were discussing. He never had many friends at school to begin with. Moreover, most of those who spoke had been beaten up by him. He was too embarrassed to ask, so he simply walked outside instead. Just as he turned around, he spotted a familiar face, someone he'd punched before. Su Yuqing. Zhang Li walked right past her as if he hadn't seen her, his gaze fixed straight ahead without even a glance in her direction. Classmate Zhang Li. The voice called out from behind him the moment he passed by. To him, this woman was as venomous as a viper or scorpion. Zhang Li seemed not to hear her and quickened his pace, striding straight out. No sooner had he stepped out of the library gate than he heard footsteps behind him. Student Zhang Li, may I ask you a question? Su Yuqing's voice came through again. No sooner had she spoken than she saw the other party flee for their life, sprinting into the distance at breakneck speed. Their attitude left her feeling momentarily discouraged. It even made her start doubting herself. Not speaking was fine, but the moment I opened my mouth, the other person ran faster than a rabbit. All I wanted was to ask about their perfected realm of basic swordsmanship. Why does it feel so difficult? Back in school, whenever she had a question for anyone, people would come running over eagerly, until I ran into this guy. Seeing her was like seeing the plague. She was so furious she stomped her feet. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and followed along. Her movements were remarkably swift, and it didn't take long before she caught sight of the other person's figure. Zhang Ligan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of him. Student Zhang Li. Su Yuqing called out once more. Oh, isn't that what's his name? Sorry, my dog's about to give birth, see you later. At the sight of the other person, he dropped this line and ran off without looking back. Zhang Li, why do you run away whenever you see me? Hearing the lame excuse, she gnashed her teeth and followed angrily, demanding an answer. Nonsense, as soon as I heard your voice, I wanted to run away, Zhang Li said with an expressionless face. Ha! This completely threw Su Yuqing off. She had only spoken out of anger. What was wrong with this guy? Even if it were the truth, could he really say it so bluntly? Yet in her moment of dazed hesitation, bang! With one swift chop of his hand, he struck heavily against the other's neck. Su Yuqing's vision went black as she collapsed into unconsciousness. Now it's quiet. As expected, talking to her was impossible, like dealing with some incurable illness. Next time we meet, just do it like so. I truly am a genius, he. Ugh, damn it, slip of the tongue. With those words, he turned and dashed away, not sparing a single glance at the already unconscious Su Yuqing. You fully understand the calamity that follows beautiful women and wisely choose to sever all ties with her. Villain points plus 500. Chapter 74. 1 month's delay is enough. What did you say? All those geniuses from senior grade 3 class 1 were injured and hospitalized? Guo Zhongping asked loudly. Yes, this morning, over a dozen students from the elite class 1 of senior 3 were all carried into the infirmary. We've examined them, and all these students have suffered injuries to varying degrees. Some even have severe fractures. I'm afraid the martial arts exam in a month will have to be postponed for them. A doctor from the infirmary briefly summarized the morning's events. Hearing the infirmary doctor's words, he couldn't contain his anger. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. At a time like this, can't they control themselves during sparring? Where's their martial arts instructor? Didn't anyone stop them? Summon Su Yuli to see me immediately. These students represented his school's reputation. If they all got injured before the martial arts examination, the school's reputation would truly be ruined. Cough, cough. Well, principal, teacher Su has also been hospitalized. Her injuries appear to be more severe than the students. The doctor coughed awkwardly before speaking. These words left Guo Zhongping stunned. What on earth was Su Yuli doing? Did she spar with these dozen students or something? The students who took them to the infirmary said they were beaten up by someone named Zhongli. Principal, what do you think we should do about this? If these students' parents find out, they might cause a scene at the school. Their kids are all in the hospital right now. I reckon they'll be coming to the school tomorrow morning. Zhongli, and yet again Zhongli. Just hearing that name now gives him a headache. Originally, considering today's anomalies, he'd thought some students from the elite senior class would surely make another breakthrough before the martial arts exam. Well, forget about breakthroughs now. Whether he can still participate in the martial arts examination now is entirely uncertain. This is basically giving him splitting headaches. He was already filled with regret. Regret forever agreeing to the Lingwu Hall's terms and letting them stay. You go ahead first, I'll think of a way. Guo Zhongping waved his hand weakly as he spoke. This guy can't be touched right now. He was already off limits due to his previous connection with Lingwu Hall. And now, this guy also has an 8th rank master behind him. He didn't dare to do anything to it even more now. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Li's number. He called him over. Principal, you wanted to see me? What's the matter? Zhang Li entered the office and asked directly. He thought to himself, could that mentally disturbed woman have complained to the principal? Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Guo Zhongping asked, how are you finding the elite 12th grade class? Are your classmates easy to get along with? Hearing that it wasn't the woman who had reported him, Zhang Li immediately felt relieved and casually said, the teacher and classmates were all very friendly. As soon as I arrived in class this morning, I became fast friends with them. The corner of the other person's mouth twitched. God damn it, if only the doctor from the infirmary hadn't told him about this earlier. He genuinely thought he could coexist peacefully with others. Your way of getting along, did you achieve it by beating them all into the hospital? Principal, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Hearing those words, his heart jolted. Damn it, someone really did report me after all. Zhang Li, our school does encourage friendly sparring between students, that's true. But wouldn't causing serious injuries during such exchanges be rather inappropriate? Think about it, the martial arts examinations are just around the corner. I've heard some of them sustain severe injuries that might take over a month to fully recover from. Doesn't this essentially ruin their prospects indirectly? Guo Zhongping tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. He had witnessed this guy's temperament before. One could say he repaid every slight previously, it was still somewhat manageable. But now that he had a powerful master backing him, things had become even more unpredictable. He himself also feared that the other party's master might come knocking on his door. When his own master came previously to discuss the other party's participation in the martial examination, one could already tell. The other party held Zhang Li in extremely high regard. Phew! Hearing this, Zhang Li let out another sigh of relief. So the principal was worried they couldn't take the martial exam. That's something you don't need to worry about. I can guarantee they'll be able to participate in the martial exam. They'll absolutely recover in time for the martial exam. He thumped his chest as he made this pledge. Hearing the reassurance, Guo Zhongping's eyes lit up. He inwardly breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as the other party could guarantee these individuals would recover before the martial arts examination. With that, he'd have ways to deal with those parents' concerns. Such public relations excuses were something he could fabricate effortlessly. He was able to give such a confident assurance. He must have possessed some miraculous remedy that could quickly restore these students. Perhaps he could even use these elixirs to enhance the students' abilities further. At this thought, the smile on his face grew even gentler as he asked, oh, but I heard from the doctor that some students might not recover within a month. Do you have any good solutions? Principal, no need to worry too much. This year's martial arts exam in our Tianwu province will be postponed by 1 month, Zhang Li said nonchalantly. I'm confident they'll fully recover within 2 months. This statement left him completely stunned. What the hell, the martial exam is postponed for just a month. Who the hell said you can just casually postpone it like that? He never expected the other person to say something like this. I can guarantee this, it was my master who said so. My master stated the martial exam is postponed for a month. The principal should receive the official notice soon. Guo Zhongping. At this moment, he had the overwhelming urge to strangle the other person. Even though your master is an 8th rank expert, he shouldn't be able to interfere with the martial examination. Do you really think your master is omnipotent? Those words came from your master. Damn it, if not for your master's reputation, I'd slap you dead right now. He cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. After listening to just a few words from the other end, Guo Zhongping's expression changed drastically. What? The martial exam is postponed for a month? Are you sure? Is this a notice from above? Why was it postponed by a month this year? Only Tianwu province got delayed? How could this happen? What? The Lingwu Palace made the proposal? Alright, got it. After hanging up the phone, Guo Zhongping looked at Zhang Li with an odd expression. You didn't, after getting along so well with your classmates this morning, immediately call your master and tell him about this, did you? He asked uncertainly. This is such an insane coincidence. The announcement about the martial arts exam being postponed for a month had just been made. Immediately afterwards, a notice from the higher-ups came through. Principal, wasn't I absolutely right about this? Now you should believe me. Rest assured, they will definitely recover before the martial arts exam. If they don't recover, postponing the exam by another month wouldn't be an issue anyway. Zhang Li initially wanted to explain further, but then he remembered what his master had once told him. The matter regarding the postponement of the martial arts exam must not be disclosed to others, otherwise it would cause a commotion. So he simply went along with the other's implication and casually bragged a little. No need, just postpone it for a month. Guo Zhongping hastily waved his hand. It wasn't that he didn't believe it. It was a coincidence that left him no choice but to believe. The capabilities of Lingwu Hall were something he understood well. It represented the power of Daxia. Is there anything else, Principal? If not, I'll go cultivate now. Zhang Li, the parents of those students you got into a fight with might come to school tomorrow. Could you cooperate with me then and apologize to them? Chapter 75, Instant Change of Face. Apologize? Zhang Li was somewhat puzzled. Guo Zhongping explained in a negotiating tone to the other party. It's a special time now. The martial arts examinations are coming up, and they're all injured in the hospital. This matter must be addressed. Those parents might come to the school seeking an explanation. They can just apologize to me and be done with it. Zhang Li waved his hand nonchalantly. I wasn't really hurt anyway, no need for their parents to come all the way to school to apologize to me. Guo Zhongping's lips twitched. What kind of nonsense is this about apologizing to you? The other's words completely left him at a loss for words. Did I not make myself clear just now? Suppressing the discomfort in my heart, I spoke again. Zhang Li, what I meant was, let's cooperate and apologize to them. Suddenly, Zhang Li looked as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. I should be the one apologizing to them? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought they wanted to thank me for getting the martial exam postponed. Don't worry about this matter, I guarantee it won't affect you in any way, the other party assured. No problem, it's just an apology, such a trivial thing, he readily agreed. Really? You've agreed to apologize to them? A gleam of joy appeared on Guo Zhongping's face. He had expected to need some persuasion, but who would have thought the agreement would come so easily? He hurriedly praised him. Good. I wasn't mistaken about you, you're truly a responsible person. Zhang Li remained perfectly composed. Apologizing is certainly no problem. It's just that I'm not very good with words, not really skilled at apologies. I'm afraid I might say something wrong later and damage our school's reputation. Don't worry, it won't happen. As long as I'm here, all they want is an attitude. Seeing the other party agree, he quickly explained. As long as the other party is willing to humble themselves, this whole matter can be easily resolved. It might even enhance the school's reputation when the time comes. Killing two birds with one stone. This won't do. I'm not eloquent, and my abilities are mediocre. They'll surely think our school doesn't take this matter seriously. Zhang Li declared with earnest conviction. Guo Zhongping's face broke into a gratified smile. He never expected that this little guy would actually consider more than he had. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the other person opening his mouth again. How about this, Principal? I'll call my master right now. The old man is quite eloquent. Moreover, he's highly skilled, one of the 10 Grand Masters of the Spirit Martial Hall. That should be prestigious enough. His eyes widened in shock. Damn, I thought you had the school's best interests at heart. Never imagined you actually wanted to tear the school down. Making one of the 10 Grandmasters from Lingwu Hall apologize to those people. Is he even still alive? Are they worthy? Guo Zhongping shot up from his chair in an instant, hastily waving his hands as he exclaimed. No need. How could we possibly trouble Elder Zhu with such a trivial matter? He wasn't sure if those kids' parents would forgive him if this really happened. But one thing was certain, he definitely wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Principal, don't worry, my master is very reasonable. Even though they were 12th grade teachers and students, they insulted me first, called me worthless. That's why I hit them. But I'm confident the old man would surely understand this is for the school's reputation. My master, the respected elder, would certainly understand your well-intentioned efforts. Guo Zhongping grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. Damn it, how could he have forgotten this guy's temperament? This guy is notoriously vindictive, Which student at the school hasn't felt his blows at some point? Yet look at him now, perfectly fine without a scratch. He could have slapped himself twice over. How could he have been so pig-headed as to think of making this bastard apologize? If old Zhu were to actually show up at the school, his prestige as principal of number 1 high would be utterly ruined. Not even with 10,000 lifetimes worth of courage would he dare make this 8th-rank martial artist apologize to those parents. He still wanted to live a few more years. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Yet Zhongli continued speaking as if completely oblivious to the man's expression. Last time when someone from the Spirit Martial Hall headquarters came, they called me trash, so I crippled those 2 disciples of that so-called minister. My master merely crippled that so-called minister's cultivation base. As long as I explain the whole story to the old man, he will surely come to apologize. Had ha, Guo Zhongping let out a dry laugh. No need to bother the old gentleman. How can it be trouble? After all, they insulted me first. My master is a righteous man, he would never take sides. As he spoke, he took out his phone and made a move as if to call someone. That gesture alone immediately terrified Guo Zhongping. If that call actually went through, it would be disastrous. Having weathered society's storms for so many years, I instantly caught the implication in their words. Hurriedly reaching out to stop them from making the call, I immediately changed my tune and forced a chuckle. No need to trouble Elder Zhu with such matters, he's quite busy as it is, after all. Zhongli, actually we called you here today specifically to commend you. You did the right thing. You were upholding justice for our school. Good job with the fight. The school will be giving those students major disciplinary records. Our school needs students like you. The school will definitely mete out severe punishment to them. Really? Zhongli sounded somewhat doubtful. Yes, I called you here specifically to praise you. The other person quickly nodded. Principal, there's no need for such formality between us. We're just classmates helping each other improve. That teacher Su didn't scold me or seem to dislike me at all. It's all my fault. I was the one who offended Teacher Su. I'll have my master apologize to Teacher Su. His finger was already pressing the dial button. Seeing this, Guo Zhongping's soul nearly fled his body, instantly realizing that even Su Yuli wasn't meant to be spared. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand, forcing out a faint smile. Someone like Su Yuli is utterly unworthy of being a teacher. As principal, I thank you on behalf of the school. Thank you for upholding justice for the school and rooting out this malignant tumor. What kind of talk is that, principal? I'm also a student of our school, a member of this institution. This is simply what I ought to do. Zhongli said quietly. If there's nothing else, I should get going now. I still need to report my daily activities to my mentor today. Guo Zhongping forced out a smile uglier than tears as he made this assurance. Alright, rest assured, the school will give you a satisfactory response. Please send my regards to Elder Zhu on my behalf. At the same time, we will commend your actions as a role model for all students in our school to learn from. As a bootlicker-level villain, you have fully grasped the meaning of a dog barks louder when backed by its master. Villain points plus 500. After receiving the affirmative reply, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Zhongli, damn it, what a classic case of a dog bullying people by leaning on its master's power. God damn it, is this damn system insulting him? Seeing the other party leave, Guo Zhongping slapped himself twice across the face. At this moment, he seemed utterly drained. His entire body collapsed into the chair, as if possessed by Shanglin's wife. Only one phrase remained in his mind. I'm such a fool, really. What possessed him to think of making the other party apologize to those students' parents? Apologize my ass. He almost got himself killed just now. This guy was absolutely out of his league. Never mind that he now had a master, even just the Spirit Martial Hall's special treatment toward him was more than a mere school principal could afford to offend. Chapter 76, An infamous reputation spreads far and wide. It must be said that Guo Zhongping's efficiency in handling matters was remarkably swift. By the next day, an official notice had been issued school-wide. Su Yuli, martial arts instructor of Elite Class 1 for senior year, was dismissed by the school for verbally abusing students and permanently barred from rehire. Chibo Yun and his peers from Elite Class 1 of senior year were given major demerits for their involvement in physical altercations. Early in the morning, those 2 disciplinary notices were posted on the school's bulletin board. Both students and teachers at the school were shocked. What's going on? I heard it's about Class 1 of the 12th grade. How did they get such a severe demerit? Holy crap, even Chi Boyun got a demerit. He's one of the top contenders for the martial arts exam championship in our Qingqing city. I don't know. With the National Martial Arts College entrance exams coming up so soon, getting a major demerit like this probably ruins any chance of getting into a top-tier martial arts university. Breaking news, yesterday, witnesses saw over a dozen students from Class 1 being sent to the hospital, reportedly with severe injuries. Especially this Chi Boyun, his injuries were the worst. He likely won't recover for a month, completely ruling out his martial arts exam participation. Damn, serious? Doesn't that mean he's completely screwed? These dozen or so people with major demerits, could they be the same ones who were carried into the hospital yesterday? It's them. Beaten into the hospital, yet still given major demerits. Doesn't this feel familiar? Suddenly, someone whispered. Gasp, now that you mention it, I remember, didn't the same thing happen to Class 1, Grade 11 just a few days ago? Could it be him again? It was him. My cousin is in Class 1 of Grade 12, their martial arts teacher got taken down in just 2 moves yesterday. Damn, that's brutal. Hasn't he already gotten 2 martial arts teachers fired from our school? As they were discussing, Zhang Li appeared at the school gate. Keep your voice down, they're coming. Instantly, all eyes looked away. No one dared to look at the approaching figures. The fear of provoking them and getting beaten up wasn't even the worst concern. The crucial point is getting a major disciplinary record. This kind of mark would appear in the student's permanent file. When applying for martial arts universities later, the better institutions simply won't accept you. After the other party left, these people began discussing the matter again. Did you hear? Yesterday, our school belle, Su Yuqing, was knocked unconscious on the sports field. I saw it. It was that guy from earlier who did it. I happened to be going to the bathroom and saw it from a distance. Ugh, that's brutal. How could anyone lay a hand on our school belle? Let's stay away from him from now on. Exactly, absolutely don't provoke him. At best, you'd end up with a severe beating. Zhang Li's behavior had completely spread throughout the school. Everyone who saw him would avoid him from afar, treating him like a plague god, not daring to even glance his way. But he didn't care in the slightest. Every day at school, he was either practicing his stance training or returning to his original classroom, looking for his Wapingyang to chat and brag. Even the martial arts instructor wouldn't bother with him. His skills were such that he could easily surpass the teacher who would dare to discipline him. If even the principal didn't say anything, they certainly wouldn't dare to speak up. During this period, Su Yuqing tried to find Zhang Li twice. Without exception, she was inexplicably knocked unconscious each time. She didn't even know how her opponent had struck. Zhang Li originally intended to purchase some elixirs from the Lingwu Hall's official website to enhance his strength. As a result, a third-grade pill, the Essence Tempering Pill, cost over 100,000 yuan per piece. And this was already a discounted price. Given his financial situation, he couldn't afford it at all. Inside a villa somewhere in Qingqing City, a man was completely wrapped in bandages, looking just like a mummy. He lay motionless on the bed. A noblewoman stood by the bedside. She appeared to be in her 40s. Eyes remained fixed on the person lying in bed, face filled with deep concern. At that moment, the room door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man entered. The man's gloomy expression fell upon the figure lying on the bed. The noblewoman, noticing the newcomer, asked, "Why hasn't Xiaobo woken up yet? It's been 3 days in a coma." The middle-aged man stepped forward and embraced the other person. Xiaobo's internal organs were severely injured. We've already used the best healing medicine, but it may still take some time for him to wake up. The man's eyes were also filled with concern. Who could have done such terrible things to Xiaobo? I've already sent people to investigate. We should know soon. The man comforted her. Let's go. We should leave and let Xiaobo rest peacefully. This year's martial arts examination has been postponed. Once Xiaobo recovers, he'll surely make it in time for the martial examination. The noblewoman nodded, and the two stepped out of the room. Just beyond the threshold, they encountered an elderly man approaching. He came before the gentleman and spoke with utmost reverence. "Master, we've found out who attacked the young master." "Who's there?" the man asked coldly. "A student from First High School. Here's his information." With that, he took out a dossier from his coat and handed it over. The middle-aged man frowned as he flipped through the pages one by one. "This person is an orphan. He made the news not long ago. I believe you saw it at the time, master." As the other man reviewed the documents, the elderly man recounted what he knew about the matter. The school didn't punish the student, they even commended him. Meanwhile, the young master was given a major disciplinary mark. "What? Xiaobo received a major demerit from the school," the noblewoman exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, the school has already posted a notice. This Zhang Li is quite an unusual individual. The Spirit Martial Hall also holds him in high regard." The elder nodded and said slowly, "A while back, someone saw him beat up the daughter of the Su family, yet he hasn't faced any consequences to this day." "What, the Su family's heiress? You mean that girl Su Yuqing?" the noblewoman asked in astonishment. "Yes, ma'am." The middle-aged man casually flipped through the documents in his hand. He closed the file and casually tossed it onto the table, saying expressionlessly, "Just an orphan who lost both parents. No significant background." Being noticed by the Spirit Martial Hall was because those foolish parents insisted on making it public. If they hadn't used the media, the Spirit Martial Hall wouldn't have paid such attention. With such a massive population in Daxia, the Spiritual Martial Hall simply can't attend to everyone. The reason he gained recognition from the Spiritual Martial Hall was purely coincidental. As he spoke these words, his face wore a thick layer of disdain. If that's the case, why hasn't the Su family made any moves? The noblewoman questioned with confusion. At that time, this person was at the height of his power. Anyone who dared to challenge him would be provoking the Lingwu temple. The middle-aged man said nonchalantly, "So we just let it go like that?" Xiaobo got a major demerit. His chances of getting into a top martial arts university are completely ruined. Our Xiaobo has such exceptional talent. As she spoke these words, the noblewoman's eyes welled with tears, her expression full of grievance. Even the Su family wouldn't dare make a move at that time, but the heat will eventually fade. He's just a second-grade martial artist. Whoever dares lay a finger on my son should be prepared to face the consequences. A fierce glint flashed through the man's eyes as he turned to ask the elderly man beside him, "Have you found out where he lives?" "We've got it. We've clearly identified the residential area and apartment number where he currently lives. He's the only one staying at that place." The old man nodded and continued speaking. "And it seems this Zhangli fellow has done something that displeased the Lingwu temple. Headquarters even sent a special envoy over, though we couldn't find out exactly what triggered their involvement." Upon hearing this news, a sneer flickered across the middle-aged man's face. Excellent. Since he's digging his own grave, no one can blame others. He felt this was the perfect opportunity. This fool who doesn't know his place actually dared to do something that offended the Spirit Martial Hall. He could imagine that if something happened to this Zhangli right now, the Spirit Martial Hall probably wouldn't react too strongly. Thinking of this, he asked again, "Can we confirm his cultivation level?" "We've already obtained his exact cultivation level through special means from Spirit Martial Hall, second rank, second stage." Chapter 77, Zhangli, the epitome of clarity in this mortal world. Second class, second stage, yet he managed to inflict severe injuries on Xiaobo. His talent might even surpass Xiaobo's. Xiaobo's cultivation level is a notch higher than Zhang The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised to hear the old man's words. He thought the opponent's cultivation level was around the second rank, fifth or sixth stage. Who would have thought it was merely second rank, second stage? This only intensified his killing intent. Given enough time to grow, someone like this, it might be harder than reaching heaven itself to think of revenge later. "Honey, I want him dead. How dare he lay a finger on our Xiaobo?" The noblewoman spoke with venom after hearing it. "Don't worry, he won't get off so easily. Master, shall I take care of him?" The old man made a throat-slitting gesture. The middle-aged man shook his head and declined the old man's offer. "A mere second rank, no matter how formidable, is still just a second rank. There's no need for you to handle it personally. Just send 2 third-rankers to take care of it. Make sure to do it cleanly, leave no traces behind for the Spirit Martial Hall." "Yes." The old man acknowledged with a sound and turned to leave the place. In his eyes, Zhangli was already a dead man. "Husband, what if sending 2 third-rank warriors leads to failure? I can't shake the feeling that this Zhangli isn't as simple as he seems. Our Xiaobo from the second-tier third rank was severely injured by the opponent. What if the other party has a means to save their life?" The noblewoman watched the old man leave, then spoke with some concern. "Don't worry, a third-grade item is more than sufficient. You know perfectly well the difference between third grade and second grade," the middle-aged man said nonchalantly. Hearing this, the other party nodded and said nothing more. The gap between the second and third ranks is enormous. For a third-rank martial artist, spiritual energy transforms into true essence. Even ordinary martial techniques become incredibly powerful when wielded by a third-rank practitioner. Yet Zhangli remained completely unaware of all this. These past 2 days have basically been a straight commute between 2 points, school and home. Upon returning home, his phone started ringing. Picking it up, he saw it was his master, Zhu Rongguang. "Master, where have you been these past few days? Your phone was unreachable whenever I called." After connecting the call, Zhangli was the first to speak. Zhu Rongguang laughed heartily. Hearing his disciple's concern for him, nothing could bring him greater happiness. Having no children throughout his life, taking Zhangli as his disciple had initially been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Little did he expect to have picked up such a treasure of a disciple. "Are you having some sort of trouble?" "No. A couple days ago when I transferred into the elite senior year class at school, I got into a conflict with some classmates, and then I beat over a dozen of them into serious injuries." He proceeded to recount everything that happened that day in full detail. He even briefly mentioned how the principal had made him apologize to the parents of those students. "I even invoked my master's name to threaten the principal, and in the end, the matter was quietly dropped. Please forgive me, master, but I don't want to apologize to them. It wasn't my fault in the first place." Zhu Rongguang let out a hearty laugh. The more he looked at this disciple, the more pleased he became. "Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? You're my disciple, isn't this just how it should be? Why should I apologize to them? Do they even deserve it? This disciple of mine knows how to consider his master's feelings. You were still too lenient. Do you know what your master would have done in the old days? For anyone who dared insult me like that, their grave grass would have grown tall by now. I'm just worried that if Master finds out later, it might create a rift between us, Master and disciple. Zhongli chuckled and shared his idea. He told the other person about this matter. Fear of creating discord is another reason among them. He isn't truly an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Even though the other person is his master, the bond between them as teacher and disciple has only lasted a few days. To put it plainly, he feels their relationship now resembles more of a transaction. What the other values is his talent, while what he values is the other's strength and background. He believed in genuine master-disciple bonds, but they certainly couldn't form within just a few days. Rather than letting the other party find out later, it was better to speak up frankly yourself. Explain the entire sequence of events clearly to them as well. At the very least, let them understand your intentions were correct from the start, rather than mere arrogance. He understood the ways of the world. In a high martial world, it's not just about fighting and killing, there's also the art of human relationships. At least when it came to master-disciple relations, he saw things quite clearly. "Ha, your master isn't that petty," Zhu Rongguang remarked in excellent spirits. Once again, he felt that the apprentice he had taken in was a real treasure. Gifted with talent, good-natured, decisive in action, no procrastination, simply flawless. Zhang Li suddenly thought of something and spoke up again. "By the way, Master, when I was cultivating a few days ago, I felt my talent has improved again." "What? Your talent improved? How did it improve?" This left him stunned. Talent is something that's harder to improve than climbing to the heavens. If one initially possesses no martial arts talent, or has extremely low martial arts aptitude, perhaps consuming some rare treasures of nature might bring some improvement. But he remembered this disciple of his had S-rank martial arts talent. He has already reached the ceiling as a martial artist, how can he still improve? "I don't know either, I was just practicing normally. That day while training, I suddenly felt." Then he proceeded to describe the sensation he experienced when acquiring the new trait. "What are you saying? A few days ago, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in Qingqing City, could that have been caused by you?" Zhu Rongguang was completely bewildered and asked somewhat uncertainly. The day his disciple's talent awakened happened to be the same day as the celestial phenomenon appeared in Qingqing City, at the exact same time. "Ah, what celestial phenomenon? I didn't see anything." Now it was Zhang Li's turn to be dumbfounded. He wasn't the least bit aware of any celestial phenomena. That day, when he stepped out of the meditation chamber, he overheard students nearby discussing something. Could it be the celestial phenomena they were talking about? "Is your martial talent SS rank now?" "I don't know, it hasn't been tested yet, but I feel there's been improvement." Zhang Li didn't directly reveal his talent level, instead speaking vaguely. He felt such things should be witnessed firsthand to be believed. The reason he mentioned his talent had improved was, it was meant to build up one's own bargaining chips, ensuring the other party would take them more seriously. Moreover, mentioning these things was also to prevent future retaliation. Among those students he had beaten before, someone would inevitably seek revenge. If they were just second or third rankers, he could handle them, but what if the opposition directly sent elite fighters? For officials of the fourth rank and above, he could do nothing but call for reinforcements. Give them a heads up in advance. He understands the rules of survival in this world all too well. Might makes right. He could afford to be arrogant, but only if he had the capital to back it up. Zhu Rongguang, his current master, served as one such capital for him. "I'll be right there. When I arrive, I'll take you to get tested." His voice was filled with agitation, and with that, he hung up the phone. Zhu Rongguang was well aware of the strange phenomenon that day. Even he, an 8th rank martial artist, had been affected by its influence. How could this not excite him? Just put down my phone and was about to start my standing meditation practice. Suddenly, I sensed two obscure presences approaching my door. Chapter 78, You'll Speak Voluntarily. The residential building where Zhang Li lived was an old community without elevators. Two black-clad figures appeared at the stairwell entrance. Do we really need to be this cautious? With two third-grade martial artists against one second-grade practitioner, handling them should be effortless. One of them whispered, "Better be cautious. This target has some connection to the spiritual martial hall. Have you forgotten Butler Lu's instructions?" Another man glanced around before speaking in an equally low voice. The other man's eyes filled with disdain as he made a chopping gesture with his hand and said dismissively, "Just a student, no need to make a big fuss. We'll break the door down in a bit, finish him with one strike, and be done with it. This is a residential area. If you've got a death wish, don't drag me into it." The other man frowned, visibly displeased. "Let's go. We'll figure something out. Try to trick him into opening the door first." The other person followed reluctantly behind, not uttering a single word. Zhang Li sensed someone approaching outside and quickly suppressed his own aura. Upon reaching the doorway, he casually switched off the lights in the house with a gentle motion. The entire room was plunged into darkness in an instant. He held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the door. Cautiously extending his spiritual sense, he could clearly perceive it. Two obscure auras outside seemed to be moving toward his location. The movements of the two outsiders were extremely guarded. Perhaps due to the barrier of a door, the system didn't display the other party's information. Clickety-clack. A knock sounded at the door. Zhangli paid it no mind, quietly hiding to one side of the entrance. Tap tap tap. Another urgent knock came. It seems like no one's home. Figure out a way to open the door, let's get inside first. The conversation between the two reached his ears. Perhaps due to his cultivation technique, the two outside remained unaware of Zhang Li's presence. He gently moved his steps and peeked outside through the peephole on the door. Even in the darkness, it posed no hindrance for a rank 3 martial artist. Name, Hu Dajun. Cultivation, rank 3, stage 2. Name, Wang Qinglin. Cultivation level, 3rd rank, 4th stage. Seeing their cultivation levels, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only one person's cultivation was just a single stage higher than his own. Even if I can't win, I should at least be able to escape. After observing carefully, he positioned himself beside the door once more. The warped door creaked and groaned under the pressure. For a third-grade martial artist, an ordinary iron door was nothing more than a mere decoration before their strength. With the sound of the lock breaking, the door was opened. Two figures filed in one after another. Before they could even gather their bearings, bang! Both men suddenly felt an immense force slam into them. They were sent flying backward without even a chance to react. Zhang Li's full-force strike nearly expended all his strength. With this single palm strike, he sent both men crashing heavily into a nearby cabinet. The cabinet shattered instantly, scattering its contents across the floor. As the two men regained their senses, astonishment flashed in their eyes. How could he be so strong? That last strike caught them completely off guard. It nearly took their lives. They felt as if their internal organs were about to rupture. Zhang Li didn't give them a chance to react. First, take care of this one with higher cultivation. In a flash, he dashed to Wang Qinglin's side. He kicked him square in the head. The speed was incredibly fast. This kick carried the true essence within his body, howling through the air. A trace of panic flickered in Wang Qinglin's eyes. He could distinctly sense the powerful chi fluctuations radiating from his opponent. Damn, how the hell is this just second rank? How could someone at the second rank possibly release spiritual energy outward? If this kick had landed, it would have either killed me or left me crippled. It was too fast, there was no time to dodge. I quickly bent my arms to shield my head, trying to block the blow. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The opponent's arm seemed to explode like fireworks. Blood sprayed everywhere as a jagged bone fragment tore through the flesh. Bang! The man's body was sent flying again with a kick. He slammed into the wall behind him. Boom! The room shook violently, and the ceiling lamp swung back and forth. The wall behind Wang Qinglin cracked open like a tortoise shell, exposing the steel reinforcements within. This demonstrated just how tremendous the force was. Had it been an ordinary person rather than a third-grade martial artist taking that hit, they would have been torn limb from limb. Ah! The other party let out a scream. That kick completely crippled his arm. It hung limp and lifeless. Only tendons still connected it, preventing it from falling off entirely. Zhang Li didn't stop there. He delivered another kick, this time aiming straight for the head. A strong will to survive made Wang Qinglin quickly dodge to the side. Bang! Another loud crash followed. Zhang Li's kick landed squarely on the wall. The reinforced concrete wall exploded like rotten tofu, scattering debris in all directions. It left behind a massive crater upon impact. Missing with the first strike, he launched another attack. His foot came down hard on the opponent's chest. Click! Wang Qinglin's chest caved in instantly, the crisp sound of bones breaking sending a particularly chilling shudder. Put! Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spilled from his mouth, and a thick metallic scent of blood assaulted the senses. Don't! Wang Qinglin's mouth hung open, as if he wanted to plead for mercy, yet not a single coherent sentence could escape his lips. Zhang Li didn't hesitate for a second, delivering another vicious kick to his chest. The man's chest seemed to collapse from 3 dimensions into 2, flattened instantly by the force. Wang Qinglin's eyes widened in shocked disbelief. The entire body went completely still in an instant. The battle had transpired in the blink of an eye. From Zhang Li's attack to the end of the fight, it hadn't even lasted a minute. One dead, one wounded. Hu Dajun climbed up from the ground, his scalp tingling with dread. My heart was already cursing like a sailor. Damn it, you're telling me this is a second-grade martial artist? Holy shit, third grade, 4th stage Wang Qinglin didn't even have a chance to fight back against him. Zhang Li turned around and began walking toward him step by step. Hu Dajun had completely lost his will to fight by now, his entire body trembling. Recalling the bloody scene from moments ago, his legs turned to jelly, leaving him without even the strength to flee. As he watched his opponent approach, he hurriedly begged, "Brother, I'll confess everything, just don't kill me." Yet Zhang Li seemed not to hear, not uttering a single word. He lifted his leg and delivered a heavy kick straight to the opponent's chest. His body slid across the floor, crashing directly into the TV wall. Hu Dajun spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire aura withering in an instant. He frantically pleaded for mercy, trying to convince his attacker to spare him. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything, please let me go. Don't you want to know who sent us? Ask me, and I'll tell you everything. He was utterly terrified. That single kick just now had nearly scattered all the primordial energy within his body. This guy in front of me is a downright pervert. Zhongli simply stared coldly at the other person, not bothering to conceal the killing intent in his eyes. He stepped forward, raised his foot again, and stomped hard on the other's left leg. Crack! The femur in the left leg was instantly shattered. Ah! Hu Dajun let out a shriek of pain. Clutching his leg with gritted teeth, he spoke through the agony. Kill me, and you won't survive either. Just let me go, and I'll tell you everything I know. Snap! The bones in his other leg were also crushed. You're finished. The Chi family won't let you go. We failed the mission, but they'll just send the next group to kill you. Do you really think you can stand against the Chi family? Seeing no response from his opponent, Hu Dawei began making threats. The excruciating pain left him unable to think straight. Boom! This kick landed squarely on the opponent's chest. The opponent's voice abruptly ceased. No need to ask. You'll say it yourself, didn't you just blurt it out? Staring at the already dead Hu Dajun, Zhongli muttered under his breath. Decisive in killing without wasting words on the opponent. You've grasped the principle that villains die from talking too much. Villain points plus 800. Chapter 79, New Arrivals Again. Zhongli paid no attention to the system's voice, nor did he immediately deal with the two corpses on the ground. Instead, he hurriedly turned around and ran outside. When leaving, he even took the time to adjust the already deformed door of his house back into place. He closed the door again. The noise had clearly awakened quite a few people. Fortunately, most residents in his neighborhood were elderly. Not many people came out to see what was happening. He hurriedly left the house and ran upstairs. Zhongli didn't go too far, simply hiding at the turn of the stairs, watching carefully towards the direction of his door. He had a premonition that perhaps the other party would send someone again. Concealing his own aura, he crouched in the corner, quietly waiting. If someone else were sent after him, running downstairs now, would surely lead to a direct encounter. Waiting while recalling Hu Dajun's words just now. The Chi family? When did I ever offend the Chi family? Could it be that among those talented seniors I beat up a few days ago, there was someone from the Chi family? Thinking carefully, perhaps this is the most likely possibility. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had suspected earlier that someone might come looking for trouble with him, but he never expected they would actually send someone to kill him. I thought at most they'd send someone to give him trouble, beat him up, and leave him seriously injured. He never expected they wanted his life. At this moment, he suddenly understood, in this world, the law exists only to protect ordinary people. Just as he was pondering these thoughts, he heard footsteps downstairs. The sound was extremely faint. Listening to their footsteps, they were clearly not ordinary people. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't even notice. Zhongli's heart sank. It was exactly as he had suspected. And it wasn't just these two individuals. He was well aware, given his current extraordinary status. Those who dared to move against him now, after the explosive controversy in the news back then, would certainly not be limited to just these two third-grade martial artists. Even if these two had succeeded, the opposing side would still send more people. Kill those two just now, because the ones who came were only third-grade cultivators. If he were from a major family, they would have surely sent experts. Yet they only sent two third grades. This suggests that these two individuals either do not belong to their family, either these two were fugitives with some wanted status. Sending additional people could only mean one purpose, to check whether these two had succeeded in their mission, and if they had, to silence them permanently. Everyone knows only the dead can keep secrets. If they fail this time, they'll plan their next move again. In matters like this, one only believes what they see with their own eyes. Holding his breath, he listened intently to the footsteps downstairs. At this moment, he hoped he was just overthinking things. He curled up his body, trying hard not to be noticed. The cover of night allowed him to hide perfectly. He spotted a figure appearing at his doorstep. Name, Lu Fuhai. Cultivation level, 4th rank, 2nd stage. Zhang Li's heart sank, a 4th rank martial artist. Damn, even 4th rank fighters are showing up now. The supervisor of Qingcheng City's Spirit Martial Hall was barely at the 4th rank himself. With his back turned, he couldn't make out the appearance of the person approaching at all. He paused at the door for a moment, seeming to be deep in thought, and didn't immediately push it open. Just then, another set of footsteps rose from downstairs. Zhang Li's heart tightened. Someone else was here? Not just him, the person standing at his door also turned their gaze downward. Warily watching the staircase below, his body darted to one side. With this turn, Zhang Li got a clear view of the other person's face. It was an old man who appeared to be in his 60s. The footsteps grew nearer. It was clear from the sound that the approaching person was a woman. The tap-tap-tapping sound of high heels, It echoed clearly throughout the entire hallway. "Madam, what brings you here?" Seeing the visitor, Lu Fuhai breathed a sigh of relief and was the first to speak. Because of Zhang Li's position, he couldn't see the people arriving later at all. "I want to see with my own eyes those who heard Xiaobo die." The woman's voice carried thick resentment. "Madam, you should leave first. We don't know if the two men we sent succeeded. If someone discovers you here, it would be bad." Lu Fuhai quickly spoke up in an attempt to persuade the woman to leave first. "What's there to fear? Just some orphan with no background, dead or alive, who cares?" The woman paid no heed to the other's persuasion, her disdain palpable. "He's now a person of special interest to the Spirit Martial Hall. We shouldn't act rashly. Madam, you leave first. I'll go inside and check. If they've succeeded, I'll silence those two later. Go see if that trash is dead already." The other party ignored the old man's words, insisting on checking. Lu Fuhai had no choice but to approach the door and reach out to open the door of Zhang Li's house. Zhang Li's phone suddenly lit up at this moment. He had set his phone to silent mode when leaving home earlier. Startled, he quickly turned off the screen. It was just a spam call. At this moment, he dared not make the slightest movement, afraid of being noticed by the other party. Yet when the call ended on their side, his phone screen lit up once more. He was merely a few meters away from the two figures below. Even the faintest light from a phone appeared glaringly bright in the dark corner of the staircase. "Who's there?" Lu Fuhai was the first to spot the glow and barked sharply. Zhang Li's heart tightened, and he sighed inwardly. In the end, he'd still been discovered. He simply stood up straight. The moment he rose to his feet, he dialed Zhu Rongguang's number, then muted the phone's volume to the lowest setting. The call was answered almost immediately. Without waiting for Zhu Rongguang to speak first, he initiated the conversation, trying to drown out the sounds from the phone receiver. He addressed the two men below directly. "Sorry to disturb you both. What if I told you I'm from upstairs and was just about to head out, would you believe me? So it's you. Looks like those two failed their mission. Seems I underestimated you. To think you could escape being hunted by two third-grade martial artists." The moment Lu Fuhai saw the other person stand up, he had already recognized him. However, he didn't believe the other party was capable of defeating two third-grade martial artists. His guess was that they had encountered those two outside, and he had managed to escape. When he returned home, he didn't dare enter, so he had no choice but to hide by the staircase. Seeing that he had been recognized, Zhang Li's heart sank even deeper. It was clear they had thoroughly investigated him. Their words showed obvious ignorance about the other two having already been eliminated by him. "Are you here to kill me too?" His voice wasn't particularly loud, but the person on the other end of the phone could undoubtedly hear every word. Facing a fourth-rank martial artist, he did not launch a sneak attack as he had done before. With a whole major realm between them, he stood no chance whatsoever. Taking action now would only hasten his death. Back at the Spirit Martial Hall, during that altercation between Fan Minister and Zhao Mingfei, he'd already sensed the vast gap separating a fourth rank from a third-rank practitioner. At this moment, the only option was to stall for time, hoping his master would realize what was happening and come quickly. "Are you Zhang Li? So you're the one who severely injured my son?" The woman became extremely agitated upon seeing him, her eyes filled with intense resentment. Zhang Li looked at the woman. Name, Fei Qian. Cultivation level, 3rd rank, 5th stage. Good heavens, this woman actually possessed 3rd rank, 5th stage cultivation as well. If it were just this woman, he would have considered ambushing her. But with a 4th grade elder watching from the side, he felt he had no chance of winning. There was no other way. Since he couldn't win, he had to try reasoning with them first to buy some time. However, before he could speak, Fei Qian shouted directly, "Uncle Lu, kill him. I want to record his miserable death to show Xiaobo once he recovers." Chapter 80. Do you have anything else to confess? Do you know the consequences of killing me? Seeing Lu Fuhai ready to strike, Zhang Li quickly spoke up. When you can win a fight, there's naturally no need to waste words on the opponent. But facing a strong enemy, he chose to follow his heart. You're just an orphan with no parents. What consequences could there be for killing you? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant, Fei Qian said disdainfully. Seeing that the other party didn't immediately choose to act, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Right now, he was actually giving the other party an opportunity to show off, letting them sense his helplessness and fear, thereby relaxing their guard. Zhang Li forced a composed expression and spoke. My parents were martyrs of Lingwu Hall. If you kill me, you're declaring war against Lingwu Hall. I may not be a match for you, but Lingwu Hall is beyond your reach. Pfft, Fei Qian sneered. Do you really think Lingwu Hall cares about you? So what if you're a martyr's child? Let me tell you this plainly, whether you're a martyr's child or even a member of the Spirit Martial Hall, if you dare lay a finger on my son, you're dead. You, how dare you disregard the Spirit Martial Hall? Do you have any idea of the consequences? Zhang Li stiffened, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a trembling voice. Ha ha ha. In Qingqing City, the Qi family fears no one. Do you really think the Spirit Martial Hall would lift a finger for you? LOL, only a useless idiot like you would believe such nonsense. They're just putting on a show for others to see. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, showing no regard for the spirit martial hall whatsoever. Some people are not to be trifled with. Since you dared to injure my son, you'd better be prepared to die. You can't touch me. The head of Lingwu Hall in Qingqing City is my father's comrade in arms. If he knew you killed me, your chief family would pay a heavy price too. As he spoke these words, his eyes darted around, searching for the best escape route. He wasn't sure whether his master could arrive in time to save him. The primary task is to escape this place first. No matter who comes today, it's useless. Not even the spirit martial hall, they can't come now. Even if they did come, my chief family wouldn't fear them. A hint of arrogance flashed in Fei Qian's eyes, as if she truly didn't take the spirit martial hall seriously. Anyone can boast. Don't tell me your chief family's influence could possibly surpass the spirit martial hall? Zhang Li's heart stirred, yet his face showed utter disdain. Do you know who stands behind our chief family? Seeing his disbelief, Fei Qian spoke again. Lu Fuhai, standing nearby, glanced at her and urgently reminded, Madam, why tell him these things? I'll kill him right now, then we'll get out of here quickly. With those words, he started walking toward the other man, seemingly preparing to strike. Zhang Li's pupils contracted as he secretly gathered his strength. Although this old man before him was only 4th rank, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. What's there to fear? Since he wants to know, let him die with clarity. Fei Qian saw the opponent was about to strike, but she waved her hand dismissively, speaking with indifference. The moment you harmed my son, your fate was sealed. Today I'll let you die with full understanding. Have you heard of the Nightfall Organization? The Nightfall Organization, he muttered to himself. This is the first time I've heard this name. Madam. Upon hearing this name, Lu Fuhai immediately grew anxious and hastily reminded the other party. Uncle Lu, do you really think this little bastard can stir up any trouble? What's the harm in telling him? He's just a dead man anyway. Her eyes gleamed with cruelty as she waved her hand dismissively. Alright, Uncle Lu, let's do it, send this bastard to hell. I want to watch him die here with terror on his face, torn limb from limb. Only this will quench the fury in my heart. He took out his phone from his pocket and prepared to start recording. Zhang Li had originally intended to pry some more information from the other party, but the other party had no intention of continuing and chose to take action instead. Do you have anything else to confess? Seeing Lu Fuhai approaching him, his demeanor instantly changed from before. The look of fear on his face had completely vanished. It was replaced with an expression of complete calm. For example, what ranks do you hold within the Nightfall Organization? Or take the matter of placing desire pills at the martial exam site a few days ago. Take for instance that so-called young master in people's mouths, Lu Zekin, where is he now? Are you going to speak about all this? I'm very interested. Zhang Li said quietly. You, how did you know these things? Not only Lu Fuhai, but even the previously quite arrogant Fei Qian. Upon hearing his words, their expressions changed dramatically, revealing shocked looks. What are you afraid of? Shouldn't I be the one who should be afraid? Go ahead and speak. I'm extremely interested in all this anyway. Since you're eager to show off, might as well spill everything. A mocking smile played on his lips as he watched the two. He was completely different from his previous state. Lu Fuhai frowned. Just as he was about to make his move, he froze in place. He showed no intention of acting at all. Seeing the two people before him remain silent, he continued. Oh, by the way, those 2 third-rank martial artists you sent earlier. Hu Dajuan and Wang Qinglin, aren't you curious where they went? Did they tell you these things? Lu Fuhai's face darkened as he asked in a low voice. Where are they? What else did they tell you? As he spoke, he kept stepping closer to the other person. Do you want to know? They're inside my house, why don't you open the door and see for yourself? Yet at this moment, Zhang Li still looked at him with a mocking expression. There was a hint of provocation in his tone. He never thought he'd be stalling for time like this before. What an unexpected bonus, this Twilight Organization, though he'd never heard of it before. But definitely not a decent sort. Lu Fuhai's gaze swept towards the direction of the door. Only now did he notice the deformed marks on the doorframe. Uncle Lu, why waste words with him? Just grab him and we'll get all the answers. I was going to make it quick for you, but now I've changed my mind. Fei Qian, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a dark expression. Lu Fuhai nodded and stopped glancing toward the door. He strode swiftly toward the other man. Alright, since you have nothing left to confess, go ahead and die. Zhang Li shrugged, then turned to the side and spoke. Master, I couldn't get any more information out of them. You can come out now. The two men watched the direction of each other's words with heightened alertness. They stared for a long time, yet no one appeared. Playing mysterious tricks? Go to hell. Lu Fuhai cursed under his breath. She raised her hand and struck out at him. Zhang Li quickly dodged upon seeing this. He pushed his movement techniques to the limit. Just as his opponent's attack was about to land, he barely managed to evade. The palm strike landed on the stairway railing instead. The instant the iron railing made contact with that palm, it shattered directly into pieces block by block. The attack from a fourth-grade martial artist was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. Master, if you don't come out soon, your extraordinarily gifted disciple might have to meet his end here. Dodging his opponent's strike, Zhang Li shouted again. Yet Xu Rongguang's figure still did not appear.